The wind howled through the mountain peaks. Nearby, a figure stood amidst the snow-covered landscape, a faint glow emanating from their hand. Finally, after nearly 2 months of searching for the thousand-year ginseng, the mysterious hooded figure one had arrived. The figure felt the tear in the dimension. The mysterious hooded figure one prepared to go past all limitations. An alert appeared, stating that the item did not exist. The mysterious hooded figure one shivered, realizing it was not there. There was a hole with the scent of thousand-year ginseng embedded. The mysterious hooded figure one wondered just who it was. They realized that whoever it was, they may still be in the nearby area. Commencing a pursuit magic, a target was identified within 300 meters. The magic seemed to be leading somewhere. Step by step, the path became clearer. The trace led all the way to the inside of a cave. The hooded figure wondered what this place was. A familiar smell wafted through the air. The scent grew stronger as they ventured deeper. It was the unmistakable aroma of samgyetang, boiled chicken, and ginseng soup. The soup bubbled away. Steam rose from the pot, carrying the savory scent. Someone crunched down on something. It was confirmed that the samgyetang was made with actual ginseng. He paused, chopsticks in hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, the mysterious hooded figure one appeared, looking shocked. The protagonist, oblivious, continued to eat, a look of realization slowly spreading across his face. The mysterious hooded figure one, observing the protagonist, questioned if he was eating thousand-year ginseng. The protagonist affirmed that he was, indeed, eating the ginseng. Elsewhere, goddess Athena was seen falling from the sky. The mysterious hooded figure one was beside himself, wondering who in their right mind would make chicken soup out of thousand-year ginseng. His anger flared. The protagonist continued to eat, savoring the flavor. A voice declared that it was him. The protagonist sat by the fire, enjoying his meal. The chapter opens with a stark declaration: bulimia, a rare condition. It's a disease that leaves the patient perpetually unsatisfied, regardless of how much they consume, and those afflicted aren't picky eaters. Every food imaginable is on the table, and whatever it is, they'll eat it. The daily caloric intake for someone with this condition can reach a staggering 15,000 to 20,000 calories. Kang Min-hyuk admits he is suffering from bulimia. Min-hyuk reflects on his condition, noting that with a height of 185 centimeters and a weight approaching 170 kilograms, he had quite a big figure. These days, Min-hyuk tells his doctor that he's only been eating cherry tomatoes. Lee Jin-hwan, a psychiatry specialist, listens intently. Lee responds that with Min-hyuk's condition, he'll still get fat even if he only eats diet food. It looks like he can still gain weight even if he eats nothing but cherry tomatoes. The doctor asks how many he eats per day. Min-hyuk fidgets, estimating around. Lee reminds Min-hyuk that he was told he was only eating cherry tomatoes, right? Min-hyuk admits to eating 5,000. Lee then asks if he's a vegetarian piggy. The doctor, with a slight smile, inquired if Min-hyuk wasn't being too honest. He noted that Min-hyuk was a healthy vegetarian, though he also did intense exercise for about 4 hours a day. Min-hyuk reminded the doctor that he had scored the highest in the CSAT out of his entire school. The doctor remarked that he came from a wealthy family and studied well, observing that he was a very smart, healthy vegetarian piggy. The doctor continued, adding that from what he could tell, Min-hyuk was doing well in just about every aspect of life. Min-hyuk responded that it didn't matter what he told the doctor anyway. The doctor, now alone, found the situation frightening. Adjusting his glasses, the doctor considered that if that was the case. The doctor thought to himself that he was sure Min-hyuk already knew, but he also did intense exercise. He mused that Min-hyuk was a very healthy piggy indeed. The clock on the wall showed the time, as the doctor's laughter echoed through the room. Elsewhere, a large man asked if everything was all right. A treatment history form was shown, indicating that the situation was going to be quite problematic. Min-hyuk listened intently. Min-hyuk admitted that he knew it was hard, and he was asked what the hardest thing was for him. Min-hyuk confessed that not being able to eat what he wanted was the hardest thing. He admitted to eating around 5,000 cherry tomatoes in just a single day. He was told that he was doing quite well as it was, so it was best if he continued. Kang Min-hyuk's doctor explained that because he gets anxious when he's not constantly eating, he'll have to continue the diet, even if it's difficult for him. The doctor continued, stating that it was already a miracle that someone with bulimia was actually able to maintain a weight of 170 kilograms. Min-hyuk thought to himself about the moment he eats what his heart truly desires. The doctor adjusted his glasses. Min-hyuk looked at the doctor with a questioning gaze. The doctor announced that they would be trying out a new form of treatment from now on. Min-hyuk wondered what this new form of treatment could be. The doctor revealed that it would be the virtual reality game, Athene. Min-hyuk recalled that they've already tried that method, and it ended up failing. Min-hyuk thought that if he played a virtual reality game where he couldn't even taste the food he ate in-game, he'd just end up experiencing the yo-yo effect again and feel even more desperate for food. He recalled that this was what happened in Versailles. The text explained that the yo-yo effect means rapidly gaining weight after a diet, and that people's weight can move down and back up like a yo-yo when they follow several diets one after another. Min Hyuk looked at the doctor, thinking that he's tried it himself. The doctor explained that in Athene, even if you eat 100 bowls of noodles at 1 a.m., you still won't get fat. Min Hyuk was shocked, wondering if that was really true. The sound of splashing water filled the air as Min Hyuk continued his laps. The doctor and Oh Chang-wook watched Min Hyuk from the side of the pool, along with several other people. As Min Hyuk continued swimming, Chang-wook called out to him, asking if he wanted to rest for a bit. Min Hyuk responded that he could go on for a bit longer. The doctor cautioned him not to push himself too much. Min Hyuk recalled that the doctor had looked very serious back then. The doctor had explained that the treatment's objective was for him to play Athene, to satisfy his hunger psychologically. He also warned that after eating food in Athene, he might experience a different kind of yo-yo effect. The doctor had asked Min Hyuk if he thought they had any other options left to choose from at this point, because he'd want to eat what he'd tasted in the virtual world in real life as well. Min Hyuk thanked the doctor as he reached the edge of the pool. The doctor and Chang-wook urged Min Hyuk to come up slowly and to be careful. Min Hyuk thought about his hunger. Min Hyuk felt relatively okay whenever he was exercising, and Chang-wook suggested they go eat. However, the effects of the food never last long. When he finishes eating, the hunger immediately returns. Someone is preparing a meal. The meal is a salad. Dan-woo sits at a table and eats his salad. He quickly stacks the empty bowls. Dan-woo's friend observes that he is eating even faster than yesterday. Chang-wook wonders if Athene is a fun game to play. Dan-woo thinks to himself that it sure is, and that there's no game as fun as that these days. He was wondering if Chang-wook should play it as well. Chang-wook suggests that Dan-woo should come and set some new world records again. He says that he always ends up at the top of the leaderboards, no matter what game he plays. Chang-wook agrees that Dan-woo is the kind of guy to max out everything in the game he plays, and then stop playing afterwards. He asks if there is anything that Dan-woo doesn't have. Dan-woo wonders if he should aim for a slim body. Chang-wook thinks that Dan-woo is degrading himself too much these days. Chang-wook tells Dan-woo that he is crying just because of a little joke. Dan-woo says no, well. Chang-wook says that it's better to just laugh it off instead. A hand reached out, touching Min Hyuk's shoulder. Chang-wook wondered what was wrong. Suddenly, Min Hyuk grabbed Chang-wook's arm, his grip surprisingly strong. Chang-wook's eyes widened as he felt a strange pressure. Chang-wook called out to Min Hyuk, concern etched on his face. Min Hyuk's hand tightened its grip, his expression blank. Min Hyuk suddenly fainted, and Chang-wook yelled for someone to get a doctor. The situation grew dire as the complications worsened. High blood pressure, diabetes, and arthritis were only the beginning. Adding to the list, his body had reached a point where it was difficult to sustain itself. The sign outside the door read 711 VIP room, Kong Min Hyuk. The medical staff considered performing liposuction again, but it was deemed impossible. The last time they had performed the procedure on Min Hyuk, he had gained back as much weight as he lost. Min Hyuk wondered what he had done wrong. No matter how much effort he put in, his appetite continued to grow larger, and of course, the amount he consumed also grew larger. His body continued to become more obese as the days went by. Perhaps it was as the doctor said, he might not be able to hold on for much longer. Yet, he still wanted to keep on living, even if it was just for a little bit longer. Kong Min-hoo, the Ilwa Group CEO, asked if he was awake. Min Hyuk responded, yes, father. Min-hoo explained that they told him his body had gone into shock from exercising too hard. Min Hyuk lay in his hospital bed. Min Hyuk thought to himself, darn, he must have heard what we were talking about back at the gym. I wonder how I'll. Kong Min-hoo reached for the door. Min Hyuk, in his hospital bed, considered his options: chips, carrots, crepes, or cookies. Kong Min-hoo watched his son, Min Hyuk, from the side of the hospital bed. He thought to himself that Min Hyuk looked like he was winning. Min Hyuk shifted in his bed, a small smile forming on his face. Kong Min-hoo sat beside his son's bed as Min Hyuk asked if his father would hate him if he started playing video games. Kong Min-hoo considered the question, realizing that video games were the new treatment the doctors had suggested. Kong Min-hoo thought of his son, Min Hyuk. He knew that even if Min Hyuk did nothing but play video games and eat all day, he would still be happy with him. However, he had some reservations. Min Hyuk's thoughts drifted back to his father's words. He knew that if he was going to play video games, he needed to keep one thing in mind. Min Hyuk stared ahead, his expression determined. Kong Min-hoo smiled, telling his son that all he asked for was that he enjoy himself and have a good time. Min Hyuk gripped the bedsheets tightly. Min Hyuk looked up, a resolute expression on his face. Min Hyuk declared that he would do it, and that he would play Athene. The building was modern and sleek, ready for Min Hyuk's gaming treatment. Inside, the gaming equipment awaited, prepared for his arrival. The machine hummed to life as Min Hyuk approached. The doctor greeted him, explaining that the medical team was on standby, just in case. The doctor reminded Min Hyuk that high-level characters couldn't access low-level areas. He urged him to clear the first stage as quickly as possible so they could meet up. Min Hyuk's friend asked what his nickname was. The doctor leaned in, whispering that it was G General. Min Hyuk was shocked to hear his nickname revealed. His friend exclaimed, surprised that his nickname was General, and told him not to say out loud. The doctor clarified that Chang-wook's nickname was G General. Min-hyuk's friend asked if he also had a character named the Black Dragon or something similar, urging him to just get in the machine. With a final whoosh, Min-hyuk entered the machine. The gaming machine, labeled Athene, hummed with power, ready to transport its user into a new reality. With a soft hiss, Min-hyuk placed the helmet over his head, preparing for his first dive into the game. Meanwhile, his friends and doctors watched with anticipation, one of them reminding him to eat lots of delicious things. Inside the machine, Min-hyuk's vision was filled with a bright, digital interface. The system welcomed him to Athene, asking if he would like to begin. With a surge of energy, the system began to initialize. The system informed Min-hyuk that this was his first time logging in. He was given the option to customize his character's hair, weight, and skin tone. Min-hyuk mused about the customization options, thinking to himself that he wasn't able to do this in Versailles. He decided that there was only one thing he would change. He felt a strange sensation. The sensation intensified. He was amazed by his character's appearance. He thought to himself that he actually looked pretty awesome and wondered if this was really him. He looked up, noticing something above him. The system prompted him to choose his character's name. He saw a training dummy. He continued to observe his surroundings. The village of Ardo was bustling with activity. He was welcomed to Ardo, the beginner village. He was greeted by Valen, his new instructor, who would be teaching him the basics. He wondered if Valen was an NPC. He thought that Valen was completely different from Versailles and actually looked like a real person. Valen seemed lost in thought. The instructor then turned to the protagonist, ready to begin his training. The sound of a wooden sword cutting through the air echoed. Valen informed him that he would begin his basic training quest immediately. A quest notification appeared: to attack the scarecrow 50 times. The rank was tutorial, with no limitations or penalties for failure. The rewards would be 1 bonus point, 10 hard breads, and 10 mineral waters. The description stated that he had just begun playing Athene and needed to learn the basics of attacking by hitting the scarecrow 50 times. The notification emphasized that there was no penalty for failure, and the rewards included a point, 10 hard breads, and mineral water. The protagonist, looking up at the sky, wondered what to do. Valen told him that all he had to do was either think of the quest or mumble the word window. The words, the arch-nemesis, appeared. The narrator mused that of those who diet, flour is one of the most delicious things in the world. The protagonist asked if he could have the bread first before doing the quest. Valen refused to give him the bread before completing the quest. The protagonist thought to himself that he really wanted to eat some bread. The wooden sword sliced through the air, meeting its target with a resounding thwack. Again and again, the weapon struck, each impact echoing in the training area. Min-hyuk paused, a determined glint in his eyes. All right then, he muttered, gripping the sword tighter. He steeled his resolve, thinking, I swear I'll eat that bread. Elsewhere, the young man practiced his swordsmanship against a row of scarecrows. His movements were swift. An observer noted how he seemed to wield the sword with innate skill. A notification chimed, indicating that he had completed the quest to strike the scarecrow 50 times. He received a bonus point, 10 pieces of hard bread, and 10 bottles of mineral water. The young man continued to practice. Instructor Valen observed that his strikes were clean and efficient, remarking that his future was promising. He then explained that, like the quest window, he could check his status by thinking or mumbling the word. The system informed him that he could use bonus points to increase his stats. Raising the strength stat by 1 would increase his physical attack by 3 and also increase the maximum amount of weight he could carry. He thought to himself that he had done some basic research before logging in, of course. A status window appeared, displaying his health, intelligence, dexterity, wisdom, and other stats. He considered Chong Wook-hyung's words, realizing that raising his strength at the beginning would be more useful. He focused, thinking the word bread. With a burst, his strength stat increased by 1. He recalled that if he wished to put an item into his inventory, he simply needed to mumble the word or imagine putting it away. The protagonist beams, holding a loaf of bread with obvious delight. He carefully carries a bag filled with several loaves. The title card appears, level up by only eating. Meanwhile, the Demon Observer 1 watches the protagonist. He thinks to himself that this is the first time he's seen someone so joyful at receiving rewards like these. Elsewhere, supporting male 1 looks down at the protagonist, who is on the ground. He demands to know just what this crappy bread is. Nearby, a woman with red hair eats the bread with a grimace. She thinks that even a burnt rock would taste better than this. Another man finds the bread disgusting and decides he'll just stick with water. Supporting male 1 clicks his tongue, thinking that they don't know how to appreciate the little things. He seems to realize something. The protagonist eats the bread with gusto. He thinks about how long it has been since he last met this wonderful fragrance of flour. The narrator wonders if it is made of rice, alcohol, or wheat bread, the kind that's good for your body. The protagonist took a bite of the bread. The sound of the bite echoed slightly. He thought it was cold and hard, like biting into the outer layer of fresh baguette. The moment the bread was in his mouth and he started rolling it around with his tongue, It began to soften as it blended with his saliva. Someone wondered if it was really that delicious, but the protagonist was convinced that flour was the best. He exclaimed that it was delicious, way too delicious. Someone found it interesting that most people these days complained about getting this kind of food. He was told that if he swung the sword another 50 times, he would receive 10 more hard breads and mineral water as a reward. However, he was warned that he wouldn't receive more bonus points. He was told that he was free to leave whenever he wanted and begin the proper hunting tutorial. The protagonist demanded if they were going to give him more bread for nothing. He was told that it wasn't for nothing and that he had to swing the sword 50 more times for it. The protagonist was surprised to see that his fullness had reached 100%. He realized that even if he consumed more food, his fullness wouldn't increase any further. The text explained that even if someone kept eating after their fullness reached 100%, their character wouldn't be affected in any way. The information seemed to settle in his mind. With renewed determination, he declared that he would eat it. Flour filled the air as he swung his sword. Another character handed Sung a bag, mentioning that they had put 2 extra ones inside this time, increasing their relationship by 1 point. The notification appeared, confirming that his relationship with Valen had increased. Sung noticed that his strength seemed to have increased. He had received a special reward for repeatedly attacking the scarecrow. However, the other character advised against increasing his strength this way. He suggested that Sung could easily increase his strength by going out and killing a couple of monsters. The character explained that leveling up would earn him 5 bonus points, but not many people were willing to spend time hitting the scarecrow for only 1 bonus point. Someone then expressed surprise at seeing Valen laugh. Valen's compliment seemed to have pleased the instructor, who laughed heartily. The system notified the protagonist that his relationship with Valen had improved. The system confirmed that the relationship with Valen had increased. The sound of something mechanical whirred in the background. Elsewhere, Min Hyuk was asked how it went. Someone asked if he had managed to eat anything in the game. The man with glasses asked Min Hyuk why he had such an odd expression. Min Hyuk began to cry, explaining that he couldn't eat any of the good stuff at the moment. The man with glasses said he understood. Someone asked what he had eaten, and Min Hyuk responded that he had eaten hard bread. Min Hyuk thought to himself that it was the terrible dry bread they gave out to all the beginners. He pitted himself. The man with glasses told him that he could go back in after a 30-minute break. The man with glasses assured him, of course. Min Hyuk thought to himself that he would hurry back in and eat some more hard bread. The man with glasses confirmed that Min Hyuk had finished the hunting tutorial and entered the newbie zone. Min Hyuk was actually still attacking the scarecrow. Min Hyuk wondered what was going on. The server confirmed that it would take a while for Min Hyuk to get to the newbie zone, and that he was repeating the basic training quest because he wanted to eat more bread, even though it took an hour. Min Hyuk thanked him. Min Hyuk began to eat the salad. He checked his phone. Min Hyuk saw a post titled, "Things to Eat in Ardo," on the general discussion board. The post suggested biting the bark off pine trees and eating it, claiming it was super good. One comment said that the last time someone ate weeds from the ground, their character died. Another commenter sarcastically suggested mixing rice and horse poop together. Someone else wondered if Min Hyuk might actually do it. Min Hyuk was shocked. He realized something. Min Hyuk continued to eat. Someone asked Min Hyuk what was wrong. 2 people looked surprised. Amidst the chaos, a man urgently requested the tools from his bag, demanding someone call an ambulance. Another voice tried to calm him, insisting the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. A young man, eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed that the guide mentioned finding chickens after attacking the scarecrow and leaving the area. He wondered aloud about the chickens. A man mused that he thought it was something else. The guide stated that chickens were easy to kill and not real monsters. The panel showed chickens being cooked in various ways, with text emphasizing their deliciousness when seared or fried. A man drooled, thinking the chickens were delicious even when boiled, so amazing that his heart skipped for a moment. Below, a group of people stood around a covered object. Overseeing a training session, the instructor watched as the students practiced their strikes against training dummies. The instructor watched the training. The instructor encouraged his student to keep up the good work and to make sure to have a nice meal afterwards. The student happily agreed. The instructor readied himself. He prepared to strike. The training dummy was struck. One of the trainees declared he was finally done and wanted to leave. The instructor curtly told him to go. Because of this, the trainee angrily questioned if he was being treated like nothing, calling the instructor an NPC. He retorted that he was simply returning the treatment. The instructor told him to shut his mouth and get out of his sight. The trainee hoped that the instructor would be there tomorrow as well. The instructor warned the trainee that he wouldn't let him off so easily next time and watch his back. He found the situation tiring. The instructor thought it should be about time for him to change shifts with another instructor. Instructor Valen was told he could head inside and rest up now. Valen was wished good luck with his work. The instructor chuckled, noting how happy Valen looked. Instructor Valen walked away. The instructor hoped Valen would be there tomorrow as well. He dashed off. The instructor wondered if Valen was heading home since he was done working. Valen confirmed that was right, and that he was. The instructor wondered if Valen had had dinner yet. Valen replied that he had not, and would have it when he got home. The instructor thought, then perhaps. The instructor told Valen to just get to the point. He then asked if he would like him to cook a delicious dinner. Valen asked if he meant a delicious dinner. The instructor dashed forward. The instructor thought that since there wasn't any way to get his hands on cooking utensils at the moment, the only way to make a meal more delicious than hard bread was by borrowing the instructor's tools. He thought that if he became close with Valen, he might be able to make use of him even after he left the area. For some reason, he felt like he was able to. To clearly tell what he was thinking, the instructor smirked. All right then, he said. Valen told him to just be honest, saying that all he wanted was to eat something delicious, right? The instructor flinched, denying it all. He insisted that he only wished to cook Valen a wonderful meal, that was all. He laughed, calling Valen terrible. The instructor thought that the place looked really cozy. Valen said that it was fine for him just as long as there was no old man smell. Amongst users, there were many who tried to be all chummy with him. The instructor thought that Valen was trying to aim for a possible extra reward or something. However, there were none who actually wanted to come all the way to his house. He guessed this friend of his truly was coming in just to have a delicious meal. The instructor thought that somehow he could trust Valen. Valen asked if these were all the ingredients he had. The instructor said that a protector of Athene, such as himself, is provided the same food every day, and that he could go by some ingredients. The instructor promised Valen that he would make a very delicious meal that night, and that he would look forward to it. The instructor's house stood tall, illuminated by the dim light of the evening. Meanwhile, Valen noticed the large amount of bread available and asked if he could have some while the instructor cooked. The instructor replied that he could have as much as he liked, and that he would go wash up and be right back. The instructor considered what meal he could make with hard bread. He thought of bread, garlic, and butter. He also considered honey, condensed milk, and parsley. The instructor realized he had the perfect idea. He would make garlic bread and soup. The instructor began preparing the ingredients. The instructor seemed to be in deep thought. The instructor smiled as he cooked. The garlic bread and soup were ready. The instructor prepared a pot of soup. The pot contained around 50 servings. The instructor told Valen to have as much as he wanted, stating that he had made as much food as the feelings of respect he had for him. Valen thanked him, noting that it looked like he really respected him. The instructor began to eat the soup. He thanked Valen for the meal and began to munch. The outside layer of the garlic bread was crunchy, yet the inside was warm and fluffy, and the sweet yet salty flavor washed over his tongue. The savory soup flowed into his mouth, making the somewhat dry garlic bread melt and turn creamy. The instructor thought that it was delicious. The instructor began to laugh. Valen wondered if he should munch as well. Valen couldn't help but notice that whenever the instructor was eating, he looked like the happiest man in the world. Even now, he looked so delighted. In fact, Valen, too, enjoyed the delicious meal. Valen thought that there was nothing that could make one happier than having a good, hearty meal, and that he followed the same schedule every day. Every day, he left for work, finished his duties, and returned home to find nothing but emptiness inside himself. There was nothing more lonely than having to come back to a house where no one lived. This was the first time. He had been alone for such a long time that he assumed this house was fated to forever drown in silence. But having a meal together really filled this house up with warmth and happiness, since it had been completely empty for such a long time. A simple meal could be changed by the company of a single person, and that meal could also help to imprint that person into your memory. The sound of someone cooking filled the air. It felt as if he would remember this food forever. The words that came out of his mouth that day really reached out to him. He asked the instructor if he could eat some more of the bread. The instructor nodded. He ended up eating all the garlic bread and soup, yet he continued to eat more. The sound of something being placed on the table echoed through the room. Suddenly, Min Hyuk heard someone say, "Hey." Valen of Ardo offered Min Hyuk Valen's sword as a gift, asking, "Could you take this?" Min Hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered if he had heard correctly, thinking sword. The chapter opens with the title, Leveling Up by Only Eating. Chapter 6. Suddenly, a notification appeared, informing him that he was able to receive Valen's sword. Another notification stated that he could now visit the Ardo beginner tutorial and the Scarecrow practice area without any restrictions, and that he received 2 reputation points. The notification panel detailed the item, Valen's sword, as a rare item with no limitations, a durability of 2,000/2,000, an attack power of 211, and extra abilities of strength +4, a dexterity +3. The sword was described as the one instructor Valen used in the past and is well maintained. It also detailed the skill, Courageous Strike. The man with dark hair stated that all he'd done was make the instructor a single meal. The instructor, with a slight smile, asked if he didn't want it. The man with dark hair declared that it wasn't it, and that he would use it to the best of his abilities. He then noticed the skill panel. The Courageous Strike skill was described as an artifact skill with no level, a mana consumption of 10, and a cooldown of 1 minute. Attacks made by the sword would deal 20% more damage. It was described as a strike skill attached to Valen's sword, good for leaving an impactful strike. The man with dark hair thought that the skill wasn't so bad and that he would finally get to eat chicken. The instructor asked if he could borrow some of his bowls and cooking tools, and that he might as well ask him to give him the whole house at this point. The title of the series is displayed again, Leveling Up by Only Eating. Finally, the man with dark hair was ready to use the skill. He was surrounded by chickens. The man with dark hair exclaimed that the chicken was flying. Then, a chicken smacked him in the face. The man with dark hair was knocked to the ground by the chicken. He recalled that he was told to search for Instructor Roina. The man with dark hair recalled that he was also told he'd be able to spot her immediately. He wondered if that was her. He wondered who the woman was and why she was speaking to him. The woman introduced herself as Instructor Roina and told him that she would reward him if he could kill 5 chickens and bring them to her. The man accepted the quest, deciding that this would be his first time using Instructor's Valen's sword. The woman wondered if that was Valen's sword. She confirmed that it was indeed Valen's sword and wondered how he had gotten it. The woman had already left. The man recalled that the only one who could receive Valen's sword was someone whose strength had been acknowledged by Instructor Valen, and he wondered just who this guy was. The chicken seemed a bit strange. The man was eating something when he noticed the chicken glaring at him. He thought it was very strange and wondered how the other chickens were. The man noticed that they were all glaring at him and decided to at least pull out his sword first. The chicken seemed a bit strange as the man prepared to strike. The chicken, struck by Valen's sword, is sent flying through the air. The strange chicken falls to the ground. Sung wonders if he defeated the chicken with just 1 slash, noting that most beginners need 3 hits. He wonders if Valen's sword is the reason. He considers that it might not be entirely due to Valen's sword. Sung wonders if he raised his stats by attacking the scarecrow. The sword shines. Suddenly, someone flinches as they are struck. Roina is surprised by the sudden attack. Roina's companion wonders what she is doing over there. Roina declares that they should get some more chickens. Roina is struck repeatedly. Roina thinks that if she plays Athene long enough, she'll see all kinds of weird people, just like in the army. Roina prepares to fight, declaring that it is time to begin. The young man sat cross-legged, a steaming pot before him. He lamented the lack of fried chicken seasoning, but accepted his current choice. He wished he could eat some delicious fried chicken, but it just wasn't complete without the seasoning. He lifted the lid, revealing the samgi tang within. He mused that nothing was better for a healthy body than this. Usually, samgi tang included garlic, jujube, sticky rice, leeks, and some other stuff, but for now, he had put in ingredients that he had on him. He took a bite, finding it hot. He savored the taste, declaring it delicious. He expressed his desire to have some more. Suddenly, he stood up, declaring, "Let's go." At a glance, he thought the figure reminded him of Instructor Valen. He wished to see him. He was surprised, wondering what was that, and why that chicken was so big. He wondered if that was the golden chicken. Someone shouted to kill it somehow. If they hunted it down, they could earn a chicken that lays golden eggs. He had seen on the notice board. The notice described the monster as a golden chicken, a rank event exclusive monster that only appears once a month in the whole of Athene world, and only in the hunting practice area. If you break open that egg, you get 200,000 gold from it. The other hunters exclaimed that the chicken lays gold eggs daily, and they should catch it first. Another hunter shouted that it was golden, as the chicken squawked and tried to fly away. The golden chicken continued to squawk loudly. Sung's eyes narrowed as he thought that the golden-colored chicken made him think of fried chicken legs. Sung gripped his sword tightly. The golden chicken proved to be a surprisingly agile opponent. The protagonist, eyes narrowed, fixated on the golden chicken. He thought to himself that he wanted to eat it. With a flap of its wings, the golden chicken evaded the protagonist's grasp. One of the observers noted that the chicken was quick and that it moved like a human. They asked if the other observers saw it dodge. Another observer watched as the protagonist tried to catch the golden chicken alone. The protagonist's eyes narrowed as he focused on the task at hand. With a cry, the golden chicken flew upwards as the protagonist prepared to strike. A notification appeared, indicating that his next attack would gain an additional 20% damage increase due to a courageous strike. The protagonist succeeded in hunting the event monster, the golden chicken. He gained 82,135 gold and the golden chicken's beak. The observer thought to themselves that if they were to cook this chicken, they were sure it would taste great. The item, chicken that lays golden eggs, was an event artifact with no limitations or penalties. It had 2 special skills: laying a single egg daily worth 200,000 gold, or laying 10 eggs that were far more delicious than normal. The protagonist mused that he would, of course, choose the second skill. With the skill selected, he completed the task for the chicken that lays golden eggs and unlocked the hidden achievement, the one who knows the joy of eating. He also acquired inventory for food storage, increasing his stats by 5. The next day, someone caught a whiff of something in the air and wondered what the smell was. The protagonist savored the taste of the samgi tang, declaring that this oily taste was what it was all about. He thought that the instructor had the same energy as Instructor Valen. He recalled Instructor Roina and Instructor Valen. They were known amongst Athene users as instructors that get easily angry, or otherwise called model instructor, best instructor. Since Instructor Valen was kind to him, he figured if he raised his friendship level with Instructor Roina as well, he could probably get a reward from her too. He considered that it would be a good method to get closer to them. Clearing his throat, Min Hyuk greeted the instructor and the chicken. Min Hyuk wondered if he could. He realized that if he had gochujang and potatoes, he could make a delicacy different from samgitang, a spicy yet sweet meal known for its delicious taste. He thought to himself that he could make tteokbok tang. He wondered if Instructor Valen was doing well. One of the instructors wondered how Min Hyuk was doing. Another instructor, who had been on duty with him in the past, mentioned that if the first instructor was curious, they should go see him for themselves, as he had been Min Hyuk's superior. The first instructor seemed surprised by this suggestion. Min Hyuk held up a cooking utensil, thinking that if he did well, he would be able to acquire ingredients easily. The instructor, Valen, felt a signal coming. She realized that this was definitely that. Min Hyuk realized that there were no foreign people that could go back inside the scarecrow training area besides himself. He questioned why the instructor wasn't a foreigner. Valen was surprised that Min Hyuk was able to get back inside that scarecrow training area, wondering how. She recalled that when she received the sword as a gift from him, there was an automatic alarm that said he was able to enter and exit as he pleased. Someone observed that Min Hyuk was a user that Valen could meet whenever she wanted. The observer noted that there was no sign of him stopping anytime soon, meaning he was probably going to be here for a few more days. The observer recalled that Min Hyuk seemed really happy when Valen gave him some extra ingredients. Valen was curious about how Instructor Valen was doing, thinking that she now had a way to tell him how she felt. The observer noted that Min Hyuk had eaten well over 200 chickens since the time they started watching him, and that tteokbokki tang was a dish that could be enjoyed anywhere. The aroma of the spicy and sweet seasoning filled the air, a tantalizing invitation to a meal that promised to be the best one could get. The meal was gratefully received. With gusto, the food was consumed. Nearby, someone wondered if Min Hyuk was busy. Valen insisted that she was not busy at all and wondered if they could take a look at something. The gift was presented. Rice, the nemesis of all when considering calories, was offered in return for a favor. The offer was accepted, of course. Someone exclaimed that they even remembered how many utensils Instructor Valen had in his home. They then wondered how Min Hyuk was doing these days, since they even went to his home. Someone mused about Min Hyuk living alone. The thought occurred to Valen that this could mean it was a chance for her. Valen had been waiting for this moment. Roina's friendship level had increased, and she was thankful for the rice. Roina wondered if she might be stepping over the line with this question, but offered to give Min Hyuk anything that someone wished to give to him. Roina remarks on Valen's request for ingredients, while Valen states that he will be doing something in the meantime. Valen asks if Roina could acquire some ingredients for him, stating that it is a fair trade. Roina agrees. Roina states that she will. A quest is formed to deliver the object that Roina wishes to give to Valen, with the reward being ingredients. Roina tells Valen to take his time. Valen states that in the meantime, he will. Valen decides to try making ganjang garanbab, soy and egg rice, stating that he is rather familiar with how to cook it. Valen states that next, he will use his secret weapon. Suddenly, a golden egg pops out of his inventory, lays an egg, and immediately goes back inside. Valen notes that it's even a golden egg. Valen mixes the rice with the right hand and the left hand. Valen states that the main point of the ganjang garanbab is. Valen takes a big scoop and puts it in his mouth. Having it completely fill it with a salty yet aromatic flavor, Valen swallows it down and fills up his stomach. He exclaims that this is the taste and that the egg really is tastier. Valen, standing near a building, demands his reward. Meanwhile, another man calls out to Valen, referring to him as instructor, and explains that he simply wanted to see his face again. The man laughs, remarking that Valen's lips are still as light as ever, and mentions that Roina wanted him to give Valen something. Valen wonders if it's from Roina as a rose and a letter are shown. The letter is from Roina of the 3rd Platoon, giving her regards to the squad commander. The man asks if Valen has had lunch yet, offering to make him a meal called tteokbok tang, and then asks if he can give him some hard bread. Valen reflects that he thinks he started to like him back then. Valen recalls that he was once a subordinate to Squad Commander Valen, and back then, he was arrogant. Valen continues, remembering that because of his constantly increasing confidence as time went on, he was put into a situation where he was nearly dying, and Squad Commander Valen saved him. Valen thinks that's right, and that he started to like him back then. He reflects that not long after, he was only able to stare at him from a distance. But now, the world called him a genius, and the man wonders what the instructor said. Valen recalled that the instructor had thanked him and expressed his happiness that he was doing well. The memory brought a smile to Valen's face as he thought of the commander. Meanwhile, Roina questioned why he was so late. She admitted that she had cooked a meal for him before he came back, though she felt it was a little awkward to just give him something and come back. He responded, saying that was good and a good job. A notification appeared, indicating that their friendship level had increased. The world around Sung Danwoo seemed to be a peaceful one, with rolling green hills and a clear blue sky. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Sung, informing him that he was no longer able to consume food and that a passive skill, digestion, had been generated. The notification continued, explaining that once his fullness reached 0%, he would be able to eat again, and his fullness stat would decrease from 7 to 6, taking 24 hours to reach 0%. Sung realized he couldn't go over 7 on the fullness stat. A new notification appeared, stating that the measurement would begin the moment the window was opened. More notifications appeared, each stating that he was no longer able to consume food. Sung felt as if someone had tied up his mouth. He then read that he would be able to consume food again once his fullness reached 0%. He realized that the digestion skill had just been activated, giving him some hope. A description of the skill appeared, stating that once he reached 100% in fitness, within 1 hour, he would be able to consume 10,000 calories. Sung considered this new information while looking at a salad. He thought that in reality, he would eat far less delicious food and still exercise 4 hours a day, but wondered if that was possible in this place. Sung realized he no longer had a heavy body where it was difficult to breathe, and as a result, he could exercise while eating what he wanted to eat. He decided to summon his sword. With the sword in hand, Sung Danwoo knew that hard work would make the food taste sweeter. He could do this. Let's go. Meanwhile, someone watched Sung Danwoo from afar, wondering why he was doing exercises without a quest. Nearby, 2 figures whispered about Sung Danwoo. One thought it would be better to spend time killing 1 more chicken to level up faster, but the other countered that at least Sung was doing something unlike them. The observer noted that Sung's eyes were different than others, and that he seemed determined for something, but they wondered what it could be. Sung desperately wished to eat. He endlessly trained. Sung wished to keep eating. For hours later, all consumed calories had been used, and his fullness reached 0%. Sung was now able to consume food once again, and he was hungry. For hours later, Min Hyuk appeared, asking if Sung wished to learn sword fighting techniques from him. He was offered a proposal from instructor Roina to take Bardi swordsmanship training from her. He was now able to travel between the beginner's hunting training area and Isbin village. Swordsmanship? He received 3 fame. If he accepted the proposal, a quest would be generated. Meanwhile, Roina told Sung Danwoo that there was no particular reason why she was offering to train him. She just thought his sword swinging from yesterday looked a bit similar to hers. Roina added that he looked a bit lonely as well. She realized this while keeping an eye on him. Sung Danwoo thought to himself that Roina might think he was conceited or showing off, and wondered if it would help in exercising. He knew how to move his body properly. Roina exclaimed that all the other users were desperate to learn from her. She wanted Sung to know this. Sung Danwoo stated that he was serious. Roina asked if it was hard. Roina said that of course he would end up yelling out, "Please let me stop." Sung Danwoo then decided that he would learn it. The description stated that Roina was known to be a genius with a sword, and she was willing to directly teach him how to learn a swordsmanship skill. If he reached 100% in training within 1 week, he would be able to use the Bardi swordsmanship skill. Sung Danwoo was the first person Roina had seen excited about learning something difficult. Roina confirmed that he accepted it, and told Min Hyuk to follow what she did, and that they should begin. Sung Danwoo replied that he would. 2 hours later, Sung Danwoo pleaded for her to stop. Someone wondered who in the world trains for 2 hours straight without stopping. Sung Danwoo thought that if he didn't do this much, he would become hungry. He asked to rest a bit as well. Sung Danwoo pushed himself, internally urging Roina to continue the training without rest. He marveled at his own ability to retain the sword movements she taught him, comparing himself to a sponge. Roina, sword in hand, declared that they would see who would win. Someone off in the distance remarked that Roina was teaching Sung Danwoo the Bardi swordsmanship. Another voice confirmed this, adding that Roina had given him something that evening. The letter arrived with a single rose. It was from Roina, who wrote of remembering when he had saved her life. She had wanted to repay him with a meal of fried chicken, which she would send through Min Hyuk. She signed off, professing her affection for him. The mysterious hooded figure one mused about the letter, noting that Roina would soon be leaving the area. A figura misteriosa encapuzada afirmou que tinha que deixar a área agora e se perguntou se tinha alcançado seu objetivo. A outra figura respondeu que ainda não tinha comido frango frito, mas parecia que seria capaz de alcançá-lo esta noite. The mysterious girl one looked on with a questioning expression. Elsewhere, Sung and Roina continued their training. The training continued. Sung had reached 100% in training for the Bardi swordsmanship. He had learned the Bardi swordsmanship skill, which was not bad at all. The scene shifted to Isbin village. After completing the swordsmanship training, Danwoo left for Isbin village with Roina. He wondered why they were going there, but he was also looking forward to eating delicious fried chicken. Roina was buying a lot of ingredients. Danwoo was surprised and asked if she was trying to set up a whole fried chicken restaurant, questioning why she was buying so much. Roina stated that they had finished buying all the necessary ingredients and asked if they should begin. She then commented that Danwoo's eyes looked more serious now than when he was training with the sword. Roina repeated that they had finished buying all the necessary ingredients and asked if they should begin. Fried chicken. The narrator described fried chicken as a food that all humans, young and old, love. It was also called chicken god, and it should be eaten with beer and called shamek instead. Dan Wu thought the fried chicken was amazing no matter how many times he saw it. He couldn't wait to serve it to someone. Min Hyuk told Roina that he was going to leave for a moment and come back, excusing himself. A chicken acknowledged Roina. Roina announced that she was back. Dan Wu had bought some delicious bread as a present for Roina. Roina was surprised and asked if he was serving the whole army. Roina asked how Dan Wu was going to handle all the chicken. She noted that he had the same reaction that Instructor Valen did, and that people who love each other are quite similar. In the distance, a delivery service advertises fried chicken. The sound of a door opening echoes nearby. A man's eyes widen as he looks at a pile of fried chicken. The man is presented with the fried chicken. He comments on how good it smells and hopes to enjoy it. The man smiles, thinking that the person who gave him the chicken is amazing in many ways. The man acknowledges the gift. He is then presented with a rose and a letter from his instructor. Roina confirms something with a yes. The man thinks to himself that he plans to visit once more before he completely leaves tomorrow. The scene shifts back to the building where the man received the fried chicken. The man reads the letter, feeling happy that he is able to share a meal with the instructor, even if it has to be done this way. The man walks toward the bedroom. He considers what he should do. He opened the drawer, revealing a neatly wrapped gift with a red ribbon. A note rested on top, urging him to be a little braver. The thought of fried chicken filled the air. He walked along the grassy field. Soon, he was enjoying a feast of fried chicken and a refreshing beverage. He lamented the loss of bubbles from his drink. Now then, he thought, as he prepared to eat more chicken. He continued to eat the fried chicken. He exclaimed how happy he was. Suddenly, a notification appeared. All consumed calories had been used, and his fullness had reached 0%. He was now able to consume food once again. He had decreased his fullness to 0% 4 times in a certain amount of time. A secret quest, the one who works hard to eat, had been completed, his digestion skill had leveled up, and his 5 base stats increased by 5. He wondered if his effort in trying to eat often was connected to his secret quest. He recalled hearing that there were quests with ranks from his, as well as others. He decided to check his stat screen. It looked like this. The secret quest, the one who works hard to eat, had been completed. His digestion skill was now level 2, a passive skill with no mana use or cooldown time. He noticed the effects of the fried chicken were still active, doubling his calorie consumption speed. The system indicated that once he reached 100% in fitness within an hour, he would be able to consume 10,000 calories. All right then, Sung thought, it was time to finish off the quest. Meanwhile, Instructor Valen had asked Instructor Roina to deliver an item to Sung. Roina presented the item, carefully wrapped, to Sung. Roina blushed slightly, thinking to herself that he was also. Min Hyuk thanked her, saying it was all thanks to her. Roina told him to take the reward. Min Hyuk thanked her. Roina told him to go ahead and check out the item. Valen remarked that it really suited her. Roina, flustered, told him not to say such things and to check the item. The system notified him that he had received Silpha's leather armor and 4 fame points. The armor was described as a rare item, with no restrictions, 3,000 durability, 314 defense, and a special effect of strength -2/dexterity +6. It was limited to those who learned Bardi swordsmanship technique and increased the Bardi swordsmanship skill level by 1. It was defined as a leather armor that had been passed down in Instructor Roina's household with the strength of Silph imbued in it. Min Hyuk thanked Roina. The system then informed Min Hyuk that the god of Athene was issuing him an assignment, wishing for him to offer the user Min Hyuk 2 quests. Roina told him to come over again whenever. The system alerted him to the first quest, to go to the Berserker Brackney of Isbin village and hunt the monster they were talking about. The system then alerted him to the second quest, to conquer the Twilight Graveyard that is close to Isbin village. Roina thought to herself that this was a test, as she had heard that this kind of alarm only rings out at very special occasions. He knew he had to follow the orders given to him by the god of Athene. Min Hyuk would be given 2 different quests. A quest scroll appeared, labeled Find Brackney. The quest promised a job change to the legendary class Berserker. The explanation stated that to take the first steps into becoming a Berserker, he must meet the Berserker Brackney at Isbin village. Instructor Roina explained that she would give him a hunting quest. She continued, stating that the first quest was to find the Berserker Brackney in Isbin village. The second quest was to conquer the Twilight Graveyard near Isbin village. Another quest scroll appeared, this one tasking him to conquer the Twilight Graveyard, but nothing was sure what was going to come out of it. Roina stated that Min Hyuk could only choose one of the 2 quests to proceed on. Min Hyuk saw the quests. He thought to himself that he thought Roina was going to give him something delicious. Roina asked if he was really reacting like that after receiving a legendary quest. Min Hyuk stated that he was so overjoyed that he had tears in his eyes. Roina told him to stop pretending that the tear was real, asking if he thought she was an idiot or something. Roina thought to herself that he really was an interesting man. Min Hyuk regarded eating as the biggest happiness one could have. Min Hyuk was sure that among the 2 quests, the Twilight Graveyard had a job opportunity that was related to what he had been doing this whole time. Roina told Min Hyuk to go to the Isbin village and meet an elder named Arlon. Min Hyuk questioned the name. Royna stated that if he met Arlon, he would give Min Hyuk a delicious yonggang. Min Hyuk said that he would be going then, and said goodbye to instructor Royna. Royna told him to come over again whenever. Min Hyuk continued his journey, unaware of the conversation unfolding about him. Meanwhile, one of the observers was willing to bet everything that he would choose the Twilight Graveyard quest. Back in the real world, the man with the dark hair was surprised to hear that Min Hyuk had received a legendary class quest. He asked how Min Hyuk had managed it, then inquired about the name of the job class. He was told it was Berserker. The man with the dark hair remarked that others couldn't get a legendary class quest, even if they desperately wished to. He added that the highest-ranked players usually had legendary job classes as well. The other man asked if that was a good thing, wondering if he had been listening at all. The man with the dark hair explained that it was rare for people to hoard legendary class quests. The other man, eating, said that all he did was try his best to eat as much as he could, which made him happy. He wondered how Min Hyuk was able to make NPCs give him items and quests, and then questioned why he would even do the legendary quest. The man with the dark hair asked what he meant, explaining that it was no different than making the whole game turn to easy mode. He then added that if Min Hyuk did that quest, he couldn't eat delicious things in the meantime. The other man was surprised that it was a legendary quest. With desperate eyes, the man with the dark hair emphasized that it was a legendary quest. He recalled that Min Hyuk would get some yonggang if he met some elderly, which sounded delicious. The other man agreed that the only thing left for Min Hyuk to do was eat. The man with the dark hair then suggested that when they connected to the game later, they should meet up at the central plaza of the Isbin village. A surge of energy crackled in the air. In Isbin village, Lee Jin-tae walked through the town square, drawing the attention of onlookers. One villager excitedly told him that they had acquired a super rare item the day before, and asked what Jin-tae had gotten. Nearby, villagers commented on Min Hyuk's weight loss and speculated on how he would look. One noted that even losing 10 kilograms changes a person quite a lot. Jin-tae, looking at a device in his hand, was trying to locate Min Hyuk in the central plaza, but he didn't see him. Someone bumped into Jin-tae from behind. He apologized. A villager was taken by Jin-tae's appearance, noting his handsome features. They continued to admire Jin-tae's sleek chin line and sharp nose bridge, remarking that he could be a model. Jin-tae, surprised by the encounter, wondered where Min Hyuk was. Several people saluted Jin-tae, addressing him as Sir General. A man announced himself as Min Hyuk, reporting for duty. Jin-tae was shocked, questioning if it was really him. Min Hyuk asked if Jin-tae was allowed to change his face in the game. He responded that it was not possible to change the appearance of your face in Athene. Min Hyuk's companion was taken aback, questioning if he was truly claiming that the face before him was his real one. Min Hyuk confirmed it. From a distance, Lee Jin-tae was impressed by Min Hyuk's handsome appearance. Kong Min Hyuk laughed, expressing his disbelief at how handsome he had become. He thanked his companion. The narrator reflected on the feeling of receiving compliments on one's appearance, noting it had been a long time since he had heard one. Min Hyuk's father, lying in a hospital bed, told him that he had never once thought of him as an embarrassment. His father told Min Hyuk that he was his proud son and to never forget that. Min Hyuk had wanted to become a son that would make his father proud. The only thing he needed to do was lose weight. The narrator explained that just because the author/artist portrayed something a certain way, it did not reflect on anyone else in real life. As long as you are happy with the way you are, that's all that matters. That said, if you're overweight or suffering from anything, it's never too late to seek help if you are unhappy with yourself. Min Hyuk told the other man that he was fine with the current items he had. The other man responded that he was right and that he had pretty good items. He then asked if Min Hyuk wanted some gold, suggesting 2 million gold for a start. The other man requested a trade with Min Hyuk. Min Hyuk considered the offer. The other man asked Min Hyuk if he needed anything. Min Hyuk thought to himself that he didn't think he could do it after all. The other man teased Min Hyuk, saying that he was still a noob and needed too much. Min Hyuk wondered what he meant, thinking that he would earn his own money for his food, actually. Min Hyuk's companion expresses disbelief that he won't accept the offer. He reminds Min Hyuk that with 2 million gold, he could eat anything he wants. Min Hyuk explains that's precisely why he can't accept the offer. The other man asks what he means by that. Min Hyuk states that it's just like him in reality. He explains that he knows how valuable food can be, and that for some, it's just a daily meal they take for granted. He continues, saying that for young children who are hungry, it would be something they desperately wanted. And to someone else, a full-course meal that doesn't cost much may not mean much to them, but it can also be a luxurious meal that they saved up for to treat the person that they respect and care for. He reflects that for some people, food can be just a common thing for them, but food can also be completely unreachable to others. Min Hyuk thinks to himself that he doesn't want to just eat this, and that however much he wants just because he has a lot of money. He wants to make sure that he can earn the right to eat it with his own 2 hands. Thinking about it, he realizes he was always like that. Min Hyuk remembers that whatever he did, he always worked hard on it by himself, and he asks the other man to let him tell him one thing. The other man grabs Min Hyuk and tells him that he is an amazing little brother of his, and gives him a noogie. Min Hyuk's companion says his name, but Min Hyuk tells him that he needs to hurry up and leave right now. The other man asks where. Min Hyuk explains that it's because Yang Gang is waiting for him there, and the other man asks what he means by Yanghwa. As Min Hyuk walked away, someone called out to him. The person watched him leave, wondering if he had really left. He then thought about how some people eat certain foods every day and how different it could be to others. Someone nearby commented that they didn't recommend Yang Gang. Another person agreed, saying that they were held up by an NPC and had to listen to him talk for 2 hours. They added that if someone brought the NPC chestnut, they could get chestnut-flavored Yang Gang. One of the people wondered why anyone would even eat that. Someone else remarked that Min Hyuk's reputation didn't seem too great. Another person knew that Yang Gang was 50-50 on people who love it and hate it, but to him, Yang Gang had stayed as a very happy memory in his mind, especially when his thrifty grandmother was still alive. Someone asked if he was trying to meet an NPC called Arlon. He recalled how his grandmother would save up on Yang Gang for a while until she would finally feed him some, and the sweetness of the red jelly beans he felt in that moment, how it melted in his mouth. The protagonist ran through the town. The panel introduced Arlon, an NPC from Isbin village. Arlon asked if he was there to ask for directions, but the protagonist said he wasn't. Arlon then asked if he was someone that came there in hopes of acquiring a hidden quest or something, but the protagonist said that wasn't it either. Arlon then asked what he wanted. The protagonist stated that he wanted to eat some Yang Gang. Arlon was surprised and said that he had made a great choice, and that usually youngsters these days don't seek out this kind of food. The shopkeeper confirmed that he had indeed made all the Yang Gang himself, offering Min Hyuk a sample, confident that he would recognize its quality upon tasting it. Min Hyuk took the sample, eager to experience the true taste of a great Yang Gang. He found it incredibly delicious, and a notification appeared, indicating that his friendship level with Arlon had increased. Arlon chuckled, remarking on how much Min Hyuk enjoyed the food, before stating that each piece cost 1,000 gold and asking how many he wanted. A notification appeared, warning that only level 10 users could enter a certain area. Min Hyuk asked for 20,000 gold's worth of Yang Gang. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a forest. Min Hyuk's level increased, and he found himself facing a small, dark creature. Arlon asked if Min Hyuk could help him out, mentioning a place called Twilight Graveyard, where the boss was a golden pig. A quest notification appeared, tasking him with collecting and handing in 50 chestnuts. Min Hyuk's character information was displayed, showing his level, job, HP, MP, strength, dexterity, health, wisdom, intelligence, fame, fullness, and bonus points. He expressed his desire to eat pork already. Min Hyuk declared that he would gather chestnuts and eat more Yang Gang as well, letting out a yell. He seemed determined to complete the quest. In the distance, a lone figure moved through the forest, pausing as they heard a strange sound. Back in the real world, a young man looked surprised. Elsewhere, a woman sat at her computer, preparing to introduce the top-ranking player. She clicked her mouse. The woman continued to look at the screen, which showed a picture of the Witch of the Lightning, Alicia. The text on the screen noted that Alicia's beauty, reflected onto her character, was a hot topic. The woman sighed, wondering if she was a gamer or a celebrity. It was noted that the character, as well as the player, had amazing beauty. She wondered if people thought her beauty was natural, when she knew she had only achieved it after an endless amount of effort and time. The woman ate a snack and thought to herself that they were idiots. It was noted that she was ranked 12th nationally. A full-body image of the Witch of the Lightning, Alicia, was shown. Li Ji-ah was shown, and it was noted that with her amazing beauty, she surpassed most people. It was further noted that her excellent skills derived from experience as a top ranker in Versailles, and that they even once said she had godlike controls. However, all of that was until she was defeated by an unofficial ranked player. The realization struck her. She was far too weak in close combat. That's when Alicia realized that, because she had played a knight character in Versailles, she thought she could still be fine even if she played as a mage in Athene. She knew she had to practice more and get stronger, more and more. Alicia resolved to go back to the beginning. The game mechanics shifted around her. However, as Alicia had achieved the highest level character during the time that the game was in closed beta, they had given her the right to make one, and only her. She had heard that the chestnut beasts that newbies have a hard time hunting were around this village. In Athene, there was no natural way to make an alternative character on her account. The reason Alicia was able to make an alternative character on her account was because it was called Armin. Alicia had asked the moderators to change her face as well, so it would be easy for her to avoid getting mobbed by her popularity. In any case, Alicia thought it was hard, but this was so easy. Still, there were a lot of monsters, so she would level up pretty quickly. Armin walked forward, observing a chestnut on the ground. He paused, questioning if it was just a normal chestnut. Armin realized it was not just a chestnut. Suddenly, a chestnut king appeared, a rare monster. Armin noticed the level difference was 11 and wondered if he should run. He steeled himself, deciding against running. Armin knew he had to challenge himself to grow. He charged forward, swinging his makeshift weapon at the chestnut king. The attack connected. Armin continued his assault, but noticed the chestnut king had a lot of health points. He knew he couldn't keep this up and needed to create some distance. Armin wondered what was happening as the Chestnut King began to shake. The Chestnut King growled, its menacing presence filling the space. The creature stood tall, its spiky exterior radiating danger. Meanwhile, Armin struggled, gritting her teeth as she fought. The Chestnut King loomed over her, an imposing figure against the forest backdrop. Armin realized her HP was critically low. She cursed under her breath. The Chestnut King continued its assault, striking at Armin, who was now on her main character. She thought to herself that she would have killed it in one shot if she was on her main character. Armin's expression shifted, a mix of frustration and determination evident on her face. She was shocked by the sudden appearance of someone new. Armin looked back, surprised, as Sung approached, asking to be excused. Sung asked if he could have that chestnut over there. Leveling up by only eating. Chapter 12. Elsewhere, the girl seemed surprised, exclaiming about a chestnut. The hooded figure confirmed that she could take it. The girl was very thankful. The hooded figure told her that she could pick up the other items as well, as they were quite rare. The girl thanked them, but wondered why they were letting her take the rest of the items after already taking the chestnut. The hooded figure stated that it was fine. An item description appeared, detailing the Chestnut King's refined stinger, a Tier D item with no restrictions. It granted extra attack power when used in weapon crafting and could be sold in the store. The girl thought that if anyone saw the hooded figure's reaction, they'd think she gave them an epic item or something. The girl thanked the hooded figure. She then wondered how strong that guy was. The hooded figure thought that it wasn't like his skills were special enough to be deemed a legendary class or anything. His artifact may be powerful, but to destroy The girl was shocked that the Chestnut King was defeated in just one hit. She didn't know anymore. The girl thought that if she was just a bit more experienced, she could have killed the king herself. It was because she relied too much on magic. Someone gripped their weapon tightly. Having recovered most of her health, the girl resolved to continue clearing out more chestnut beasts. The sound of a sword being swung caught her attention. The girl recognized the sound. She realized it was the same person she had seen before and wondered if he was practicing. The man seemed quite sure of his practice. The girl thought to herself that his training wasn't very effective in raising his stats. She sighed, deciding to return to reality and exercise for 5 more hours before taking a break. The man wondered why this much of a workout wasn't enough for him. The girl realized that he actually thought it was fine even if his stats didn't improve. She thought that since practicing in-game could help improve fighting skills in real life, that was the only way to explain his actions. She realized that was why he was so strong even though he was low-leveled. The man tilted his head, confused. The girl realized that he wasn't just powerful. The girl watched as the protagonist prepared food, wondering what he was doing. A large pot bubbled with chicken and vegetables. The protagonist ladled out a portion of chestnut chicken bakiumtang. Nearby, the girl watched with anticipation. It looked delicious, but she wondered why he was suddenly cooking. She decided to dig in. The protagonist savored the taste of the food. He thought to himself that he was really good at making food look delicious. He was back in reality again, wondering what he had eaten today. The girl approached him, asking if she could have a bite. He remembered her from before, thinking to himself to take the chestnut and the items, and to take them all. He asked if she would like some. She seemed surprised, noting that he had already given her a lot of things. She thanked him. She excused herself and thanked him for the meal. She took a bite. The girl savored the taste, finding it both sweet and spicy, the chicken cooked to perfection. As she ate, she noticed the texture of the chestnut resembled that of a potato. The spicy chicken broth paired amazingly with the other ingredients. It made her want to keep eating even more. The protagonist, observing Alicia's enjoyment, thought to himself that she was good at eating. Alicia revealed she had been watching him for a while and asked if he was practicing to become stronger. The protagonist thought to himself that he was only eating so he could digest what he ate, allowing him to eat more delicious things. Alicia then stated that there was something she wished to offer him, introducing herself as Witch of Lighting Alicia. She asked if he would like to join their guild, Arteon. Alicia clarified that she was the Witch of Lightning and that Arteon was one of the 4 national guilds. The protagonist told her that no one said she couldn't have more and encouraged her to go ahead and have some more. Alicia was surprised to see bakiumtang mixed in with freshly cooked rice. He continued to eat, seemingly oblivious to the girl's words. She thought to herself that he didn't seem at all interested in what she was saying and wondered if he had even listened to her. She questioned if he had no other interests than eating. After all, she was giving him the chance to join a guild that most people were desperate for. The sound of him swallowing echoed. Meanwhile, the girl tilted her head, confused. He thought to himself that the game wasn't just about leveling up like everyone else, reaching a high level and obtaining strong equipment, or making sure that you get complimented by everyone, saying that you look amazing. He didn't think that was the only way to have fun in this game. The girl wondered if the game was only fun if you joined a guild. He thought to himself that the only reason he was playing was because he enjoyed eating. It never really occurred to her that what she was playing for was fun. When she was playing a night class in Versailles, she definitely thought of it as enjoyable. He wondered if he really needed to go through all of that sword practice. Even though he didn't find it fun, A game is something you're meant to enjoy after all. The supporting male realized that's right and excused himself. The girl's words echoed in the air. You play games to have fun. Nearby, the girl sat on a log, eating and asking if someone would like to add her as a friend. The man considered his options, wondering if he should add the other player as a friend. He changed his mind completely, deciding he would buy the other player something to eat later. He thought to himself that he couldn't add them now, but he would when he re-logged as his main character. The other player reminded him that once he started eating, he could eat 100 servings all by himself. She warned him not to come whining if he ended up costing her half a house. He responded that it was all right, thanking her for the meal. The man waved goodbye, telling her he would see her next time. The woman agreed, thinking to herself that she would play the game how she wanted to. The sky was bright and clear. He thought to himself that he would even be able to make his special chestnut Yongang, not to mention the Super King chestnut. The man was asked if he wasn't going to head into the Twilight Graveyard now that he'd reached level 10. He responded, of course. The shopkeeper told him to wait a moment, bringing him a large bowl of chestnuts. The man was confused. He received a friend request from Alicia, a level 412 mage. He was surprised that she wasn't lying and accepted the request. The woman with the staff declared that since he couldn't create extra side characters in Athene, she considered him a complete noob. She added that even if she really was the actual Alicia, she would still decline his guild invitation. The man in the doorway realized he still needed to add General Hyung to his friends list. He decided to eat something while he was at it. He thanked the other player, and a notification appeared, confirming that he had become friends with User General. General Hyung asked if he could hear him, and another player remarked that he had finally learned how to add friends. The protagonist replied that he took his time learning this kind of stuff, and was asked if he tried the Yongang. He confirmed that it was super duper delish. He was then asked what he was going to do now, and he paused to consider the question. He declared that he was going to go to the Twilight Graveyard, having been told that the boss was a piggy. Another player asked if he planned on eating the boss, stating that it wasn't like he couldn't find a butcher in this world. He replied, of course. He thought that the food that you put your own effort into cooking just tastes different though. But before that, Min Hyuk said he was hunting right now, so he would talk to him later. Sung Danwoo seemed to have ended his whisper. With that, Sung declared that they should get going to the market. The market was just ahead. The market bustled with activity, with one vendor shouting that they were selling 5 goblin toenails for 2,800 gold. A shopkeeper greeted them, welcoming them to her shop. The shopkeeper thought to herself that she had been planning on selling some of her leftover miscellaneous items. The shopkeeper was distracted by Sung Danwoo's looks, thinking he was handsome. Sung asked if she could put the items she was willing to sell onto the scale, and what items she was thinking about selling, such as chicken feathers and chestnut stingers. The shopkeeper gestured to the scale, telling him to put the items on there. Suddenly, the machine broke under the weight. The shopkeeper was shocked by the amount of feathers. The shopkeeper's assistant looked on in disbelief at the sheer number of chicken feathers. She wondered why Sung had killed so many chickens. Nearby patrons commented that chickens were low-leveled, so even hunting many of them wouldn't yield much experience. One of them recognized Sung, exclaiming that it was him. Another patron asked if they meant the chicken hunter of Ardo, the one who killed and cooked chickens right away. Sung, oblivious to the attention, apologized for breaking the scale and asked if they could put the items on it again. He thought to himself that he was really good-looking. The assistant stared at the mountain of feathers, realizing that Sung had hunted 582 chickens. Sung thought that he had eaten around 700 chickens, but judging from the looks of things, he didn't think he even ate 500. The shopkeeper asked if Sung had eaten outside. Sung wondered if he could sell the beak of the golden chicken along with the other items. The assistant held up the beak of the golden chicken and the Chestnut King's refined stinger. She thought that Sung looked like a beginner character, so she wondered what he had been doing. The assistant calculated that the 582 chicken feathers were worth 60,300 gold, and the 45 chestnut stingers added up to about 15,000 gold. The beak of the golden chicken was 500,000 gold, and the Chestnut King's refined stinger was 100,000 gold, so the total was 675,300. Sung was told that was quite a lot, and the shopkeeper would take that trade. He asked Sung to wait a moment. The assistant was surprised that Sung had succeeded in selling items worth over 600,000 gold for his very first trade. She noted that he had received a title and 1 fame point for showing patience before selling. The shopkeeper expressed her amazement at Sung Danwoo earning a new title, stating it was the first time that had ever happened in their store. She clarified that the title was only given to those who sold items they themselves hunted and collected. The shopkeeper then asked if Sung collected all those items so he could buy himself some good equipment. Sung simply replied, no. Sung clarified that he was actually trying to get to the Twilight Graveyard, mentioning there was a piggy over there. He thought to himself that to properly prepare and cook a pig, he would need a lot of things. Sung Danwoo considered what he would buy with all of his money. The shopkeeper wondered if Sung was planning to hire a party member or something, as there were a lot of people who were trying to get into the Twilight Graveyard together as a party. She asked if he couldn't go in there alone, suggesting it was perhaps his first time going into a dungeon. Sung confirmed that it was. The shopkeeper explained that if it was his first time going to the graveyard, He couldn't enter unless he was in a dungeon hunt party. Sung was surprised by this. Sung realized that there was no way he could enter alone. The shopkeeper reassured Sung Danwoo that he didn't need to worry. She told him that if he went to the Central Plaza, it wouldn't take that long to find a party. Sung realized he had to be in a party to play. Having received the information, Sung thanked the woman behind the counter, who encouraged him to do his best. As Sung turned to leave, the woman reminded him not to forget to join a party before heading to the Twilight Graveyard. Meanwhile, other players in the Central Plaza observed Sung, wondering if he preferred to play as a solo. The plaza was filled with players advertising for parties and selling items. Sung looked at the various advertisements. He thought to himself that there was no way another user would want the piggy besides him. Because if that was the case, Sung realized he would need to share it with them, including all his precious veggies. In any case, Sung decided to put all of these veggies into his inventory. As he was doing so, he overheard someone advertising a Twilight team, saying they were going to rush through it and that there was only one spot left in the party. Sung paused, surprised by the announcement. The title proclaims this as Chapter 14 of Leveling Up by Only Eating. Suddenly, a voice calls out. The young man asks if he can join the other's party, prompting the other to inquire about his class. The young man admits that he doesn't have a class yet, but he is level 10. The other man observes that it looks like it's his first hunting quest. The young man confirms this. The other man explains that he usually carries people for quests like these and has beaten it a few times already. He then invites the young man to the party, assuring him that he'll carry him through the whole quest. The young man accepts the invitation to join the Twilight Team party. The man explains that the young man has been registered into the party and introduces him to Min Hyuk, one of the party members that joined beforehand. Min Hyuk introduces herself as Raku, a level 13 mage. Min Hyuk greets the young man, who introduces himself as Min Hyuk, also without a class, but at level 10. The party leader announced that they would depart after a final equipment check. Just then, another party member called out to them. He tapped his shoulder, seemingly to get their attention. Meanwhile, the protagonist, overhearing the conversation, was being observed by another party member. The observer wondered if the mission might be too dangerous for someone of such low level and without a class. The party member assured them that he usually carried through the Twilight Graveyard without issue, so it shouldn't be a problem. He added that even if something did go wrong, he would take care of it himself. The party member smiled confidently. The other party member seemed surprised, but then agreed. The party leader announced that it was time to head off, and the group started to move. The party began their descent. They were entering the Twilight Graveyard. The party member warned that if they went a little further, monsters would appear and asked them to stay close behind him. The system announced that they had entered the Twilight Graveyard and that they could only exit the dungeon once it had been cleared. It also warned that if they force quit the dungeon, they would receive a penalty. The party continued deeper into the dungeon as protagonist_male_18 a Castella. Behind him, supporting _male_1 watched him eat. Other members of the party looked on, seemingly unbothered by the protagonist's snack break. Protagonist_male_1 took another bite of the Castella. Supporting _male_1 seemed surprised by how much Castella the protagonist had eaten, estimating that he had eaten 10 of them already. Supporting _male_1 asked if protagonist_male_1's fullness was low. Protagonist_male_1 responded that he wasn't just eating it because he was hungry, but because it was delicious. Supporting _male_1 seemed to be at a loss for words. The Castella was pretty delicious. There was just something about the sweetness of the soft bread, and one shouldn't forget to have it with milk. Instead of eating it whole, it was recommended to pour oneself a glass of milk. One should enjoy the Castella by dunking it into milk before each and every bite. Castella that's been sliced and eaten whole like that gives one a heavy feeling in the mouth, protagonist_male_1 thought as he ate another piece. The young woman held a red mug, its contents steaming slightly. She took a sip from the mug. Clearly enjoying the drink, she smiled brightly. Suddenly, she spoke, excusing herself. The woman asked if she could have one of whatever Min Hyuk was eating, but he refused. She exclaimed that they had arrived at their destination. The group peered into the darkness. They looked around cautiously. A mini-ant stood before them, its glowing green eyes piercing the gloom. The text explained that these mini-ants could extend their arms and use that ability to grab people and squeeze them to death. Min Hyuk stated that if he hunted them all down, he could get to the piggy, prompting the woman to ask what he meant. Sung Danwoo declared that he would be the mid and draw their aggro, asking Raku to cast magic from the sidelines, and telling Min Hyuk to feel free to give him a hand if he looked like he was having trouble. Min Hyuk replied that he would. The mini-ant, its eyes glowing ominously, prepared to strike. From below, Min Hyuk peered up at the unfolding scene. The ant lunged forward, its mandibles snapping shut. Suddenly, a figure appeared, wielding a staff engulfed in flames. The staff struck the ant, sending it flying backwards. Below, Min Hyuk complimented Danwoo on his skills. Danwoo responded that he had done this several times before. Min Hyuk remarked that his equipment looked good, but Danwoo dismissed it as a rare beginner item. The perspective shifted to show the staff-wielding figure. Danwoo gazed at the spear, a thoughtful expression on his face, as he mused that he was sure he had seen it somewhere before. Min Hyuk urged them to keep going. The figure with the staff shouted for them to damage the ants as much as they could, adding that her cooldown was almost over. The staff-wielding figure continues to fight the mini ants, deflecting their attacks with practiced ease. The battle rages on, the air thick with the scent of burning flesh and the sounds of clashing weapons. Suddenly, one of the mini ants lunges forward, its mandibles snapping shut. The staff wielder shouts a warning, realizing the ant is heading towards someone. A hand grips a sword hilt, preparing to draw the weapon. The sword is drawn with a sharp, metallic sound. The perspective shifts, showing the sword being wielded against the ant. The swordsman leaps into action, intercepting the ant's attack. The swordsman lands gracefully, thanking someone for the assist. Roy complains that he was supposed to be carried, but the monsters keep attacking him. Roy explains that Min Hyuk was loitering around and bothering him, making it difficult to concentrate. Roy states that he couldn't concentrate very well because of Min Hyuk. Raku was acknowledged for doing his part well, but there was a but coming. The sound of Min Hyuk eating was becoming unbearable. He was given a pass at first, but his constant eating of bread throughout the dungeon was now being called out. It made no sense to the speaker. He asked Min Hyuk to stop eating and help them kill the monsters. Min Hyuk's name was spoken. Min Hyuk, with bread in hand, wondered what was happening. The sound of chewing filled the air. The chewing continued. Someone stepped forward. The sound of a weapon being readied echoed. Min Hyuk was struck by a spear. The young man with messy, light brown hair looked on, his expression unreadable. Nearby, the other members of the party stood ready. The loaf of bread lay discarded on the ground. Sung Danwoo's eyes narrowed. His gaze intensified. Danwoo stood over Min Hyuk, who was still on the ground. Danwoo told him to stop shoving bread into his mouth, asking if he had not heard what he said. Danwoo's expression was stern. He moved with blinding speed. Danwoo struck Min Hyuk. With a single punch, the opponent's health bar was already visibly depleted. The old man stood his ground, clutching his staff. He wondered why his health points were decreasing so rapidly. The old man, reeling from the blow, demanded to know what Sung was doing and if he had just been hit. The air crackled with unseen energy. Sung's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. The old man was shocked, barely able to utter a what's. He couldn't believe Sung's eyes were glowing. Sung stared intently. Sung insisted that one shouldn't throw away food that hasn't gone bad. The old man scoffed, suggesting that Sung was being too sensitive over a single piece of bread, but Sung warned him to wait and see. Sung grimaces, feeling the aftereffects of his recent battle. Meanwhile, the hooded figure takes a bite of his food, stating that he will stop treating him like a newbie, since Sung doesn't seem like one anyway. The blonde-haired woman looks away, feeling awkward. Elsewhere, the mysterious robed figure tells the others to take care of themselves from now on as they venture deeper into the cave. A voice warns that monsters called sweet snakes will begin appearing soon. The hooded figure thinks to himself that they're stronger than mini ants, so he'll be kiting them from over there. The blonde-haired woman is told to wait for the hooded figure to lure them back here. Then, the man with the dark vest tells her to attack them, saying he'll see her later. The pair stood in silence. The man with the dark vest, while eating, was asked if he was sure that the other person couldn't have even a single piece of what he was eating. He confirmed. The pair continued to stand in silence. Something felt wrong to the blonde-haired woman. She wondered why he hadn't come back yet, and asked if the man with the dark vest had tried messaging him. On the screen of a phone, a message read, "Roinim, will you be here soon? We're prepared. A sweet snake. Are you coming?" The person trying to contact Roinim noted that he hadn't replied to their messages for a while. The blonde-haired woman yelled out. From within the darkness, Roinim called out. Roinim ran, exclaiming that it was a disaster. Roinim shouted that a sweet snake had appeared. The armored man looked concerned. The blonde-haired woman looked shocked and asked about the sweet snake. The hooded figure explained that there were too many monsters surrounding it. Panting, he struggled to catch his breath. He admitted that he had accidentally aggravated all of them, forcing him to escape. Another voice exclaimed in shock. The protagonist, sweating and looking distressed, urgently requested help from both of them. The blonde-haired hunter stuttered, mentioning Min Hyuk. Her eyes darted nervously. The protagonist, holding a glowing object, stared intently at the blonde-haired hunter. The protagonist and the blonde-haired hunter stood ready, weapons raised. The hooded figure swung his staff. The protagonist's eyes narrowed with determination. Close up on the protagonist's face, showing a determined expression. The hooded figure stepped forward, his staff tapping against the stone floor. Below, the protagonist watched the hooded figure's movements. The blonde-haired hunter looked up at the protagonist, concern etched on her face. The hooded figure spoke, a sinister edge to his tone. The protagonist's eyes narrowed as he listened. The blonde-haired hunter demanded to know why he had attacked Min Hyuk. She gripped her staff tightly, her knuckles white. The hooded figure stated that it was because he was a piker. The blonde-haired hunter's eyes widened as she processed the information. The protagonist looked up, realizing what was happening. He noticed the spear. The spear glowed with an ominous light. The scene was a tapestry of countless stars, each a distant sun in the vast expanse. A short time prior, someone had been showing off that very spear to their friend in the plaza. Lee Jin-tae was excited to show off his new acquisition. He told his friend, "Hey, Lee Jin-tae, I got a super sick item yesterday. What did you get? See this? It's a unique spear, sick, isn't it?" The narrator added that for unique great artifacts, only a single one could exist at one time. It was explained that since Jin-tae was currently holding the spear, it could only mean that he had stolen it. The accuser continued, stating that Jin-tae had been taking people with good equipment into his party so that he could steal their stuff. Jin-tae was told that he was quite clever for someone who does nothing, but Jin-tae, munching on bread, thought to himself that it didn't really matter. Someone else thought that all that was left to do was take care of a mage who's weak at actual combat. Jin-tae was called a noob that doesn't even have a class. The speaker looked down at Jin-tae with a sneer. The sound of a footstep echoed through the chamber. Suddenly, the man with the spear lunged forward, the weapon aimed directly at his opponent. He thought to himself that there was no way a level 10 could parry this attack. He resolved to finish him off in one blow. With a determined expression, protagonist_male_1 swung his spear. The swordsman met the attack head-on. The swordsman's action caused a stir. Protagonist_male_1 was shocked that he just smacked it away. The swordsman remained calm. He gripped his sword tightly. Protagonist_male_1 cursed, realizing his attack had failed. With a grunt, the swordsman prepared his next move. The clash of steel echoed through the chamber. Meanwhile, the swordsman sneered, declaring that protagonist_male_1 was just a measly level 10. The sound of their weapons clashing filled the air. In response, protagonist_male_1 retorted that the swordsman was overestimating himself. Protagonist_male_1 narrowed his eyes, focusing on his opponent. The swordsman maintained his stance, ready to strike. He held his spear firmly, preparing for the next exchange. Protagonist_male_1 lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion as he aimed for an opening. The swordsman, however, was ready and blocked the attack. He countered with a swift thrust of his spear. The spear struck true, sending protagonist_male_1 staggering backward. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise as protagonist_male_1 blocked the spear with his sword at the last moment. The swordsman's grip tightens on his weapon, preparing for the next exchange. The clash of steel echoes as the two combatants continue their duel, the impact sending sparks flying. The swordsman presses his attack, driving protagonist_male_1 back against the cavern wall. Meanwhile, deeper within the cavern, a hidden door creaks open. A hand reaches out, cautiously testing the air beyond the doorway. Elsewhere, Min-hyuk stands ready, his sword drawn as he calls out to someone. He asks if Raku is all right, confirming that he is fine and thanking him. Raku wonders aloud what they are supposed to do now. From behind a wall, someone declares that it is time to go. Raku looks up, confused by the sudden declaration. Min-hyuk, now holding a lantern, declares that they have a pig to catch. Raku is surprised by Min-hyuk's sudden enthusiasm. A large, green snake lunged forward, its jaws open wide, ready to strike at the apple placed precariously on its head. Meanwhile, Min-hyuk spotted the apple and exclaimed over it, while the other man warned him that it was the sweet snake's poison apple, also noting that the snakes were actually pretty weak. A hand reached out, grabbing the apple. The item description appeared, detailing that it was a sweet snake's poison apple, ingredient rank E, with no restrictions, and that it reduced EXP by 5% when eaten, while also being tastier than normal apples. The apple was held up, glinting in the light. Min-hyuk explained that while it might seem like a good item at first glance, it was honestly pretty crap since it reduced EXP and couldn't even be sold at shops. He took a large bite out of the apple. The sound of the bite echoed. He thought to himself what a refreshing sound it made. Each time he bit down, the sweet apple juice flooded his mouth, not to mention the crunchiness, just like that of a fresh apple. Min-hyuk imagined how delicious it would be if he made it into jam and spread it on toast. A notification appeared, stating that he had consumed Sweet Snake's poison apple and that his EXP had been reduced by 5%. Despite the warnings, Min-hyuk declares that the taste makes it all worthwhile. Nearby, the hooded figure wonders if Min-hyuk will continue eating the apples, hoping that he's only doing it because it's his first time. The figure recalls that an entire 5% of EXP is lost with each apple. Meanwhile, the Sweet Snake continues its assault. The snake strikes again. Ignoring the danger, Min-hyuk takes another bite of the apple. The Sweet Snake continues its relentless attacks. The snake lunges forward. Lost in the flavor, Min-hyuk continues to eat the apple with a blissful expression. Time seems to stand still. The hooded figure looks on in disbelief. Min-hyuk, still eating the apple, is finally addressed by the hooded figure. The hooded figure questioned why Min Hyuk continued to eat the poison apples. Min Hyuk, unfazed, responded that the apples were eliminating all the experience points he had worked so hard to gain. Meanwhile, Raku was called out by name. Elsewhere, the blonde-haired girl stood with the protagonist. She asked if he had ever eaten 5,000 cherry tomatoes in a single day. He responded by asking if she was talking about elephants. He stated that if she did, she would end up like him. She asked what he meant by that. He dismissed the topic, stating that it didn't matter and that they had a pig to catch. The blonde-haired girl and Min Hyuk walked away, and Min Hyuk thought that the protagonist was an odd guy. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor. The sound grew louder as they approached a large wooden door. He stood before the door, a message etched above, "Dear Piggy." From behind the door, a voice threatened, "Just you wait, I'm coming for you." The door creaked open. Suddenly, a golden pig appeared, catching the attention of unseen observers. It was said to be a special boss monster that appeared in the Twilight Graveyard, and the rewards for defeating it were rumored to be more special than those from the usual boss. The woman with the staff exclaimed that it was much stronger than it looked, while the man with the sword seemed to be lost in thought, contemplating what he might eat. The woman asked Min Hyuk if he was even listening to her, but he was too busy thinking about pork neck and sirloin steak. As the golden pig charged, Min Hyuk and the woman prepared to fight. The golden pig dashed forward. Min Hyuk readied his sword. With a swift motion, Min Hyuk swung his sword. The sword connected with the golden pig. The golden pig squealed in pain. The golden pig squealed as the sword struck it, the sound echoing through the graveyard. The force of the blow sent the pig reeling. Meanwhile, the companion warned Min Hyuk to be careful. Min Hyuk thanked them. The companions swung their staff, striking the golden pig. The companion shouted Min Hyuk's name. Min Hyuk grunted, activating something. Suddenly, the golden pig was struck by a powerful blow. Min Hyuk stood over the pig, his sword raised. The golden pig cried out in pain as the sword pierced its flesh. Min Hyuk's hand was visible as he held the sword. Min Hyuk stood victorious over the defeated golden pig. Despite the monster's size, Min Hyuk thought it wasn't that strong. He recalled that they said it would be stronger than this, but it was no big deal at all. Nearby, his companion asked if Min Hyuk was okay and offered to retrieve his sword for him. A notification appeared, indicating that the first-party hunt quest was complete, rewarding them with 10,000 gold and 5 bonus points. It also noted that the quest to conquer the Twilight Graveyard was complete. Min Hyuk recalled that he had received the quest from the instructor as well. Suddenly, a notification appeared, announcing that Min Hyuk had advanced into the God of Eating class. The experience required to level up was now tripled. He was confused. The system informed him that he had acquired the skill God of Eating. Min Hyuk was shocked by this development. The system displayed information about the skills, the beauty of freshness, ingredient acquisition, and the true value of food. He decided to take a closer look at the ingredient acquisition skill. Min Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. He thought about how difficult it was to pluck the chickens himself, and now he had this amazing skill. He wondered what the skill, the true value of food, was. Min Hyuk realized that his stats would increase by just eating food, which he thought was overpowered. Min Hyuk was presented with the loot from the dungeon. His companion pointed out the gold and a staff, noting the staff was a rare item. She then asked him to come over and grab her hand so they could trade. He declined, stating he would give her the no, but, continuing his thought, Min Hyuk told Rakunim to go ahead and keep it, as he wasn't a mage anyway. Rakunim protested, saying that Min Hyuk was the one who killed all the monsters and deserved it more. She then asked if Min Hyuk liked bread. Min Hyuk exclaimed that some bread had popped out as well. Min Hyuk seemed to be thinking about something. He wondered if she had heard of something called sun wheat. He repeated the name, sun wheat, and then read that it was a specialty product from Isbin village. It was said that the bread made using sun wheat was much tastier than regular wheat. The wheat rustled in the wind. It was explained that the Bordy Plains were the only place where sun wheat was able to grow, but it was currently infested with goblins, so they weren't able to grow or harvest them. Isbin village had requested help from players to make a hunting party in order to reclaim the Bordy Plains. The reward for successfully hunting and reclaiming the plains was sun wheat. Min Hyuk was excited. It was explained that, because the rewards weren't really that amazing, most players didn't usually accept the quest, but Rakunim thought Min Hyuk would like it. She added that it was great information and thanked him. Rakunim stated that she should be the one thanking Min Hyuk, as she was able to complete the quest easily thanks to him. He considered staying in the party to help his companions acquire the item they wanted, but he had to log out soon. His companion assured him it was fine and thanked him for his hard work. They thanked him as well and wished him fun. Rakunim logged out, and the party was disbanded. Now, then, ingredient acquisition. The screen displayed a variety of meats available for acquisition. He realized that this was how it was done. As he looked at the tenderloin option, he exclaimed that this was the best, thinking that this was what a video game should be like. He acquired pork belly. He expressed his excitement. He was happy to see the pork and called it Piggy. He believed this should be enough preparation for the meal. The pork belly sizzled on the grill. Min Hyuk thought the sound was great. More pork belly, kimchi, mushrooms, and onion sizzled on the grill. After it had been cooked thoroughly, he would cut it up into bite-sized pieces. Of course, it was sesame seed oil and salt seasoning for the first bite. Min-hyuk thanked them for the meal. He ate the pork belly. Min-hyuk continued to eat. Suddenly, Min-hyuk was shocked. He saw the pork belly with rice and lettuce. Min-hyuk exclaimed. Min-hyuk lifted a piece of pork belly with his chopsticks. The taste was so divine that he could only exclaim, "God!" The flavor filled his mouth. He continued to eat. Min-hyuk swallowed hard, savoring the taste. He thought to himself that it was just too damn delicious. Min-hyuk admitted that he had wanted to cook other meals today as well, but he decided he would just eat all of the pork belly. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The true value of food is activated. Min-hyuk was shocked, exclaiming, "Wow, my stats really increased." He noticed a notification about a fantastical combination of doenjang stew and pork belly, which granted additional stats, specifically +2 strength. He realized that a good synergy between different meals was important when eating. Min-hyuk then saw that the fantastical combination was one of the question mark parts of the true value of food. Min-hyuk considered the effects of the food combinations he had been experimenting with. It wasn't just that his stats increased because he ate a lot of it, but there were other hidden factors behind it. He wondered if eating the worst combination of food possible would cause his stats to decrease instead, like chicken and Powerade. Min-hyuk couldn't wait to figure it all out. Well, for starters, he decided to finish eating, then think about it. Leveling up by only eating. Chapter 17. Those wishing to aid in the hunting party were instructed to form an orderly queue. The line stretched out from beneath the tents. An official asked the first volunteer what their specialty was. The volunteer responded that they were pretty good at shooting arrows. The official then asked the next person in line what their specialty was. The volunteer responded that they were a spearman. The official continued to take notes. He seemed very interested in the responses. The official tapped his pen against his temple. The official looked up curious. He was intrigued by the next response. The official asked if the volunteer had just said their specialty was eating. The volunteer confirmed that they were not a picky eater and could eat a variety of different meals. The man in the red patterned shirt gestures with a document in hand, addressing the volunteer before him. The man scoffs at something. He remarks that he sees an outsider who is good at eating. The man smiles widely, seemingly amused. An announcement is made to all soldiers and outsiders who have signed up for the hunting force, stating that they will depart after having a meal. The man in the red shirt confirms that they will be providing food, asking if the volunteer thought they would just send them off to hunt on an empty stomach. The volunteer expresses his surprise. Another man grumbles that they should just set off right away, questioning why they need a meal since he had just eaten before logging in. The volunteer thinks that it is a soldier's meal, so he doubts it will taste good anyway. Another volunteer offers to bring the first volunteer's share of the meal. The volunteer wonders what is on the menu. The sight of the food caused the protagonist to exclaim in surprise. He was even more surprised to see that the meal was hamburgers. The tray held a large burger and a generous portion of fries. He requested 2 servings, though he doubted he could eat that much. The protagonist smiled widely. The server described the burger, noting the thick patty, fresh lettuce, and even cheese inside. The server called out to the group that the food was ready. Another server carried a tray of food. The server wished the customer a good meal, adding that he would be quite surprised by it, and the customer returned the sentiment. The protagonist admitted that he couldn't wait to eat. He thanked them for the meal. The protagonist took a bite of the burger. The meal was an experience for the senses. The smooth bun, topped with sesame seeds and a soft, yet crunchy sheet of lettuce, sat above a fresh slice of tomato, perfectly complementing the thick, succulent meat patty. The cheese and sweet sauce delivered a rich, contrasting flavor. Hot, golden brown fries offered a supple firmness and a fluffy feel, especially when dipped in ketchup for the perfect mixture of sweet and sour. And if he ever felt a little thirsty, there was always a refreshing cola nearby. He took a long drink. The cola bubbled refreshingly in his mouth. He savored the taste. One of the men wondered if the meal was really cooked by military chefs. The protagonist looked surprised by the question. The man continued, explaining that outsiders might think it's just soldiers' food, so it won't taste good, but the way he saw it, there's no food tastier than food cooked by Len Nim. The man in the red shirt stood with his arms crossed. The protagonist, eating a hamburger, was asked if he knew Len. The man in the red shirt clarified that Len was the captain of the military chefs. The protagonist seemed surprised. A notification appeared, stating that the true value of food granted him strength +1 and health +1. The notification changed his skill of a proficient chef, granting him strength +1. He realized he could gain additional bonus stats just from eating well-made meals. He thought that this probably meant the food he cooked from recipes on the internet was also contributing. He then realized that the food he cooked from internet recipes was nothing compared to the food cooked by real chefs. He considered that cooking could be a skill. The man in the red shirt continued to eat his meal. The protagonist realized that he would get additional buffs from it, so it would be a great skill to learn. On top of that, someone called out to him, excusing themselves. The mysterious girl wondered if it would be possible for her to register as a military chef. The protagonist thought that if he could learn how to cook, he would be able to make his food even more delicious. The perspective shifted to a view of the camp, where two figures stood near a wagon. The cook asked if they could help his friend join the military chefs. The friend marveled at the size of the carriage's interior, wondering if it was magic. Someone replied that they were already full. Another person urged them to reconsider, suggesting they could at least let him do some chores. The cook stated that if Captain Lin found out about this, he would leave it to them. Someone called out to Captain Lin. Someone asked if he wanted to be a military chef. Captain Lin was called. Someone expressed their wish to become a military chef. Someone stated that they were full and told them to look somewhere else. Despite his rejection, the protagonist insisted that he was completely sure about his decision. The man he was speaking to seemed skeptical. The man explained that a chef's buff didn't last long and wasn't as effective as a buff from an average priest, not to mention that it must also be prepared and eaten for the buff to even activate. He continued, stating that outsiders usually focused on leveling up as fast as they could. The man questioned why he wanted to become a military chef. He asked if Sung thought he'd be able to get some free scraps of food by doing this. Sung denied it, saying that he would even do chores while learning to cook food. Sung thought it would all be worth in the end if he could learn how to cook even more delicious meals. The man simply hummed in response. Sung declared that he wouldn't be looking forward to all the free scraps that he'd be able to get his hands on while he learned to cook there. The man told Sung to go ahead and peel all of that garlic behind him within 20 minutes, stating that if he could manage that, he'd take him in and even teach him how to cook. Behind Sung was a large bag full of garlic. Sung looked at the bag of garlic and asked if he meant all of it. The man confirmed. If he couldn't handle the garlic, the man suggested it would be better for him to go back and hunt goblins instead. The man then told him to acquire the ingredients. The protagonist wondered what ingredients he was talking about. He declared that he was done peeling all of the garlic. The man accused him of lying straight to his face. The bag of garlic was thrown down. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the protagonist had peeled the entire sack of garlic in an instant. The man asked how he had done it. The protagonist looked at him expectantly. He wondered what he should do next. The protagonist waited for his next instructions. A notification appeared, informing him that he was now able to learn cooking skills from Chef Lin, and that he had gained 4 fame points. A skill quest had been generated. The quest details appeared, outlining that this was a cooking skill acquisition, rank C, with no restrictions or penalties for failure. The reward was the cooking skill itself, and the description stated that one of the basics of cooking was learning how to cut, requiring him to raise his cutting proficiency to 100%. The kitchen was well equipped with various utensils hanging neatly. Chef Lin instructed Sung to hold the knife just like that, noting that people usually grab the knife with their whole hand. The chef continued, telling Sung to follow the motion of his hand and to cut by pulling the knife towards himself. He then asked to see the knife for a moment. Chef Lin explained that one of the reasons they cut that way was so that when they store the ingredients, they would remain fresh. Sung exclaimed in understanding, watching the chef's movements closely. Chef Lin looked on with a slight smirk. Sung's eyes were full of curiosity. It seemed to Chef Lin that Sung looked like a student excited to learn, and that he wasn't lying about wanting to learn how to cook. Chef Lin told Sung that this was one of the basics, so he should make sure he remembered it. He then said he had to go and prepare dinner now, to which Sung replied with an okay. The lesson seemed to be over. He was told that the radishes were of low quality, specifically requested from Brack for cutting practice. He was also warned not to use a strange skill, but to use them to refine his cutting skills. Lin was thanked, and he responded that if there were any ingredients left in storage, they could be eaten. Someone exclaimed that Lin was the best. Lin thought that to cut all of that would take at least a day, even without rest. It was noted that although most people usually give up, halfway through his task, Lin was greeted. Lin was told that he had taken in a new person today. Lin confirmed that was right. It was said that it was quite unusual for him, as he didn't particularly like outsiders, but it was a promise. Lin promised, adding that the guy was actually working hard, so that was why. He was told that it was good to hear that he was working hard, and then asked what was for dinner tonight. The answer was tonkatsu. Lin smiled. He was bid farewell as he left the building, bucket in hand. The person inside told him to keep up the good work. The protagonist waved back to them as he walked away. Meanwhile, inside the building, Lin wondered how far the protagonist had gotten with his cutting practice, figuring he should be about halfway done by now. Lin continued to think about the protagonist's progress. The sound of cutting continued. Lin paused, a puzzled expression on his face. He listened intently to the sound. The cutting sounds continued, rhythmic and precise. The sound was still going. Lin realized that the cutting wasn't Brack's, but the protagonist's. Another man entered the room, calling out to Lin. He called out Lin's name. The protagonist, focused on his task, notes that there aren't many radishes left. As he continues to practice his cutting skills, a notification appears, indicating that his cutting proficiency has reached 100%. The radishes are neatly sliced. The protagonist has gained 10 hand dexterity, the effect glory of the god of eating, and has learned peak level cooking skill. He has also learned the cooking skill of the god of eating, God's recipe acquisition skill, trace ingredient skill, and spiritual trance. The chef questioned if Sung had been cutting radishes the entire time. Sung was surprised when a notification appeared, indicating that he had learned peak level cooking skill. Confirming that he had indeed leveled up, Sung realized he would have to check his hands later, as they didn't seem to hurt. The chef asked if Sung's hand hurt. Sung replied that he was fine and thought he was actually getting better at it. Smiling, Sung held up the knife. The chef thought to himself that Sung was amazing. The chef observed Sung's knife skills and thought it was certainly amazing that he had been practicing all this time, but his cutting skill improved drastically. The sliced vegetables were neatly arranged. It seemed Sung wasn't just boasting about his skills after all. The chef's expression remained inscrutable. Leveling up by only eating, the chef clapped his hands together, praising Sung's amazing work. Sung thanked his teacher. The chef called Sung over. The chef told Sung that he would teach him how to fry tonkatsu. The chef instructed Sung to look at the meat first. A tray of prepared meat sat nearby. The chef explained that the meat was prepared by first draining the blood, then seasoning it with a bit of salt and pepper. The chef continued his explanation. The chef warned that if the meat is heavily seasoned with salt, the pork juice may drain out and the taste will deteriorate, so it's important to only add an adequate amount of seasoning. Following the chef's instructions, Sung coated the meat with flour, then soaked it in an egg mixture, adding a layer of breadcrumbs. From the side, the chef wondered if Sung had said something. The chef asked what Sung was saying, stating that he would fry one first. The chef explained that if the breadcrumbs went down towards the middle and rose back up, then the temperature was just right. The chef lowered the tonkatsu into the hot oil. Sung was impressed by the sight of the tonkatsu frying. The chef told Sung to go ahead and try it himself, reminding him to make sure the oil temperature was just right. Sung responded with an excited exclamation. It was Sung's first time ever making tonkatsu, and he was taking it super seriously. Sung resolved to make it as best as he could. The text indicated that the temperature of the oil was 154 degrees Celsius, or 314 degrees Fahrenheit. Sung wondered if the sound he heard was just his imagination, as the text indicated the temperature of the oil was 157 degrees Celsius. The narrator notes that the oil is at the optimum temperature. Suddenly, an alarm sounds as Sung cooks the tonkatsu. The tonkatsu sizzles in the hot oil. The chef observes Sung's cooking. The chef thinks to himself that Sung didn't even use a thermometer, yet he's doing it as if he can sense the temperature. Sung's focus intensifies. He is completely focused on the task at hand. A system notification appears, instructing him to pull it out. The system praises Sung, declaring it great work and perfect timing. Sung blushes, feeling guilty as the system congratulates him for completing the cooking of a tonkatsu. The system prompts him to choose between a buff effect and the true value of food, noting that he's never tried it before. Sung decides to go with the buff effect. Sung wonders if every dish gives a buff. He was met with a surprising response. The other chef stated that to get a buff, one had to satisfy certain criteria and a level of quality. Displayed before him was the item, tonkatsu. Its ingredient rank was E, its overall rank was normal, and it had no restrictions. The special effect was a 10% increase in attack power and an 8% increase in defense. The explanation stated it was a delicious tonkatsu made by a talented, unknown chef. The tonkatsu sat on a wire rack, steam rising from it. Sung was surprised by this. Actually, Sung remembered that he gained some cooking skills when he reached max proficiency in cutting. A notification appeared, God's recipe acquisition skill. This skill granted a massive increase in cooking experience and the ability to acquire advanced cooking methods for different ingredients. Sung realized this was the alarm he had gotten before. He wondered about buff settings. The buff settings allowed him to adjust buff potency on cooked meals with the true value of food effect with 100% potency, or it could be divided into several meals. The buff effect quantity was replenished daily, and food that raised stats required more buff effect to empower. Sung realized he could choose whether to put 100% of the skill to buff one dish for a single person, or to divide the buff effect and empower multiple dishes for several people. Another skill was displayed, spiritual trance. This passive skill had no mana usage or cooldown time. It had the effect of making meals more delicious by meeting various factors. Sung considered the possibilities. The skill search ingredient was displayed. This passive skill was level 1 and currently unable to level up. There was a penalty on use. He would be unable to gain the effect of the true value of food for one day. The effect was the ability to empower a dish with any buff and scout the area within 1 kilometer to find required ingredients. According to ingredient and meal type, a different recipe was suggested by the system. Leveling up increased the amount of uses. The current number of times the skill could be used was 3/3. Sung realized he could search for the ingredients he needed for certain cooking effects, and the system even provided a recipe. However, there was a penalty, and he couldn't level it up yet. Sung pondered the skills he had acquired. He was asked what kind of skills he had gained. Sung replied that he believed he had gained a lot of amazing skills. However, he realized there wasn't a single buff effect that improved the taste of a meal. The realization shocked him. One of the cooks asked if the taste had improved. Sung confirmed that it had. The cook remarked that Sung was able to cook the tonkatsu so well because of those skills. The cook assured him that the taste had improved greatly. Sung agreed that he was probably right. The cook smiled. Sung asked if he could go ahead and eat it. The cook told him, of course. Someone began chopping vegetables. Sauce was ladled generously over the tonkatsu. Steam rose from the freshly prepared dish. Sung peeked over the edge of the counter, eager to see the reaction. With utensils in hand, the diner expressed their gratitude for the meal. The tonkatsu was served with a side of shredded cabbage, corn, and rice. A fork was poised, ready to sample the dish. The fork cut into the tonkatsu, releasing a satisfying crunch. The diner prepared to bite into the tonkatsu. The diner thought the patty glistened with succulent lushness. Sung thought to himself that even though he cooked it, it came out great. Sung beamed, holding up the tonkatsu on a fork. The diner took a bite, clearly enjoying the taste. The diner's hand reaches for the tonkatsu. At first bite, the thick sauce's sweet, yet salty taste gushes forth. The sauce combined with the perfectly thick breadcrumb layer exudes eloquence. The crunchy layer mixed with the warm viscous sauce creates a harmonious texture. And lastly, the thick and tender taste of the pork brings it all together. Who could have imagined such a perfect combination? One cannot forget the shredded cabbage that accompanies the tonkatsu. The shredded cabbage accompanies the tonkatsu. It cleanses the palate with its crunchy and fresh, clean taste, and then one fills up their mouth with sweet and savory corn afterwards. The diner closes his eyes, savoring the taste. He continues to eat the tonkatsu. The diner expresses his happiness with the meal, as the cook tells him that once he finishes eating, he should help the others cook the food for all their soldiers. The cook asks if he is sure he can do it. The cook affirmed his agreement with a yes, sir. With a sigh of relief, Dan Wu slumped over a table. Nearby, the other cook complimented Dan Wu on a job well done, to which he responded with enthusiasm. The cook insisted that Dan Wu should eat as well. Dan Wu waved off the concern, stating that he was fine. The cook noted that he hadn't seen Dan Wu eat anything the entire time. Dan Wu was taken aback by this observation. The cook explained that he usually supplemented his meals with medicine, figuring that Dan Wu would be someone who would strive for new tastes and experiences. The cook took a sip from his cup, commenting on the taste. He explained that he aimed to make sure that others could have a delicious meal when they ate his food. The cook then revealed that he had never once in his life had any sensation in his mouth. Dan Wu was confused by this revelation. The cook asked if Dan Wu had sickness or something. Dan Wu realized that the cook's inability to taste was not the reason for the food's poor quality. The cook asked Dan Wu if he was able to become a chef. He explained that his skills were in dexterity. The cook continued, stating that he had bet everything on his dexterity. Suddenly, Dan Wu exclaimed in realization. A thought occurred to Dan Wu. If one raised their hand dexterity by 20, the taste would increase by 1. And because of his dexterity, he would be able to cook food like a real veteran. He realized that in order to reach that level of skill, the cook must have trained an endless amount. The cook called out to Dan Wu. Dan Wu responded, asking what he wanted. The cook paused and said it was nothing. The cook told Dan Wu that he would be going and to have a good rest. Dan Wu wondered how it felt to not be able to taste anything, and if it would feel like eating rubber when eating sweet potato. Dan Wu looked on, still contemplating the cook's situation. Since his teacher taught him how to cook, Dan Wu wanted to help him in return. He decided he wanted to help him in return. Suddenly, Dan Wu exclaimed as he realized he could use his ingredient search skill. He prepared to use the skill. The system prompted him to select the type of meal, and he chose Chinese food. He then set up the buff effect, preparing for the search. The goal was to make the dead sense of taste come back to life. Dan Wu activated the skill. The ingredients would be. The search began within a 1-kilometer radius, continuously working with the user at the center. Outside, the sounds of tents being struck and packed echoed through the air. Outside the building, the tents and equipment were being packed away. Inside the kitchen, the head chef urged his staff to watch their hand movements and increase their speed. The rhythmic tapping of knives against cutting boards filled the air. Meanwhile, Dan Wu remained focused on his task, noting that he still hadn't heard an alarm. The silence stretched on. Dan Wu thought to himself that it was impossible after all, when suddenly he heard someone ask what was happening. Another cook, stirring a pan of ingredients, remarked that the outside was strangely louder than usual. Another chef responded that the battles must be intense, and that they should make sure their stomachs were filled. The head chef clapped his hands together, telling everyone to focus. The staff responded in unison, acknowledging the chef's command. Suddenly, the kitchen shook violently, and someone exclaimed in surprise. The cooks struggled to maintain their balance, as one of them questioned if it was some kind of quake. He wondered what was happening, questioning if it was an earthquake. His eyes widened as the shaking continued. Meanwhile, the shaking grew more intense. The tremors continued to shake the building. Elsewhere, a message appeared, stating that the ingredient had been found. Nearby, a cook reacted with surprise as someone approached. Nearby, two cooks overheard the commotion. They realized that a group of orcs was approaching, and one questioned if this location wasn't too far from the orc village. The cooks continued to discuss the orcs, with one wondering if the location was too far from the orcs' village. Suddenly, a hand wielding a sword burst through a nearby door. A voice called out, demanding to know where someone was going. The figure, sword in hand, dashed out the door. The hooded figure, now outside, prepared to strike. The hooded figure engaged the orcs in combat. Inside, Sung looked on with a shocked expression. The orc chief roared, towering over the hooded figure. Two figures wondered aloud what would happen if they suddenly got logged out and questioned how novices were expected to handle the situation. The orc chief's advance falters slightly, his massive form momentarily thrown off balance. The orc chief's breath is visible as he prepares to strike. The hooded figure stands firm, the essence of the orc chief bearing down on him. The hooded figure's eyes dart to the side as he realizes something. The orc chief swings his axe down. The hooded figure's expression hardens. He thinks to himself that he just needs that. One of the restaurant patrons shouts for some tangsuyuk. Another patron shouts for the chef. One of the restaurant patrons asks if the chef is crazy. The orc chief prepares to strike again as the hooded figure runs toward him. The orc chief's heavy footsteps thundered as he advanced. Danwoo leaped away from the orc chief's path. He knew the orc chief's sword was heavy, making his swings slower. Therefore, whenever the orc chief missed an attack, an opening was created. The orc chief, however, seemed unconcerned. He roared, "Right now." Danwoo moved to strike. The orc chief's eyes glowed. The orc chief swung his massive blade. Danwoo realized that the orc chief was the type that mainly relied on power. He knew that the orc chief was at a disadvantage against someone that relied on speed and technique. Danwoo steeled himself, thinking that he could do this. The orc chief initiated his attack, a prompt appearing that read, 3 quick attack start. Danwoo watched intently, another prompt appearing that read, aiming for vital point start. The orc chief's attack continued, his blade aimed precisely. Danwoo swiftly parried the blow. The orc chief cried out as he was struck. Danwoo remained focused, his expression determined. The orc chief staggered backward, defeated. The force of the blow sent the orc chief flying. The crowd erupted in cheers, exclaiming that the chef had knocked out the orc chief. The crowd continued to cheer, believing they could win. It seemed the orcs had come to the town after chasing goblins, leaving fewer goblins to fight. The townspeople agreed that if it weren't for the chef, they would have been in a lot of trouble. As the townspeople celebrated, guards observed the scene. They noted that the sunlight should be affecting the foreigners, but they seemed unfazed. The guards were impressed by their resilience. Meanwhile, the guard discussed the upcoming expedition, hoping for a safe return for all involved. They also mentioned the need for comfortable clothes and a relaxed attitude in the meantime. Elsewhere, a man was told to wait and breathe until someone was finished with their task. He retorted that he had only agreed to wait, not to abstain from eating. The man then wondered if he should wait for lunch until the next day. He was certain about something. He thought about what he should give to the kid. The man approached the door. He stood outside a fence. A young man welcomed him. The man seemed nervous. The young man asked how much free time he had. The man responded that he was getting bored to even breathe. The young man remarked that he must have a lot of free time then. The man was then asked to sit and wait. The young man with the dark hair presented his offering, announcing that he had prepared something special. The older man looked on as the young man held a covered dish, explaining that it was known to have an effect that could save the sense of taste. The dish was revealed to be a plate piled high with fried tangsuyuk. The young man clarified that the tangsuyuk was made with the essence of the orc chief, specifically in the sauce. The older man questioned if the essence was from the last expedition, to which the young man confirmed. The older man seemed to be in disbelief. The young man asked if that was the reason the older man had suddenly joined the expedition. The young man chuckled, admitting that while that was part of it, he also wanted tangsuyuk. The older man looked at the young man with a surprised expression. The young man insisted that it was nothing and urged the older man to eat as he presented a bowl of sauce. The older man questioned what the young man was about to do. The young man asked for pardon, stating that he was about to pour the sauce, which prompted the older man to ask why he had fried the tangsuyuk if he was going to pour the sauce on it. The young man insisted that fried food was meant to be crunchy. The other man countered that tangsuyuk was meant to have the sauce poured on top. He explained that this allowed the fried coating to harmonize with the soft meat, creating a fantastic taste. The man with dark hair questioned why one would even fry it if they were going to soften the crunchy texture. The young man scoffed, asking if he had ever even tried pouring the sauce on it. The two men stood at the table, an awkward silence hanging in the air. The man with dark hair laughed. He chuckled to himself. The man with dark hair relented, suggesting they pour the sauce on half of it. Then, the young man agreed, saying they should eat. The man with dark hair insisted that the young man try it first. The young man looked on. The man with dark hair picked up a piece of the tangsuyuk with chopsticks and ate it. The sauce dripped from the tangsuyuk. The older man sat on a stool, carefully tasting the tangsuyuk with chopsticks. Sung watched him intently as he chewed. The older man found the taste faint, barely registering on the tip of his tongue. The sauce, with its variety of ingredients, slowly flushed a sweet taste in his mouth with every bite, and the crisp fried coating didn't lose its essence even after the sauce was poured on. With each chew, the juicy, sweet, and sour pork harmonized well with the sweet sauce. Sung looked on with anticipation as the older man declared that it was really good. The older man admitted that it tasted good. Sung smiled. The older man was surprised by his own reaction, thinking it was too early to be so touched by the flavor. Sung presented the older man with jjajangmyeon and jambon. The narrator noted that dishes with noodles taste best with wooden chopsticks. Sung demonstrates how to properly eat the dish. Following Sung's example, the older man slurps up a mouthful of noodles. The older man asks if he's doing it correctly, and Sung confirms that it is exactly as he would expect from his teacher. The narrator describes the first step to enjoying the meal. First, one fills their mouth with a mix of well-fried meat and vegetables, the sweet sauce, and the noodles. Then, one fills their mouth with the lustrous black noodles, and add in a fresh pickled radish to perfectly match the different flavors. Then, to complement it, a savory mix of vegetables and seafood with the spicy broth. Vegetables and seafood. And finally, the chewy noodles that bring all the flavors together, dancing along to the tingling in my mouth. He found the dish spicy, yet refreshing, declaring it the charm of jambon. The other man agreed, stating that it was really good. He continued to eat the noodles. The man with the blonde hair told him to please eat as much as he wanted, and he replied that he would, of course. The bowl was nearly empty. The bowl was now empty, and he announced that he had finished. He exclaimed that it was a good meal, and that it was really good, thanking Minhyuk, saying it was all thanks to what he taught him. Minhyuk asked if he could wait a bit. He responded with a huh? Yes. He wondered what he should try next, now that the wheat of the sun had come as a reward, questioning if he should try bread. The thought of the next meal made him excited for kalguksu. Just thinking about it made him happy. Minhyuk's name was called out. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking where the teacher had gone. The teacher, Minhyuk, held out a red box, asking if the other would take it for him. The other person responded with a questioning huh. The teacher held out the box further. The story presents leveling up by only eating. Episode 20, Empress, begins with a close-up of a red box containing a knife. Moments later, a notification appears, hidden quest completed. The notification reveals that he has acquired L's kitchen knife, an epic-class item with infinite durability and an attack power of 50. It has 2 skills, a dexterity acquisition rate of x4 and dexterity plus 50, with the second ability sealed. The knife is described as an artifact given by the emperor to the best chef of the imperial palace. He realizes this was a quest. The man who received the knife is asked if he likes it, and he responds that it is very nice. The item card for L's kitchen knife reappears, highlighting its dexterity acquisition rate of x4. He wonders if the infinite durability means it replenishes itself. He wonders if it's for everyday use, then notices that combining the knife is possible. He wonders what combining it means. Someone suggests bringing the knife closer to his sword, and he asks if they mean like this. A notification appears, stating combining L's kitchen knife, please wait. He is confused. Suddenly, the knife and sword begin to merge, emitting a bright light. It was explained that the artifact had been absorbed by his sword. Now, the sword could transform into a cooking tool, a hammer, a fishing rod, and more. Thanking the captain for the item, Minhyuk thought it would be very convenient. Minhyuk was then asked if he knew who L was, to which he responded affirmatively. The narrative shifted to a vision of a woman with long red hair. It was revealed that she was the daughter of the emperor of the imperial palace, also known as the Great Sword. She was praised as the best emperor in history. It was noted that the captain's skills were great, too, and that one could even get dubbed by the empress. A scroll detailed the meaning of dubbing a dubmit. The man reflected that L was once his lover. He recalled that he was once the imperial palace's chef. He remembered that L really liked his cooking. The former emperor was suffering from illness at that time, so L was crowned at a young age and experienced a lot of hardship. But she always told him that she gained strength from the food he cooked with a smile. L giggled, finding Rand's cooking delicious, but he knew that as a mere chef, he was not on the same level as her. Rand reflected that his subordinates had framed him, driving him out of the imperial palace. But before he was exiled from the palace, Rand recalled that he had tried to meet L first. He could see his majesty's greatness in L. She thanked Rand for the towel. L had not been ashamed of him, and even told him that he should hone his swordsmanship skills. Rand had promised her that once he surpassed her greatness, he vowed that he would return and serve her a delicious dish. Just a few days ago, he had heard that her skills kept getting better as the days went by. The protagonist _male_1, asked if that meant Rand was going back to the imperial palace now. Rand replied that the people inside the palace really despised him. The man wondered if he should serve her a delicious dish, as a prompt appeared before him, asking if he wanted to accept the task. Meanwhile, another man muttered the word captain. He knew the feeling of wanting to meet someone but not being able to, just like how Captain badly wanted to see Elle. The room was dark. The phone vibrated and rang. He wondered what if everyone was disgusted to see him looking like this, and that he didn't want them to. The phone showed 99 missed calls and a message asking if Hyuk was going to school, making him realize he was having the same experience as someone else. He thought that he should. He decided that he'll do it, that he'll meet with the Empress and cook Captain's dishes for her. The task was accepted, and he was thanked. As Min Hyuk prepared to leave, someone called out, reminding him to take care of himself. Min Hyuk confirmed that he would be careful as he waved goodbye. Before he departed, someone offered to help him with his tasks, but Min Hyuk declined, stating that he was all done. He was then presented with a reward. Min Hyuk was surprised by the amount he received. He was told that it was because he had worked hard. After thanking them, Min Hyuk received a key to a dungeon as a special reward for achieving first rank. It was explained that his dishes had increased the morale of the soldiers, and this was a recognition of that contribution. Min Hyuk wondered if he was ranked first. The man smiled and gave a thumbs up. Min Hyuk realized that the buff actually worked because he had gained a lot of experience. He also learned that the golden key was designated for a hidden dungeon, which would give twice the XP and hopefully allow him to level up well. He thought he would do great, and the man offered to give him the map. Min Hyuk decided that it could wait, as he still had something to do before that. He was asked what he meant, and if there was anything players wanted to do other than level up. The man confirmed that there was, and Min Hyuk asked if he knew how he could meet up with Elle, the Imperial Empress. The man was shocked. The man with the red shirt wondered if there was a way to serve the Empress a dish, but quickly dismissed the idea as impossible. The man in the white shirt knew that Elle was not an average person. He thought that it would not be easy, but he had to do it. The office was quiet. He tapped the search bar and typed Elle. The search results appeared, showing real-time posts about Empress Elle. Min Hyuk saw a recommendation to meet with the Empress and learn her fencing style. He considered shouting out that he was Captain Rand's disciple while crying. He then saw a post about someone locked in a dungeon, sentenced to 10 years in prison. Min Hyuk was shocked and thought that he would be sent to a prison. He decided to find another way. He read a post asking if it was true that the Empress was looking for a successor and that it was an elimination tournament only level 80 players could accept. Min Hyuk realized that if he won the tournament, he would be the Empress' successor. He knew he had to meet the Empress for Captain Rand. Min Hyuk knew he had to reach level 80. The crunching of leaves and twigs marked his steady progress through the forest. Suddenly, a blade flashed, cutting through the air with deadly precision. The strike landed, felling a monstrous creature that struggled weakly against the fatal blow. Continuing his meal, the protagonist stepped over the fallen monster, unfazed by the recent battle. The dying monster thought to himself that this human is crazy. The monster, in its final moments, watched in disbelief as Min Hyuk continued to eat, unable to comprehend his lack of fear. Shortly after the battle, a notification appeared before Min Hyuk, indicating that he had leveled up and reached level 55. Min Hyuk paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. Nearby, the monster dropped a skill book. Min Hyuk wondered if he had picked up a skill book. However, a message appeared, stating that the skills could not be acquired because the class conditions were not met, leaving Min Hyuk confused. Min Hyuk shook the book, questioning if it didn't match his class. Min Hyuk paused in his reading, his expression thoughtful as he considered the contents of the book before him. Recognizing its lack of usefulness to him, he decided that he would have to sell it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another figure stood before a stone archway, recalling that there was a hidden dungeon that granted twice the normal experience. He pulled out a key, wondering if this was the dungeon he sought. The path led to a quaint, unassuming house. Nearby, Blaine, the hidden dungeon keeper, sighed, exhausted from his work. The protagonist approached, wondering if this was the right place. Blaine noticed him and remarked on the new face. The protagonist's presence made Blaine think that he would leave soon, wondering if this could be real. Blaine thought that there was no way this guy would be any different, remembering that they would say, "I wasn't expecting this kind of dungeon." Blaine exclaimed that this is what he was talking about, thinking that he has to do this kind of work even in the game. Min Hyuk was overjoyed, thanking Goddess Athena for the sweet potato pumpkin. Meanwhile, Blaine looked on in shock as Min Hyuk jumped for joy in the Land of Farmers' hidden dungeon. The title card appeared, declaring this episode to be about potatoes. The protagonist, Sung, was told he was not from around here by Blaine. Blaine cleared his throat. Blaine introduced himself as the keeper of this place, the one who would be guiding Sung. He then asked if Sung even knew what kind of dungeon this was. Sung realized it was a sweet potato dungeon. Blaine confirmed this, asking if Sung was sure he could handle it. Sung confidently replied that he could. Sung exclaimed his enthusiasm, even though it was a dungeon where one only digs sweet potatoes. Blaine stated that was good then, and that this dungeon was not difficult. He instructed Sung to dig up all the sweet potatoes that have a dark color, as they suck up all the nutrients. Sung was tasked to bring Blaine about 20 black sweet potatoes within 3 days. Sung raised his hand, declaring he had a question. Blaine asked what it was, as Sung wondered if he could eat the sweet potatoes. He asked, his face beaming with excitement, about the sweet potatoes. Blaine nodded in response, telling him to have as much as he wanted. With renewed vigor, Sung declared that he would work hard, noting that the farming equipment was over there. Blaine watched him, wondering how he would keep up that kind of energy. It was okay, he thought, as Elle's kitchen knife activated, changing its appearance. Sung whistled as he crouched down, thinking to himself that he just needed to pick up some sweet potatoes and give them Blaine. He wondered what kind of sweet potato he should eat with this kind of weather. He began to dig, wondering if he was digging the wrong way. Suddenly, a notification appeared, indicating that his agricultural proficiency had risen to 1% and that he needed to achieve 100% to acquire farming skills. Sung simply responded with an O. His agricultural proficiency continued to increase, reaching 1.1%, then 1.2%, and finally 1.3%. His agricultural proficiency reached 1.32%. Sung paused, visibly annoyed. Sung declared that he wouldn't give up on his sweet potatoes, continuing to dig with renewed determination. Finally, he unearthed the sweet potato. Sung exclaimed with delight at the sight of so many sweet potatoes. Someone declared that they were on a roll. The city bustled with chatter as it seemed like there would be a lot of something. Reporters swarmed, asking Lucia to comment on the tournament. Athene, ranked number 3, Kane, stated that it would be fun, he guessed. Kane's sister, Lucia, stood beside him. According to the official announcement of the developers, Lucia had obtained the 30th legendary class, known as Shadow Warrior, one of the best legendary classes. Reporters wondered when the others knew about this and if they had been told ahead of time. Someone noted that there was no need to be irritated with Lucia. Someone pleaded with Lucia to say just one word. Lucia thought that this kind of strength comes to people who are special. Kane grabbed Lucia. Kane held Lucia, grinning as he stated that this world is wide and there are many strong players, and she wouldn't even know what will happen. Kane released Lucia, stating that those were some humble words coming from Mr. Kane, the current 3rd in the rankings. He thought that they were such lovely siblings. Kane thought that no one can be as equal with Lucia's ability. However, being full of yourself is not a good thing. A figure with white hair declares that the world isn't unfair. He then muses that there are many ways to climb higher. The scene shifts to a view of buildings in the distance. The buildings are seen more closely, with a small structure in the foreground. Blaine stretches, remarking that he didn't hear the exit notification the previous night. He looks toward the small structure. Suddenly startled, Blaine demands to know what someone is doing. Min Hyuk is seen eating sweet potatoes, mumbling to himself. Min Hyuk continues to eat, describing the food as delicious. He then states that he has cleared all of the black sweet potatoes, prompting Blaine to question what is happening. A bowl full of sweet potatoes is shown, with the text indicating that this was done in just one day. Min Hyuk continues to eat, as he wonders how much effort was put into harvesting the sweet potatoes. Min Hyuk savored the sweet potato, his eyes sparkling with delight as he took another bite. Blaine watched him, his expression a mix of amusement and curiosity as he wondered how much the boy would eat. Startled, Min Hyuk paused mid-bite, his eyes widening as he looked up at Blaine. He asked if it was baked. Blaine corrected him, explaining that the sweet potato was boiled, not baked. He then asked if he could have one. Min Hyuk, holding the sweet potato close, nervously asked if he could have just one. Blaine tilted his head, reminding him that he was farming it on his plantation. Blaine relented, offering Min Hyuk another sweet potato. Min Hyuk thanked him, but Blaine seemed to notice something amiss with a basket of sweet potatoes. Blaine inspected the basket, remarking that Min Hyuk was the only one who enjoyed the black sweets as much as he did. Min Hyuk, covered by his blanket, nervously shook as he tried to hide himself. Blaine looked down at the basket, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. Blaine's suspicion turned to outrage as he realized Min Hyuk had eaten all of the sweet potatoes. He loudly accused him of doing so. Blaine's soul seemed to leave his body as he realized that Min Hyuk had eaten all the sweet potatoes from his plantation. Min Hyuk, unfazed by Blaine's reaction, scratched his head and cheekily asked if he would like some more. A disembodied voice offered a reward, presenting 2 options: Mahabia's double ring, a unique item, or a low-quality seed. The voice elaborated that one could also pick between the item's buff that increases defense or a skill that can absorb enemies' attacks. The old man with the straw hat exclaimed that this was a great option, as the 2 items floated before him. The voice stated that it was a nice option, and asked which one he would choose. The protagonist was surprised by the seed. The protagonist recalled that the fruits from this dungeon were more delicious than normal, but it had no abilities or even buffs in it. He realized that this was a kind of test. For years, this dungeon had been kept hidden. Of course, there were players who also completed all of the quest, but when it's time to pick a reward, one would normally look at the stats and pick abilities or even buffs in it. The voice declared that this dungeon is called Land of Farmers for a reason. The protagonist thought that even that one seed that no one cares about could have a deserving real reward here, and tapped the low-quality seed. He declared that he didn't need that ring. The protagonist smiled. Blaine seemed serious, stating that this was a great opportunity. The protagonist, however, shrugged, saying that no matter how great the options were, delicious fruits were the best, and he wondered if equips could feed him. He was curious what fruit the seed would bear. Blaine patted him on the back, his friendship with the protagonist increasing. Blaine wondered what kind of flower it would bear and how they would taste, his friendship with the protagonist increasing further. The protagonist seemed confused. Blaine exclaimed that he was a true farmer, stating that he had seen himself in him since the start. The protagonist lifted a box, Blaine telling him that he could have this now. The protagonist recalled that he had chosen the seed, but he was told that both the seed and the double ring were his. Blaine declared that he was the owner of it. The name of the seed changed to Seed of Hard Work and Care. It was a hidden item, achieved by those who have the true farmer's patience, and it could grow seeds, leveling up beginner farming skill. He acquired Mahabua's double ring. Blaine seemed surprised that the protagonist would pick the seed, but he also felt a sense of pride that there were players who thought like him. Meanwhile, the protagonist, after picking the seed, wondered if it would be a problem. Having completed the hidden quest, Sung earned 1,000 beginner farming experience, doubling the experience acquisition rate for 1 week. Beginner farming was continuously increasing, as was the dexterity acquisition rate. L's knife effect activated, increasing the acquisition rate 6 times. Sung was amazed by how much dexterity he was gaining. Even better, he had also gained the beginner farming skill, a passive ability that increased the speed of material gathering. Meanwhile, Blaine was waiting for someone interested in cultivating crops, someone who would exchange low-quality seeds for the quest. He considered Sung the first player who loved farming while being sincere. Blaine thought it was because the sweet potatoes that Sung grew were so delicious, and he was glad that Sung appreciated them. Blaine considered Sung the only guy he could trust. Recently, Blaine had received a report. Blaine explained that sweet potato men, black sweet potatoes who had stolen all the nutrients from other potatoes and controlled their bodies, were crawling out of the ground and attacking because Sung had dug out all of the black sweet potatoes. These monsters were ruining the plantation, but Blaine thought Sung could handle them. An alert appeared, asking if Sung wanted to accept the task of hunting 10 sweet potato men. Sung thought to himself that he just needed to kill some sweet potatoes, and that Blaine would be the one to ask. Sung realized he could slay them, and there was a chance that a golden sweet potato would drop. Sung accepted the task and immediately sprinted off. Blaine had warned him that the sweet potato men would appear in a wide-open area, and that a sweet potato warrior would emerge after some of the monsters were defeated. Thanking Blaine for the information, Sung headed towards the plantation. Suddenly, a sweet potato man grabbed him from within the foliage. More sweet potato men appeared, rising from the ground. Sung stomped on one of the sweet potato men. The other sweet potato men laughed, mocking Sung as they questioned if he was one of them. One of the sweet potato men fell after being slashed. Sung chuckled, telling the sweet potato men that they looked weak. He declared that one was down. Another sweet potato man looked shocked as Sung turned, smiling, and declared that there were more to go. Another sweet potato man shook as Sung stepped towards it. With a final slash, another sweet potato man was defeated. The quest to hunt 10 sweet potato men had been completed. With a triumphant cry, Sung stood amidst the fallen sweet potato men. As a result of his efforts, he gained +1 will. The notification explained that this ability was attained when focusing intently on a desired goal, causing fatigue to disappear. Sung considered what he could do with this newfound strength, declaring that he had a strong will to eat. His stomach growled loudly. Suddenly, a sweet potato man appeared, and Sung realized it was the sweet potato warrior. Sung prepared himself, thinking that if he could slay that monster, the golden sweet potato would be his. He wondered what he should make when he got the golden sweet potato, imagining kneading it with the sun's wheat to make pizza, or putting some flavor in it. Sung thought he would enjoy it as is, badly wanting to eat that golden sweet potato. He began to drool. Sung told the sweet potato warrior that he looked delicious. With a determined expression, Sung declared that the golden sweet potato was his and charged forward. The sweet potato warrior, impaled by a spear, is slashed apart. Sung wonders what the golden sweet potato tastes like as the sweet potato warrior shakes and trembles before him. Suddenly, the sweet potato warrior attempts to flee. Sung shouts, demanding to know where it thinks it's going. The sweet potato warrior digs into the ground, trying to escape. Sung demands that it give him the golden sweet potato, and then picks up the potato. The sweet potato warrior begins to regenerate its health by eating sweet potatoes. Sung wonders if it is using the potatoes to recover its HP. Readying himself, Sung knows what he needs to do. Sung dashes forward, resolving to take the sweet potato warrior down before it can fully recover. The system informs Sung that he has slain the sweet potato warrior as the monster falls apart. The system informs Sung that he has acquired golden sweet potatoes. He is amazed by the perfectly cut potatoes. Sung wonders if the golden sweet potato tastes good. Flustered, Sung tells himself to keep it together. Sung thinks that no matter how delicious it looks, eating monsters is a bit much. Still contemplating the golden sweet potatoes, Sung's expression is thoughtful. Suddenly, he recalls the sweet potato warrior's words, the monster lamenting that it had already eaten a pig. With renewed resolve, Sung begins chopping the golden sweet potatoes. He reflects that he had wanted to eat some steamed sweet potatoes, but the frying pan had no lid, causing him some worry. Seeing the chopped potatoes, Sung declares that he will make them. The potatoes boil and sizzle, and Sung notes that they just need to cook. With a flourish, Sung presents the finished dish, declaring that it looks delicious. He blows on the sweet potato to cool it down. The sweet potato glows, and Sung exclaims how bright it is. Sung thanks the food, noting that the taste stays in his mouth, and that it has a natural sweetness that cannot be compared to chocolates and candies. It is said that it melts in your mouth every time you eat it, and that it has an incredible taste for a vegetable. Despite the heat, Sung declares that he will keep eating it. He choked slightly, the sweetness of the potato overwhelming his mouth. To combat the sweetness, he took a drink of cool donkami. The cool drink refreshed him, the taste of the kimchi cooling him down. He picked up another golden sweet potato with his chopsticks, ready to eat the big guy he fried. He munched on the potato, savoring the taste. The potato was crunchy and stuck to his mouth, but he couldn't stop eating it. He paused, a sliver of potato between his lips, a question forming in his mind. An alert appeared. By eating the potato, he could obtain the skill to absorb and convert the sweet potato warrior. The system asked if he would like to acquire it, and he wondered if he was absorbing skills. He chose to acquire the skill, and the absorb-convert skill was successfully acquired. Overeating was created, and Sung wondered what was happening. A sacred artifact quest and a classic eating skill were also created. An alert detailed the overeating skill, a god-level skill that ignores the toxic effects of eating a monster presented as food. Sung wondered what skill he had just acquired, thinking that the skill book wasn't good. Sung suddenly told himself to wait, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He realized that he couldn't use the skill book because he didn't meet the class conditions, but he had acquired a new skill by eating anything unconditionally. This meant he could absorb monster skills. If that were the case, Sung wondered if he could acquire a dragon's hellfire or meteor. Thinking about the possibilities, he clenched his fist. Sung wondered what dragon meat tasted like, his mouth watering at the thought. Meanwhile, Blaine called out to Sung. Blaine asked if Sung had completed the task, and Sung confirmed that he had quickly cleaned it up. Blaine, pleased, said that Sung must have leveled up his skills quite a bit and told him to follow, promising to teach him how to plant that seed. Excitedly, Sung asked if he could plant it right now. Blaine had one more thing to say, prompting Sung to tilt his head in confusion. Blaine opened the door and told Sung to follow, clarifying that this time it was potatoes. Sung was excited, and Blaine smiled, ready to teach him how to plant potatoes. 2 weeks had passed. Min Hyuk, looking pale and exhausted, was encouraged to rest. Min Hyuk insisted that he was fine, explaining that he had already collected a substantial amount of potatoes. He then asked if Athene was fun. Athene responded with enthusiasm, stating that it was fun and that he could eat anything he wanted. The doctor agreed that it was fortunate, but cautioned him not to overdo it. Elsewhere, someone clenched their fists, wondering if they should go now. The doctor simply responded with a yes. It was the day that Athene would measure his weight, and the doctor wondered if the treatment using Athene had worked. Min Hyuk's father was unable to come due to an emergency. Min Hyuk considered that everyone must be tired, even his father. Someone thought to themselves that they had come this far, and wondered what would happen if it didn't work. The scale shook as someone stepped onto it. The scale sat silently as Min Hyuk considered his situation. He knew that everyone would be disappointed with him. Suddenly, the numbers changed. Min Hyuk asked if he could open his eyes, and was given the go-ahead. Slowly, he opened them. The scale settled on a new number, 172.2. Min Hyuk asked how heavy he was before, and was told he weighed 173.2 kilograms. He realized he had lost 1 kilogram. The medical staff congratulated Min Hyuk, telling him he had done well. They told him they knew he could do it. Min Hyuk remembered that he kept thinking about when he would die, and that he couldn't see any hope then. He recalled that he couldn't even eat anything delicious and would die soon, but it was only 1 kilogram. Min Hyuk realized he did it. Min Hyuk burst into tears, his emotions overwhelming him. Seeing him so upset, Blaine waved his hands, trying to comfort him. He told Min Hyuk that his crying was making him feel bad. Blaine offered to buy him some candy and Athene to cheer him up. Blaine wiped away Min Hyuk's tears. Min Hyuk suddenly asked if Blaine knew that candies tasted like strawberry milk. Min Hyuk smiled and laughed. Blaine asked if Min Hyuk had stopped crying because of the candy offer, adding that it was a good day to laugh. Min Hyuk wondered if he could go back to the old days someday, thinking about what would happen if that were to occur. Blaine shook his head, looking at his phone. Blaine remarked that now that he was all done, he managed to raise his dexterity. He added that he could also harvest the fruit he planted today. Blaine then asked Min Hyuk how much dexterity he had now. Min Hyuk stated that he thought it was 298. Blaine was confused, noting that their guild's middle and high-level blacksmith had 400 dexterity. Min Hyuk responded that it was weird, thinking it was because the acquisition rate was 8 times higher. He looked on with a smile as his companion spoke, seemingly pleased by whatever was being said. Meanwhile, the other man smirked, perhaps knowing more than he let on. The man from before stated that he thought he knew why Min Hyuk was so focused on dexterity. It was generally known that there were different laws in dexterity, and that consistent use of it was key. Another law dictated how much one could do without rest, and this also increased dexterity. The man listening seemed surprised, asking if those laws were implemented. The other man thought that Min Hyuk was the type to want to see something through to the end once he started it, and that he probably did nothing but focus on it. He then patted the man on the back, calling him his great brother, which caused the other to question the sudden affection. The man being patted thought the affection was ridiculous, and it creeped him out. It was said that those seeds could become this big. Of course, the results would be different depending on how much effort and care one put in. The old man marveled at the growth rate and the radiant golden fruit, stating that this was... Blaine was in awe, admitting that even he couldn't create something so amazing. He observed that the fruit was golden and speculated that it might be more than just a delicious treat. At that moment, the protagonist approached, calling out a greeting. The protagonist greeted Blaine, explaining that he was there to harvest the seeds Blaine had given him, despite having said he was leaving that day. Beaming with excitement, the protagonist wondered aloud what kind of fruit it was. Blaine expressed his own excitement and asked if the protagonist would come closer. Blaine chuckled, saying he already knew the protagonist loved farming. Blaine declared that the tree was from the seed the protagonist had planted. The protagonist was amazed that there were already 7 fruits. Blaine explained that he could simply raise his hand and say harvest whenever he wanted to pick the fruit. The protagonist raised his hand, and the fruit wobbled and floated down towards him. As the golden fruit cracked open, it revealed a watermelon. The item was identified as a fruitful watermelon, a rare item that granted plus 30 dexterity acquisition and plus 30 wisdom, and tasted better than a regular watermelon. The description noted that the protagonist's hard work and affection for the seeds had paid off, and that he had a good farmer's character. The protagonist wondered what the ability of the watermelon was, musing how delicious it would be if it tasted better than a regular watermelon. Having harvested the fruitful watermelon, the protagonist wondered how he would eat it, considering its enhanced abilities. Blaine urged him to check the watermelon's abilities, but Sung seemed more interested in another fruit. Muttering to himself, Sung noted that dexterity was nice, but it could be a little slow sometimes. Blaine, overhearing, impatiently called for him to move on to the next fruit. His eyes widened as he gazed upon a giant strawberry. Sung was immediately taken by the strawberry. He wanted to eat it right away, much to Blaine's surprise. Blaine thought he looked like a hippo as Sung prepared to devour the strawberry. Images flashed through Sung's mind of the delicious treats he could make with the strawberry, such as fresh juice and a sandwich. He imagined a strawberry cake, but then lamented eating the strawberry before thinking. Blaine reassured Sung that he still had the watermelon, noting that the reward was done quickly. Sung declared that it was time for the next fruit, while Blaine sighed, seemingly uninterested in the state of things. A sign indicated that the required level had not been met, and the fruit could not be peeled yet. He realized he needed 10 more levels to reach level 120, which would allow him to open the next fruit. He mused that it would be nice to put in his inventory and open it every time he reached a level. Meanwhile, Blaine approached him, saying he didn't want to bother him or anything, but asked if he was going to the Imperial Palace in a carriage. He confirmed that he was, and that he was really grateful all this time, hoping to see Blaine again. He added that he would do so again if he had chance. Blaine agreed, saying that he believed the protagonist could be a great farmer. The protagonist suddenly remembered that he had left the potatoes. Blaine asked if it was an apology for the sweet potatoes, and he confirmed that it was. Blaine chuckled, thanking him anyway. Blaine then looked at the potato, wondering if this was it. He was shocked to see that it was the only potato he left. Blaine found the box empty, but then discovered a note saying, "Here's the rest of the potatoes." The protagonist saluted, thinking that this guy farmed like a wild boar. The older man called out to protagonist_male_1, reminding him of their destination, the Imperial Palace. The older man's words seemed to startle protagonist_male_1, who confirmed that they would be there soon and told him to prepare to unpack. Moments later, the older man announced their arrival. Arriving at the Imperial Palace, protagonist_male_1 was struck by its grandeur. He wondered where he needed to go to participate in the qualifiers. Suddenly, he noticed a guide for the qualifiers. The line to enter the palace stretched far. Protagonist_male_1 blew on his hands to warm them. He then took a drink from a cup. The sweet potato latte was steaming, the warmth radiating from the cup. It was made from the remaining sweet potatoes, and it was so nice. He thought to himself that he should drink it wisely. Meanwhile, others nearby noticed the aroma, wondering what the smell was. The drink had a mild taste of sweet potato. It was squishy when some milk was added. Soon, he would feel the warm foam in his mouth. The foam was sweeter than the main drink, and the drink was beyond sweetness. Sung Danwoo found that it was really soft. He thought it was so delicious, and he was just getting started but was already ecstatic. Others nearby were amazed that he had already drunk so much of it. An announcement was made for the next participant to come in. Sung flinched, realizing it was his turn already. Sung wanted to have more, thinking they would still have a lot of fun. Someone asked if he was forfeiting, but Sung Danwoo replied that he was going now. The preliminaries consisted of 3 gateways, and one would pass if they finished it under 30 minutes. Sung thought the first gateway was simple. Just slay this level 80 monster Arcus. The hooded figure warned Sung to be careful and manage his time, as there was a bit of difficulty ahead. Sung acknowledged the warning and continued forward. Meanwhile, Blaine's stomach rumbled, and he admitted he was hungry. Sung drew his sword, ready to face the challenge. He charged towards the level 80 monster, Arcus. With a swift motion, Sung slashed at Arcus. Sung stood victorious, his expression determined. Blaine was shocked, exclaiming that Sung had defeated the monster in one strike. The system notified Sung that the first gateway was completed. A voice informed him that would guide him through the second gateway. The stage of the second gateway was revealed to be the forest. Sung realized he needed to find some hints to get out of the forest. He transformed his tool and prepared to gather the herbs, noting that there were many edible plants in the area. With a determined look, protagonist_male_1 declared that he would dig some out. Suddenly, a voice wondered how he knew that the key to escaping the forest was in the plants. Min Hyuk paused, finding it weird that someone knew what he was doing. He reached for a glowing plant, thinking that it was edible, but questioning its strange appearance and wondering if he should ask the other guy about it. The system notified him that the second gateway was completed. Blaine wondered if Min Hyuk had navigating skills. Blaine thought that Min Hyuk was an unusual participant and offered to guide him to the third gateway, urging him to dig just a little bit more. Blaine told Min Hyuk that he needed to finish digging in 30 minutes, and Min Hyuk internally urged himself to dig faster. 20 minutes later, a notification appeared, stating that the third gateway was just to survive while going towards the exit, and that he didn't need to hunt monsters. Suddenly, a monster monkey, level 90, appeared. The monster monkeys grabbed bananas and threw them at Min Hyuk, yelling that he was human and should die. Blaine remarked that the moment someone got hit by a banana, players normally logged out, and that even if Min Hyuk had been lucky so far, it was going to be a bit hard. With a ferocious cry, one of the monster monkeys hurled a banana. Sung Danwoo blocked the incoming projectiles, grabbing one in midair. Below, Blaine watched in shock. Danwoo smiled, remarking that the monkey had given him a banana. Blaine warned him that it wasn't a gift but an attack. Blaine realized that if Danwoo ate the banana, it would be the end. The item description stated that the consumer would become addicted to the deadly monkey's poison. Ignoring Blaine's warning, Danwoo thanked the monkey for the food and took a bite. Blaine was shocked at Danwoo's actions. Danwoo, however, found the banana delicious, noting that the poison was ineffective due to his overeating abilities, and asked if the monkey could throw some more. The monkey, now visibly angered, seemed ready to comply. The monkey threw more bananas at Danwoo, who caught them all, exclaiming that it was exactly what he wanted. Elsewhere, the mysterious hooded figure urged the protagonist to move, stating that there wasn't much time, but the protagonist wanted to eat more bananas. The monkey snuck up on Danwoo, throwing a banana at him as a surprise attack. The monkey screamed that Danwoo should die. Danwoo stopped the monkey's attack. Danwoo petted the monkey, thanking him for the farewell gift and promising to eat it well. The protagonist accepted the banana with a smile, seemingly touched by the gesture and considering the monkey a nice guy. Meanwhile, the monkey seemed to be infatuated with the protagonist, sending heart emojis. The protagonist seemed confused by the monkey's actions, as the monkey offered him a bunch of bananas. The protagonist, overwhelmed by the gift, wondered what he should do, while Blaine watched shocked. Blaine excused himself, explaining that a monkey giving someone a present had a specific meaning. The monkey seemed to be saying that he would have the protagonist tonight, as Blaine looked on with concern. The protagonist, now visibly disturbed, questioned what was happening. Elsewhere, someone observed the protagonist through a crystal ball, wondering what was wrong with the stranger. Meanwhile, two other figures discussed the protagonist, with one noting that he was strong, but Radom stated that he didn't want that kind of guy in the Knights at all, seemingly worried. One of the figures observed that the protagonist was eating like a phoenix, and the other agreed. It was noted that the protagonist had a breathtaking record of 29 minutes and 57 seconds, and that he was also picking herbs and eating bananas. The implications of his speed were becoming clear. If he cleared the gateway immediately. Meanwhile, Blaine was lost in thought. Elsewhere, an unknown figure was being observed. They seemed to be stronger than Lucia. The episode opens with a winged creature soaring through the sky, announcing the start of the tournament to the viewers. Enthusiastically, a woman declares her intention to be the MC of the tournament. The tournament is set to take place in Cork Island, and this time, the organizers have come up with a new idea, moving away from the previous one-on-one format. More than 200 players passed the preliminary round. It will be a last-man-standing match, meaning the other players will eliminate other players. The duration is 12 hours, and if there's no winner, it will be decided by the accumulated score. The players who pass the preliminaries are being gathered one by one. The question on everyone's mind: what's happening inside the players' waiting room? It is assured that the waiting room is a safe zone where player killing is not possible. Inside the waiting room, the atmosphere is quiet as players mill about. The sound of footsteps echoes through the room. It's Lucia. As she enters, someone wonders if she is that strong, confirming that she is a confirmed winner. Someone wonders who the winning candidate is and laughs. It is said that she's only known because of her brother. The banner identified the men as members of the Bacalo Guild, a group created by incumbent warriors. Though they were low-leveled, they were likely from the elite group. The man mused that he wasn't sure how many people were going to come after him. He thought they thought highly of him, but they were just bothersome. Meanwhile, Lucia sighed. She thought that compared to rankers, these guys were nothing. She considered people who checked their enemies to be pathetic. The man opened a door, relieved that he wasn't late. He thought that one more pathetic person couldn't keep up with the time. The man approached Lucia, eating a banana. She questioned his choice of snack. He continued to eat the banana sloppily as others looked on. He took another bite of the banana as Lucia watched him. Lucia stared at him, shocked, and wondered what he was doing. The man offered Lucia some banana, shaking and trembling. Lucia asked if he was offering it to her, reminding him that he was hungry and kept staring at it. Lucia burst out laughing. She questioned why he was laughing. The man apologized, but Lucia giggled, remarking on how he wasn't nervous in this kind of atmosphere. He wondered if she was nervous. The man held out a bottle, stating that he meant to hand it over. He offered the bottle to Lucia, warning that even if it was a fruit, she might choke if she ate it like that. Lucia confirmed that he was giving it to her. Lucia thanked him for his kindness as she accepted the bottle. The man suggested that they make something delicious. He shook a large watermelon. Lucia asked what it was, and the man replied that it was a watermelon. She retorted that she could see that. Lucia wondered if they added watermelon and cider, they would have a watch eye. She asked if he was sure. It was noted that the Athene's inventory was really great and kept items nice and chilled. It was instructed to first take a spoonful of watermelon. Then, plenty of fruit cocktails were added. To complete the watch eye, condensed milk and spice cider were added. With the final ingredient added, Lucia exclaimed that the Subac watch eye was complete, marveling at the finished product. The watch eye, a vibrant mix of watermelon and other ingredients in a milky broth, looked delicious. The man offered Lucia some of the watch eye. She initially declined, but then accepted. The man smiled, expressing his gratitude for the food. He took a bite of the watch eye. The watermelon was cool and sweet, and the cold cider made it even fresher. Each bite was like a fruit cocktail, and the juice made the watermelon easy to eat. The taste of watermelon was wonderful. The man savored the true nature of watch eye. He smiled as he ate. The man asked Lucia how long she had been there. She replied that she thought it had been about 29 minutes and 50 seconds. He found that breathtaking. He seemed to appreciate Lucia's offer, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She didn't recognize him, yet she felt no sense of tension or vigilance around him. The man complimented her kindness in sharing the cider, as he called it, and then asked if they should split it in this manner. Meanwhile, two figures watched from a distance, observing the interaction. Suddenly, Lucia kicked the watermelon with considerable force, sending it flying. The man's eye widened in surprise as the watermelon soared through the air. The force of the kick caused Lucia to lose her balance, and she fell backwards, sending the watermelon crashing to the ground. The man who had been standing nearby apologized, claiming it was an accident, and asked if she was all right. Lucia questioned the meaning of his actions, while the man insisted that his foot had slipped and that they didn't have to be mad. He added that they were being too loud and having too much fun. From the shadows, Blaine's eye twitched, his expression unreadable. One of the observers exclaimed that he was eating it and expressed a desire to go out, and the other observer cursed them as bastards, noting that they were enraging the mood before the tournament even started. The man glared intensely, calling them shitheads. The man with the straw hat looks on with pity. Footsteps echo as someone walks over broken glass and flower petals. An angry voice demands that the mess be cleaned up, blaming those responsible. Approaching the source of the commotion, a figure stops, their hand outstretched. The woman with short white hair declares that the situation is dangerous and that she will handle it. The two figures stood on the stairs, one advising the other to be careful with Bacalo's guild members in the future, as that was what they wanted to see. She declared that she would handle it. Inside the waiting room, several figures stood around a table. The woman with white hair suggested they have a talk outside. Just before the match was to start, Lucia and the Bacalo guild members left the waiting room, surprising someone. Someone shouted that they shouldn't follow them, startling another person who asked what was the matter. It was pointed out that when outside the waiting room, they wouldn't spawn in a random location, and that those guys planned this. Someone else was anxious, but another person questioned why they were worried, since their sister was a favored candidate. It was revealed that Bacalo's guild master has a hidden class. The words, Iron Blood's Great Leader, appeared. It was explained that one can deploy buff tactics using an access code, and that he can also know the whole situation through a map. The advantage was clear. Unseen, the group advanced, their footsteps silent on the path. They were reminded to remember the plan for when the tournament began. Peeking from behind cover, the blonde-haired fighter wondered how much time remained before the tournament started, eager to begin. Preparing for battle, the fighter counted down the final seconds. At that moment, the order was given, and the group charged forward. With a sinister grin, the blonde-haired fighter drew his blade, intent on ending the fight quickly. Suddenly, a woman with white hair turned her head. She vanished in a burst of speed. The blonde-haired fighter looked around, confused by her sudden disappearance. He wondered how she knew they were coming. As he emerged, the white-haired woman mocked his poor attempt at stealth. She revealed that she could easily sense his presence. The white-haired woman questioned if her opponent truly believed he could succeed, as the tournament had already begun. She declared that if he had simply stayed put, he might have lived a little longer, ordering her allies to fall back. The battlefield was littered with fallen opponents. The crowd reacted with shock and awe as Lucia had already slain 6 players at the start of the tournament. Elsewhere, the man with the graying hair reassured his companion, referring to her as his little sister as she munched on some chestnuts. The guild master of the Bacalo Guild assessed the situation, noting that their target couldn't even assassinate his opponents. He wondered if it was truly that difficult to slay the enemy in advance. However, it appeared that the guild master had other plans. He studied a map, pondering where to point next. The map showed a detailed layout of the tournament area, complete with target coordinates. Suddenly, the man who was with Lucia was alerted to something. The white-haired woman questioned why he was aiming for a weak player, deciding it was better for him not to fight them. The woman with the chestnuts swallowed nervously. The bag of chestnuts shifted slightly in its holder's grasp. The question hung in the air. Who would he be? Elsewhere, a man questioned if they belonged to the Bacalo's guild, demanding to know what they would do if they did. A sinister laugh echoed in the distance. Looking back at the waiting room, Blaine observed the map laid out before him. The map, he realized, meant something to Lucia. The man from before considered if they were friends or perhaps lovers, stating that they had done something they shouldn't have, and he was sure to see their reaction. Even if he couldn't catch Lucia, he was sure he could catch this guy. The figure resolved to catch him and make Lucia lose her mind, immediately trying to assassinate her again. Someone lamented wasting the precious watermelon that they had made, dashing and charging forward. No player, it was said, had ever survived their guild's tactical team. Someone drew their sword, remarking that it looked like he was starting something. With a cry of farewell, punk, protagonist_1 swings his sword. The swordsman's opponent manages to parry the blow, surprised by the attack. The swordsman thinks to himself, wondering how protagonist_1 could have parried his attack with such low-level power. Suddenly, a hand grabs the swordsman's leg. The swordsman falls to the ground. He cries out as protagonist_1 stomps on him. Elsewhere, mysterious_hooded_figure_1 watches with a stoic expression. Nearby, 2 onlookers are shocked by the turn of events, one questioning how protagonist_1 could be so strong. The swordsman slouched on the ground, startled. Protagonist_1 turns, declaring that they are the enemies of Watch Eye. A nearby soldier shakes in fear. Another soldier cries out that they will never forgive protagonist_1. The map pulsed with warnings, each red skull marking a fallen comrade. The red-handed figure overseeing the grim tableau wondered what was happening. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, a commander reacted with alarm, calling out to his superior as he witnessed the unfolding disaster. The commander demanded to know what was happening and what the other man was doing there. Elsewhere, the battle raged on. It appeared protagonist_male_1 was fighting while simultaneously consuming the twin-headed troll's blood, his health points visibly increasing. Despite the relentless attacks, protagonist_male_1's health bar remained stubbornly full. The observers noted that he was drinking the twin-headed troll's blood. One of them questioned whether that recovery potion wasn't incredibly expensive. It was observed that his tremendous resilience could not be explained otherwise. One theorized that he was drinking the potion like it was water. Back at the map, the red-handed figure wondered which ranker guild protagonist_male_1 belonged to. Meanwhile, one of the fallen soldiers, barely conscious, wondered if they had messed with the wrong person. Protagonist_male_1 continued to replenish his health, a visible green bar indicating his vitality. An alert appeared, highlighting the absorb convert skill. The skill description stated that when he ate something, he would recover 30 to 40% of his HP. He thought to himself that this skill was really convenient. Episode 27 began with hushed chatter filling the halls. The queen observed the competition, noting that it was becoming increasingly fierce. An attendant confirmed to Empress Elle that a stranger had single-handedly defeated an entire army. Elle wondered if the stranger was unaffiliated with any guild. Elsewhere, an official was instructed to bring the magic crystal ball. Slowly, the image of a man appeared in the crystal ball, prompting Elle to hum in thought. The man in the crystal ball startled. It was Sung. Sung realized he was being watched. The narrator pondered if the Bacalo Guild would fall back, while Lucia was constantly eliminating players. Lucia's intentions were questioned, with the possibility of a reversal being considered. It was too early to tell, as the second half of the tournament had yet to begin. The possibility of a reversal hung in the air, as the second half was still to come. The rules of the second half were explained, As the tournament progressed, the barrier around the island would shrink, forcing the remaining contestants closer together. Contact with the barrier would inflict significant damage. The inevitable outcome was clear. The barrier would force all survivors into a confined space, leaving them no choice but to fight each other. Meanwhile, the audience watched with excitement as an event monster began to appear on the screen. The appearance of the monster was unexpected, adding a twist to the game. Players scattered, fleeing from the newly spawned event monster. Hiding in the forest, the mysterious hooded figure 2 observed the chaos. They recognized one of the players. The hooded figure watched as a player evaded and hid from the monster. They surmised that the player was waiting for the second half to begin, questioning why they were hiding in front of the monster. The mysterious hooded figure 2 wondered what the player was planning, a sinister smile spreading across their face. The mysterious hooded figure 2 declared that the moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The mysterious hooded figure 2 revealed they had been conserving their strength by not using their skills on weaker monsters earlier. The hooded figure had been waiting for this moment, instructing others to aim for the strongest monster when it appeared. Using his legendary skill, he activated Absolute Dominance, a skill that allowed him to dominate a monster for 1 hour, though a large penalty would be incurred if another player defeated the dominated monster. The hooded figure cackled as he unleashed a torrent of energy, engulfing a nearby warrior and a monstrous, red-skinned beast in flames. Meanwhile, Blaine knew that until the time came, he had to save his MP and focus. A slash of energy cut through the air. Elsewhere, the silver-haired woman exhaled, surveying the scene of fallen players. She found the situation boring, wondering what to do next. The woman stood near a massive minotaur, observing the unfolding chaos. The level 140 minotaur roared in confusion. The woman noticed the barrier range was being reduced, and that an event monster had appeared. She thought that the mob shouldn't appear in this tournament, since even the players' levels weren't that high, wondering if the operation team knew about this or not. She realized that because of the barriers, they couldn't even move properly, and at the center of this barrier was the waiting room. A strange sound echoed through the arena, prompting confusion from the onlookers. Suddenly, the ground shook as a massive event monster appeared, causing panic among the players. Chaos erupted as players scrambled to escape the monster's path. They questioned if Lucia was responsible for drawing the event monster to their location, fearing the consequences. The silver-haired woman wondered if the monster was being controlled, surprised that it was targeting her even though she hadn't attacked it. The massive minotaur lumbered forward. The mysterious hooded figure, too, having successfully dominated the monster, celebrated their success. The silver-haired woman watched as the minotaur, now under someone else's control, approached. She questioned the situation. Others observed that a warlock jackal player had used the skill Absolute Dominance. They worried about the implications of using such a powerful skill in the tournament, given the high penalty for failure. One of the observers gasped, realizing the implications of using Absolute Dominance with a body like that. The minotaur continued its advance, crushing those in its path. It would still be a massacre, they thought. The silver-haired woman noticed that the barrier range was already being reduced, and she cursed. Knowing she couldn't go down like this, the silver-haired woman resolved to buy herself some time. The silver-haired woman throws a volley of blades, but they seem to have little effect. The event monster, a hulking bull, continues its advance, unfazed by the attack. Realizing the futility of her efforts, she clicks her tongue in frustration, noting the level gap. The bull aims a devastating blow. The attack connects with a resounding impact. Stunned and weakened, she leans against a tree, her health bar significantly depleted. The bull charges again, closing in for the final strike. Shakursas akerra pradikamin. She cries out in desperation as the bull closes in, realizing this might be the end. She grits her teeth, refusing to accept defeat. Nearby, the sound of rustling leaves suggests someone is approaching. The hooded figure, protagonist_1, appears, surprised by the scene unfolding before him. He steals his gaze, preparing to intervene. The silver-haired woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She wondered if he really intended to intervene. Elsewhere, in a different setting, a figure sits on the ground, observing a newcomer. They wondered why he was there. The newcomer fought a large, muscular figure with horns. Someone shouted for them to run away or log out. A woman with short, light-colored hair looked shocked, as if she had just heard something unbelievable. A man with dark hair and a light-colored shirt looked down, a sinister expression on his face as he thought about that guy. Elsewhere, someone prepared a grill, stating that they would set it up because it was hot. After putting the hot charcoal in, a man and a younger boy stood by the grill. The heat was checked to ensure it was just right. A man with dark hair held chopsticks, ready to eat. Well-seasoned ribs were placed on a grill. By the time they were cooked, the ribs sizzled on the grill, ready to be cut into bite-sized pieces. Finally, the cooked ribs were put in a wrap. The man's eyes were fixated on something, his mouth watering at the thought of it. He mumbled to himself, declaring that he must eat. Suddenly, the man's sword began to shine as he thought of beef. The man turned his head, surprised, as he was asked if he was protecting someone. Meanwhile, the woman acknowledged something, stating that it was right. The man offered the woman a banana, which he believed was how he got her attention. The man thanked the woman, laughing like that while naturally sitting there. The man, who gave the woman cider, was a kind person and so friendly towards her. The woman told the man not to be reckless, questioning his actions. She then told him not to sacrifice himself to protect her. The man was confused, wondering what she was talking about as he swung his sword. Suddenly, the man dodged a large axe that came crashing down. Huffing, the protagonist realized his opponent was stronger than he initially thought. Clenching his fist, the Minotaur charged, declaring that this was all going as expected. The mysterious girl watched, urging the protagonist to dodge. With a metallic ching, the protagonist blocked the Minotaur's axe with his sword. Pausing momentarily, the protagonist braced himself against the Minotaur's immense strength. The Minotaur roared as he brought his axe down with tremendous force. The force of the blow caused the earth to crack. The axe slammed into the ground with a deafening kablag. The ground continued to crack under the immense pressure. The protagonist, standing on the fractured earth, realized he was in a precarious situation. He decided to absorb the skill, activating Mahabua's double ring. The text box indicated that the absorb skill could be used once, as a surge of energy emanated from the protagonist. He swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a zip. The Minotaur roared in pain. The sword plunged downwards, striking the Minotaur with a resounding impact. The Minotaur's body began to crack and shatter. The Minotaur cried out, questioning what was happening to him. Sung leaped back as the Minotaur disintegrated. Sung looked pleased with himself. The Minotaur's essence was absorbed, and Sung found it delicious. The system notified Sung that he had succeeded in killing the Minotaur, gaining fame, an achievement point, and tournament points. The system declared that the Minotaur had fallen. At the same time, the tournament had ended. Someone rushed to Sung, asking if he was all right. The woman asked if he was hurt, explaining that they would be warping to the stadium soon and asking him to please get treated. Sung realized he needed to quickly get the ingredients. The massive Minotaur's body lay still. Meanwhile, an announcement echoed, stating that all surviving players would be warped from Cork Island to the stadium. The announcement congratulated the surviving players as they were transported. The sum of the scores would be shown soon, and the ranks would be announced. Suddenly, someone called out to the protagonist. The protagonist was asked if there would be no more cows. He confirmed that there would not be. He seemed surprised by the question. The 10th ranked player was announced, and the ranks were being announced. The screen displayed the rankings, with the 4th and 3rd ranked players already announced. Lucia clenched her fist, a look of frustration on her face. Lucia reflected on the events, wondering if she was still lacking. The long-awaited winner was about to be announced, and Lucia acknowledged that the protagonist had helped her. The hooded figure looked around, confused. Where had he gone? Meanwhile, Empress L prepared to award the winner. The Empress looked over to one of her attendants, who was approaching her. The attendant began to speak, addressing Her Majesty, saying that they wanted to tell her something. The Empress, looking surprised, asked what they were talking about. From outside, a shout rang out, declaring that the winner was gone. Elsewhere, one of the royal advisors questioned what the other was talking about, specifically regarding the winner being gone. The other advisor simply responded about that. Meanwhile, a subordinate rushed to inform someone about the beef, thanking them in advance. The person being informed wondered if the awarding had begun, stating that they did. It was then revealed that someone quickly fled the stadium. The advisor, with an incredibly happy face, shook his head at the Majesty. The Majesty laughed, questioning if they told him about the beef. The advisor exclaimed that he would call that stranger right away, stating that it would be worth it. It was revealed that he left for a delicious meat, wondering if that wasn't enough of a reason. Someone stated, "Let's go back." An attendant protested, but the Empress dismissed the need for a formal ceremony. Ran wondered what had been said. A realization dawned. She knew why he had been given her kitchen knife. An announcement declared that the winner was gone and that the Empress should return to the Imperial Palace. Someone stated that she must be broken, Lil Sis, while another apologized for the results but complimented her good job. It was noted that the winner was gone and that he was the only player that disappeared. Someone else said that her appa didn't know that would have happened. Someone asked them not to tell him. Food was being prepared. Water splashed. A plate of meat glistened. A spread of glistening raw meat, mushrooms, and condiments sits ready for grilling. Nearby, another platter holds thinly sliced meat, alongside a bowl of noodles topped with a glistening sauce. The grill is now hot, ready to cook the meat. Suddenly, mysterious girl one appears, proudly declaring that she was the one who prepared the meal. Protagonist _male_1, holding chopsticks, announces that it's time to start. He uses his chopsticks to mix a raw egg into a bowl of raw meat. He then grabs a tangle of the meat with his chopsticks, ready to eat. A thought bubble appears, expressing gratitude for the food. The savory taste of the yuck-ho, combined with sweet seasoning, is a perfect complement to the freshness of the pear. Protagonist _male_1 comments that this kind of meat is hard to come by. A bowl of cold noodles is presented. Protagonist _male _1 mixes the noodles with a satisfied expression. The sound of the noodles being lifted from the bowl was refreshing. He decided to try a bite. He thought that now was the right time to eat some ribs. As he prepared to take a bite, he took a bite of the noodles and meat. A burst of flavor hit him. The first thing protagonist _male _1 felt was the coolness of the dish. He noted the chewy noodles mixed with spice and sour sauce, and how it seemed to neutralize the stimulating sauce. There was also the chewiness of the meat. It was really elsewhere. A child ran with a sword, chasing a bull. Back at the table, protagonist _male _1 thanked the bull for the meal. He thought to himself that it was really delicious. He realized he had only had salad and cherry tomatoes recently, and felt like he'd already forgotten about them. The meal was so delicious that Sung could not contain his excitement. Stacks upon stacks of dishes piled up. Feeling incredibly full, Sung lay back in a field of tall grass, basking in the afterglow of the meal. Suddenly, an alert flashed before his eyes. The alert informed him that he could now obtain the Earthshaker skill, a skill of the Food Minotaur, and asked if he would like to acquire it. Sung wondered if this was happening again. The word acquire appeared before him. The acquisition process began, slowly climbing from 88% to 94%. The acquisition reached 100%, and the Earthshaker skill was successfully acquired. Sung thought that if he became strong like this, he could eat more. Lying in the field, Sung wondered if he could eat more delicious foods. A breeze swept through the trees. Sung Danwoo remained asleep, unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. Still lost in slumber, Sung snored softly. Meanwhile, within the palace walls, a figure addressed the queen, offering their respects. The queen's attendant announced that the winner of the last tournament had arrived. She responded with a simple request to let him in. The tournament winner greeted the queen with a polite hello and a bow. He confirmed that he was indeed the one who brought light to the tournament. The queen informed Fienton that, as a reward, he would be able to inherit her position in the near future. Fienton thanked Her Majesty, though he seemed somewhat distracted. Dos conselheiros da rainha pensou consigo mesmo que Fienton não parecia bem. The queen asked if something was bothering him, but Fienton dismissed it as nothing. The queen, seated on her throne, granted permission for a question. She had just rewarded the one who won the tournament. It was said that the queen would grant one small wish to the victor of the tournament. She seemed to flinch slightly as she considered the request. Fienton's hand trembled slightly as he considered what to ask for. She recalled that he had once been a very pure man, even devoting himself to cooking despite having no taste. But it seemed that wasn't the case anymore. The queen asked what he wanted, offering anything from her treasure vault. He demanded land, hundreds of millions of gold, and told her to tell him what she would give him. The queen thought it was a difficult request and asked if he would mind. He was just like everyone else. She told him to tell her, and if it was possible, she would listen. She realized he was a greedy stranger. He demanded that she give him The queen looked on in disbelief as Fienton's request echoed through the chamber. He wanted spam. Meanwhile, Blaine beamed with excitement, holding a can of spam with both hands. Episode 30 began a little while ago. Inside the palace, a nobleman confirmed that the visitor was indeed champion Min Hyuk. Min Hyuk affirmed this with a yep. Min Hyuk asked if he could be followed, sniffing the air as he spoke. Min Hyuk explained that he had smelled this fragrance since he came in, and there was no doubt what the smell was. The source of the smell was revealed to be spam. Min Hyuk wondered where the smell was coming from, and if they ate spam at the Imperial Palace. He thanked His Majesty for the meal. Min Hyuk thought that spam should be delicious, and the Empress should be incredibly hungry. The Empress asked if the offer involved land or hundreds of millions of gold. If it was possible, she would listen. The Empress exclaimed that it was real, and a smell she couldn't resist. She demanded the rights to eat spam. Min Hyuk seemed unimpressed. The Empress scoffed, clearly amused by something. Her laughter echoed through the hall as Min Hyuk watched, unsure of what was so funny. He wondered if he had said something strange, still distracted by the lingering smell of spam. Suddenly, Min Hyuk's senses sharpened. Something was amiss. He noticed that his friendship with Elle had increased, but he was confused by the addition of respect points. Clearing her throat, the Empress asked if he wanted to eat spam. She noted that the chefs seemed to have been preparing it, and she invited him to join her. One of the servants, stunned, told someone to shut up. The Empress instructed Min Hyuk to follow her, and he agreed. They walked through the palace. The table was laden with food. Min Hyuk, impressed by the spread, asked if it was enough. He paused, a question forming in his mind. The Empress inquired what was wrong, but Min Hyuk hesitated, admitting he wouldn't dare speak his mind in front of Her Majesty, though he was grateful. She assured him it was all right to speak comfortably, noting he was still unfamiliar with this kind of conversation. Then, Min Hyuk asked if he could casually call her Nuna. The request left Blaine stunned. Min Hyuk, referring to himself, asked why she was eating spam like this, saying that her Dongsing's heart ached from what he saw. The Empress asked if there was a problem with how it was cooked. Min Hyuk declared that there was a more delicious way to eat spam. The Empress, intrigued, asked if there was a more delicious way than how her imperial chefs cooked it, and then asked if he wanted her to make it. Min Hyuk agreed, instructing the chefs to prepare the ingredients. The spam sizzled in a pan. The Empress asked if he was just baking it, but Min Hyuk replied that there was something more important. The lid of the pot was lifted, revealing a mound of freshly cooked rice. Min Hyuk declared that spam was even better when paired with the rice. Holding a bowl of rice, Min Hyuk exclaimed that it was the best with rice. Before them was a bowl of rice topped with an egg and spam, accompanied by kimchi. The Empress remarked that the dish was unreal. The Empress stated that she would now teach them how to eat it. The Empress began by scooping some rice first. She then instructed them to place the spam on top of the rice. Min Hyuk suggested that they simply eat it like that, but the Empress found his suggestion simple. The Empress brought the spoonful of rice and spam to her lips. The Empress experienced a burst of flavor. It was when the spam and rice met that the true flavor was revealed. The greasiness, it was explained, enhanced the flavor of each grain, while the texture remained ideal, neither too salty nor undercooked. Just like this, the Empress was told, it was enough to be called a dish itself. She asked how it was, if it was delicious. She confirmed that it was indeed really delicious. He reminded her that she had wished for this, and that she should eat too. She responded with a playful, "Ega ui?" She thanked him for the food, noting that spam really complemented rice, highlighting its juicy and oily flavor. It was also delicious with ramen, she was told, and even with ketchup. Even if one ate it with just rice, even without appetite, they would finish a bowl. But the best thing, he said, was to eat it while the rice was hot. The Empress seemed taken aback. She admitted that she had never felt so ignorant, lamenting that she hadn't known how delicious it was with rice, calling it a pity. She also found Nina funny. It was an expensive dish, he said, and he hadn't expected that he would be able to satisfy her. It didn't need to be expensive to satisfy a person, he thought. The reason why food tasted good, she mused. The server considered the Empress's words, musing that the value of the food wasn't about the cost, but about the happiness of those who made it. Meanwhile, the Empress grinned, a subtle expression playing on her lips. She agreed with the server's assessment. Suddenly, Min Hyuk called out to her. Min Hyuk explained that he had come as a champion, but honestly, the Empress recalled that it was because of Captain Rand that she had been looking for him. Min Hyuk cleared his throat before asking what he had been asked to do. He stated that it was to cook delicious food for her, adding that the dish was merely delicious. The Empress thought to herself that of course it was good, but it was Captain's request, and this dish was so simple, wondering what Min Hyuk's skill was. Min Hyuk explained that he was learning how to wield swords and farming, as well as some magic, asking if she wanted to know what skills he had. The Empress mused that an average stranger would just nurture one field, but Min Hyuk on the other hand was different, adding that it was amazing he was strong enough to win. Min Hyuk stated that it was because he ate well and worked hard. The Empress chuckled, stating that she understood and that it was great. Min Hyuk confirmed that it was all right to request any kind of dish. Elsewhere, the Empress pondered what food she might like. She reasoned that it couldn't be too luxurious, since she even liked spam. Just in case, Min Hyuk thought he might get to eat food that he didn't even know. The Empress began to speak. Min Hyuk suddenly wanted to eat sashimi made out of flounder fish. Suddenly, Min Hyuk caught a big one. He gasped, realizing that he could take care of it himself. Episode 31 began with a discussion about sashimi, though not the kind one might expect. The narrative then shifted to a memory of the Empress, who recalled her father's words. He had always told her that she should be a strong Empress. Back then, she admitted she had really hated her father. The memory continued, showing the first time they went fishing together. He boiled up a spicy soup with homemade sashimi. The Empress knew that he did that because he loved her, and the taste of the meal still lingered in her mouth. Meanwhile, a young man wondered if it wasn't expensive food like foie gras. It was really surprising. The fact that she's an Empress, however, didn't mean she couldn't eat expensive foods. But the captain, it was noted, would not make such a meal. That's right, it was the captain's request. He wondered if someone would help him feel that taste again. He would do it. He would definitely make that dish for her, and with that, the quest was accepted. It was a quest linked to the captain's request, to win the sashimi for L, with the reward being ancient ingredients. He questioned where they were going, as L mentioned ancient ingredients. She told him to come along, and that they were also going to eat this kind of food. L then asked if he wanted to learn her fencing technique. She explained that this was the training ground, and each wooden doll had different abilities. L added that every time he destroyed one, his respect would also go up. She clarified that they were magical and regenerated themselves after being broken. L stated that it was special because they were the only empire who had it, and asked if he was ready to begin. The protagonist seemed nervous. L noticed his hesitation, questioning if he wasn't motivated to do this. She exclaimed that each time he filled the meter, she would give him ingredients from the Imperial Palace. He declared that he would do it, now feeling pumped up by the new training method. Elle then asked if she should demonstrate, as someone nearby commented on how amazing her fencing was, though they had never seen it before. Elle readied herself with a wooden sword. She asked if he was going to do it with a wooden sword before letting out a battle cry. The sound of the sword cutting through the air echoed. Elle swiftly struck the wooden training dummies. Elle, having just demonstrated her technique, asked if that was enough to show him. She seemed to be catching her breath. The protagonist caught the wooden sword. Elle asked if he had memorized what she had demonstrated and told him to show it to her in order. He thought to himself that it was so fast. He replied that he understood and prepared to begin. He found it difficult, but Elle reassured him that it was of course difficult at first. Elle told him to come there and train whenever he liked. She would give him a week, so he should try to manage his training as much as he could. He replied that he understood. The scene then shifted to his training on day 1. By day 2, he was already lying on the ground, exhausted. Days 3 and 4 passed in a blur. A week passed. Elle noted that it had already been a week. She wondered if he had filled half of it, and admitted that she was really looking forward to it. The protagonist was still training, surrounded by broken wooden dummies. He heard someone calling out to him. The protagonist, still training, is called out by Elle. Elle's voice booms, capturing his attention. She apologizes for the state of the training dummies, explaining that they would usually be restored within an hour or 2, but most of them are now destroyed. The protagonist explains that the damage occurred as he was training. He notices something is happening to his hand. The protagonist realizes that he has a natural healing power and wonders if he's been training to keep his healing rate up. Elle observes the protagonist. The protagonist's sword begins to glow, indicating that the training percentage is over 100%. Elle is surprised, noting that she wasn't aware of it, but it's really incredible. The protagonist wonders if he'll be able to get the ingredients if he continues like this. Elle realizes that he's really Rand's disciple. Elle confirms her thoughts. The rhythmic chopping continued, the sound echoing through the halls. Meanwhile, Elle paused, wondering if the ingredient being prepared was spam again. The protagonist, wielding a knife, surprised her. He had prepared a variety of ingredients, including the Imperial Palace's spam, which he considered delicious. Elle noted the large quantity of ingredients and wondered how many meals he intended to cook. It was just a single meal, he explained, as he intended to put everything in and let it simmer. He then offered her some of it before that. The Imperial Elixir sat nearby, described as mysterious water from the Eclipse Empire that allowed Empress Elle to assign one to a position, and was usually more delicious than usual water. The protagonist presented the elixir to Elle, explaining that it was a reward for her hard work and that it was better than water and delicious. Elle asked if she could use it any time, and he confirmed that it was a gift for her. He presented the finished dish, Beauty Jigi, with Imperial Elixir. Elle wondered what kind of dish it was, and he explained that it was called Beauty Jigi. He offered her a bite. Elle tried the noodles and ham, and seemed to enjoy it. The dish featured moderately seasoned ramen and vegetables, a short, dull thing stuck in a mouth. The softness and moistness of the spam was different from just cooking it in a pan. The broth was becoming more delicious as it simmered, just a single bite. The protagonist and Elle were enjoying the meal. Elle commented that the spam had a different taste, to which the protagonist replied, of course, it could send her to heaven. Now, the egg rolls were mixed in with the rice and the soup. Elle thought it really tasted amazing. The protagonist asked when Elle was going to leave again. She responded that she might leave tomorrow, to which he thought that was a shame. Elle stated that the next time he came, she would bring him the food's ingredients. The protagonist said that he would make her feel the taste that she really missed, and that he would definitely do it. Elle looked off to the side. She said thank you. Elle thought that it wasn't even that spicy and that it didn't simmer that much. The protagonist stated that he wanted to give Elle something in return. Elle asked if he would give her his hand. The protagonist stated that he wanted her to accept it as he lifted her hand. Elle bowed her head. A bright light shone as Elle's kiss took effect. The protagonist looked surprised as a friendship stigma was engraved on his hand. Elle thanked him for bringing back her memories. The protagonist was told that whenever he needed her, he could call for help. He was instructed to rub the stigma, and then she would immediately come for him. The protagonist was told to meet her again as he ran off. A promise hung in the air. Elle would be waiting for his dish. The map displayed a surprising revelation. The entrance to the nearest sea was locked behind a significant level requirement. Danwoo realized he needed to gain levels before he could reach that area. Sun acknowledged that reaching the sea would be difficult for now. He knew he needed to start leveling up. An alert appeared, indicating that the area had developed due to the production skills of the Varus Kingdom, allowing him to learn various production skills. Sung noticed that there were a lot of cooking quests available. The landscape shifted dramatically. Bronny exclaimed that he was pumped for the day. Bronny found the current task amazing, unsure if he was interacting with an NPC or a real player. He admitted that it was boring and ordered the area to be cleaned up. Bronny considered himself fortunate. Bronny wondered if the approaching figure was Howden's guildmaster. Bronny faced the hooded figure, who spoke of a guild that preyed on travelers in the mountain trails, adding that Bronny had handled them well. Bronny demanded to know who they were. The figure revealed their name to be Kalda. Meanwhile, another individual recognized the name, realizing it was the Kalda who ranked second among blacksmiths. Elsewhere, someone had a favor to ask of the Howden Guild, which would take place at Varus Kingdom. Varus Kingdom. Sung was informed that he simply needed to use the warp gate to immediately arrive at his desired destination. The area was filled with productive people. It was truly deserving of being called the Village of Creators. Sung thought he might make it here, having been thinking about it since he considered that it would be convenient. He realized he could cook different things and that he needed to make a frying pan. Sung opened the door and excused himself. The room appeared empty, save for the shadow cast upon the floor. Hearing no response, Blaine called out, asking if anyone was present. A small voice responded with a questioning "huh," as a young girl appeared. Blaine wondered if she was an NPC and if the food he was offering was to her liking. The girl seemed confused, asking if he meant the snack in his hand. Blaine confirmed that the snack was indeed delicious and offered some to her. The girl frowned, thinking that Hyamin should eat it, as she didn't want any. Blaine wondered if Hyamin might be an NPC and questioned why she wouldn't want to eat delicious things, noting that it hurt her. The girl paused, seemingly conflicted. Her eyes widened as she saw the chocolate. Blaine asked if she didn't want to eat it, drool forming at the corner of his mouth. The girl explained that her dad told her to eat it, but Hyamin hated eating, asking if Blaine hated chocolates. Blaine was taken aback by Hyamin's declaration that she hated eating, especially considering she was enjoying the chocolate he offered. Despite her claim, Hyamin continued to reach for the chocolate. Minhyuk playfully scolded her for eating while it was still in his hands, but she admitted she couldn't resist. Minhyuk playfully called her a pig, but Hyamin corrected him, stating that her name was Minhyuk. Changing the subject, Hyamin asked where Minhyuk's parents were. Minhyuk sadly explained that his father was always busy, which made him cry every day, and that his mother had passed away. Hyamin then mentioned that Uncle Ron played with her, but he was currently out. Suddenly, Minhyuk lifted Hyamin onto his shoulders, ready to play. Hyamin looked forward to Ron Nim arriving. Minhyuk assured her that he would play with her. The two began to play together. They continued to play, their laughter echoing through the area. Minhyuk carried Hyamin on his shoulders, and she called out in surprise. Suddenly, Blaine appeared, demanding to know who Minhyuk was. Minhyuk greeted Blaine, introducing Hyamin. Hyamin told Blaine that Minhyuk had played with her and given her a piggyback ride. Blaine wondered why Hyamin kept hiding all day to play with Minhyuk. Minhyuk stared back at Blaine. Blaine suggested they talk inside. Inside, Blaine asked if Minhyuk had come for a job, thanking him for looking after Hyamin while he was away and apologizing for his absence. Minhyuk replied that it was no problem, as he liked playing with kids. Blaine apologized, explaining that his current situation was difficult and he might not be able to offer Minhyuk a job. Blaine asked what had happened, but then trailed off. Blaine reflected on Hyamin's father, whom he considered a stranger, and how busy he was, which led to Hyamin living alone. He then realized he had missed a delivery date. Then, a notice arrived stating that the merchants were going to stop trading all over the place, but he couldn't just leave. Hyamin was alone. The man explained that he lost his child in an accident. He gasped. He was dealing with it right now, which was why it was really hard to give a job this particular time. Hyamin continued to sleep. The man asked to be pardoned, then offered to help. The other man questioned what he meant, reminding him that he said he was taking care of Hyamin. He considered that maybe if he apologized and discussed the matter, the other man would understand. He stated that there was a saying that a child is raised by a village. But he wondered why he wouldn't try to persuade him. He asked if it was really okay, resolving that if it was resolved, he would ask him. He noticed an alert. He thought that if there was a solution, that was the only thing he could do. He realized it was a quest, and it was a quest to solve the worries of Blacksmith Ron, and the reward was a cooking set of ingredients, beginner blacksmith skills. As Blaine sat with Hyamin resting on his lap, he brought up the topic of her father, wondering why he had left his child. He recalled that Hyamin's father was a foreigner who had worked as a blacksmith for a long time. The man responded that he had said he was in a guild. The man wondered if he could see him sooner or later. Blaine responded that he could, and that he would bring him the list of traders. As Blaine rustled through some papers, the man wondered what the guild was that Hyamin's father had told him about. The man wondered if it was a legendary guild. Elsewhere, Mei-Kin pondered which blacksmith to sign a new contract with. Mei-Kin mused that Ron SSI's work was really good. Knocking echoed at the door. A voice called out, asking who was there, followed by a cheerful greeting. The door creaked open, revealing a young man. The young man asked if Mei-Kin was here for the beginner bandage training, but he clarified that he was here because of a favor from Ron Nim. Mei-Kin, peeking from behind the door, questioned if he had come to ask about canceling his contract. The young man confirmed that it was about the contract. Mei-Kin exclaimed that he didn't want to talk about it, and told him to go away. The young man pleaded for a moment to be heard, but Mei-Kin insisted that he didn't need to. The young man declared that he would do that then, deciding to learn the beginner bandage technique. Mei-Kin muttered that this beginner bandage technique was not efficient for strangers. The young man was determined to learn, no matter the cost. He was willing to pay extra for the training. Bandages and small wooden dolls rained down. Mei-Kin announced that he would begin his training with these items. Mei-Kin explained that he would cut the magical doll with a knife, simulating a real wound. She then demonstrated how to carefully bandage the doll. Kin instructed him to repeat the process, stating that his training percentage would increase. The doll seemed to emit a small sound. She told him to try it, and the young man agreed. The young man wondered if Kin had ever treated a child. Kin asked if he was trying to be friendly, stating that it wouldn't work on her, and that it wasn't like that. He thought to himself that it was just. The young man considered that kids often get hurt, and wondered if Hyman might have something that needed to be treated. He wondered if Hyman was Ron's younger sister, but was quickly corrected. Ron was simply taking care of her. Ron's silence hung in the air. The revelation that Ron might have a child caused quite a stir. The young man clarified that it wasn't like that at all. Ron was simply taking care of her as if she were his own child. He wondered what she was trying to imply. She muttered that he wasn't being clear. The woman expressed her surprise, realizing that was the reason for Ron's recent mistake. He had been busy taking care of the child. She added that there were also rumors that Ron had been neglecting his blacksmith duties lately, as Hyman's father was busy. The woman had an idea, explaining that even so, Ron still couldn't get the delivery on time, and she was very troubled by it. She wasn't saying that the young man shouldn't be angry at him, but she just wanted him to understand Ron's situation. The woman seemed to be trying to hint at something. She stated that if he was thinking about doing the contract again, she would be very grateful. A sign outside the building read, "Your practice today? Also, come and practice in the next few days." He was told that his adapting skills were very fast, and the young man questioned if that was so. However, he was reminded that it wouldn't be possible if he had low concentration and dexterity. Then, as a sincere apprentice, he had a request, asking if the young man could reconsider his contract now, as he couldn't help but be mesmerized by his skills. The young man stated that it didn't matter. With a flourish, he presented his creation. The preparations were complete, using a hotteok mix, a Korean pancake, and famous street food. Some wondered what it was, as he had wanted to make some snacks. First, he kneaded the dough. He instructed them to wait until it was bloated. Then, he added sugar and nuts as a jam in the dough. Now, he cooked it in an oiled pan, declaring that this was it. The girl exclaimed, "Hotteok," asking if she was right. The sweet and savory smell filled the air. The hotteok looked incredibly appetizing to the observer. With a flourish, the young man presented the treat, receiving a thank you in return. He then took a bite of the hotteok. Suddenly, the young man declared that this had nothing to do with the recontract. He then stated that he would take it seriously. He thought that if it couldn't be helped, he would be the only one eating it, and that he was so shameless. He bit into the hotteok as the observer watched him, wondering how he could be like that and how he could eat it so deliciously. The observer watched him eat the hotteok, thinking it was like the most delicious food in the world. She exclaimed that it was fine and wondered what was going on. She then stated that she would take it seriously. The young man asked if she was serious, as he thought that Kanes SI was under such a situation and that she also needed to train and not get beaten. She replied that she was. The observer stated that it was all right and that here was a special one, as she wondered what the hell this hotteok was anyway. She told him to see how it tasted, and that he could feel the sweet taste of the hotteok once he put it in his mouth. It was described as having hot and sweet jam flowing in between the dough, plus savory and chewy nuts inside, and that he needed to be careful not to burn his mouth, but he should eat it when it's still hot. The first bite of the hotteok brought back a memory. The young man recalled the woman mentioning the recontract. Meanwhile, Minhyuk paused, hotteok in hand, wondering why the woman would go so far for Ron. He struggled to articulate his reasoning, settling on a simple explanation. He just wanted to help others. Minhyuk thought it would be a pity if her work didn't go well. The woman insisted that they needed to help each other out to make a living, even if Minhyuk was a stranger. She considered that he was different from others, who were usually busy chasing their personal interests, and that his bandage technique could help others. She knew that Minhyuk was working hard on it, and that he even had the idea to help others. She agreed to helping each other. She admitted to only thinking about her benefits and wasn't sure if he was acting. She decided that she would do the recontract. Minhyuk was surprised and asked if she really would. The woman admitted that she only did it because she ate the hotteok he gave her, and she thought it was awesome. The woman suggested that Minhyuk should also be open to working with other people. Minhyuk agreed, asking if she wanted to go to other people. The woman responded that if he wanted to do that, she would allow it. Meanwhile, Ron SSI was approached by a woman who apologized for interrupting and asked for him by name. Ron SSI acknowledged her presence. She apologized for what had happened the last time they met, stating that she was already preparing for it. The woman told Ron SSI that it was all right and to just proceed according to the last contract. Elsewhere, Ron SSI's friend came and explained their situation. Minhyuk declared that he would persuade them. Ron SSI's friend seemed surprised that the woman understood. She continued, saying that someone had told her that Minhyuk had treated the injury of her child, and she wondered how she should repay him. In addition to that, she noted that he was walking around town. Minhyuk was trying to persuade the people and help them with their work. It was really nice of him, but the other person wasn't there to see it. Meanwhile, the blacksmith insisted that it wasn't like that. The man with the red scarf told the blacksmith that if he was going through something, he should have explained it. The blacksmith realized that with such a secret, people might misunderstand his situation, and that he was really not flexible. The blacksmith apologized, wishing he had told the man sooner. The man with the red scarf asked if he could deliver the goods again, adding that there was no blacksmith like him. The man with the red scarf told the blacksmith to tell his friend Minhyuk to visit again, saying that he did a good job and was very friendly. He also made good food, but was also a kind of stranger. The blacksmith wondered if this was for real. Minhyuk wondered if he used some kind of magic. Elsewhere, Hyamin called out to Ron-nim, letting him know she had arrived. However, Ron-nim was nowhere to be found. He wondered where Ron-nim could be. Ron-nim sat at a table, his stomach rumbling. He knew there was nothing to do but wait. His hunger grew more intense. Ron-nim lamented that he couldn't help his hunger. He exclaimed that even after all the hadiak, it still wasn't enough to satisfy his hunger. Ron-nim began to prepare kimchi, chopping it finely. He then poured oil into a pan. Ron-nim added rice to the pan. He reminded himself not to forget the egg and began to fry one. If it's missing, it's not perfect. The secret to perfect kimchi fried rice, it was said, was the egg. Ron-nim thanked his grandmother, recalling her words of wisdom. With a satisfying fook, he cracked the egg onto the rice, feeling proud of his efforts to help others. He expressed his gratitude for the food. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey," causing Ron-nim to turn, confused. The voice called out again, this time identifying Hyamin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone expressed their hatred of eating and of the hospital. The sign on the door read, Hyamin. The implication was that he had no choice but to wait, and that he was right to do so. It was explained that Hyamin was scared of eating, and the question was posed whether this was an after effect of the disease. He wondered what would happen if this continued, and what the condition of his daughter would be, questioning when it would make a difference. The man, visibly upset, apologized for his irritation, acknowledging that his situation was understood. The woman across from him stated that there was no other way. A hand placed a document on the table, revealing it to be a proposal for virtual reality psychotherapy. The man considered the document, noting that it was a virtual reality game called Athene, where one could experience the real taste of food. He also noted that there were cases of treatment progressing using that game. He thought it was worth trying. The scene shifted to a close-up of two hands clasped together. Hyamin, appearing as an avatar in the game, asked if her dad was crying again. Her father reassured her that he wasn't crying. He then explained that he couldn't stay with her because he was busy, asking if that was okay. Hyamin replied that it was okay, as she could play with Uncle Ron and Pig Appa. Hyamin recalled that Pig was the guy whom she gave the chocolates to, and that he even ate it while it was in her hands. She added that he even gave her a piggyback ride, and it was really fun, wondering if she thought Hyamin made a friend. Her father apologized, but said he was really glad that she liked it, asking if she could also play well today. Hyamin exclaimed yes as she ran outside. Hyamin thought that she should ask Uncle Ron to play with her. She peeked through the slightly open door, her eyes widening as she observed the scene unfolding within. Inside, Hyamin's father was busy cooking. She recognized the figure as Pig Appa and wondered what he was doing. The sound of sizzling filled the air as he stirred something in a pan. It was kimchi fried rice, glistening enticingly as it cooked. Hyamin thought about how much she loved what her dad made for her. But now, she realized it hurt when she ate food. She was sick of it. Meanwhile, her father wondered why the kimchi fried rice was shining so brightly. Suddenly, Hyamin stomped her foot in frustration. Her father, startled, called out her name. Hyamin's face was shadowed as she stood silently. She declared that she also wanted to have a bite. The mysterious girl's eyes widened as she watched the scene unfold. Hyamin's mother exclaimed in disbelief, noticing that there was only one egg left. She accused her husband of eating all of her food. Realizing his mistake, Hyamin's father sheepishly admitted that he had eaten some of the food. He then told Hyamin to come closer. He instructed her to hold the chopsticks for a moment. Hyamin, looking determined, took the chopsticks and prepared to eat. With the chopsticks, she lifted a spoonful of the kimchi fried rice, topped with the remaining egg. Hyamin's father encouraged her, demonstrating how to eat it. A montage of Hyamin's suffering flashed through her mind, the pain when she ate food and the vomiting that followed. She also remembered the distressing experience of her hair falling out. Back in the hospital, Hyamin's father gently coaxed her to try a bite, but she vehemently expressed her hatred of food. Her father pleaded with her to just take one bite. Blaine, with a blindfold on, was crying and calling out Hyamin's name. Hyamin's father smiled encouragingly. The mysterious girl thought to herself that the kimchi fried rice looked delicious and wondered if she should call it something special, questioning if it really was. She wondered if it was really that delicious. The mysterious girl then wondered if that was why Pig Appa was shining like that. She took another bite. The protagonist _male_1, asked what she thought and if it was delicious. He thought to himself that fried eggs were a must in kimchi fried rice, but the taste was weird. The mysterious girl exclaimed that it was weird and that usually she would get sick if she ate some, but when she ate this one, it didn't hurt. She thought that it didn't hurt at all and that she really felt good. Protagonist _male_1 thought that, of course, eating delicious food was a good thing and that delicious things were the best. He told her to eat a lot, and she agreed. The mysterious girl and protagonist _male_1 looked up hearing a creaking sound. A man walked in, calling out. The man apologized, saying that Nim was not there right now. As Blaine continued to feed the girl, he took a step forward. The sound of his foot hitting the ground echoed with a thud. Blaine embraced the girl tightly, exclaiming how happy he was that Hyman was finally eating. Tears streamed down Blaine's face as he held her close. He was overjoyed that she was finally eating. Hyman looked up at Blaine. With a questioning tone, she asked if he was her daddy. The man with short, neat black hair seemed surprised by something. He had heard that someone had taken care of Hyman, and he had been worried about her because she wasn't eating. The man with short, neat black hair continued to speak. He told Hyman that she had really done it, and that starting today, she had to eat well. The man with messy, light brown hair thought that was rude of him. He then mentioned that he was Hyman's dad. The man with messy, light brown hair confirmed that it really looked like it, and that he was a loving father. The man with messy, light brown hair explained that they had this kind of situation. The man with messy, light brown hair was thinking of a way to repay him, but the man with short, neat black hair said it was okay and that he just did what he had to do, clarifying that it wasn't like that. Hyman's dad explained that she was alone in here for her treatment, and somehow he felt like they were the same. The man with short, neat black hair insisted that he also couldn't eat food, having already eaten too much and feeling sick. He asked to be allowed to repay them somehow for their kindness. Even before Hyman's treatment, Blaine knew a well-known blacksmith who played Athene. He then asked if they had ever heard of the dragon sword. The man with short, neat black hair confirmed that he had heard of it. The dragon sword was made by a legendary blacksmith and has the best auction price ever. It was also an artifact with the best attack power and buffs. The man with short, neat black hair thought it would be nice to use it to cut some beef bones that weren't cut that well. Blaine was flustered, questioning if he meant beef bones and stating that he didn't understand him. He thought to himself that they needed some kind of machine to cut beef bones. Blaine revealed that he was the one who made that dragon sword. The man with short, neat black hair, realizing that Blaine was a descendant of Hephaestus, the god class, declared that he was convinced. Blaine was surprised and thought to himself that it was wonderful and good for cutting beef bones. Blaine was thinking of creating an artifact that Manhwa wants. Manhwa was confused, questioning what artifact Blaine was referring to that he wanted. Blaine told him to just say what it was. The guild had forbidden Manhwa from making any more of a certain item, fearing the mess it would create. However, he thought it would be alright if it was for this person. Meanwhile, Manhwa wondered what Blaine wanted him to make. Was it a sword? Armor? He muttered that what players wanted was all the same. Then, Manhwa declared that he wanted Blaine to make a frying pan, specifically one that would help season Jiakbakyum when he was making it. Blaine was shocked, exclaiming, "What? A frying pan?" Blaine clarified that he meant the kind used for cooking, like utensils and skillets, asking if Manhwa wanted that one. Blaine then asked about a sword and armor, questioning if Manhwa really wanted a frying pan and not a strong artifact. Manhwa explained that it didn't need to have attack power or resilience. He just wanted a frying pan that made his seasoning better. Blaine asked if Manhwa was kidding and how far he was going to keep this up, suggesting that he think about it again. It was a thing where you could fry things. Manhwa wished it had that kind of function as well. To season Jiakbakyum well and to fry some things, Manhwa was determined to get his frying pan. Meanwhile, Blaine wondered if the task was too difficult to do, thinking it would look like a bell with something like that. Despite his reservations, Blaine relented, saying he would make it, even if he hated it because it was weird. Manhwa was overjoyed and thanked him. The others celebrated the agreement. Manhwa was going to make a frying pan, being a descendant of Hephaestus. He felt defeated. Manhwa wondered what kind of magic Blaine used. Blaine explained that he just roamed around while eating delicious food, and Manhwa expressed that he was really thankful to him. It was all thanks to Manhwa, as most contracts had been resolved already, and Hyman's situation had also been resolved. Manhwa received a notification that he completed the quest, solving the worries of Blacksmith Ron, and received rewards of cooking set ingredients and a beginner blacksmith title. Blaine told him that he would give Manhwa his reward, presenting a box. Inside the box were mushrooms and crab sticks. There was also meat and vegetables. Manhwa presented the ingredients with a flourish. The assortment included various meats, vegetables, and other components arranged neatly in a circular platter. He explained that the ingredients were a set specifically designed to make John, a dish typically made by grilling seasoned slices of beef with vegetables. A general sentiment was expressed about always looking forward to holidays when thinking about eating, but also not being able to dream about it due to suffering from binge eating. Elsewhere, a person was told not to prepare food for this year's holiday because it has high calories, and they wondered what would happen if Manhwa saw it. Manhwa, drooling with anticipation, asked if he could cook there. The response was, of course, but with the added instruction to wipe his saliva first. A hand wiped a surface clean. The ingredients sizzled on a hot surface. A tasty smell filled the air. It was declared that this would be delicious. Ron was asked to scold someone. Manhwa expressed that he wanted to feel the legit feeling of holidays, but someone glared at him, saying that he was really weird. Well then, Manhwa seemed to be in his element. Meanwhile, someone off-panel questioned if Manhwa even had a job. mentioning that Rumi from next door was finding a good blacksmith this time. They then asked what he was even getting ready for. The sound of footsteps echoed as Minhyuk walked forward, and the unseen person asked if he was just playing like that every day and what he was even preparing. The unseen person continued to question Minhyuk, asking if he even had a lover, and since he didn't have a job, when would he even get married, and what he was even thinking. Minhyuk, holding a skewer of food, declared that it already felt like a holiday. Someone off-panel called Minhyuk weird as he took a bite of the skewer. The narration described the experience of cutting and biting into the golden brown jawn and how the warm grease would spread in one's mouth. The narration continued, stating that one could feel each taste of the different ingredients and that they were complementing each other. The narration explained that one should eat the skewer sideways like this and that it really has great taste. The narration stated that next was the fish pancake, mushroom pancake, and tofu pancake. The narration explained that they're just bland if you simply eat it as is, but they are so savory and delicious when you cook it in a pan. And now it's the pancake after pancake round. The rich texture looks tasty even without seasoning, Minhyuk thought. Minhyuk savored the holiday treat, expressing his gratitude for experiencing the holiday culture and declaring the food delicious. Nearby, a little girl also enjoyed the food, exclaiming how delicious it was. From across the room, Blaine remarked that he also knew how to say that. Blaine then asked if they wanted to eat some jawn. Minhyuk, hearing this, requested that Blaine teach him some blacksmithing skills. Blaine retorted that he also needed to earn some food to live. Minhyuk then called out to Hyaman to come and eat, as the others cheered. Blaine, visibly moved, shook and trembled, exclaiming how delicious the food was and laughing heartily. Suddenly, Blaine relented, stating that he would teach Minhyuk. He then demanded that they give him a bite, adding that they were doing a good job. Episode 36, Chocolate. The older man commented that it was delicious and wondered if Hyaman also liked kimchi fried rice. The protagonist was confronted by a child who accused him of eating all of her chocolate. He responded that it looked good and wondered if her chocolates were delicious. The protagonist thought it was super delicious. Blaine asked if he also liked chocolate. Blaine exclaimed that of course he really liked it. The protagonist realized something. There was a legend about the mines of Varus Kingdom, the protagonist thought. It was a legend about a chocolate tree that continued to produce chocolate fruits no matter how much one ate. It was an unbelievable legend. Chocolate tree. Then, no matter how much chocolate one ate, there would still be chocolate on the next day. It was like Willy Wonka. That's why if one mined minerals on Bretry's mine, sometimes there would be chocolates that would be mixed up with the minerals. Blaine asked if the protagonist was even listening. The man with the red beard considered the information he had just received. He knew there was a fruit with a mysterious power, one that could heal and energize the sick. He was then asked if he would like to meet someone from the Bretry's mine named Ritan, who could confirm the legend of the chocolate tree. Elsewhere, a young girl asked a man why he wouldn't share something with her. He relented, suggesting they eat it together instead. Someone recalled the last time they had eaten chocolate to their heart's content. Returning to the initial conversation, the man was asked if he would lend an ear regarding a request. Before proceeding, however, the man was told that they needed to break down the request. It was requested that the guild members not be informed of who the requester was. Despite this, the guild members had already been informed about the request. The man was then asked what he would like to do. The hooded figure stated what they needed to ask. The figure revealed that in 3 days, they would take over Bretry Mine, shocking the man. The man questioned what taking over meant. The hooded figure clarified that it meant killing all the forces in the kingdom and monopolizing the mine, if they got inside. The shadowy figures plotted to sever the kingdom's communication networks while simultaneously dealing with the monsters emerging from the mine. Regarding the monsters inside the mine, Blaine heard they were more dangerous and stronger. He considered this as he planned to take over. The hooded figure warned that even the miners would be at risk. A sinister figure smirked, knowing that they would also be killed. Someone poured a drink. Blaine was asked why he even liked to do it. He responded that he couldn't say. The secret door inside the chocolate mine held a key that Blaine was lucky enough to obtain. He knew that the Varus Kingdom would be damned if they knew he had it. The figure explained that they were going to take control of the mine and increase the security. Therefore, he would use the Howden Guild to get out of the pursuit. With the materials inside the secret door, there were only 3 people who could create such artifacts. The first was Kasha's, who had left for the land of dwarves. The second was the creator of the dragon's sword who was hidden in a veil. And the currently missing one. Blaine clenched his fist, steeling himself. It was now or never. He had to get his hands on those materials. The man at the table cackled, declaring his intent to create an artifact that would surpass even the dragon's sword. Another patron wondered why he was laughing, while a second guessed that he might be drunk. Meanwhile, outside, someone exclaimed in disbelief that someone had run away again. The captain's subordinate noted that the blacksmith's stranger friend from yesterday appeared to have run off. The subordinate asked if the captain knew about it, but the captain seemed unaware, commenting on how crazy it was and how long the day still was. Another person overheard that someone who had expressed interest in applying had run away. They remarked on how lazy that person was. Another person responded that it was only natural given the high labor intensity. Besides the fifth team of miners, the captain had even fought with the guards of the Varus kingdom. He didn't need to pretend, but compared to other teams, they received less support. The captain stood with a group of soldiers who lamented that they wouldn't change the tools until they were broken, which was the falling, vicious cycle of mining. Elsewhere, Riton thought to himself that he would also like to leave sooner or later. Someone called out to him. The personal soldier had put another stranger on the fifth team. Someone responded with surprise. Someone pointed out that the new recruit was here. The new recruit greeted them, his words slightly muffled as he was eating. The captain wondered if this was the idiot. He asked the new recruit what his level and job were. The new recruit, Riton, adjusted his gloves as he spoke to himself, revealing that he was about level 90. He also mentioned that his main job was a chef. Meanwhile, Blaine seemed unimpressed by Riton's level and job, questioning if being a chef was even a job at all. Riton continued, stating that he could farm, use swords, and knew how to put a badge. Riton then boasted that he could eat 100 boxes of choco pie at one sitting. Blaine thought to himself that if he gave Riton some moderate chores, he would definitely run away. Blaine then noticed Riton staring at his knee. He explained that he had hurt a little when he was dragging a cart, but told him not to mind it. Riton asked if he could take a look at Blaine's knee. Blaine, surprised, asked if Riton was a healer and what a healer was doing in the mines. Riton responded that he had learned a little bandaging. Blaine wondered how long a bandage would take. Riton told him to let him see. Bandaging skills were used, and the recovery time accelerated. Blaine, surprised, asked what Riton had done and if he was feeling comfortable now. Blaine realized that the pain was gone, the blood flow was good, and he could easily move. Blaine expressed his gratitude, stating that it would have been a lot of trouble for today's work. Riton smiled, pleased with himself. Blaine declared it was time to get to work. He then noticed the pickaxe was loose at the top, wondering why. Meanwhile, Sung overheard Blaine and wondered what would happen if he got hurt while mining with such shabby tools. Blaine responded that there was nothing they could do about it, as they couldn't get proper support from the kingdom. Sung told him to go, indicating that he would follow. Sung asked if he should try fixing it. Just yesterday, Sung had healed Blaine's knee. Sung told Blaine it was okay, and to just get to work, thinking that the pickaxe would be broken in just a few days and that they couldn't leave it to a beginner for no reason. Blaine told him to wait a second, grabbing Sung's arm. Blaine told Sung that he couldn't get hurt and that it was bad for his knees, calling him a sparkling burden. Sung said he would give Blaine a minute. To be continued. The episode opens with the protagonist's mining pick, which is in need of repair. The protagonist_1, is asked if he has ever used a pickaxe like this before, as the other man admits he was thinking of throwing it away because it was getting rusty and shabby. Another man tells Yai that he can go to the anvil and fix it. Yai wonders if it is a good idea to leave it to a newbie like him, but the other man responds that it doesn't matter if it breaks anyway. The man thinks to himself that if you leave a piece of equipment to a novice blacksmith, he wonders if it will be fine if he smashes it like that. He then realizes that the sparkling part has to be repaired, and that every time you use a skill related to dexterity, it shows it like that. The man is sure because it's the same thing he saw when he was learning the bandage skill. The man thinks that if he hits around this part, it should work. The sound of metal rings out. Blaine observes the protagonist and thinks to himself about this guy. The protagonist continued to strike the metal, the sound echoing through the workshop. He recalled learning the technique just yesterday. The efficiency of each movement was astonishing. The pick began to shine. Blaine wiped his brow, hardly believing what he was seeing. The protagonist asked if he had done enough. The protagonist presented the pick to Blaine. He invited the older man to take a look. Blaine was left speechless, finding the results unbelievable. The pick was not only repaired, but it was sparkling. Blaine wondered if Sung was the best at repairing things, and if a notification had popped up. It was hard to find a skilled blacksmith, and there was also a buff in it. Durability increased, rusting was no longer possible, and the mining effect increased. Blaine wondered if Sung was one of the talented blacksmiths. The protagonist seemed pleased with himself. Blaine complimented him, saying he was also good at using his hands. The surrounding onlookers speculated that it was because he was raising his dexterity stats. The crowd began to clamor, asking if he was the one who fixed it and if he had done some blacksmith work. They asked if he could fix their shovels and repair their tools as well. The protagonist agreed to help. Blaine thanked him for this. The protagonist wondered how there could be a buff in just one try. Blaine thought to himself that he needed to keep an eye on Sung. Following the successful repair, the protagonist's blacksmithing skills were now in demand. The work, however, was proving to be strenuous. Meanwhile, he was relieved to know that Hyaman was eating well at the hospital, so he didn't need to worry about her getting healthy. He knew it was all thanks to Minyuk, and he would help him with everything he had if Minyuk needed help in the near future. But something felt like it was missing. Of all things, why was he using a frying pan? He wondered if the success with a mining pick was just a false hope, like when he was making the dragon sword. Although it was gradually being done regardless, it felt like something was missing, and he needed to put some special materials in it so that he could fulfill, for him not to complain about it. He thought it would be nice to put a variety of properties that are accessible to use, a material that has all of the attributes. He thought he heard there's such a thing like that. But where could he get the material? The workers below were still celebrating the protagonist's arrival. The atmosphere was filled with excitement and chatter. The protagonist blushed, a bit embarrassed by the praise. He admitted he had only hit the rock a few times. The workers marveled at how neat it was that a talent had joined the 5th mining team. Meanwhile, one of the workers addressed Riton, mentioning he had been meaning to ask him something. The worker inquired if Riton knew about the chocolate tree. Riton paused, stating that the legend of the chocolate tree was just that, a legend. Riton turned to face the worker, listening intently. The worker thought to himself that Ron had said Riton knew about it, so he wondered why Riton was acting like he didn't know anything. He realized there was a clue on where to find a chocolate tree. Elsewhere, the protagonist realized he had the material tracking skill. He considered that the buff effect would. The skill activated, displaying saving the dead and navigating. The material tracking skill searched for the material within 1 kilometer and succeeded. The protagonist was surprised to see it on the map and wondered if it was close. He called out to the others. Inside the mine, it was reported that the monsters had been slain. The order was given to quickly organize and enter. Blaine responded with enthusiasm. From the depths of the mine, Luan believed the material should be nearby. Luan was instructed to go with the stranger and teach him some new things. Minhyuk was called over. Sung was told he could do it like this. Sung was told that he wouldn't find, or as a beginner, but that after a few hours, they could get some together. The sound of mining echoed as the others wondered how Sung could even do something like mining. They lamented that they were working hard and not even getting enough compensation. Sung was surprised that an ore came out. He realized that it wasn't an ore. It was chocolate. In nearby mines, chocolates were being mixed up with the minerals. Sung didn't understand what the system was trying to do, wondering if they made it like that to sell it to some chefs. He realized that Ron was telling the truth. The hooded figure declared that it was true, as a miner yawned nearby. The hooded figure continued, stating that minerals would eventually appear if they kept digging, encouraging them to keep fighting. Further into the mine, the sound of metal striking stone echoed. The miner, having collected 40 pieces in 2 hours, wondered if he should try increasing his mining skills to get more. The miner strained, his breath heavy. From the mine entrance, the other miners wondered what was going on. One of the miners called out to Luan, wondering what was happening. Another miner remarked that the new guy was eager to find something, as another asked if they meant him. Luan greeted the miner, happy to see him. The miner thanked Luan, confused. Luan told the miner to take a look at something. Chapter 38, Truth. Minhyuk proudly displayed the amount he had gathered. The others were quick to point out that what he had gathered wasn't ore, but chocolate. Minhyuk clarified that he had collected the ore separately. Minhyuk presented the ore. The others looked on in disbelief. Minhyuk expressed how lucky he felt to have obtained so much. One of the men commented on Minhyuk's luck, questioning what he had even done to get so much. Minhyuk thought to himself that for someone who put everything into his mining skills, he couldn't have gotten this much. One of the men asked why Minhyuk's hands were like that, and where he had gotten hurt. Minhyuk insisted that he was all right, explaining that he had just been using his hands nonstop. The man questioned if Minhyuk even knew the word rest, adding that no matter how quick he was, he must have gotten hurt. Minhyuk reassured his companion that he could simply bandage his hands. The other man questioned why he was pushing himself so hard. The man insisted that mining wasn't a main job, but Minhyuk could still get something from it. He told Minhyuk not to say it was because of the chocolate. Meanwhile, the other miners commented that the new recruit was working hard, so they couldn't slack off. They rallied each other to dig, declaring they couldn't lose. With a cry, the miners charged forward. It was a great line in a movie. Life is like a box of chocolates. It was a well-spoken word because, until now, his chocolate box was empty. But now it's different, whether it was bitter chocolate or sweet chocolate. No matter how it tastes, Minhyuk was okay with it. The important thing is, it became part of his life. Blaine looked on, wondering if Minhyuk was okay. The surrounding miners were astonished by the newcomer's dedication. They remarked that it was the first time they had seen a stranger accomplish so much on their very first day. One of the companions noted that Minhyuk could do it because he put his mind into it. They also observed that he was so focused that he couldn't even hear them calling his name. Elsewhere, it was reported that the tools had been repaired wonderfully, and it was believed that they could be used more than usual. Another voice chimed in, questioning what was even being said. It was clarified that the discussion was about mining and repairing the tools. Someone requested a private conversation. The older hunter asked what the conversation would be about, and was told to come and sit down. The man began by reminding him of what he had said before, and then confessed that he had lied about it. Surprised, the other man questioned this revelation, as the chocolate tree did, in fact, exist. He explained that the materials were sure to be in the chocolate tree, but questioned why he was suddenly being told about it now. The man explained that if word got out that it existed, it could become dangerous, which was why he wanted to hide it. However, he didn't think that the mine would be put in danger. The man apologized for lying, explaining that was why he had called him there. A hidden quest was then revealed, achieved by those who truly love chocolate. Every time a special mineral is dug, there is a chance. A notification appeared, declaring a hidden quest related to gaining special chocolate, leaving protagonist underscore male underscore one wondering if it was truly meant for him. The thought of obtaining special chocolate made him drool, and he considered how nice it would be if he could reach the chocolate tree. Unfortunately, the legend had something to say about that, stating that only those who held the key could open the way to the chocolate tree. The realization that he couldn't enter the chocolate tree area made protagonist underscore male underscore one sit down, as that was as far as Blaine knew about it. That was a shame, he thought. But he also wanted to eat those special chocolates, and he wondered if he could level up enough to do so. He considered that maybe he could get the key someday, because nothing in the world was impossible. Then he would just have to work hard until he got the key, and if he got it someday, he wondered if Blaine could help him with it, hoping for a yes. Blaine sighed, but agreed, saying sure thing. Footsteps echoed as someone descended further into the mine. The footsteps continued, and a figure wondered if this was the last section. The figure, revealed to be mysterious underscore hooded underscore figure underscore one, realized they had to check some troops and leave, as the effectiveness of their invisibility potion was about 30 minutes. They noted the presence of an NPC and a player. The sound of footsteps echoed through the mine. Someone was approaching. Sung Danwoo paused, glancing back at the source of the noise. He told the others that he thought he had heard something. Supporting underscore male underscore one questioned if he had simply misheard something. Danwoo stepped forward, his footfalls echoing. He stopped, noticing something on the ground. It was tinfoil. Supporting underscore male underscore one wondered how anyone could eat chocolate ores like that. Supporting underscore male underscore one then asked why Danwoo was even helping the miners, reminding him that his job was a chef. Danwoo explained that he was simply curious about the chocolate tree. He added that it was good to help each other out. Protagonist underscore male underscore one remarked that some people simply wanted to enjoy things, adding that he just wanted to eat something delicious. Supporting underscore male underscore one stated that he understood, realizing why Danwoo was working so hard. He declared that it was all right. Elsewhere, mysterious underscore hooded underscore figure underscore one observed that about 30 troops were deployed in the mine, but there were only 2 players, both of whom were non-combatants. The hooded figure mused that usually an NPC didn't have that high level of combat power, and the player's presence was the biggest variable. They concluded that this was going to work out very smoothly. Protagonist underscore male underscore one stated that it was all right, and for now, they should head out and prepare for it. The ground trembled. The sudden shaking caught supporting underscore male underscore one off guard, causing him to look around in confusion. The earth shook violently as rocks began to fall from above. The sound of cracking stone filled the air as Blaine underscore one shouted a warning. Chapter 39, Key. The earth shook. Dust and debris rained down as Blaine asked if the other man was okay. The man confirmed that he was fine, explaining that if they stacked the stones like that, it might collapse. He was glad that Blaine didn't get hurt, but Blaine dismissed it, saying it sounded like footsteps. Blaine took a few steps forward, confirming that it sounded like some kind of footstep. Elsewhere, the hooded figure asked if they were prepared. The response came that the guild was ready to enter and was currently in front of the mine. The man with blue hair stated that he would move the moment he sent his signal. The hooded figure smirked. The text directed them to use the legendary key to open the roads to legend. A key began to glow, with a warning to be careful as large numbers of monsters would appear. With a resounding clang, the key was used. 2 men watched as the other continued to strike. One wondered how many days he could keep doing that, while the other questioned why he was so persistent. The protagonist is excited about the special chocolate he's been making. He reflects on the results of using different chocolate ores in recent days, including dark chocolate and an iron ore. Silver ores, it turns out, make milk chocolate. He wonders what more delicious things he might get if he can find other kinds of ores. Gold ore has been acquired, making conversion to special chocolate possible. The protagonist's companion asks if he mined a gold ore. The companion exclaims that it's an expensive one. The protagonist thinks it's better to take it on a buy and sell rather than selling it on the mine, and then eats it. At first bite, it tastes like sweet chocolate, but after that, you will taste the crispy nuts. It is a chocolate crunch, and this chocolate is really good for any combination. The protagonist wants to eat it with everything. The notification changes depending on the chocolate. His companion asks why he ate it, saying that it's better if you can eat it as chocolate rather than being it as gold. He asks if the protagonist even knows how much it costs. The companion mutters that the protagonist can just buy and eat chocolate when he gets outside. The protagonist has achieved true chocolate miner, acquiring 30 million gold, and can get gold whenever he eats the chocolate that he has mined. The protagonist wondered aloud about the current price of gold ore. Nearby, Blaine inquired about the price per piece of gold. Minhyuk nodded, seemingly absorbed in thought. Minhyuk exclaimed that the situation was great, while Blaine questioned if Minhyuk was a rich person with stocks. Meanwhile, Riton expressed his annoyance with the soldiers. Riton's companion wondered why the soldiers wouldn't increase their support, despite the increased mining volume. Riton agreed that the mining volume had increased, but he didn't think they liked what had just happened. Minhyuk considered that it might be a good time to get the soldiers' support. He even felt sorry for Minhyuk and wondered if they should continue to enforce without any support. Riton's companion stated that they couldn't help it, so they should just start working today. Riton acknowledged that he understood. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed through the mine. Riton wondered what was going on as he took a step forward. A pack of iron wolves descended upon the miners. Riton questioned why there were iron wolves here, as these monsters didn't spawn in this location. He then asked if his companion was okay. Minhyuk wondered what was suddenly going on. He realized that even with his combative skills, he couldn't deal with all of them, and that he was just a production worker. The man realized that using mining items would be a waste. It was then revealed that Minhyuk provokes the attention of the monsters. The miner urgently called out to Minhyuk, telling him to get out of there with the others. Minhyuk acknowledged the warning. Droga, ele pensou. As coisas já estavam ficando agressivas. Minhyuk's sword struck true. Another miner watched in disbelief, calling out to Minhyuk. The iron wolves advanced, their heavy steps echoing through the mine. They were coming again. The iron wolves snarled, their eyes fixed on their prey as Minhyuk prepared to strike. With a cry of raging sword, Minhyuk unleashed a flurry of blows. The miner watched in disbelief, questioning if Minhyuk was truly a chef. Minhyuk nearly missed something. He noticed a new ore. Indeed, a notification popped up indicating that he had acquired new ore that could be converted to special chocolate. Minhyuk wondered what kind of chocolate it could be. He imagined soft white chocolate, or perhaps mint chocolate. He urged his companions to move quickly and escape the area. Outside the mine, a man with blue hair ordered his comrades to block and lock down the entrance, declaring that anyone left inside would be killed by the monsters. The order was given to move in. The blue-haired man, however, quickly changed his tune, realizing that there were still people trying to escape the mine. He wondered aloud how anyone could have survived. Inside, the order was given to siege and go in, as there were no combative players. Lars, a member of the Howden Guild, declared that they would take over the mine. The men were ordered to kneel, but they seemed to misunderstand the command. One of the men mocked the command, asking if the speaker was a child. The intruders sneaked in, moving stealthily to take over. Lars, enraged, questioned if they even knew how to take over, calling them bastard. One of the intruders was struck. The sound of the blow echoed as the intruder was punched. The man in the vest found himself face to face with a glass wall. Meanwhile, one of the rival guild members exclaimed that he wasn't told there was a device like this. He was informed that the device was used when the kingdom soldiers were killing monsters inside the mine, and that it was used to prevent monsters from getting away. The rival guild member continued to try and break through the glass. The older man with graying hair grinned, stating that since the hidden door was open, monsters would keep spawning. He added that the rival guild member couldn't handle it on his own, and that he would soon break the wall and kill him. The rival guild member asked what he was going to do then. Sung stated that it was a shame, as he wanted to beat him up. He then exclaimed that he was just going to call his Nuna. The man sat surrounded by a feast, seemingly unfazed by the chaos that was about to unfold. Elsewhere, the group of hunters were discussing the situation. One of them taunted another, asking if he was going to call his Nuna. The hunter continued to laugh, asking if the other was scared just because his Nuna was coming, and if she was ranked first. Ignoring the taunts, the hunter retorted, asking if they just ignored what he was saying about his Nuna. He declared that he wasn't scared of anything, even if they called someone. Someone, or something, smirked, declaring that they would regret it. One of the hunters asked if that was so. Another suggested that they should clean things up before his Nuna came. Minhyuk Nim was asked what they were going to do. Another hunter wondered if his Nuna could solve all of this. Minhyuk Nim responded that maybe she could, for now. One of the hunters exclaimed in disbelief, wondering if they were going to eat in this kind of situation. Someone asked if it wasn't the right time to eat some food. Someone declared that they would cut all of this first, and that they would do the cooking, since it was all buff materials. Someone commented that they were eating these kinds of stuffs and fighting, and that they were a true chef. The meal was done. Even as the situation grew dire, the hunters' stomachs rumbled, demanding sustenance. One of the hunters urged the others to eat, stating they needed energy for the fight ahead, even though monsters would soon appear. He declared that he wouldn't even let his dog touch his food. Another hunter tapped his bowl, agreeing to eat first and deal with the consequences later. The first hunter exclaimed how delicious the food was. Moments later, the same hunter declared it was the first time he'd ever had such delicious fried rice. He felt like he was getting stronger and wondered what in the world was in it. Another hunter confidently stated that they could fight monsters anytime, but the first hunter cautioned him to be careful with his words. Suddenly, the first hunter cried out in alarm. It seemed that eating the fried rice had caused him to level up. Elsewhere, someone was trying to open a door, but it wouldn't budge. They wondered if the button inside was the only way to open it. The person trying to open the door noted that it might close soon. Another person told them to hold on a second, questioning if they weren't the one who was supposed to gather information about the mine. Suddenly, someone shouted for the guild master, wondering what was going on. The urgency of the moment was palpable as those present demanded answers. They insisted that now was not the time for distractions, especially with the guild master being summoned. Meanwhile, Another individual reacted with surprise and frustration, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, a figure in red armor appeared, accompanied by a resounding boom. The armored figure stood tall, an exclamation point highlighting the gravity of their arrival. The appearance of the armored figure caused confusion and concern. One man questioned why L was present. Elsewhere, another man reacted with shock, his expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. L focused her gaze, a determined look on her face. Elsewhere, a figure declared that someone was behind everything that was happening. The revelation that Caldo was present caused a stir among onlookers. They identified him as Ares Guild's second-ranker blacksmith. L cried out, seemingly reacting to an unseen force. A young man greeted someone affectionately, expressing his surprise at their early arrival. The man explained that his Dongsing had called him, so he felt obligated to come immediately. The man was glad that someone hadn't forgotten about the stigma. He affirmed that he hadn't forgotten the promise he made with Nuna. The man in the vest wondered aloud what his stigma was, as the other man hastily recorded the conversation. He thought to himself that this was a scoop. The man recording explained that he needed to level up before going to the sea, so he was trying to gain some levels while mining. He then asked why he was called for. The individual with the red hair and golden crown asked if anyone had bothered him. He then paused, about to reveal something. The man in the vest glanced to the side, surprised. The crowned individual whispered something into his ear. Elsewhere, a group of people discussed the situation. One of them stated that they were taking over the mine where workers were freely working, and that he harmed the miners and harassed Minhyuk. Another man denied this, saying it was a misunderstanding. The blonde man asked if the other was scared just because his Nuna was coming. The man with the black hat then suggested that they clean this up before his Nuna came. The crowned individual paused, then stated that he meant. Someone yelled that they were angry, and that the other had angered them. The crowned individual was asked if he used the key, even though he knew that the miners were in there. He responded that he deserved to die because he had sinned, but pleaded. Someone stated that they would create the best artifacts, and then it would become the treasure of the empire. They then thought that if they got imprisoned by L, it would be at least for 10 years, and that the only way to get out of there was to delete their character. Minhyuk was being pressured to make a decision, while the others looked on, concerned. He knew he needed to pray for this. If it was the key, then maybe they could proceed. Blaine questioned if Minhyuk had already used the key. Minhyuk, wearing 3D glasses and holding a bucket of popcorn, asked if he could just go in. The woman with red hair stated that the materials inside could not be used unless one was a skilled blacksmith. Minhyuk retorted that it was none of her business. The red-haired woman told him that if he wanted to go in, he should just do it. Minhyuk seemed excited by this. Minhyuk called out to the red-haired woman, addressing her as Nuna. The red-haired woman told him that he couldn't just let it slide with these bad guys. Minhyuk stated that he understood. He took a step forward. Minhyuk had stepped into legendary ground. He had entered legendary chocolate paradise. The ground was covered in glittering grass and small chocolate pieces. Nearby, candy canes and chocolate sticks grew from the ground. Minhyuk exclaimed that he had arrived at the legendary chocolate tree. He wasn't sure if it was because of the key, but he knew this wasn't the time to celebrate, as he only had 1 hour. He noticed that it was a very big tree. He prepared to harvest. He obtained white chocolate, a legendary item of effective medicinal grade. He also obtained black chocolate, another legendary item of effective medicinal grade, which he recognized as the material with a special attribute that Blaine had mentioned earlier, offering SS-grade material, quantifying and holy branch of the Spirit King. Minhyuk was surprised to see that he had obtained the legendary chocolate tree. He realized he could have the whole tree in his inventory. He learned that he could harvest a certain amount of chocolate every day from the chocolate tree. He realized that meant he could eat chocolate whenever he wanted. The knight, defeated, declared that he would not forgive Minhyuk. The young man simply thanked him. Meanwhile, Minhyuk thought to himself that he would show off the chocolate tree to Riton Nim when he returned, but for now, it was time to enjoy dinner. With a legendary chocolate tree in hand, the words, leveling up by only eating, appeared, signaling the story would be continued. Chapter 41 begins. The comment section discusses Howden's guild master Brani, who apparently lives in Shinsangdong, and is named Lee Sangmin. Another comment questions the meaning of being Empress L's Dongsing. The top search terms include L's Affinity, Howden Guild called the Ares Guild, and L's Dongsing. A video titled Athene, L Teach Some Lesson for Slaughterers in Var's Kingdom, has garnered over 1 million views. Someone comments that getting close to L was worth it. The discussion continues, with someone suggesting that the Ares Guild wasn't wrong about Calda. It is stated that Calda was a guild executive who has worked this far, but he will be broken and withdrawn. The person watching the screen decides that it is none of their business and ends the video. Elsewhere, Minhyuk Nim is asked if everything is alright. Someone shouts a welcome. The scene shifts to Minhyuk Kun, who is asked if everything was alright. He replies that it was fun. Someone wonders what is going on, recalling how difficult it was to get materials at first. Another person asks about their chocolate. Someone inquired if a lot of chocolate had been acquired, noting that from the start, there would be a lot of it rather than ores. Startled, Minhyuk Kun exclaimed, repeating the word chocolate. The chocolate sat in large chunks. Although surprised, Blaine asked if he had gotten this much chocolate. Blaine wondered where he got all of this chocolate, noting it was somewhere other than the mine. Min-hyuk-kun was surprised by the question. Blaine exclaimed that it was an SS-grade material, questioning how Min-hyuk-kun had obtained it. Min-hyuk-kun explained that it came out after he harvested some chocolates, but he was told that he couldn't use this kind of material if Blaine told him that he wasn't a skilled blacksmith and couldn't even sell it. Min-hyuk-kun wondered if he could use it by Blaine's request and asked if it was okay for him, stating that he was really grateful. Min-hyuk-kun declared that he might be able to do it with this kind of material, and Blaine stated that he would continue his work, wondering what these cute things were. The mysterious girl asked if she could eat it, stating that it was great. The mysterious girl considered the possibilities, wondering if her companion would make something delicious. She then asked if there was an oven nearby. The boy confirmed that everything was ready and wondered aloud if they were going to make a cake. He explained that first, they would cut the chocolate in butter, melting it in medium heat, something similar to that. Next, he instructed her to sift the cocoa powder and flour. He then mixed the egg into the melted chocolate. The boy combined the sifted powder and mixed it until it was completely blended in. The mysterious girl watched with anticipation. He instructed her to put in a mold and then into the oven. He explained that they would wait for it to cool down. The brownie was complete. The boy thanked them for the food. She took a bite. The brownie, topped with melting ice cream, promised a moist and flavorful experience, its chocolate chunks sweet and chewy. As the taste of chocolate overpowered her mouth, she took a sip of her drink. A sip of coffee would neutralize the brownie's sweetness. She found it amazing with some milk. She thanked her appa for letting her know that eating didn't hurt. She remarked that she even ate at the hospital, but this brownie was also very delicious. Sung looked on with a smile. He wondered why she needed to thank him, adding that delicious things were the best. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the building as someone called out for Min-hyuk. Min-hyuk-kun rushed in, asking what was going on. The man announced that the frying pan he had personally requested was complete. Min-hyuk was excited that the equipment, which could use all attributes, was very successful, but Sung wondered why there were no other options mentioned. The description for the frying pan detailed its special abilities, including Griffin's Scream for frying pan enlargement, and its classification as a Heppa's legendary frying pan with infinite durability and high stats. It was ready for use. Min-hyuk, excited, asked if Sung would like to try cooking with it. Beaming, he declared that he could and would, his enthusiasm shining as he grabbed the pan. Min-hyuk then asked if he had any ingredients to cook with. Sung confirmed that he did. Sung wondered if he should use the pan for pancakes or stir-fried rice. He realized he had been carrying many ingredients. He remembered that the mysterious girl had eaten it last time. He decided that this time, he would cook with some meat. Soon, the sound of sizzling meat filled the air as Sung began to cook. The ingredients were tossed and stirred in the pan. The dish was complete. Sung asked how it was, noting that if he did the same thing, the pancakes would be crispy. He was proud of his masterpiece, thanks to the material that Min-hyuk gave him. Min-hyuk was amazed, realizing that all attributes could be used because of the pan. He also noted that if water attributes were used, it would automatically wash the dishes. He further explained that the pan could be equipped as a weapon and enlarged for fighting, and then asked what Sung thought about it. Sung expressed how much he loved it, thanking Min-hyuk profusely. Min-hyuk responded with a simple, yeah. Sung then remembered that Hyamin's treatment was over, and the connection. Sung considered that he would be busy taking care of Hyamin. He was thankful that her treatment was over, and that it was all thanks to Min-hyuk. It was nothing, the girl thought, as they had simply eaten together. The man beside her smiled. Hyamin was also grateful, and she wondered if he would mind adding her as a friend. The person agreed. Then, Min-hyuk thanked him very much. Elsewhere, someone called out to Hyamin's dad. The guild master waved. She asked if he had finished his gift, thanking him for allowing her to craft weapons. He had, he replied, adding that it was nothing. Besides, he was the one who helped Hyamin, and it was about helping and living. Come to think of it, she thought he had the same aura of someone she knew. She thought he was like her. A woman questions if the man is referring to her, and he confirms, asking if she doesn't feel it. Meanwhile, another woman hums to herself, lost in thought. Elsewhere, a figure expresses their desire to meet someone someday, as they marvel at how something is getting bigger. The chapter opened, revealing a phone screen displaying the stats of an item, the Heppa's legendary frying pan. The frying pan, a legendary item, boasted infinite durability and required high power, agility, and dexterity to wield. Its special abilities included stat boosts, magic defense enhancements, and even skills like Griffin's Scream and frying pan enlargement. It was described as an artifact created by a descendant of Heppa's, specially made for cooking and capable of being used with second-class magic. Meanwhile, Min-hyuk lamented his desire for the item, noting how nice it was that one could use any type of magic with it. His companion pointed out that Min-hyuk couldn't use it. Min-hyuk explained that his dexterity was too low. He then asked if the other man was close to reaching level 100, to which the man replied affirmatively. The man added that it could only be done depending on one's reputation. He then confirmed that he knew about it. referring to the other as Hyung. The other man dismissed the reputation requirement, stating that it didn't matter if he did it because it was a special job quest. The man then offered Minhyuk a piece of food, saying it was up to him. Minhyuk agreed, his cheeks already full. Elsewhere, Blaine wondered if someone was a chef. Blaine's question hung in the air as the man in the vest seemed taken aback. He denied being a chef, clearly surprised by the assumption. Suddenly, the other man exclaimed, pointing at the frying pan. He declared that it was his class. The man with the light brown hair admitted he had thought of him as a cook. He then asked if being a shiksen meant it was a hidden class related to the Shikigami in the legend. He pressed, asking if he knew of the legend. The man with the light brown hair explained that he had heard about it when he was going towards the chef's tower for Hyman, and that he thought all of the... He continued, wondering if classes related to production knew about it. The man in the vest admitted he had no idea about it, asking what legend the other man was speaking of. In ancient times, there was a man who had the power to split the sky and make the earth shake. Because of his love for eating, he used this as a driving force to go on an adventure. That was the reason he refused the emperor's position. In one of his adventures, he made an absurd request to a black dragon to cook the meat with its dragon breath. He collected nectar from a flower grown on a fairy's guardian tree. He dipped a rice cake in it, then ate it. Well, these are some of his absurd adventures. The man with the light brown hair wondered if it tasted good, stating that he wanted to be friends with him. Also, with a god's mineral named amantadium, he asked someone called the Golden Hammer to... The man in the vest remarked that the legend was just like Min Hyuk Kun. Min Hyuk Kun's companion wondered if that meant Min Hyuk Kun resembled the man from the legend. The man in the vest asked if there were still stories like that, and if Min Hyuk Kun would care to tell him about them. Instead of telling stories, Min Hyuk Kun suggested that he try going to Chef's village, wondering if he should mention it to him. Minhyuk announced that he had to go now to see a friend of his. Elsewhere, someone lamented that Dongsing was alone, eating tomatoes, and had no friends. Someone apologized for that, and then wondered if they should just stay there. Another person said that they were just messing with him and would be back later. The person sat on the couch. Min Hyuk Kun wished he also had a friend that he could meet with right away, envying Hyung. He realized that he suddenly suffered from binge eating and that it was difficult to meet someone with this kind of depression. He decided not to be in contact with his dear friends. He reflected on his recent behavior, realizing he had distanced himself from his friends because he was afraid to show them how much he had changed. He wondered how his friends were doing. He installed the Xbook application on his phone. He wondered if the ID he was seeing was his. His password was 4 asterisks, and he received a flood of messages. He looked at his phone with a surprised expression. The messages on his phone asked if he was eating ramen again and questioned what kind of life he was living. He remembered using that Genie ID since elementary school. A message congratulated him on succeeding in his diet and asked if he wanted to set a goal or see results, but then asked if he didn't want to. Another message said they missed him and called him a bastard, adding that if he saw Seokti and Jisoo playing, his seat now belonged to Hyojin. It also noted that he'd been doing this almost every week. He expressed relief that his friend were doing well. He thought the three of them would be playing some Athene and asked to be told about it if they did. He then reminded them of his IGN code, which would be 41,462. Min Hyuk Kun wondered if his friends were still together and if it would be okay to meet them in Athene. He considered calling. He stared at his phone, contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, someone else sat in a dimly lit room, thinking to themselves that there was no way and questioning what they were even thinking. The scene shifted to a desolate, barren landscape. The ground was littered with the bodies of monsters. Suddenly, Locke called out, his voice echoing through the area. Genie, the Legends Guild master, looked on. Khan, a Legend Guild member, asked if they had just arrived. Locke was concerned about how it went and if there was anyone good, but the other members stated that there was no one, in their opinion, adding that healers are in demand these days. Locke thought that this wouldn't have been a problem if Locke completely changed class to a priest. The other member asked why he didn't even choose to be a priest, to which Locke responded that he just wanted to support himself, and how many times did he have to tell him that he didn't like to be a priest. The other member asked if he wanted him to restart again, to which Genie wondered what he was even talking about. The group discussed their needs, noting they still lacked a chef. Despite searching, no suitable candidate had been found. They had been dealing with many tasks, which was why they had divided into solo plays. Still, it would be nice to have a chef. Someone was calling for Robin. Responding to the call, Genie asked them to wait a moment, confirming it was Robin who was calling. The other member questioned who Robin was. Genie was asked if they were leveling up and what their current level was. Someone praised Genie's progress, noting it was possible to reach level 300 in just a month. The other member admitted to having scary nightmares. Genie expressed their belief in the other member, thinking that they could level up by only eating. The whisper ended. The scene shifted to Screaming Hill. Someone wondered if there was any idiot there. Another wondered if they could do it alone. The quest scroll detailed the need to chase the evil power of the Archmage. The man with the red hair considered the information, thinking to himself that he really wanted to have his quest reward all by himself, and wondered if there was anyone that he could party with who's not interested in the reward. Come, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the smell of something cooking wafted through the air, causing one of the guards to wonder what it was. The protagonist, hearing the sound, wondered what that was. One of the guards told the protagonist that he couldn't do that there and to go eat somewhere else. The protagonist asked why, since they were in a canyon. The guard responded that it wasn't like that and asked if it was prohibited to use fire. The man with the red hair wondered who in the right mind would eat some pancakes in front of dungeon. The protagonist flipped a pancake into the air, making a huey sound. The man with the red hair exclaimed that it was that thing. It was a spicy kimchi pancake, and it looked delicious. The protagonist could feel the crunchy taste of kimchi and thought about how well cooked it was. It even made a crunchy sound, reminding the man with the red hair of rainy days. He exclaimed that the protagonist looked like he'd been possessed. The man with the red hair was not sure what would happen if he logged out today. He stood guard, spear in hand, as he considered his options. Meanwhile, the protagonist called out to him, offering to accompany him inside the dungeon, but only if he could have a bite of the food. The man with the red hair nodded, agreeing with the protagonist. He wondered if the protagonist was an idiot. He wondered if the protagonist was a chef, which would explain why he couldn't find a party. The protagonist offered him a bite in exchange for duck meat as a reward. The man with the red hair thought that the protagonist also looked like a beginner. He decided he would go with him and clear the dungeon, but he would deal with him if he asked for a portion of the rewards. The protagonist stated that he didn't have a party, so could he just have duck meat in advance? The man with the red hair thought that he was asking too much, but agreed anyway. The protagonist excused himself. The man with the red hair asked the protagonist if he would like to form a party with him. Minhyuk declared that he would do everything. The protagonist _male_1, asked if Minhyuk could make a party with him, which caused Minhyuk to question why he was asking. Protagonist_male_1 explained that the thing was they were just looking for a party right now. Minhyuk suggested that they go together, offering duck meat as a reward. It was announced that the protagonist and supporting_male_1 had joined Robin's party. Supporting_male_1 asked if they should go right now. Supporting_male_1 agreed that they should go, as the scene shifted to the inside of the Screaming Hills. Minhyuk declared that he was also a legendary class himself. The man with the neat black hair recalled that he wanted to play Athene normally, but he got it anyway in the rank temperament. He was also a ranker when he was playing. Meanwhile, Robin and the woman with red hair stood on a bridge, with Robin wondering how strong a berserker was. She simply responded with a quietness. The man with the neat black hair flinched as he thought that the more Robin talked, the more hungry he got. Back on the bridge, the woman with red hair asked Robin to be careful, as she felt something was going to come out soon. The woman with red hair told Robin that she would be dealing with it, and for him to just assist her from behind. Robin acknowledged that he understood. The object struck her, and she cried out Robin's name. Robin wondered what that was, realizing it was a frying pan. The woman with red hair thought there was something there. The man with the neat black hair held a duck, thinking it was a... Suddenly, a large duck foot stomped down. A large duck appeared. The woman with red hair yelled, "Ducky," as she and Robin sprinted forward. Robin declared that he would handle that. As the battle began, someone shouted, questioning what the other was planning to do with the pan. The protagonist_male_1, swung the pan with considerable force at the giant duck. The pan connected with a resounding clang, the duck letting out a pained quack. The protagonist_male_1, was surprised that the attack didn't seem to have killed the duck. Someone remarked sarcastically that, of course, the pan wouldn't kill it. The duck retaliated, launching a series of fireballs. Minhyuk raised the pan to defend himself. The pan absorbed the impact of the fireballs. Minhyuk braced himself against the force of the attack. The fireballs continued to strike the pan. He swung the pan with all his might, connecting with the giant duck as it unleashed a torrent of fire. Meanwhile, the supporting male gulped, watching the scene unfold. He declared that it would be easy to fight them together. The supporting male explained that he got it as a gift and that it was really amazing. The woman, however, wasn't listening, wondering if he was a battle chef. She wondered what the hell that thing was. The supporting male explained that to enter the inner field, they needed to kill a certain amount of mobs. The woman questioned if that was really the case. The supporting male asked if they could do it in one go. He responded that, yeah, well. Then, Griffin's scream was activated, shocking the woman. Nearby party members' stats increased. She wondered if it was a taunt skill, noticing that something was crumbling. The woman was confused, hearing the duck quacking. The woman screamed as she was swarmed by a flock of ducks. They were flapping everywhere. The protagonist, however, was determined, declaring that this would do it, even as the woman called him crazy. A chorus of quacks echoed through the air. Duck meat was acquired. Panting, the woman wondered aloud. Experience points were gained. The supporting male, also exhausted, admitted it was hard and he couldn't do it anymore. The protagonist asked if he was already giving up. The woman questioned what he meant by already being tired, while the protagonist wondered if there was any buff on the bread he was eating. The woman exclaimed, asking what he meant they couldn't kill a thing. The supporting male made a noise of disgust. The woman complained that her flow was getting interrupted when she ate. The protagonist pointed out that she was eating bread right now. The protagonist asked if the supporting male would like to have some food. The woman was shocked that he was going to eat right now. The woman declared that she would chop this for him and that she would be the one who would do the seasoning. She was holding an onion, garlic, and scallions. The supporting male was confused. Duck meat was displayed. The protagonist stated that it was all right now then. After that, the vegetables were added to the pan. Then, the ingredients were stir-fried. The duck bulgogi was now complete with sesame leaves and leeks. The protagonist asked if she was ready, but the woman insisted on taking care of first things first. She exclaimed that it looked like he knew how to eat it. Now the food was offered. The steam rose from the food, promising warmth. She thanked him for the food. The tender meat was covered with a sweet and spicy seasoning. Every time one bites, one could feel its soft texture, even the flavor of the oil in the duck. It was delicious. He urged her to try it. The protagonist explained how to prepare the duck bulgogi, instructing the other to wrap it up with radish. He then urged him to take it in one bite. The mysterious hooded figure found that the crunchiness and freshness of the radish complemented the dish. Sung then presented him with a drink, saying that he exactly needed this thing. The hooded figure was surprised, saying he didn't know they had something like this in Athene as he poured the drink into a glass. Sung proposed a toast. They both drank. Sung asked how it was and if he was pumped up. The hooded figure remarked that it was the first time he'd felt like this. He explained that he only ate foods in Athene to have some HP. Sung replied that he only carried some jerky or nuts, but food was food. Sung thought that for this guy, it's not just a way to fill his HP. The duck bulgogi seemed to have an effect on the hooded figure. He mused that he felt a bit more energetic. He admitted that he was feeling pumped up and that this was all thanks to the protagonist. The hooded figure then asked if they should eat again. Meanwhile, the protagonist_male_1, asked how much time was left. Blaine checked, noting that it looked like they were almost done. Blaine remarked that they were faster than he thought. He then heard a ting sound and wondered what it was. Suddenly, an alert appeared, announcing that a boss was spawning and that monsters on the Screaming Hill had improved stats by 10%. Blaine and protagonist_male_1 looked at each other, surprised. Sung Danwoo enjoyed a quick meal. Meanwhile, in another location, one of the men questioned if a boss monster was appearing. The other confirmed that an epic monster would be appearing inside the field. The man with the darker hair stated that the timing was perfect and that they should go and kill it. The other man made a noise of confusion. Elsewhere, one of the men asked if they couldn't just grab more and kill it later. The other man stated that an epic item would come out if they killed the boss. The first man was still hesitant. The man with the red hair stated that the boss was here anyway, and it was a giant duck that would drop more meat. He added that it was always his dream to kill a giant duck. The title card for Chapter 44, Boss, was displayed. The scene shifted to a room with a large chandelier and a sign that read Aries Guild. Aries was sitting in a chair, looking at a message on his phone. The message stated that the Cinder would rejoin the guild and do anything if Aries would forgive them. Aries thought that it was because of what happened to Calda and that he told that he was working with the guild. He hoped it would be quiet soon, but that wasn't an important thing right now. Elsewhere, two men discussed that the Legend Guild was preparing to acquire Manor. They questioned if they were ready to appear in the world. It was also heard that they were unofficial rankers in Versailles. Aries' associate suggested that taking down certain individuals would be greatly beneficial. The associate showed Aries a picture, asking if this was the Berserker player, the crazy hunting horse, Robin. Meanwhile, a subordinate informed another man that Robin was joining the Legend Guild after creating an account. The man wondered who Robin was. The subordinate explained that, just like in Versailles, one needed to play in a party in certain dungeons, and that Robin looked like he was carrying a newbie. Back with Aries, he asked what the location was. The associate responded that it was Screaming Hills. He then confirmed that the offensive unit had been contacted. The associate was instructed to tell them to gather on Screaming Hill, as they were going to turn Robin into their spy. Aries stated that they shouldn't ignore the value of star players. The associate questioned if the Legend Guild hadn't already taken Robin. Aries responded that it would be a great help to learn the forces of the Legend Guild, and that Robin seemed to be in a difficult spot. The associate stated that they had gold support and hunting ground support. He continued, saying that they would generously invest in those things, and that whatever method they needed to use, they should make sure to take him in. The man who was informed about Robin asked what they should do. Aries' associate turned to him, a sinister look on his face. The associate's thoughts were clear. Robin must be killed. Amidst the chaos of the dungeon, two figures hurried through a fiery passage, seeking escape from the encroaching flames. Panting, one of them urged the other to look, perhaps spotting a new threat or a possible escape route. The adventurers found themselves facing a group of armored figures, the heat of the surrounding flames becoming unbearable. Suddenly, a notification appeared. A boss monster, the Golden King Duck, had emerged, unleashing a deafening squawk as it appeared before the group. Elsewhere, another adventurer confidently declared that everyone should trust them, bracing for a fight. With a determined leap, the adventurer declared that they would be their enemy, drawing their sword. The Golden King Duck unleashed a fiery blast. Someone warned Minyuk to be careful, noting that the duck was now all skin, as the Golden King duck continued to sizzle. Meanwhile, the man in the white collared shirt drooled, thinking the Golden King duck looked delicious, but he knew now was not the time to be drooling. He continued to imagine how delicious the monsters tasted. The Golden King duck sprinted forward, declaring that the man was also delicious. Someone shouted Minhyuk's name, exclaiming that they couldn't deal with the man in the white collared shirt. The man in the white collared shirt continued to stare intently at the Golden King duck. Suddenly, the Golden King duck struck at him with a burst of speed. The duck unleashed a powerful, fiery attack. The man in the white collared shirt was shocked by the sudden assault. He wondered what was up with the frying pan and what kind of artifact it was. The Golden King duck continued its fiery assault. The Golden King duck seemed surprised. Blaine declared that it was his turn. His attack ignited the woods. Blaine noticed his HP was dropping rapidly and wondered what was up with the duck, but knew he still needed to give it a shot. Blaine's sword struck a hexagonal shield. Blaine realized that the duck had a shield. The Golden King duck's attack sends the man in the white collared shirt flying backwards. As the man in the white collared shirt crashes to the ground, he hears someone calling out to Minhyuk Nim, realizing that it's risky to continue. The man sprints forward, questioning what happened to the frying. L's fencing is activated. The Golden King duck activates its flying sword skill. The man in the white collared shirt realizes that it's risky. He realizes that his attack didn't work, but he is still trying. He knows that he has to take this one down because he wants to eat the duck meat. He thinks to himself that he wants that duck meat. The Golden King duck activates its rapid stab skill. The man in the white collared shirt is shocked. Driven by a primal hunger, the man in the white collared shirt declared his intent to devour the Golden King duck. The Golden King duck's rapid stab skill collided with the man in the white collared shirt. The Golden King duck cried out as the attack landed. The shield that had been protecting the man in the white collared shirt shattered under the force of the blow. The man in the white collared shirt was sent flying backwards from the impact. The system declared that the great duck had fallen and that the boss monster had been defeated. The man in the white collared shirt stood over the defeated Golden King duck, his sword still in hand. Meanwhile, Blaine examined the item he had received. The protagonist _male_1, checked on Blaine's condition, asking if he was okay. Blaine confirmed that he was fine and inquired about the epic item. Blaine thought to himself about what he should do with the item, as it was not equipment, but he still wanted to share it. He then told protagonist_male_1 that everything was good. Protagonist_male_1 asked if Blaine wanted the epic item. Blaine responded that was a good thing that protagonist_male_1 got it. An item description details the Millennium Hajuo, a tonic that grants plus 100 wisdom and plus 50 defense. The description notes its radish-like taste and the mana it has absorbed over a century, making it more delicious and effective than a regular radish. Meanwhile, protagonist_male_1 receives the Millennium Hajuo. He seemed surprised by the gift. The man looked around, confused by something. The man in the cloak offered the other a large white root vegetable, asking if he should give it to him. The cloaked man clarified that he wasn't trying to sell it. He insisted that the other man could eat it. The man seemed surprised, and the cloaked man confirmed that he also had a lot of ducks. Ares thought to himself that a real man has concession. Ares tilted his head, wondering what was happening. The cloaked man's offer caused Ares to scream in surprise. The cloaked man asked if Ares wasn't going to use it as medicine, adding that if he cooked it, he would also get buff. Ares wondered if he should try it, thinking he could make some kadugi with it and that it would be really delicious. Ares' companion was taken aback by his statement. She questioned what he had just said, wondering what he was talking about. The cloaked man suggested that kakakdu was good, along with fried rice and oxbone soup. He then asked what they should eat. Someone wondered if it even mattered, since they were on a game anyway. Elsewhere, one of the men asked if anyone had seen a party of two where a player used a frying pan. The other man realized they were talking about the frying pan killer. One of the men questioned if they meant the frying pan killer. The other confirmed that they were referring to the person who had the frying pan. One of the men stated that he saw him going over there a while ago. The other asked if he had that kind of nickname, then inquired if there was anything more he could tell them. The man responded that he thought he heard them looking for a place to cook. He added that they said he was a chef, so it was a given he would do that in this kind of situation. He was thanked for the information. Someone called out that they were over there. Another wondered if this was the place. Someone noticed steps and a smell. The smell was identified as Sunday soup. Someone wondered if they added some spice, while another stated that he just liked eating. Someone else wondered why they were suddenly eating. The two continued their conversation amidst the chatter of the crowd, as the man with the red hair held a container of Sunday soup. Nearby, another observed the soup, noting the intestines and meat within. The observer remarked that the sundae were plump and amazing, and that the rice should be rolled up well. The man with the red hair ate the soup, exclaiming that it was hot, which made it even better, and that the sundae was also delicious. A voice declared that while the liver was good, taking a bite of kadugi would make it even better. The chopsticks reached for the kadugi. The man with the red hair bit into the kadugi. a voice exclaimed that this was it, instructing to take a bite of the kadugi every time they took the soup. The man with the red hair thought that the kadugi must be made of the Millennium Hajuo, which was why it was more delicious. Someone exclaimed in disbelief that the kadugi was made with the Millennium Hajuo, and that only a madman would do that. They then pointed out the madman. Another observed that it looked like they were having fun, but still it looked really delicious, warning them not to be dazed by it. Someone told them that they knew how to eat from Altaganino, and to let the rest go with them. The other agreed. Hilton inquired if Robin was present. Elsewhere, someone reported to the guild master that they had found him, while another wondered what he was doing. Nearby, someone was serving Sunday soup. He told them to stop the nonsense, insisting that he was telling the truth. He thought to himself that he needed to focus on persuading him, understanding that if he didn't respond, it was understood that they knew what to do. Meanwhile, someone commented that the food was good. Even though they had just received it, it was delicious, especially with the Millennium Hajuo. Someone then greeted another. Robin was called out by name, as someone recognized him as the Berserker Robinim. Someone questioned if it was the Ares Guild. Elsewhere, someone wondered why there were so many of them, and Minyuk was warned that they were in trouble and should run away. Someone wondered if they should tell her about it right away, but another demanded that they just tell them what they wanted. The man smiled, seemingly confident. He stated that he would introduce himself first. Meanwhile, Robin knelt on the ground, listening to Genie. Hilton, from the Ares Guild, was the one trying to recruit him, calling him the crazy hunting horse. Genie remarked that they recognized Robin's talent. Hilton chuckled, asking if Robin still remembered him from that game. Hilton added that he also played Versailles. Genie asked if Hilton was really just there for fun. Hilton responded by asking if Genie was asking him that, considering how much he had already done. Hilton continued, saying that if Robin joined their guild, he would not only get a unique artifact, but they would fully support him on the hunting grounds and give him a ton of gold. Robin thought to himself that he didn't have any idea what was going on, but they were giving him a condition. Genie remarked that they recognized Robin's talent. Genie then stated that it was up to Robin to decide what he wanted. Robin asked if that was true. Genie stated that trying to send people to Robin meant that they had already declared war against them. Robin thought to himself that he didn't want to make a move there. Genie then asked if Robin could get out of there safely. Genie asked what about the guy Robin was partying with. Robin flinched, wondering if Genie was talking about the guild master of the legend. Robin chuckled to himself, realizing that Genie knew everything. It seemed that Robin didn't want to join them. The conditions were the same as they were talking about, and they wondered what the hell the incentives that Legend Guild gave him were. One of the men asked if they should kill him. Another responded, saying all right, before asking about the other player. Robin understood, and thought to himself that he would prepare the wizards with the casting and focus on attacking them. He then realized that they were talking about that guild. The force of the blow sent dust and debris flying. Robin, stunned, could only utter a confused question, wondering what was happening. From somewhere off-panel, a voice commanded the others to continue their assault. Another voice echoed the sentiment, questioning the attacker's motives. Robin's eyes widened as he began to understand the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a figure wielding a massive frying pan charged forward, interposing himself between Robin and the unseen attackers. A surge of energy erupted from the frying pan, creating a blinding flash. The force of the impact sent the frying pan wielder sliding backward, but he stood his ground. He questioned what the frying pan was. The frying pan wielder shouted, demanding to know where they were going. The attackers urged each other to get him, while Robin, stepping back, wondered what he should do. Another figure appeared, seemingly teleporting onto the scene. One of the figures expressed hope that Minhyuk Nim could handle the situation if they went there. The red-haired man reached out, urging someone to follow. An urgent voice commanded others to quickly follow. Hearing the command, the swordsman sprinted forward, dodging fiery projectiles. The swordsman crashed through a wall, disoriented. Elsewhere, an officer ordered his men to pursue the fleeing figures with haste. The officer clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing the guild master's targets had escaped. Someone remarked that they hadn't expected such resistance from the chef, speculating that he was already level 200 and that the frying pan was a disguised artifact. The swordsman looked around, still trying to get his bearings. Someone inquired about the status of the situation as the red-haired man and the swordsman continued to flee. A voice questioned whether they could retrieve the targets, stating that losing them would be a shame. It was announced that they were entering the dark zone, with reassurances that they would be like rats inside a jar. Someone vowed to get those guys and take that frying pan. The intensity of the situation was palpable as the swordsman and the red-haired man were seen in the background, their figures smaller, but their determination clear. In the foreground, a close-up of a man's face revealed a stern gaze, his eyes narrowed with a mix of concern and resolve. Deep within the dark zone, the sounds of footsteps echoed through the cavern. Suddenly, a voice boomed, ordering them to stop. One of the pursuers, visibly winded, demanded they halt. The lead hunter dismissed the group they were chasing as rats trying to escape. He thought to himself that they had more members now than last time. The man being pursued was given one last chance to quit the Legend Guild and start following Ares. He wondered if he would become Aries' dog. The hunter scoffed at the idea, questioning why he would become a bitch for such a weak asshole. He thought to himself that he just wanted to enjoy the game and didn't want to be working for someone. The hunter's words triggered something within the man, and he commanded them to be killed. The hunters charged forward, weapons drawn. The man smirked, anticipating the coming battle. With a yell, protagonist_male_1 lifts a card high above his head. A screen appears, asking if he would like to begin the hidden quest, stating that the quest will immediately start after using the item. The card glows as he initiates the quest. Suddenly, a dark puddle appears beneath the hunter's feet. They wonder what it is. A voice echoes, speaking an unknown language. Blaine_1 wonders who it belongs to. A shadowy figure emerges from the puddle, towering over the hunters. Robin is shocked by the sudden appearance of a shadowy figure. The hunters scream as they realize they have stepped into the realm of the Archmaglar field. The system announces that any kind of immunity is ignored and that it has started. Robin asks what the thing is. Manhwa states that all kinds of magic defense are ignored, thanking protagonist_male_1 for everything. The system announces that 7 deadly sins is activated. The realm seemed to be defined by a singular, overwhelming desire. The words 7 deadly sins, gluttony, appeared, followed by a command that echoed through the space. Eat. Meanwhile, Blaine clutched his head, realizing that this insatiable hunger was the curse of the sin. The title of the chapter appeared, Leveling Up by Only Eating, Chapter 46, Gluttony. Back with the protagonist, he was being questioned by another hunter. They asked if he was okay. He exclaimed that he was hungry, then quickly corrected himself, stating that he meant he was also hungry. The other hunters cried out in hunger. Suddenly, meat and other foods began to fall from above, accompanied by the command to eat. One of the hunters wondered why someone would eat such a thing, while another questioned how he could eat it all by himself. The command to eat echoed around them. The hunter responded that they could cook it for a little bit and eat it afterward as he devoured the raw meat. Another hunter asked if he was even enjoying it. The protagonist declared that he was hungry and needed something to eat. He wondered what was happening. 2 hunters were shown shoveling dirt into their mouths, muttering about being hungry. The man with the red hair wondered why the others were acting so strangely, shoving and biting at anything they could find. He had suspected this would happen. Meanwhile, Minhyuk observed that the gluttony curse didn't seem to be affecting him, though he thought the others looked hideous. From a distance, Aries urged Minhyuk to take the opportunity to deal with his men, also instructing him to tie him up. Elsewhere, someone wondered if all this was just a hobby, but quickly dismissed the thought. Minhyuk looked around at the scene of chaos, noting how everyone was acting. A voice echoed, declaring that the Archmage was so hungry and that they would be dealing with a great appetite. The red-haired man groaned, declaring that he was hungry. Minhyuk, overhearing, was surprised to hear that. Minhyuk thought to himself that he had also considered it. The red-haired man wondered why the curse wasn't affecting Minhyuk, begging for food. Minhyuk explained that it was because he had been living with that curse. The red-haired man was shocked to hear this, questioning what he meant. Minhyuk then wondered how many people were left as he was grabbed from behind. Minhyuk, having been grabbed from behind, watches as the man he was fighting is now on the ground, being held down by another. The man on the ground, struggling against his captor, declares that he will never let go, driven by an insatiable hunger. The man holding him down shouts that he is starving and attempts to bite Minhyuk's companion, demanding to know what is wrong with him. Aries, watching the scene unfold, urges Minhyuk to shake the man off. The man is thrown to the ground with a loud thud. Dazed, the man wonders what is happening. Minhyuk realizes what he must do. Aries' eyes widen as he sees a dumpling. The man on the ground screams in terror. The man yells at Minhyuk, questioning how he could do this. Minhyuk reminds Robin that he is not allowed to bite people as he rattles a dumpling in front of him. Aries wonders if there is no other way as he watches the dumpling break apart. The dumpling was presented, steaming and ready to be devoured. He took a bite, his cheeks puffing out as he chewed. The others urged him to finish it quickly, hoping it would break the curse. The man, now seemingly back in control, declared that no one was going anywhere. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the situation was being monitored. The observer questioned why players were logging out, wondering if they were being dominated by just 2 people. A message pinged, revealing that the guild masters who went to the Screaming Hills had entered the dark zone and were now under the influence of one of the 7 deadly sins. The observer wondered if the players logged out because of the curse, but the truth was that the player with the frying pan had caused them to log out. It was revealed that eating alone had caused them to log out. The scene opens with a full shot of protagonist_1, who is holding a bag full of food and eating a piece of bread. Elsewhere, Aries watched a monitor, questioning how someone could be unaffected by the curse, especially within the realm where it was inflicted. Aries realized that the person had acquired a holy torch of the curse. The holy torch of the curse was an artifact that protected the user from any kind of curse. Back in the guild hall, the guild master noted that a huge player had bought the item where it was traded in the market for a large amount of gold. He also noticed that everyone had been forced to log out. Someone, frustrated, slammed their fist on the desk. The person realized that the one with the frying pan was no ordinary player and decided to retreat for now. Meanwhile, Sung wondered if it was okay to take all of the items. Sung thought that since there was no warning sign, it was all good. He decided he should also share some with Robin. Sung called out to Robin, showing him all the items that the other players had dropped. Robin Nim's name echoed in the air. Bound tightly, Robin mumbled incoherently as he was asked if he was okay. The figure standing over him declared that he would look for materials to dispel the curse. Suddenly, a dumpling struck Robin squarely in the face with a resounding tang. The figure stated that they should get going, as Robin was dragged along the ground. He thought that they needed to get out of there and calmly think about how. The figure paused, wondering if they should cook the duck. The figure shielded his eyes, commenting that it was too bright. Leveling up multiple times, a notification appeared. A message appeared, stating that he had overcome the trial of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony, and that he had entered the hidden field. The figure swung his weapon, striking something with a hook. Robin, regaining consciousness, questioned why he was like this. The figure expressed relief, stating that he thought Robin would be trying to find Dumpling all of his life, and asked if he could let him go now. The man with the red hair demanded to be released, questioning why his nose was bleeding. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed through the chamber. A massive toad appeared, its croaks reverberating through the air. One of the men cautioned that they were likely facing a boss monster, suggesting they should be cautious and wait before attacking. The toad's underbelly pulsed as it prepared to strike. With a deafening shriek, the toad launched its attack. The attack splattered against the stone, narrowly missing the 2 men. One of the men cursed, having been struck by the toad's attack. The man with the red hair warned that they would surely melt if hit by the toad's attack. The other man questioned what they should do, wondering if Minhyuk's frying pan would melt in the toad's poison. Suddenly, Sung consumed some of the toad's poison. The man with the red hair exclaimed in disbelief, demanding to know why Sung would eat such a thing and ordering him to spit out. He wondered why he wasn't poisoned, and then he realized it was because of an ability he had previously acquired. A notification appeared, indicating that he had tasted the poisoned soy sauce for the first time, and skill points were awarded. The item, Poison Toad King's Poison Soy Sauce, was described as a material that could be learned from the Poison Toad King, and more materials could be obtained. Meanwhile, the other hunter warned that if Minhyuk pulled out that frying pan, it would turn aggressive. She yelled at someone for going in alone, like last time. If that poison was soy sauce, Sung thought that maybe he considered putting it in rice with some egg. He planned to mix it with the egg and the rice. It would also be amazing to top it off with some kimchi, he thought. He could also use it when making some soup, and also for something boiled. He could use it in a lot of ways. He mused that when he hit his level where he got to go to the sea, there would be... Someone commented that he was a good-looking guy, and he wondered about crabs. He could then use it to marinate the crabs. He would first have a bite of a crab full of its eggs. He considered adding more of the Poison Toad King's poison soy sauce to the inside of the dish, thinking he could also mix it with some rice. If he wanted to eat it with some rice, Sung Jinwoo thought to himself. He gulped, realizing all he needed was the soy sauce. Nearby, the Poison Toad King took slow, deliberate steps. Sung Jinwoo jumped, thinking he would be the one who would enjoy it. The Poison Toad King continued to approach. Suddenly, Sung Jinwoo struck the Poison Toad King with a tang. He continued to strike the Poison Toad King, each blow landing with a pock. The blows continued to land. Sung Jinwoo reached out, thinking it was the right time. A notification appeared, Material Acquisition. The notification described the Poison Toad King's poison soy sauce, noting that one could learn about the material from the Poison Toad King, and that the materials could also be obtained immediately. Robin exclaimed, pointing out that the poison was actually soy sauce and that he could really have it. The voice questioned if the other was amazed that a soy sauce could melt something. In response, Minhyuk asked if he had actually brought him there for this, winking. He declared that he would try one more time, but was told to please think first before making a move. The Poison Toad King was surprised by the attack. Minhyuk's name was shouted. The figure sprinted forward. He caught the soy sauce, swaying and wobbling. Someone noticed that there was another one as the soy sauce was poured. The Poison Toad King croaked in disbelief. He thought to himself, but still, Minhyuk didn't think it was enough. The Poison Toad King flinched. Another material acquisition was made. The other hunter calls out to Minhyuk, clearly surprised by what has just occurred. He curses under his breath, seemingly in disbelief. The Poison Toad King, now significantly smaller, wonders how long it was squeezed to become this tiny. The Poison Toad King floats, a ghostly aura surrounding him, as he insists that he only acquired its poison. Minhyuk holds the now miniaturized Poison Toad King, which jingles as it sways. He notes that it also granted him a lot of levels. Minhyuk remarks that the notifications are non-stop. A class quest, Relic of the Shiksen, has been released, tasking him to meet Borto, the chef's town former chief, to learn the whereabouts of the first divine dish. Minhyuk wonders about the Shiksen. The quest log detailed the Relic of the Shiksen. It explained that the Shikigami, during his life, traveled the world, encountering legendary figures and creating 5 divine dishes, reserving them for future generations. To find the first of these dishes, one must meet Bordeaux, the former chief of Chef's Town. The notification chimed as Min Hyuk Nim acquired the cloak of Archmage Larfield. The party had heard of Chef's Town before. Another notification chimed, this time indicating that Robin Nim acquired the staff of the Archmage Larfield. One of the party members admitted that he had always thought of Robin Nim as a cook. He wondered if being a Shiksin was a hidden class related to the Shikigami in a legend. That was what Hyman's dad had said. He recalled hearing about Chef's Town when he was going there for Hyman. He also thought that all classes related to production knew about it. If he followed this, could he find what they called God's cuisine? Min Hyuk Nim was told to check his artifacts and other things that he got. He confirmed that he would. One of the party members admitted that he had brought Min Hyuk Nim along because he thought he was weak. He then realized that Min Hyuk Nim hadn't even helped him. The other party member responded that if he were to do this by himself, he wouldn't have completed it. He thanked the first party member. Min Hyuk Nim said it was okay if he took all the gold. He expressed that he was grateful, but Robin Nim insisted on treating him first. The wound on the warrior's arm had been tended to. With the bandaging complete, the warrior declared that he was all done, noting that Min Hyuk Nim was skilled at both fighting and healing, and that he had even learned some bandaging techniques. The warrior complimented Min Hyuk Nim's skill at everything, wondering how he managed to do it. Min Hyuk Nim responded that he could do it because he ate well and worked out well. Aries pondered to himself if Min Hyuk Nim was hiding something. Min Hyuk Nim, looking confused, was asked if he would like to have a match. Min Hyuk Nim seemed surprised by the offer. Aries questioned why he was suddenly being asked that, wondering if they were going to do it there. He admitted that he wanted to know how skillful Min Hyuk Nim was. Aries wondered who Min Hyuk Nim really was. Aries considered if Min Hyuk Nim was just strong because of that special artifact. The warrior stated that if Min Hyuk Nim was that amazing, and since they were already there, they should go all out. Min Hyuk Nim agreed. Someone wondered if there was any good place to get something viral. The pink-haired observer, perched atop a rocky outcrop, lamented that her journey to witness the frying pan killer might have been in vain. She watched with anticipation. The observer was surprised to see a frying pan, as the two combatants faced off. Aries proposed that they continue their duel until one of them surrendered. Then, the broadcast began. The pink-haired observer wondered if that was the frying pan killer, and readied her camera to broadcast the player versus player duel. The title of the stream would be Sprints. The Frying Pan Killer PvP Live. Broadcast had begun and already had 83 viewers. Viewers commented on the broadcast, wondering who the guy using the greatsword was, and another viewer thought they saw where they were fighting. Another viewer asked if it was Versailles' hunting horse Robin. One viewer commented that the fight's outcome was already decided. The sounds of clashing metal filled the air as the duel began. Robin parried the blow, though observers noted he seemed to be having a hard time. Chatters in the stream questioned the assessment, pointing out that Robin was smiling. Meanwhile, Min Hyuk Nim dismissed the comments, telling the commenter not to act too much. Viewers noted that the pair were fighting near the Screaming Hills, and that Robin's level was only 100. The fight intensified, and one viewer commented on how crazy it was. The live stream continued, with thousands of viewers watching. The pink-haired observer was shocked by the number of viewers. She wondered who the new people were. The camera shook violently. The sounds of battle echoed through the Screaming Hills. Robin is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. His health points depleted, Robin struggles to sit up, realizing he has reached his limit. Meanwhile, Minhyuk approaches, wondering about his own health points. Minhyuk orders Robin to stop. Robin declares his surrender. Minhyuk tells Robin that he is really strong and that it was a good fight. Minhyuk says that he will be treating Robin's injuries. Minhyuk seems nervous. Robin smiles. Robin thanks Minhyuk. Robin asks Minhyuk if he would like to join their guild, saying that with his skills, he would surely be welcomed by the guildmaster. Minhyuk says that he will pass. Minhyuk received a message asking if someone had already asked him, but he dismissed it. The message continued, explaining that 3 of them will be playing Thenie and asking Minhyuk to let them know if he would play as well. The sender included their IGN code. The message exchange continued with Minhyuk agreeing to add the sender as a friend and party again next time. The sender responded with a confirmation. Elsewhere, the sender thought that if Minhyuk didn't join, it couldn't be helped, but it would be a shame. The sender asked Minhyuk to add them as a friend and party again next time, to which Minhyuk replied that he would. Minhyuk stretched, remarking on how tiring something was. The sender thought that Minhyuk was a nice guy, but he was obsessed with eating, and it would be nice to keep playing the game. Minhyuk turned over in bed, wondering what time it was. He looked at his phone with surprise. He noticed that his phone was off and wondered why it wasn't charging. Minhyuk wondered what the guild master wanted to talk about and decided he had to read it. He was confused. Minhyuk was confused by the sudden broadcast. Genie Nim had sent a message asking what was happening. He swiped through his messages, wondering if he had done something wrong. He saw messages from a Nim, On Nim, and Robin Nim, all asking him to answer. Someone asked where that guy was now, and another asked where he was in Screaming Hills. Suddenly, Minhyuk was shocked to see that the broadcast was about his friend. He exclaimed in disbelief. Elsewhere, someone wondered aloud if Minhyuk and Genie were friends. The person on the other end of the line was surprised by this revelation. The phone rang repeatedly. Finally, the call connected. The person on the line greeted the guildmaster. The guildmaster immediately demanded to know why he had just answered. He apologized, explaining that they had gotten into a hidden dungeon and completed it. The guildmaster questioned what he had been saying just now, asking if he had just asked if he was with Minhyuk. He sighed, realizing it was Minhyuk. He responded that it would take too long to explain everything, and then asked if they could meet tomorrow. The man wiped his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, another man entered the room, calling him a frying pan killer and offering him breakfast, noting that he never looks good. The first man questioned what he meant by frying pan killer, and the other man accused him of not knowing about it, asking if it wasn't him. He continued, saying that he was a bit upset that he got broadcasted while hunting on the Screaming Hills, adding that he looked. The man stated that people were calling him Frying Pan Killer, which he found to be a scary name. The other man said that he just watched the video and told him about it, asking if he blocked him or something and why he turned it off. The man explained that it was because Lucia couldn't eat Watch Eye last time, and she keeps whispering how it's going again, asking who he was talking about. He clarified that he was talking about Lucia and him, and that at the last tournament, she couldn't eat it because of those bad guys. The man specified that he was talking about Lucia at the tournament. The other man exclaimed that it was that Lucia. He continued, saying that she wants to eat Watch Eye, but she can't buy or make it, adding that he has no idea why she would ask him to make it for her. The man expressed that it amazes him that he's that hopeless, asking what he means. As they finished their meal, the man with the dark vest asked if the other would log in again after eating. Elsewhere, a character thought about needing to meet the former Chief Bordeaux in Chef's Town. A hand held up a phone, displaying a character in the midst of battle. Back inside, one of the men asked if the character on the phone was Minhyuk. A woman confirmed that Robin Nim had said Minhyuk's username was Minhyuk. The others expressed disbelief that Minhyuk could play the game so well, remembering that he couldn't play like that in the old days. Someone mused that being physically active was easy, and that Minhyuk must have gotten used to it. Another man shouted that there was still no way. Someone clicked their tongue in annoyance. One of the men wondered if it really was Minhyuk, and if it wasn't too much for them to be honest. The man scratched his head, recounting that the person they were discussing hadn't spoken to them in years and never bothered to answer when they tried call. He admitted that they weren't the brightest guys. With a click, a phone displayed the date, January 2nd. The message indicated that news would be received. The message suggested that a few years ago, a video like this would have been sent by Athene if he was even thinking of sending an invitation. The message was too good to be true, she thought, gripping the railing. She murmured that there were such circumstances. The woman stated that even if they wanted to meet him, they couldn't. The man agreed with Jisoo, suggesting they try to understand. Someone expressed uncertainty about that. A woman called out to Robin, indicating he was here. Robin introduced himself to Khan Nim and Lok Nim, expressing his pleasure to meet them. The situation was honestly a bit surprising. As a hand reached for a cup of coffee, the man remarked on what a small world it was. He then mentioned that they were also surprised when Robin appeared on a video, which was why he went to see it. The woman thought Minhyuk was extraordinary, but there was no way he was friends with their guild executives. Someone wondered if they had ever told him the guild name. They knew about the situation and would connect him when they got in touch. The man wondered if he was doing well with Genie Nim. Now, the woman thought he turned. He turned off his whispers. Someone wondered if he was doing well. Well, the thing was, it seemed he was doing too well. Someone thought that 40 servings of duck meat were not enough for him. Even when they were hunting, he didn't fight until he finished an entire bun. He even picked ingredients from the boss, which he stole from it, and ate them. He really liked food in the first place. One of the men on the couch questioned if the other thought he had gone too far. The other man wondered if he was playing the game. Elsewhere, a man wondered aloud if they should eat or what. Another man considered that there might not be many people who fight with a frying pan in Athene. A woman, looking at her phone, told someone to try to find it themselves and to look at it themselves. She wondered what it was. The phone screen showed a blacksmithing page, noting that there were already a ton of people who test frying pans as their weapon and that the frying pan was sold out. Back at the table, one of the men wondered if it would be possible to find him soon. Another man wondered what the heck was going on and if that was some kind of student padding trend. A third man noted that it looked like the Blacksmith Guild had just entered Quest. Meanwhile, a woman wondered if Minhyuk Nim would open his whispers or if it would be difficult to meet him by chance. Elsewhere, someone asked where someone was right now. The sound of something heavy echoed. It was a damn shame that, in the end, the person who succeeds to be a shiksen does not. Chef's Tower former chief, Bordeaux, grabbed a mug. Someone questioned Bordeaux's belief in legends, remarking that even if they were true, they wouldn't be as simple as cooking or eating. Bordeaux scoffed, thinking that everyone believed the legend of the shiksen was just a fairy tale, and wondered if it was really worth it. During those long years, someone dreamed of the shiksen's descendants showing up, but they lamented that they didn't even have a single clue. Someone recalled their father's words. The memory continued, explaining that their family had been serving Shiksen-nim from generation to generation, and that someday, Shiksen-nim would cut the skies and make the earth rumble. The memory continued, with the father telling his child to remember this. The memory faded, with the father stating that the descendant will come. Someone internally declared that they couldn't forsake his words. In order to find the descendant of the Shiksen, one must be in harmony with the chef's tower, Bordo thought. Bordo thought that it wasn't a waste to spend the rest of his life waiting for that person. Bordo took a drink. Tuk, tuk, tuk. Bordo stood, thinking that no one would visit him at this time. Blaine pushes open the door, peering inside and asking who is there. Meanwhile, someone is happily munching on skewers. Hearing the voice, Blaine is confused. The person announces their presence, stating they are there to find something. The individual declares that they are in possession of the relics of the Shiksen, leveling up by only eating. To be continued. The old man, Bordo Nim, questioned if the protagonist was looking for the relic of the Shiksen. Sung Damwoo nodded, happily munching on skewers. Bordo Nim invited him inside, wondering if he could come in first. The sound of a cup being placed on the table echoed. Bordo Nim confirmed that Danwoo was looking for the relic of the Shiksen. Danwoo confirmed that his quest told him to find and meet Bordo Nim. Danwoo agreed, though he thought Bordo Nim looked stupid. Bordo Nim said that he would ask a few questions to verify Danwoo. Bordo Nim asked what Danwoo was thinking of as soon as he woke up in the morning. Danwoo replied that he just woke up in the morning because he was hungry. Blaine asked Danwoo what kind of gift he would like to receive from the Lord of the Dragons. Danwoo responded that he would ask him to cut off part of his tail. The scene shifts, showing the pair from a distance. The title card appears, leveling up by only eating, Chapter 50 dish. Blaine stated that he had one last question for Danwoo. From a distance, Danwoo was asked what he was going to do. Danwoo responded that he would eat something delicious without worrying about what would happen. Blaine remarked that Danwoo's answer was pretty quick and asked him to hold on a second. Blaine confirmed that the last proof still remained. Blaine explained that the dish was sealed with Shiksen-nim's power and that Danwoo could not eat it unless he was a true descendant of the first Shiksen. Blaine asked Danwoo if he would like to try the dish. Danwoo refused. Blaine, surprised by Danwoo's refusal, insisted that there was something he needed to eat with the dish. Then, a bowl of rice was presented. With a flourish, Blaine presented beef sauce quail eggs, emphasizing that they needed rice. Danwoo, after taking a bite, thanked Blaine for the food, but Blaine was still confused, questioning what Danwoo was talking about and stating that the dish was quail eggs. With a gentle pock, Danwoo used his chopsticks to pick up the eggs. Blaine was shocked that Danwoo did that so easily. The rice was described as hot and soft. It was suggested that mixing the rice would make it chewy and crispy. The savory sauce was said to wrap around the yolk, giving it a clear taste. Danwoo thought the egg was cute and still tasted good. Danwoo exclaimed that it was really delicious. Danwoo continued to eat, clearly enjoying the meal. The man on the floor was told that he would be the next Shiksen. The news seemed to have startled the man. Meanwhile, Abel asked Genie to take a look at the guild chat, where he had figured out how to target the dungeons they wanted. Genie was surprised by the news, while Abel seemed pleased with himself. Abel explained that it was a 3-player dungeon for them to clear, but they didn't have enough buffs to do it. Abel believed that the best buff they could have right now was a cooking buff. Genie told him that they didn't need to problematize the number of people. Abel agreed, then asked if Genie knew Ravenstown. Genie corrected him, asking if he meant Chef's Town, to which Abel confirmed that there was a hidden quest there. Abel explained that if they did that quest, they would receive a buff dish, and that the buff on that dish was so powerful that they could clear the dungeon if they used it. Genie seemed surprised by this information. The question was posed. Were they in Chef's Town? The scene shifts to a different location, the interior of a building. At a table, Danwoo looked up confused. He questioned what the man meant by calling him the next Shiksen. The man declared that Danwoo was the successor of the first Shiksen, and that only a true successor could eat the dish made by the first Shiksen himself. Blaine, kneeling on the floor, looked up in shock, wondering what to do. Danwoo, equally surprised, exclaimed that he was the descendant of the first Shiksen. Blaine confirmed that Danwoo had wanted to find out the whereabouts of the relics of a Shiksen. The narrative shifted to a historical account, stating that the first Shiksen had many friends and servants, legends that took over the continent of Askin. It was said that one of them was a person who could summon 1,000,000 troops with one command, and another was a hero who fought the Demon Legion and won. Another was a king who ruled a race, and many more. It was said that the first Shiksen entrusted them with the divine dishes and their ingredients. After the first Shiksen died, they sealed their powers into the dishes that he entrusted to them. The moment one ate those dishes, it was said that they would have incredible power. That was what they called the relief of the Shiksen. The word struck Danwoo like a physical blow. The phoenix's eggs he had just consumed might be related to the first god's cuisine. The revelation was accompanied by a vision of the egg itself, radiating light. Bordo confirmed that they were indeed phoenix eggs. If phoenix eggs were so delicious, Danwoo mused, what else might be out there? The possibilities filled him with anticipation. How delicious could a phoenix be? Bordo questioned if Danwoo was planning to eat a phoenix. Danwoo wondered if he should. A new quest appeared before Danwoo to go to the land of Selov. Bordo knew that he needed to go to the land of Selov to find clues about God's cuisine. Bordo muttered that recklessly looking for clues was not a good idea, and that it would be better to have more duck meats. He also mentioned that God's cuisine was said to be really delicious. Danwoo decided to search for the road to Selov. Oh well. Bordo told Danwoo that he had to go now and offered him a banana. Bordo explained that bananas were good for hangovers. Danwoo waved goodbye to Bordo. Danwoo began his journey. Danwoo and Blaine examined a map with two other individuals. Below them, two more individuals follow behind. The narrator explains that the Shiksin and his subordinates are also. The Shiksin looks off into the distance. The Shiksin continues to look off into the distance. One of the subordinates wonders if this has something to do with cooking. Someone says, all right. Danwoo asks if they should go and find it. The title card reads, Leveling Up by Only Eating, to be continued. The meat sizzled on the grill, releasing a savory aroma. The onions and mushrooms cooked alongside the meat, their surfaces glistening with rendered fat. With a practiced hand, the tongs flipped the meat, ensuring even cooking. The cooked meat, nestled in a crisp lettuce leaf with other ingredients, was ready to be eaten. He brought the lettuce wrap to his mouth, savoring the anticipation. Above, the sky was a brilliant blue, framed by rocky cliffs and sparse vegetation. The man lamented that this hunting ground was so bad. He noted that there was nothing to eat but spiders. No matter how much he ate them, he couldn't bring himself to like spiders. He had been trying to save the duck meat, but a giant spider sneaked up and thought the meat was delicious. With a loud "AA," a giant spider lunged at the protagonist. Quickly, he shifted his grip on his weapon. With a swift slash, he defended himself, thinking that he couldn't even eat in peace. After defeating the spider, he remembered something. He had obtained an unknown seed from Selov and wondered what it was. The protagonist noted that the seeds just kept on dropping, and he had gotten like 200 of them after. Defeating these spiders, Sung wondered about the seed. Remembering that he could search for it, he looked it up on Athene, but there wasn't a result even if he searched for it, and no result was found. Sung sniffed the air, wondering what the smell was. He wondered what the smell was. The source of the smell remained elusive. Step by step, he continued forward. The smell was delicious, something like smelling chickens inside an elevator. The smell intensified. Then, the smell suddenly disappeared. Ahead, a light appeared. What was that light? The light was blinding. Suddenly, the scenery changed. Before him lay a desolate landscape and monsters. It wasn't even winter, but it looked desolate. The monsters also looked so dried up. What in the world even happened? He looked up, noticing something in the sky. The shadow of a massive creature passed over him, the sound of its wings echoing through the desolate landscape. A voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere, questioning if it had found its target. The massive phoenix descended, its fiery plumage casting a warm glow on the barren ground. The phoenix seemed to be searching for the descendant of Shiksin Allen. A notification appeared, indicating that he had discovered the legendary monster, Phoenix Lord. The phoenix continued its descent, and a notification appeared, stating that he had earned fame. He looked up, utterly shocked by the creature before him. Despite the situation, Sung couldn't help but notice the food floating around him, thinking it looked delicious. The phoenix repeated its question, wanting to know if he was Shiksin Allen's descendant. He excitedly confirmed that he was Shiksin Allen's descendant, realizing that Shiksin's name was Allen. The phoenix declared that its name was Chronicle and that it was the one he sought. The text above him identified the protector of this monster's paradise as the Phoenix Lord. Below, the landscape was barren. The word paradise hung in the air, a question against the desolate backdrop. Far below, deep within a cavern, a group of monstrous figures wondered if this place could even be called a paradise. Back above ground, Chronicle declared that it was the Lord he served, his king, for whom he had waited. However, Chronicle revealed that his king was now in eternal slumber. This revelation caused the protagonist to exclaim in surprise. Danwoo realized that the subordinates of Shiksin Nim must have known about God's cuisine. He wondered if the eternal slumber meant his king was dead. Chronicle countered that there was a way to wake his king up. Chronicle had always waited for someone to be the descendant of the Shiksin, even if it meant giving his life. The Phoenix explained that his king had left him the power to wake him up. Danwoo was confused, remembering that he had already used that power a long time ago. Despite all of this, the narrator noted that it didn't suit to be called a paradise now. The narrator explained that this land had once become a monster's paradise, but originally, monsters could not coexist with other races. However, there was a rule in this paradise. Monsters were not allowed to devour one another. The people who managed this paradise under that rule were Chronicle's king and Shiksin's disciple. That disciple had planted many seeds and made them bear fruit. The Shiksin also made dishes that could stand the test of time. Thanks to that, they survived without starving, but the effects of the dish had ended. That was what caused their catastrophe, and it was just the time that Danwoo had arrived. A notification appeared, indicating a quest to feed the monsters in the field, with a level limit of 150. The reward was a monster egg and a meeting with the Shixin's disciple. The description warned that the monsters could not go out on the field and were left without any food, suffering terrible hunger on behalf of the past Shixin. Danwoo realized he needed to feed all of these monsters. Monsters to their fullest? Danwoo wondered what he should do and how he could even do this. Even the Phoenix looked surprised. The Phoenix thought that he would definitely be. The Phoenix continued that he was too busy feeding himself not to die. Danwoo looked concerned. The Phoenix asked what was wrong, but Danwoo said nothing. The Phoenix stated that was what the Shixin exactly said, that he said that. The Phoenix had stated that Danwoo was too busy feeding himself to not die, and that he was the only one who could understand. Danwoo was left to figure out how to feed the monsters on his own. Danwoo, giving a thumbs up, expressed that someone could understand him. The Phoenix continued, saying that besides the joy of eating full by oneself, one should also enjoy making delicious food for others while having fun. The Phoenix also wished that Danwoo would know such joy as well. The joy of sharing with others was shown in a montage of people eating together. The Phoenix continued, stating that if Danwoo worked hard on this quest, again, he might acquire something that would satisfy him. Danwoo, looking around, wondered if the Phoenix was talking about him. If Sung Danwoo worked hard on the quest, he thought he might acquire something that would satisfy the Shixin. But the idea of gathering cooking ingredients was not appealing to him. Come to think of it, the Shixin mused himself. When his king was still alive, he once had a huge fight against the Shixin. But soon after he heard the news about the Shixin, Sung Danwoo despaired. Those two, he muttered. Sung Danwoo wondered why they fought. The Shixin took the eggs that he laid, he realized with a start. That was why his king questioned the Shixin. All he said was, I used those eggs to make jangjorim, and it was delicious. Yeah, jangjorim? Sung Danwoo was shocked to realize the jangjorim was made from quail eggs. If he ever met the Shixin, even if it was in hell, the fiery bird declared that it would never let him get away. The bird's anger was palpable. The bird leaned in, as Danwoo chuckled, stating that the Shixin was a bad person. The bird seemed to cool down, remarking that Danwoo understood him better than the previous Shixin, but that he only had 2 weeks to complete his quest. If he couldn't raise their satiety to 50%, his quest would fail. He could acquire food materials from the land of Selov and the cliffs connected to this place, but it would be difficult for him to do it by himself. He needed to cooperate with his disciple to solve the monster starvation. Danwoo realized he didn't have any disciple. The bird asked what Danwoo would do. The bird told Danwoo not to worry. Danwoo stated that he had an ability, but the bird questioned how he could use an ability without a disciple. The bird-like creature seemed to consider Sung Danwoo. The man with the straw hat asked if he had eaten his disciple, but Danwoo vehemently denied it, stating that he doesn't eat people. The bird responded, telling him that he could leave, but Danwoo told him not to talk. The bird turned to Danwoo and confirmed that they were hungry. The bird took a few steps, peering down at something, and hummed thoughtfully. The bird continued to walk. The bird stated that no matter what Danwoo did, he was going to starve to death. Danwoo looked at a sign and hummed. It was a monster egg with a satiety level of 0%. He examined the monster egg, noting that its satiety level was not yet satisfied. He mused that if he increased its satiety, it might become a good monster. The thought of cracking the egg and frying it crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He then considered feeding the egg to the monsters. He decided he would gather some ingredients. As he swung his pickaxe, Danwoo realized this was similar to when he was farming sweet potatoes. He noticed that the skill willingness had been activated, increasing the efficiency of skills related to dexterity. He recalled eating sweet potatoes while working back then. He thought it would be nice to do this while eating something. He paused, wiping his brow. With the field tilled, Danwoo declared that he was all done, though he admitted it felt weird. He decided to plant the seeds and then pour some water on them. He wondered if he should get some nutrients now. He swung his pickaxe once more. Danwoo continued his work. With a swing of his pickaxe, nutrients were acquired. The system informed him that these nutrients aided the seed growing process and could be acquired multiple times. He resolved to gather more. Holding a pile of nutrients, Danwoo wondered if it would be enough for the next seeds. He planted the seeds. The system notified him that the growth of the seeds had increased and sprouts began to emerge. Danwoo was surprised by how quickly they were growing. The seeds were now bearing fruit and could be harvested. Suddenly, a pig popped out of the ground, startling Danwoo. He realized these were no ordinary seeds. A sheep, a chicken, and a cow also emerged, leading Danwoo to wonder if all of it was food. The cow landed with a thud. He observed the livestock, realizing that there were cows. The time had come to harvest. The special cows had been harvested, and all parts of the cows had been acquired, resulting in special beef. The meats obtained from the special cow harvested from the unknown seed were very delicious, but only monsters could eat it. Danwoo was shocked, realizing he couldn't eat it after nurturing it himself. Danwoo was told that he would get cooking ingredients as a reward. The orc chieftain moved. The orc chieftain huffed as he prepared to pass the meat. He strained, needing to pass it. He needed to be fast with his right hand, shaking the plate as his left hand struggled to hold on. It was a process so that he could eat God's cuisine. The meat hits the ground with a wet slap as it falls from the orc chieftain's plate. Danwoo demands that he eat the meat to regain his strength. Enraged, the orc chieftain yells at Danwoo, questioning his audacity to throw away meat and demanding an apology to Pignim. Danwoo strikes the orc chieftain. The orc chieftain cries out, declaring that orcs do not eat cooked meat. The orc chieftain trembles in fear as Danwoo stops his advance. Danwoo realizes that all creatures eat in different ways, just as a big elephant is a herbivore. The orc chieftain sniffs the air, calling Danwoo a kind human and apologizing for dropping the meat, admitting that Danwoo is scary. Danwoo realizes that the meat should be raw. If they eat raw meat, Danwoo thinks the rump part will be perfect. Danwoo thinks that if he makes a sauce with sesame oil and some sweet spicy seasoning, it would be even better. Delicious beef sashimi is prepared. The orc chieftain exclaims that he will eat it now. He devours the beef sashimi. The orc chieftain is pleased. The orc chieftain expressed his satisfaction with the food, declaring it delicious. Danwoo was pleased to hear it. The orc chieftain admitted he had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. Danwoo received a notification that his rewards had improved. Danwoo lamented that even if the rewards became better than killing, the ingredients still weren't showing up. He valued food over money. Danwoo wondered if feeding the orcs more would cause the materials to appear. He called out to the orcs, who were resting nearby. Brandishing a pan, Danwoo announced that he had more food for them to eat. The orcs eagerly devoured the food, exclaiming how delicious it was. One of the orcs declared that he had never eaten anything so delicious, adding that he was so moved he could cry. Danwoo wondered if this was the feeling the Shiksen had described. He received a notification that his satiety level had increased. Danwoo received a notification that he had acquired the ingredient mackerel. The item was salted mackerel, marinated in salt for 100 years by the Shiksen. Danwoo was shocked to learn that the salted mackerel had been marinated for 100 years. The mackerel looked golden brown as it sizzled on a grill. The mackerel was served with oil, or could be dipped in soy sauce with wasabi. Danwoo thought to himself that the Shiksen truly knew how to enjoy food. Just thinking about it made him happy. He paused, a look of confusion washing over his face. His attention was drawn to the description of the salted mackerel, which had been marinated in salt for 100 years by the Shiksen. It stated that there was no other mackerel that tasted better, but to eat it, one must collect all of the ingredients of Shiksen's fancy house food. The ingredients for Shiksen's fancy house food were listed. 1 salted mackerel, 0 soybean paste stew, 0 grilled seaweed, 0 steamed egg, 0 seasoned spinach, and 0 bean sprouts. Danwoo wondered about these fancy house food ingredients. Danwoo declared that he would surely fill up their satiety and eat all of it, and then shouted for them to go. The orcs exclaimed their gratitude towards the kind human. Some explained that the food was so delicious that everyone enjoyed it. One of the orcs lamented that they had nothing to offer in return. Some replied that he could only say thank you, thinking to himself that these guys didn't know he was getting quest rewards and that all he needed to do was fill up their satiety level. Some wondered how he would accomplish this task. Some declared that he wanted the orcs to help him with farming. Nearby, 2 orcs peeked to the scene. One of the orcs suddenly felt something wrong with his body, lamenting that his orc heart hurt. Chike suddenly felt dizzy, and an orc nearby commented on the laziness of the others. Now that they had eaten his food, Chike declared that they would never feel hungry again. Chike mused that it didn't matter, though it was a shame. One of the orcs stopped and offered that if Chike helped them, they would feed all the monsters there, and he would be able to cook for them again. Another orc, feeling energetic, exclaimed that his body suddenly felt full of power, and that he could do something more delicious than what he had just eaten. Chike was then asked what the orcs could do for him, and he pointed out that they needed to water the seeds and could put water in the buckets. The orcs responded that they didn't have buckets. Chike was shocked. Chike wondered if he was really going to do all the farming alone for 2 weeks. An orc pointed out that the tools had gotten rusty and broken. Chike asked if they had anything like a trowel and hoe. Chike told them to bring it all there, and he would repair it. Chike beams, pleased with his work. He had indeed repaired everything to its best condition. With the orcs now fed, Chike waves, signaling that it's time for the ogres to eat. The question now was whether to feed the ogre next. Chike recalls that the orcs mentioned the ogres were omnivorous, and he wonders if he can cook something for them. Chike prepares food for the ogres, and the aroma drifts towards them. One of the ogres, named Karu, expresses his hunger and asks if the food is delicious, while another ogre looks on suspiciously. Chike calls out to the ogres, inviting them to come and have some food. The ogres wave in response and begin to approach. Chike offers the ogres the food, asking how it tastes. One of the ogres finds the food delicious. Karu exclaims how delicious it is, seeking confirmation from the other ogre. The ogres, having been fed, were told to gather their friends to eat as well. The system notified that the twin-headed ogre had been fed and that a reward was available. The system notified that he had acquired the twin-headed ogre's gauntlets. Epic. He wondered why he kept getting trash items and hoped for some cooking ingredients. The system notified that he had obtained soybean paste stew from Shixin's house food. He was pleased that his satiety had increased because the monsters helped him with his work. He decided to put the ogres to work. He asked if everyone could help him with some work since they enjoyed his meal. The ogres, however, hated the idea. The sound of digging echoed. He encouraged the ogres, telling them they would be able to eat something delicious soon. He told them that it wasn't just them, but all of their friends in this paradise. One of the ogres agreed that he was right. One of the ogres stated that they were doing it for their friends, Karu. The other ogre agreed. Chike observed the egg, wondering how much it had grown. The egg appeared unique. The item description indicated it was a monster egg, currently at a unique rank, but it had not even reached 100% satiety yet, implying it could still grow more. Chike realized that the seeds he had brought had already been used up. He found it annoying to have to go out to Selov to get more, but then he remembered something. The quest description stated that the monsters who entered the paradise could not leave and were left without food, so he was to feed them on behalf of the past Shixin. Chike wondered if it was possible for the monsters to come in here. Chike called out, his voice echoing through the area. He activated something. Griffin's scream was activated. The sound echoed, and several large, purple spiders scurried towards the source. The spiders were here, and they needed help. He heads back to the cave, the spiders following close behind. Meanwhile, the ogres call out for help as they are being attacked. The stampeding spiders crush the monsters, leaving behind cooking ingredients. The ogres are excited to see something to eat. The ogres cheer for Chike and Koru as they continue to fight. The spiders continue to attack, slashing and smashing the monsters. The ogres are happy that they got all the ingredients. Chike thinks to himself that the monsters are stronger than the ones in Selov, so it's easy for them. Chike acquires steamed egg, grilled seaweed, seasoned spinach, and bean sprouts. Chike is happy that he has collected all the ingredients. Chike tells the ogres to plant the seeds that have been dropped. Chike tells the ogres to pour some water and give nutrients to it, and that he'll go somewhere for a while. The forest floor was littered with fallen branches and sparse vegetation. Nearby, Sung sat cross-legged at a small table, a serene mountain range visible in the distance. Before him was a spread of dishes, including steamed egg, grilled seaweed, seasoned spinach, and bean sprouts. Sung's eyes widened with anticipation. It was time for him to eat. A spoon scoops up a generous portion of the soybean paste stew, revealing the tofu, zucchini, and other ingredients within. He blows on the spoonful of stew before taking a slurp. Sung exclaims how savory and spicy the taste is, deciding that the soybean paste stew is delicious. The tofu and zucchini are mixed with rice, creating a rice bowl with no effort. And then he will take a bite. Sung is already done with the soybean paste stew. He wonders if he should wrap some rice with seaweed and take a bite. Even though seaweed is delicious as it is. But if he dips it in soy sauce and eats it, he feels the ocean running through him, plus the soy sauce is complementing it. Aside from that, the steamed egg is so soft. Even with the crispy scallions inside, the steamed egg jiggled invitingly. It was perfect, all of it savory and delicious, enough to ensure one's tongue would never be bored. The taste was so overwhelming that the man in the vest could only exclaim in delight. He still had that grill mackerel. Sung thought he had tasted everything, but it was well cooked in the inside. He took a piece of that golden brown mackerel. That less salty taste was what he called a meal. He wanted to eat more, declaring that house foods were the best. He couldn't sleep anymore because of this hunger. The large, fiery bird rested comfortably in its nest, seemingly undisturbed. Meanwhile, the Shixin was still working hard, or so it seemed. Sung moved, contentedly eating an apple. He paused, a look of surprise on his face. Suddenly, a voice boomed, accusing him of wasting time loitering around while eating. Sung insisted he was just taking a minute break, claiming his satiety level was almost full. The voice retorted that it hadn't even been 2 weeks, yet Sung was claiming to have almost filled it up. The voice, filled with rage, commanded him to stop lying. The fiery bird confirmed that it was true. The voice declared that it would go see the egg itself. The fiery bird took flight, flapping its wings. The fiery bird hovers in place, its gaze fixed on the egg. The bird stares intently at the egg, a notification appearing that describes it as a legendary monster egg, almost filled with satiety and ready to hatch into a huge pet. The bird thinks that even though it has fed all the monsters in there, its satiety is not rising from 95% anymore. Startled, Chronicle calls out to Sung. Sung insists that he was telling the truth and asks for forgiveness, to which the bird responds that it understands. The bird tells Sung that it's okay for misunderstanding him. But even so, the bird states that right now, for the last one, Sung is going to cook for him. Chronicle realizes there's no way it means what he thinks it means, and the bird agrees. The bird whips its tail in anticipation. The bird tells Sung to take care of him. Sung not. After that, Sung continued to cook for Chronicle, but the bird shakes its head, stating that the food doesn't suit its taste. The fiery bird declared that he wasn't going to eat, complaining that the food smelled awful. Sung was shocked that he wouldn't even try the sirloin. The bird then asked if Sung was asking him to eat a poor child. Sung thought to himself that the bird wasn't a water purifier, but his mood got cold and hot sometimes. The bird asked if Sung was saying something, but Sung quickly denied it. Sung sighed, as two chronicle monsters flew by. Sung realized that although Chronicle might be a monster, he was still a bird. Sung considered what birds usually eat, as he tapped on his phone. He wondered if Chronicle would eat worms, as he looked at a verified shot of a caterpillar inside the cave of the land of Seliph. The Chronicle monsters screeched in the distance. One of the Chronicle monsters noted how huge his stomach was, while the other agreed that it was fascinating, wondering if this was how being full felt like. The descendant of the Shiksin went to the land of Seliph, and Sung wondered if he would be able to find good ingredients at that place. Past Shiksin Allen almost never satisfied him, and Chronicle thought that the sirloin was alright but a bit salty. From the shadows, a figure wondered if an inexperienced person would be able to accomplish the task. But the figure considered what would happen if he was able to feed him, thinking that it would be more than just relics of the past Shiksin. Below, a dark figure stood silhouetted against a bright light. The figure mused that Sung would be able to acquire pets that had comparable powers to him, wondering if such a thing was even possible. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed through the area. The fiery bird called out, wondering what was happening. The bird cried out that the kind human was here as Sung approached with a basket. Sung wondered what he had brought, hoping that the ingredients weren't from the land of Seliph. He ripped open the covering to reveal silkworms, which then fell into a frying pan. While the pupa boiled in the pan heated up. Sung decided to chop some scallions and garlic. Sung waited for the water to be completely simmered. The pupa was now fully cooked and ready to be served. Sung presented the dish to the Phoenix Lord, offering a polite, "Now, bon appetit." The Phoenix Lord seemed to be reminded of their childhood, thinking, "I used to buy them often when I was a kid." The Phoenix Lord added, "There's no doubt Chronicle." The Phoenix Lord wondered if it would taste as they remembered, and swallowed in anticipation. The Phoenix Lord was shocked by the taste. The Phoenix Lord thought that it had a juicy taste, and apart from that, the savory taste got crunchier every time they chewed. The Phoenix Lord found the pupa to be clean and so delicious, and also thought that the texture didn't falter and how it pops was fascinating. The Phoenix Lord has been satisfiedly fed. The Phoenix Lord thanked Sung, saying that the meal was really delicious. The Phoenix Lord continued, saying that they would now give Sung the reward that came from their king, and that Sung could now acquire the final reward. Sung looked up at the Phoenix Lord, awaiting the reward. The Phoenix Lord squealed. Flames blazed. With a bang, the Phoenix Lord unleashed the final reward. The Phoenix Lord's flames erupted around Sung. Blazes engulfed the area. The Phoenix Lord smiled, revealing that Sung had encountered one of the 7 myths. Sung was informed that he had earned fame as the Taming Lord Balzark. He realized that he was a subordinate of the Shiksin. The Phoenix Lord greeted Sung, informing him that he had acquired the title, Those Who Have Met the Myth. This person knew the information. It was revealed that this was about 1 out of the 5 gods' cuisine. The figure thanked someone for feeding the Chronicle. Now, the red-haired woman offered a reward. The immortal armor shimmered, catching the light. The description noted that the armor was worn by the Shiksin and was made by the legendary dwarf called Golden Hammer. It was said that the armor had a low chance to reflect physical attacks, but the item could reflect twice the damage. The woman mused that the guy who would inherit that armor would surely show up. The narration recalled that Alan was a great guy. It was said that he was always distracted by what he could eat and was always stealing the Phoenix's eggs, causing trouble. The man thought that this guy might be better than Alan, calling out Balzark in him. The woman asked Balzark if he knew about God's cuisine. The protagonist, annoyed, remarked that the task of checking the armor had, of course, fallen to him. He then suggested that Balzark inspect the armor. Balzark questioned if it was important at that moment, stating that eating was more important than the armor. The protagonist's face flashes with annoyance. Several people complimented Balzark's appearance, but he dismissed their praise. He noted that his armor was made of bones and speculated that it might taste good, though it looked hard. The protagonist was taken aback, wondering if Balzark had just implied that the man was better than Alan. He demanded that they stay away from Balzark's armor, fearing they might try to eat it. The protagonist insisted that it was an order, clarifying that the original order was to taste it first, suggesting they start with God's cuisine. The red-haired woman warned that if he acted crazy like that, she wouldn't give it to him. Balzark calmed down, stating that he was good. The protagonist paused, noticing something in the sky. He exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the object was a legendary item from a while ago, but now it was unknown. The item was a monster egg, with the description stating that its satiety had reached 100% and that he could now ask the reason why it was changed to Balzark. The protagonist realized that he now had to go to the other monster paradise, and that the reason was that he would have to choose what kind of being would be his pet. The woman with red hair explained that various monsters had huge potential there. She instructed him to watch them carefully, choose one of them, and put it in the egg. He seemed excited by the prospect of choosing a monster pet. Balzark, however, wondered what was wrong with him, questioning if he thought this was some kind of food court. The protagonist questioned why he couldn't eat pets. Balzac explained that pets were meant to be companions and provide strength. The protagonist fell, wondering what dragon meat tasted like, instead of thinking about what Balzac said. Balzac described the food as golden pig's pork feet boiled in the lava of Balkan, made more delicious by Alan, who even used insoluble artifacts for it. The protagonist looked up, drooling, as he was asked if he didn't want to eat that. He responded that he was ready to go there fast, anytime. Balzac moved, stating that some people only have 2 chances to see the power that they have. The scene shifted to the descendant of the Shiksen. The protagonist has entered the legendary monster paradise. He is the 35th player to enter this legendary place. Before him, a menagerie of creatures roams freely. The protagonist thinks the monsters look delicious. One monster, in particular, reminds him of a steamed monkfish. He laments that he cannot eat them, deciding he needs to look for other monsters. He spots a dragon's baby hatchling. He considers the possibility of acquiring the strongest being in this world as a pet. He wonders if it will be easier to eat something delicious, and initiates a stat check on hatchling. The protagonist notes that the buff is good and the stats are not bad, but it has no evolution. The protagonist considered his options, realizing he couldn't simply keep the creature as a pet, despite its appeal. As he continued his trek through Monster Paradise, he lamented that the worst part was that he couldn't even eat it. Further along the path, he heard rustling in the nearby brush. The rustling grew louder as he noticed a pig. The pig was eating, and Sung thought to himself that it was making him hungry, but he couldn't eat it. He quickly changed his mind, deciding that he should just eat some corn dogs instead. Suddenly, the pig oinked. The pig looked up at Sung with large, watery eyes. Sung was shocked, exclaiming that he was the type of person who doesn't give food to anyone, and calling the pig sly. The pig continued to look up at him with tears in its eyes, looking poor. Sung was aghast at the thought that he, Piggy Kong Minyuk, would lose to a baby pig, declaring that he would never. The pig honked. The pig's sudden change in demeanor caught him off guard, and he paused in his tracks, questioning the animal's strange behavior. Footsteps approached, growing louder. The pig oinked, its attention focused on something just ahead. The protagonist's eyes widened as he realized the pig was trying to lead him somewhere. Sniffing the ground, the pig continued down the path, leaving small hoof prints in its wake. The pig paused, nudging something with its snout and oinking, seemingly inviting him to investigate. It was a 5-leaf barbecue paste, a specially grown barbecue grass that only grows 1 out of 100 and tastes like spinach. He wondered what he should do with the item. The pig oinked excitedly, seemingly offering a trade, the 5-leaf barbecue paste for a corn dog. He considered the offer, thinking he could do it, but he needed to check out more useful abilities first. The pig honked, leading him further down the path. He noticed a hatchling's apple, reddened through the power from the hatchling's body and more delicious than a regular apple. He was surprised to find apples. Sung thought the pig had the ability to find special ingredients. Indeed, the ability to find special ingredients seemed to be at play. All right, Sung decided he would trade the pig with a corn dog now. Niam. Oink. The pig continued to eat. Sung chuckled, asking if it was delicious. He noted the pig was even eating it while shaking its butt. Sung offered to give the pig more corn dogs that he had. Oink. Leveling up by only eating to be continued. The screen displayed the stats of the baby pig, noting its ability to find cooking ingredients and herbs. It also detailed that the pig would grow stronger based on the quality of food Sung ate. Sung, finally taking the time to examine the pig's stats, couldn't help but feel that something was off about the whole situation. The screen further explained that the pig's growth was directly tied to how well Sung ate, causing him to worry. The potential of this new companion seemed promising, especially its ability to find delicious ingredients, which Sung considered an easy task. The baby pig, held aloft, looked up at Sung with worry, hearing him muse about using it as emergency food if it grew well. Sung declared his choice, deciding to keep the baby pig. A notification appeared, asking if Sung would like to change the baby pig's name, prompting him to pause and consider. The baby pig turned, letting out a small oink. The pig spat, seemingly displeased with the idea of being named Oinky Oink. Sung mused that all pig names seemed to follow a similar pattern, but decided that Fatty didn't sound quite right. The baby pig, surrounded by sparkles, stands contentedly. From behind the panel's edge, Sung's face is partially visible. Sung declared that the baby pig's name would be Beanie, while the pig protested with an oink. A notification confirmed that the baby pig's name had been changed to Beanie. Sung asked if Beanie liked the name. The pig responded with another oink. A system message then appeared, stating that the pet configuration had been completed and that he would now be returning to the place where he originally came from. The words, leveling up, are displayed prominently. The title card reads, By Only Eating, Season 2, Chapter 56, Meal. The pair stood before a cave entrance, the landscape stretching out behind it. Another man asked why he chose this pig out of all the pets there. Sung thought to himself that it was because of the ability it had. Sung realized that the pig grows when he eats something delicious. The other man responded, wondering if Sung thought that making it grow would be a lot easier. The man stated that when you have a pig, There's no reason to want cattle. Sung realized that he had just taken. The man told Sung not to tell him, as there was only one reason. The man accused Sung of thinking about eating Beanie later on. Beanie looked shocked. Sung was asked to provide what he had promised. He confirmed that he had it. Suddenly, the scene changed, and Sung was now drawn in a chibi style. Before him was a large platter of pig's feet. The pig, Beanie, thanked Sung for the food, saying it looked delicious. Sung seemed pleased. Suddenly, Beanie was enraged, demanding to know how Sung dared to take his pig's feet. Sung was confused by Beanie's outburst. Sung wondered if the food he ate also appeared in front of Beanie. Beanie honked in delight, realizing that they could eat their own food. Sung seemed relieved. Sung then focused on the firm pork feet. Beanie looked on in shock as Sung prepared to eat. Sung reminisced about the last time he had eaten pork feet, noting how delicious it was, even though he hadn't had it in a long time. Sung marveled at the soft and oily texture of the pork feet. Sung considered the statement, thinking about the flavor profile of the dish. He mused that perhaps the pig's feet were boiled in lava, which would explain their chewy texture. He thought to himself that even the texture of the skin was perfect. Sung knew that when eating pork feet, one should never forget about the buckwheat noodles. He thought of the sweet and spicy taste of the noodles. Meanwhile, Beanie swayed back and forth, thinking that the pork feet were really the best. Sung knew that when one was done eating, they should get a glass of Coke. Beanie seemed to know how to drink Coke. Sung clinked his glass against the can of Coca-Cola, offering a toast. He thought it was so delicious. It was announced that he had eaten the first god's cuisine, the pork feet set, and that he had acquired a body that resists all types of poisons and peculiarity. It was announced that material tracking's number of uses had increased to 5 times, and the range had been expanded to 10 kilometers. With a chime, a notification appeared, explaining that Sung could now make excellent dishes and learn the recipes of dishes that others desired. Sung acknowledged the notification, noting that the material tracking effect was proving useful. However, he wondered about the nature of Shiksen's cooking, admitting to himself that he was currently preoccupied with eating. The notification continued, explaining that when cooking for others, the same dish would be served to the user, emphasizing the enjoyment of eating together. A pig appeared, stating that Shiksen Nim actually wanted Sung to realize this. Sung decided that one more dish would be acceptable. He then asked if the Shiksen liked the rewards. The Shiksen confirmed that he did, stating that the dish was made for Sung and would help him. A new quest appeared, titled Widely Distributed Human Beings, tasking him to find the next god's cuisine. The quest description mentioned that Shiksen Allen enjoyed eating alone, but believed eating together was also important, and that satisfaction was created for this quest. The Shiksen told Sung that if he wanted to eat, he should work hard for that body of his, and then unleashed a blaze. The red-haired woman acknowledged the command, thanking the Shiksen. Sung looked on, observing the scene. Satisfaction. The town bustled with activity, its inhabitants going about their daily lives. Meanwhile, Sung carried the sleeping piglet on his shoulder. Inside the restaurant, Blaine remarked that Sung looked tired and wondered if he had eaten the Shiksen's god's cuisine. Sung deactivated his summon. Sung confirmed that he had, saying it was very tasty. Blaine, pleased, thought to himself that Sung was indeed the Shiksen and invited him to come inside. Blaine told Sung to wait there while he got him something to drink. Sung agreed. Blaine, preparing a drink, wondered if he should test that satisfaction on Sung. He then asked Sung if he wanted him to do anything. Blaine was about to speak when a knock sounded at the door. Blaine wondered who was there and if someone was outside. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking them to wait a minute. The voice stopped as Sung turned to look at Blaine. Sung's eyes narrowed. Sung told Blaine to hold on a second. Sung seemed surprised by the knock. Blaine asked if he felt something outside, but Sung shook his head. Suddenly, Sung paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realized he smelled something delicious. Blaine, though unseen, seemed to consider the situation. He decided he would open the door, since they didn't know who was there. Blaine approached the door, his boots clicking on the floor. He confirmed that he would open it. Sung called out that he was coming. The door creaked open. Sung's eyes widened, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. A woman stood in the doorway, announcing her arrival. The croquettes were so tasty that she couldn't help but exclaim her enjoyment. The croquettes were freshly fried and still hot. The outside was crispy, yet the inside was chewy and soft, and the ingredients were tasty and good. Suddenly, she heard someone. According to their research, they could get it here, that hidden quest that gave a buff dish. She wondered if it would be wasted should she eat it later. She thought about how great that buff dish was, and that it must be better than a Twilight chef, right? Knock, knock. Someone was there, and she said she was coming. The door creaked open. Minhyuk was surprised. Aries wondered if he recognized him. Aries thought that she was so beautiful, and she flinched. Minhyuk continued to shower Aries with compliments, admiring her beauty and especially her shiny lips. Aries, holding a bag of croquettes, was asked what she was holding in her hands. Minhyuk asked if he could have one of the croquettes. Aries thought to herself that Minhyuk didn't recognize her, but just wanted to eat the croquettes, and she offered him some. Minhyuk thanked her profusely, saying the gods would surely bless her. Aries realized that Minhyuk didn't recognize her and wondered if he would run away if she told him who she was. She watched as Minhyuk took a bite of the croquette. Borton, standing behind Minhyuk, asked Aries who she was, assuming she was a guest. Minhyuk greeted them, stating that he came because there was some stuff that he needed. Borton told Minhyuk to come in. The two made their way inside. They sat down at a round table. Aries remarked that Minhyuk's voice sounded familiar, wondering who he might be reminded of. Minhyuk asked who she thought he sounded like. Suddenly, a voice boomed in Minhyuk's mind, furious that he didn't recognize them. Aries smiled, denying any recognition. Minhyuk seemed unconvinced. Minhyuk hummed, shaking his head slightly as he recalled that she was a middle school friend from whom he stole a bite of her Pikachu tonkatsu. The memory triggered a flashback. The girl had nearly killed him for that bite. Minhyuk trembled, thinking that she must be joking and that they were still young back then. He admitted to himself that he was still having nightmares from that time. Minhyuk steeled himself, resolving to face the situation. Aries resolved to pretend she didn't know him, so he wouldn't run away. A disembodied voice declared that they would find out why Minhyuk hadn't contacted them. An older man with graying hair said that he would ask both of them the same favor, and confirmed that he would. Aries realized that Minhyuk was also in this quest, and that he was stronger compared to his level. The mention of the northern continent sparks interest. It's a region where players are eager to grasp information, but quests about the northern continent are rare these days. The older man explains that if they go to the place from the map he drew, they'll be able to reach the Valkyrie kingdom. The protagonist realizes that there's a kingdom there, which has a specific meaning. The man continues, explaining that this is something about getting villages and estates on the northern continent. Since the estates of the Iphilops Empire are almost consumed by now, the quest is even more important. The protagonist thinks that hopefully, if he does this quest, it would be beneficial for them. The older man states that they'll go there and meet the legendary chef. The older man confirms that the chef is a man whose cooking skills are at their peak. The protagonist states that he has eaten his dishes before, and there's no moment he felt they were shabby. Bordonim is telling them about the top chef of all chefs, and the protagonist wonders if he can really meet him. It's revealed that the legendary chef should know about what the Gongqing elixir is. The narrator explains that the Gongqing elixir is a precious water source found deep underground. The speaker elaborates that drinking it grants special strength, and that it also tastes good. The man is surprised to learn that the Gongqing elixir is sparkling water. Elsewhere, the group continues on their journey. It was a surprise to learn that the Gongqing elixir is sparkling water. The quest description details that Bordo never visited the Valkyrie kingdom in the northern continent, and that they'll need to find out the whereabouts of the Gongqing elixir from the legendary chef of Valkyrie kingdom. The man thinks it would be delicious, though. He waves goodbye to someone who insists that he needs to come with them. He thinks that it would just increase the mouth that needs to be fed, calling the other person a bastard. The woman says she'll buy him something. The man says that wherever they go, he'll make their way very comfortable. He asks the woman what her name is, and she replies that it's Roni, before urging them to go quickly. Roni wonders if they would mind stopping in that town, as she has a lot of. Elsewhere in town, a merchant enthusiastically offered to buy up unwanted items. With a bow, the merchant was thanked for his services. The merchant thought to himself that these items were indeed trash. He considered asking for help with a quest from a player who looked a little stronger than the ones he was currently dealing with. The merchant wondered who could use such items, before asking if they bought trash items. The merchant affirmed that he did, asking if the person had a lot to sell. The merchant declared that he would buy everything, but he was getting tired of seeing another frying pan cosplayer. Still, the merchant thought that the girl at her party looked strong, so he decided to check it out and make the deal. Suddenly, the merchant was surprised by the items that were being offered. The merchant was shocked to see a Phoenix Lord's feather and 2 Orc Chieftains' great swords. The merchant was taken aback by the quality of the items being offered, wondering just how many levels they possessed. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The items were all high grades. The protagonist, while eating, was asked what his level was. The woman with dark hair questioned why he was asking, thinking to herself that he was acting suspicious. The man in the brown cloak couldn't help but check things out himself, stating that his sword was feeling something at that moment. The man lifted his sword, noting that there was an emotion option attached to it. The woman's eyes widened as she recognized the sword. The sword requested that the 2 people in front of it be rated. The Sword of the Sun had been activated and was checking the reputation of the targets. The light from the sword shined brightly on the protagonist and the woman. The man in the brown cloak was shocked by the light, stating that he had never seen anything like it. He wondered what was shining so brightly. The sword identified the protagonist. The man on the ground pleaded for help, promising to double, even triple, the price of anything the other man needed if he would just assist him this once. He continued to beg, desperate for assistance. The man's distress was evident. Meanwhile, Mi whispered to Minhyuk, suggesting they help the man. She admitted that she recognized the sword he carried. Minhyuk found the situation bothersome. The man on the ground continued to plead, hoping to sway Minhyuk. Minhyuk flinched slightly as the man offered to buy him something delicious. The mysterious girl wondered what was happening. The man on the ground insisted that he just couldn't stand seeing Minhyuk like this. In the northern continent lay the kingdom of Valkyrie. There, a rivalry existed between the Iflips Empire and the Colodis Empire. Both empires sought to pioneer the continent, but they struggled against the many monsters inhabiting the land. However, something existed in the land that neither empire knew. That something was the Valkyrie Kingdom. The kingdom's territory was protected by the blessings of god Jews. The soldiers of the Valkyrie Kingdom faced the imperial army of Iflips. The kingdom became aware of the other empires and, contemplating the future, attempted to form an alliance with the Iflips Empire. So, they planned an expedition, attempting to cross the border of the Iflips Empire. But one day, the soldiers of the Valkyrie Kingdom were suddenly attacked. Only King Valen and one other survived, fleeing the scene. That is how Valen, the king of Valkyrie, survived. It was believed that the attack was orchestrated by the Colodis Empire. That's why Valen sought help in Raven. The man explained that he had been searching for strong individuals, adding that if one was a strong player, their mastery was still unknown. He continued, stating that they would have a high reputation for using King Valen's Sword of the Sun. He also mentioned meeting Minhyuk Nim and Roni Nim, who had come to sell him some trash. The group listened intently. One of them agreed, confirming that was indeed how it happened. He added that if one looked at Valen, he seemed like a nerd cosplaying the frying pan killer. The man yawned, listening to the others. He thought to himself that was why he needed their help to clear the quest. The quest details included escorting King Valen safely to the Iflips Empire, with no penalty for players who engaged in player killing during the quest. He realized he would be able to gain territory and become a noble of the Valkyrie Kingdom. He mused that the taxes collected from a territory were no joke, and he could live and eat there forever, excited about this life-changing opportunity. He urged them to come on. A door creaked open. Someone announced to His Majesty that they had brought him the people. The king responded, "Is that so?" The king thanked them for working hard. A woman exclaimed that the man before them was Valen, the king of the Valkyrie Kingdom. Valen inquired about the man's job. The man cheerfully responded that he was a chef. The woman exclaimed, questioning why a chef would come here. The chef explained that he came because someone said they would buy him something delicious, addressing Valen as Your Majesty. The woman was shocked that Valen had raised his reputation through cooking. Valen asked Root how this had happened, wondering if they could really lead him to the Empress. Valen was shocked. The woman asked if Valen could bring any other person, but then stated that it seemed it would be a bit difficult. The chef stated that on his way here, he saw a group entering this village, and that they needed to get out of here quickly. A scratching sound was heard. The woman wondered if 2 people were not enough because of the group that was chasing them. The woman in the white armor suggested that, given the situation, it would be better if they had more reinforcements. The blonde man agreed, stating that having more people with a certain job was great. She then declared that she would call her colleagues. She thought to herself that they were pretty strong friends of hers. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blew through the area. A tornado spear descended. The dark-haired man dodged the attack. The one-eyed man sprinted forward, yelling at him, calling him a bastard. He declared that he would be the one dealing with him. The one-eyed man demanded to know where his guts went, telling him to fight back. The dark-haired man spun. He struck the one-eyed man with a powerful blow. Jan Becker, the bandit boss, was defeated. Back at the guild, Crow stood with his weapon over his shoulder. As he walked, the end of his weapon tapped against the stone floor. He paused, noticing something. An emergency notice had been posted in the guild. The notice detailed a quest to escort King Valen of the Valkyrie Kingdom to Empress El, explaining that the king was under attack by unknown pursuers and that those who participated would receive tremendous rewards, while those who did not would be excluded from the list of rewards, according to Guildmaster Genie. Crow smirked, considering the escort quest. Meanwhile, a waterfall cascaded down a rocky cliffside. Back at the guild, Fire Fist called out to Askel. Askel retorted that Fire Fist still couldn't find a girlfriend. Fire Fist shook his head, saying that rather than finding someone like Nami, he wanted to find someone intelligent like Robin, asking if that was so. Askel wondered about Locke and Khan, thinking they were going to tower, and probably didn't see the notice. Fire Fist suggested that they should go together and depart, asking if they couldn't just wait for Genie until then, adding up, by the way. Askel smirked, asking if Fire Fist didn't think it would be fun if they went. Fire Fist grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The guild members erupted in laughter at Fire Fist's antics. The laughter continued, shaking the room. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, Ares contemplated the situation. Ares chuckled softly to himself. Ares considered that the quest was shared by the Guildmaster of Iris. As a player of the Iflips Empire, it was a shame that the quest came from the enemy Colodis Empire, the quest being to capture King Valen. Ares thought being on the side of the Colodis Empire, and joining them, would be an advantage. It was because the former leader of the monstrous mercenaries was in the Colodis Empire. That leader was the great strong-arm, Lumad. Unless El, the great swordsman, would appear, there wouldn't be. Ares knew that El appearing would be a reason for Colodis to lose, and the main reason why he stood on their side. It was said that the skill evolution was due to the abilities of King Valen. It wasn't merely strengthening, but evolving, which raised the grade of the skill due to the evolution effect. Meanwhile, Aries overheard someone calling out to him and thought to himself that he couldn't miss such an amusing reward. Elsewhere, it had been confirmed that the king was staying in Raven's village. Aries considered the report, noting that among the group was a player with a frying pan. The thought of the person with the frying pan gripping their weapon was an annoying eyesore to him. The report continued, stating that there were 4 of them on the move, rather than 2, as if they had gathered some colleagues. The voice on the other end of the line told him to keep chasing them through Kospor. Aries agreed, resolving to make them disappear forever. Aries was determined to make them disappear forever. The carriage rumbled along the path. Inside, silence filled the air as the occupants sat quietly. The king of Valkyrie thought to himself that he was now sure after meeting this man. He recalled the name of the kingdom, Valen. Meanwhile, Sung and the woman with him were eating. The king of Valkyrie's stomach rumbled, and he thought it had been a long time since he had eaten. The carriage door opened. Sung realized what the food was. The woman asked Sung if he was going to eat all of that by himself, and if he could give her one. Sung agreed, but only in exchange for the croquettes that she gave him. The woman presented the king of Valkyrie with a hard-boiled egg. The thought of the yolk and savory scent made her drool. Sung's expression was neutral. He offered the egg to the king of Valkyrie, who looked shocked. The king of Valkyrie, seeing the egg, thought to himself about that face. The king of Valkyrie refused the egg. Sung wondered if that was so, and simply said, "Okay then." The king of Valkyrie wondered why Sung didn't ask him one more time. He thought that other people would even ask him 3 times. The woman insisted that His Majesty should still eat something because he must be hungry and needed to eat something. The king of Valkyrie thought that when he got back, he would reward the woman with a prize, and said, "Okay then." Sung thought that His Majesty didn't like this kind of food. The woman wondered if he was really a king, while Sung tried to explain that the thing was, he was a king. He realized he had been inconsiderate and apologized. The king of Valkyrie dismissed the apology, wondering why he would even stop halfway. He gripped the side of the vehicle. The king of Valkyrie admitted that he might not even like that kind of food, to tell the truth. Minhyuk explained that he hadn't eaten anything for a while, and some people were waiting for him. He declared that he couldn't give up and starve to death. The woman acknowledged his statement, confirming that he was basically asking for the eggs. Minhyuk smiled as he had snack. A girl yelled out Minhyuk's name, telling him to shut his mouth. He flipped open a container, telling the king of Valkyrie to eat some and get his strength back, adding that he might get thirsty. Minhyuk offered him a drink as well. The king of Valkyrie thought that there were even drinks, thanking Minhyuk. The king of Valkyrie, after some consideration, decided to try the egg, taking a bite. He found the food to be quite fluffy and chewy. He knew that he would soon be thirsty from all the yolks. He took a sip of some cold cider. The king of Valkyrie expressed his satisfaction. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the observers continued to watch. The king of Valkyrie thought that the food was worthy to be eaten. He was satisfied, even though he was used to Lald's cooking. Elsewhere, someone asked if Lald was the chef of their royal palace, outside of the Valkyrie. The person realized that Lald was the legendary chef who knew about the Gongqing elixir. The person thought of Lald, missing his cooking, noting that he was excellent at cooking dishes. The observers were surprised to hear about sushi, wondering where he got his figurine. The mention of sushi clearly excited protagonist_male_1. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone inquired if this was their first time going to the northern continent. The map showed the continent of Valkyrie and the Dragon King's Sea, which was located in the northern continent. Protagonist_male_1 exclaimed that if there was a sea, he could complete El Nuna's quest, expressing his desire to go there. Back in the room, Blaine confirmed that Sung Danwoo was indeed a chef. King Valen considered this information. Sung Danwoo asked what he thought about this. King Valen remained silent. King Valen stated that if Sung could make a dish that could satisfy him, he would give him the opportunity. King Valen added that he would also evolve a skill that Sung Danwoo had, revealing a hidden quest to satisfy the hungry King Valen, which would reward King Valen's skill evolution and sushi made by the legendary chef. The woman in armor exclaimed about the skill evolution. Someone wondered if King Valen had such an ability. The woman wondered what kind of quest it was and what its rank was. It was a hidden quest, rank S. It was an S-rank quest. She recalled Robin Im saying that Minhyuk's cooking buff was good. She wondered if it could even satisfy a king. He realized he had it and would make one. There was a skill that he had gotten earlier. The name of the skill was so obvious. Recipe creation. The recipe for Valen steak required A++ grade black cow tenderloin, moon laurel, 300-year-old red wine, butter, birds, and more. The cooking rank was unique legend, with the effect of Valen's skill evolving and applying a wide skill. He wondered if he had enough ingredients. He thought it couldn't be helped anyway. He could replace it with his materials. However, the rating of it would decrease. He chose to proceed. Now, then, the ingredients were laid out before him. He decided to start peeling the vegetables. He pressed down on the steak. He added some olive oil to it, melting the butter in the pan with medium heat. It was now done. The steak for King Valen increased 5% in all stats for 10 days, and the skill level increased by +2. Minhyuk's companion is shocked by the steak's properties, noting that it increases stats by 58 for 10 days and grants +2 to skill level. She wonders if Minhyuk is at this level of cooking. King Valen observes the steak, remarking that it looks good and that he will try it. Now, presented on a plate, the steak looks pretty good, even though it was quickly made. Valen thinks to himself that Sung surely knows how to cook and decides to take a bite. The king's eyes widen in surprise. The meat is soft, and every time he chews, he feels the juice overflowing. It is well seasoned and marinated. Even the sauce compensates for some of the shortcomings. Valen finds it so delicious that he shakes with pleasure. The sound of silverware hitting the plate echoes. Valen states that it was a fine meal and that Sung made a great dish. Valen admits that it is still a long way to fully satisfy his taste, but his taste buds are in all right now. Valen announces that, as he promised, he will evolve Sung's skill. He urges him not to hesitate to take it. Sung Danwoo pondered what skill he would like to evolve. King Valen declared that he would use it with L's fencing. Valen was surprised by his own decision, wondering if he should proceed with that skill. King Valen's ability was revealed as L's fencing evolved. Valen announced that it was all done and Sung could now check it out. Sung Danwoo was surprised by the sudden change. The horses pulling the wagon reared back, their hooves pounding the earth. Arrows pierced the side of the wagon. Inside, one of the men cursed as he realized the enemies had destroyed the wagon. Another man shouted a warning that it was a surprise attack. One of the men grabbed the other, urging him to get out quickly. The two men dove for cover behind some trees. An arrow flew towards them. The arrow struck one of the men, but the physical damage was reflected. The damage returned would be doubled due to the opponent's abilities. The man cried out as his HP dropped below 20%. An archer wondered how the man had such crazy armor. Chapter 60, Raid. From below, a figure peers up at the unfolding chaos. With practice steps, a warrior advances. The warrior extends a weapon, declaring that they will protect His Majesty Root Nim and Minhyuk Nim. A massive tear rips through the air. Elsewhere, an archer is struck by an arrow, questioning what happened. Flames erupt around the archer. The archer screams as they are engulfed in flames. The system announces that Koz Nim and Voltno Nim have logged out. The archer from before realizes they need to do something. The system announces that Red Nim has logged out. Another figure declares that now is their chance. The archer insisted that getting Minhyuk to safety was their top priority, and the man nodded in agreement. With that, the group made a break for it, urged on by the command to run. They continued to flee. The archer continued to run, glancing back to see if they were being followed. As they fled, one of the men declared that there was nothing to fear and that they could do this, while another shouted for them to be captured. Minhyuk continued to flee, wondering if another enemy had been hiding. A figure smirked. The group continued to flee. An attacker screamed. Someone was eating. The figure continued to eat. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that they could not see anything and called out to their majesty, wondering what was happening. A lone figure stands tall, bow in hand, ready for a fight. Suddenly, a voice echoes, demanding to know where someone is. Meanwhile, someone yawns, wondering if Athene has an update today. The man notices that there's a live broadcast for the Northern Continent update currently in progress. Elsewhere, it is said that they made it live, and one has to choose between the two conflicting empires. It is further explained that one is the king of Valkyrie Kingdom, Valen, and the other people will protect him. The man from before recognizes someone as the one who beat the legendary class maestro. It is said that he became famous because of his dirty tricks as a hooded figure laughs. The god-class cursed knight, Kohei, is revealed. Kohei uses his skill, Despair of the Blind, to make his enemies lose their sight. Someone falls, calling out for their majesty, as Kohei remarks on how embarrassing he looks. Root shouts that he is here, questioning why they are asking where he is. From the shadows, Kohei mocked his opponents, confident in his strategy. Then Kohei called out to them. The protagonist, standing his ground, questioned if Kohei found their predicament amusing. The mysterious hooded figure demanded to know who Kohei thought he was. Kohei gripped a strange, patterned stone. He warned them not to trifle with him. Kohei dashed forward. He unleashed his scattering blade skill. The hooded figure was struck by the attack. Kohei slid across the ground. He declared that the hooded figure was facing him. The hooded figure, injured, declared that they had enough skills to defeat Kohei. The hooded figure's skill was so powerful that it destroyed everything in its path. The force of the blow reverberated. Kohei was shocked that the struggle of the curse god couldn't penetrate the frying pan. The hooded figure called out to Minhyuk, declaring it would all be over in a flash. Someone wondered if he was really a chef, noting that he wasn't even breaking a sweat with the cursed knight. Root Nim confirmed that he had regained his sight. He declared that they should go. Someone shouted, demanding to know where they thought they were going. The pair shifted. Kohei prepared his scattering blade. He summoned a cursed shield. The shield materialized. The cursed shield shatters the ground as it is summoned. The force of a shield's arrival sends debris flying in all directions. Startled, Blaine looks up, his eyes wide with alarm. Suddenly, a message appears, indicating that Kohei has logged out. Blaine cries out in fear and confusion. Amidst the chaos, Blaine hears a familiar voice. Elsewhere, two figures are seen, one with a bow and arrow, laughing. The archer prepares to fire an arrow at Blaine. The man with the blonde hair looked at the protagonist and simply said, "You." The protagonist assured him that there was nothing to worry about, stating that they were players and could heal themselves in no time. The protagonist realized he didn't have enough MP to use his defensive abilities. Then, he realized his only choice was to use all of his abilities to get them out of there. Rising up, the protagonist prepared to use all of his abilities to get them out of there. Arrows rained down upon them. The arrows continued to fall. More arrows descended. The protagonist cursed. They realized they couldn't avoid the arrows. A voice urged someone, presumably a royal, to survive at all costs. Suddenly, a figure was struck by a powerful blast. The force of the impact was immense. Someone exclaimed that they felt like the real Ace, while another responded with a questioning tone. The figure looked on with a shocked expression. Elsewhere, a man questioned who the people were in front of him. A voice suggested taking care of the small fries, adding that it would also be... Another voice stated that it would be better if they treated their back. Someone responded with an huh, and requested that they also be thanked, wondering what side they were on and if they were enemies or allies. One of them asked if the other was a genie. The other person mentioned a long-haired woman with a whip, asking if they meant Roni, and then affirmed that was right. A woman with pale skin and dark hair asks if the man before her is one of Roni's contacts. The man seems surprised by the question, as a speech bubble indicates that they are members of Genie's Guild. The man with dark hair states that the members have gathered to be more accurate. Elsewhere, a man wonders where the frying pan guy went before realizing that Minyuk was fighting Kohei. The man with the straw hat recalls that the battle was over a while ago and that they saw it on YouTube. He adds that Minyuk was so cool when he won. The man from panel 4 confirms that Minyuk defeated Kohei. The man with dark hair tells him that he was also cool when he shot his bow, and that his reaction time was no joke. The man from panel 4 states that he is a former archery gold medalist, rooting him. The man with dark hair asks how he knew that, before stating that almost everyone knows about him. Root wonders what he should do as he grips his bow. He thinks that he can't play archery again because of an accident. Root listened as he was told that he could use a bow in this world. The man's expression was one of surprise. Meanwhile, another man wondered if more people were going to come. A diagram floated in space, showing stick figures gathered around a flag. The question remained if it was too much. The first man, visibly shaken, asked what their guild name was, noting that Roni hadn't told him. The response was cut off. The guild's name was revealed to be Legend. Live chat exploded with excitement, noting that the real Legend had appeared and that the Ares Guild was also joining, predicting it would be fun. One commenter noted that Ares Guild Master wanted to get a hold of the Legend, and another remarked that this would be a battle of 4 guilds. Elsewhere, Ares sat on a couch, reading a document and thinking that this would be fun. The sound of something being cut echoed through the air. A foot stepped forward onto a path. Step after step, the figure moved forward, their hair flowing behind them as they ran. The figure urged speed, threatening the life of someone's nuna if they didn't hurry. Suddenly, the ground shook as a group approached. Cursing, a woman extended a red, rope-like weapon. Her eyes widened in alarm. She exclaimed in disbelief at what she was seeing. The ground continued to tremble as something approached. A massive foot crashed down. The man's face was grim. The great strong arm Lumad had appeared. An abnormal state washed over the woman, causing her to experience extreme fear. She flinched. She questioned if it was the great strong arm. A disembodied voice explained that defeating the great strong arm would earn a huge amount of fame and special artifacts. The woman wondered why the great strong arm was present, and if someone had managed to lure him here. Elsewhere, a man noted that a live broadcast was being done, preventing him from running away. A woman whirled a red, whip-like weapon. The weapon was identified as a scorching whip. The great strong arm Lumad asked if she was going to stand against them. Flames erupted. The man from before was caught in the flames. The flames continued to spread. The woman braced herself. The man dashed forward. The woman wondered what kind of skill that was as she was struck. The woman slides across the ground, her opponent dismissing her as insignificant. The others around her are shocked by the display of power, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, the man in the dark cloak believes he can finally capture Ares. Ares smirks, confident in his abilities as the guild master of Legend. Ares is approached by his subordinates. One of the Legend guild members shouts that they must kill Ares. One of the men finds the situation amusing. Suddenly, the woman is struck by a powerful blow. She realizes she's going to be hit on all sides, hoping to buy some time. The woman uses a skill called Guzzling Whip. The whip strikes down. The whip continues to strike, hitting Ares. The Guzzling Whip skill drains a significant amount of MP. It was taking too much MP. The skill continues to absorb something. The woman wonders what is happening. She wonders if she is logged out. Elsewhere, Minyuk is mentioned. The story is to be continued. Elsewhere, someone wondered who the man was that could use absorption, stating that there was no one like that in legend. Elsewhere, Sung held the artifact. Suddenly, someone recognized Sung, calling him the frying pan key. The man declared that he would take care of Sung, ordering the others to get out of there and keep King Valens safe. He then stated that he would take care of the rest of them. Another man asked if Genie was okay. The man was told that he was good and that he would be healed right away and to just keep himself together. Someone realized that they were Roni Nim's colleagues, wondering who the hell they were. Another person asked if they noticed anything. Sung asked what they meant by notice, suggesting that perhaps Roni Nim was also. A woman stated that it was her. A disembodied voice questioned if they were present. The voice seemed to be coming from a memory of sorts, showing Jisoo, Jaihai, and Seokdi. Meanwhile, Minhyuk was told not to be mad. A woman explained that she didn't hide it on purpose, and that she didn't say anything because he didn't recognize her. She continued, saying that she was afraid of telling him because he might cut off their contacts again. The woman was being held by another person. Minhyuk asked what was wrong with them, expressing that he was glad they were there and thanking goodness. Someone suggested doing the reunion later, asking if they could take these guys out first. Suddenly, a loud "fack" sound echoed as Minhyuk was struck. It was declared that their reunion would be death. Another man admitted that he thought would be a bit fun, but now he was just getting annoyed with them. As the battle intensified, one of Minhyuk's companions cried out his name, while another readied a weapon. The Legend Guild members realized they were under attack. One of them prepared a fiery attack. The order was given to attack with everything they had. One of the Legend Guild members wondered why his attack wasn't affecting Minhyuk's health points. A fiery projectile hurtled toward its target. The Legend Guild members unleashed a barrage of attacks. An enemy warrior sliced through the air with a powerful strike. One of Minhyuk's companions urged the others to use all of their ranged attacks. The Legend Guild members coordinated their assault, aiming to defeat Minhyuk with a single decisive strike. The combined attacks detonated in a massive explosion. One of Minhyuk's companions coughed, frustrated that they hadn't received any notification of Minhyuk's defeat and worried that he might still be alive after taking such a beating. The companion looked on in disbelief as Minhyuk extended. The woman demanded to know if he dared to mess with her. He resolved that he wouldn't let it go. Genie recalled a memory. After everything, Genie remembered that he kept leaving messages on Xbook. Genie realized he saw himself changing and thought they wouldn't accept him. Genie was so afraid that he avoided them, deciding to block all calls and messages, acknowledging that it was very selfish of him. He wished he could keep in touch with them. Genie wanted to apologize, but someone warned him that it was still dangerous. Genie thought that he would do it even if it was just now. He realized that the special abilities of the immortal armor had been activated, increasing all of his HP and MP recovery. Genie decided to go even if it wasn't now. Genie readied his sword. Genie unleashes the ravaging blade. The attack lands, stabbing vital points. The strike deals 100% additional damage. The target cries out in pain. The force of the blow causes the ground to waver. The Great Armstrong Lumad has been punished. A notification appears, detailing the rewards. 50.2 billion gold, the skill book of the untouchable sword, Lumad's Demon Greatsword, and Lumad's Golden Treasure Box, which will be given to all participants of the Lumad raid. Genie is glad. He is glad that. Genie recalls that he upgraded L's fencing. Someone calls him an asshole. Genie responds with a simple yeah. Despite the exclamation of asshole, Genie was embraced tightly. A voice questioned why he had cut off contact. The man embracing Genie expressed how desperate he had been to find him. Genie apologized to Jisoo. Genie announced that he had something to tell everyone. Someone called out to Hyung. Minhyuk was being praised for his live broadcast and last-minute attack. Another person wondered how the Legend Guild knew about it. Locke appeared to be deep in thought. Someone pointed out that the others were from the Legend Guild, asking if they meant Genie, Locke, and Khan. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, stating that those people were his friends from middle school, while showing a picture on their phone. Khan asked them to hold on a second, confirming what they were saying. That was the sentiment shared between the two. Minhyuk expressed his desire to meet his friends. The other man looked at Minhyuk with a surprised expression. Minhyuk was excited. The other man asked if he wanted his friends to see him, and Minhyuk confirmed. The other man sniffled, saying that was great. The other man suggested that since Minhyuk was meeting his friends, he should accompany him to buy some clothes, noting there wasn't much time. Minhyuk thought that sounded great. The group had finally arrived, the destination was here. Doubts lingered as one of the group questioned if Minhyuk had given them the correct location. Another one of them expressed their frustration with the situation. Suddenly, one of the men struck another, berating him for forgetting something from the past. The recipient of the blow grunted in pain. Minhyuk's house, it seemed, was proving difficult to find. The man who had been struck was reminded of a time when they had asked Minhyuk about his parents. He recalled Minhyuk saying that his dad was here and there, sometimes going to construction sites or selling food. One of the others thought that Minhyuk was doing something with electronics these days. Another one of them remarked that it seemed like he worked hard. The man who had been struck then recalled that Minhyuk had told him about it in a nice way at the time, and that it was the most embarrassing thing that had happened in his life. He admitted that he hadn't thought about it. The woman with the dark hair, holding her phone, insisted that their current location was more important than whatever else they were discussing. They had arrived at the correct address, but the place was not what they had been expecting. A rattling sound echoed from within the house. The other man with the light brown hair was shocked by the sight of the house. A man greeted them, welcoming them to the house. He asked if they were friends of Minhyuk. The man invited them to come inside. The man with the light brown hair was still in disbelief, questioning if Minhyuk really lived here and joking that he must have won the lottery. The man at the door told them that this was Minhyuk's room and that they could go in. He expressed that he would appreciate it if they came here again, to which they agreed. The woman smiled, a genuine expression of happiness lighting up her face. Elsewhere, a hand reached for a doorknob as a person wondered what had happened to Minhyuk, considering the isolated place he lived in. The door creaked open, and the woman from before wondered if she should be worried at a time like this. With a whoosh, a figure sat in a chair. The woman, along with two men, were seen from above. A voice called out, questioning if it was Minhyuk. A figure turned. The man in the chair stated that they were here. One of the men stated that of course they would come here. The group sneezed while sitting in Minhyuk's house. The woman thought that it must have been hard for him. He expressed his happiness that they were improving. However, one of the group members sternly told Minhyuk that he shouldn't leave without saying anything. Another member agreed. Minhyuk nodded in response. Another member of the group wiped his face and asked what time it was. Minhyuk realized he had forgotten about the time. An update for Athene's northern continent area was displayed on a phone, detailing new fields, dungeons, quests, artifact materials, and cooking ingredients. Minhyuk wondered if the new ingredients would make the food more delicious than what he had eaten so far, remembering how delicious the Millennium Hajua was. The woman reminded Minhyuk that they had talked about it before. Minhyuk looked surprised. He realized that his friends were not ashamed of him. He thought that meant everything was good now. The group sat together. He suggested that they all play like the old days, asking if they wanted to go to Athene now. Someone mentioned taking a look at the Valkyrie Kingdom, saying that if they used the Heartstone that King Valen gave them, they would get there immediately. They then asked if there was a capsule room there. The man in the black shirt stated that the capsule room was inside this room, adding that they had several of them. Visibly shocked, the man with the dark hair asked if he had a capsule room, and a lot of them. Someone asked again what he did for a living. The man in the black shirt responded that he hadn't told them that yet, as the question of what his father did was posed. It was revealed that he's the chairman of Ilwa Group. Some wondered if he was the only one who felt embarrassed about it. Someone told him to shut up and suggested they go see the capsule room. Someone exclaimed that all of the capsules here were new and suggested they get in quick. The capsules began to activate. The capsules continued to activate. The group had entered the Valkyrie Kingdom for the first time. The new surroundings caused one of the members to exclaim in awe at the Valkyrie Kingdom. Meanwhile, a shopkeeper remarked that everyone knew about them because they had saved King Valen, and it seemed like a good thing that they had helped the king. The group discussed getting their reward from King Valen, and wondered if Jeannie would receive the title with the highest reputation if they got it. Jeannie confirmed that was correct. Jeannie then asked Minhyuk if she could ask him something. She wondered if she could cook buff dishes for their guild members. She recalled the last time she cooked King Valen a dish. It increased stats for 10 days and 2 on skill level. Jeannie remembered that Minhyuk had checked her cooking skills at that time, and she clarified that she wasn't asking him to do it. Minhyuk responded that they would prepare the ingredients that she needed for cooking, and she was just going to cook it for free. He added that he would also prepare as much as possible for the pay that she wanted. One of the members asked if they wanted them to help level up, but Minhyuk said it was all right. The man in the dark vest requested that they bring him some delicious ingredients, something more special and out of the ordinary. Seemingly surprised, the woman asked if that was enough for him, to which he nodded. Meanwhile, another woman called out to the guild master as she approached with other members. The guild master said that he couldn't help but tell them the good news. Another woman noticed that Crow was already there. She also realized that Minhyuk was coming as well. Since they had already gathered there, someone decided to tell them. The woman stated that they had already spectated him from the last battle. Ares agreed, saying that both of them were amazing. Someone welcomed them to the guild, stating that Root was an archer, but then asked what Minhyuk's job was. Minhyuk was seen with a frying pan on his back. It was pointed out that he was also wielding a frying pan like a sword. There had to be a reason why Minhyuk was known as the frying pan killer. Someone then realized that Minhyuk's job was a chef, and he would be cooking. Minhyuk, with a bright smile, declared that he would provide buffs for them in the future when they raided a dungeon. He then stated that he was happy to meet everyone and asked them to take care of him in the future. The revelation that Minhyuk was a chef caused quite a stir. One guild member exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how someone so strong could simply be a chef. The scene shifted to a view of a tall building. The entrance to a stone structure, overgrown with vegetation, stood silently. Within the depths of the structure, 2 figures cloaked in darkness stood ready. One of them declared that they should begin. The mysterious hooded figure one began the summoning ritual. The ritual circle glowed with an eerie light as the summoning continued. Before the mysterious hooded figure one, a spectral figure materialized, its form shimmering with ethereal energy. The spectral figure boomed, demanding to know if they were speaking to the highest-ranking priest in the Valkyrie kingdom. The mysterious hooded figure one confirmed that they were indeed the one summoned. The spectral figure pressed on, asking if the mysterious hooded figure one would reveal how to destroy the Valkyrie kingdom. It was said that every year, a ritual prayer for the blessing of God Juiz was held. If God Juiz doesn't like the food, she's the type of gourmet that can get seriously angry. Before, there was a terrible thing that happened. The spectral figure explained that one could poison the ritual food. However, even if the food was poisoned, Juiz would not die because she is a god. The spectral figure warned that she would get furious and punish the kingdom. The hooded figure wondered if there was a way to appease the angry god. There was. The spectral figure responded, stating that they needed to go to Juiz's dungeon. To calm her down, they needed to provide a satisfying supper to the true Juiz god, and then they would be able to obtain huge rewards as well. A quest notification appeared. In the dungeon of the fallen Juiz, one needed to calm down the soul of the furious Juiz and serve God Juiz a satisfying supper. It was an SS rank quest. The hooded figure thought that if this could be an issue, he would just put the blame on Legend Guild. Then he could re-establish the image of the Iphilips Empire. The Iris Guild would become the hero of Valkyrie Kingdom. The spectral figure asked where they should prepare that supper. Kalyanim removed his hand from the hooded figure's shoulder, and the hooded figure responded that he would prepare it. The hooded figure, now determined to take action, believed that the Twilight Chef, Black, would be sufficient for the task at hand. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the kingdom, two figures walked along a palace courtyard. One remarked on Minhyuk-nim's close relationship with the Legend Guild master, noting that they had been friends since childhood. Another person observed that having a reunion after 5 years indicated an incredible relationship. The first person added that, besides being a chef, Black could also cook high-level buffs. The second person responded that it was no big deal, but they were having a ritual for a week. Two people carrying boxes walked by, and one of the observers wondered if the people from the palace were busy and what was going on. The other person guessed that they were probably preparing for the ritual. The first person confirmed that the Valkyrie kingdom was protected by the blessing of God Juiz. The second person exclaimed that they were having a ritual for a week, and it was said that God Juiz's meal was really important. That was why God Juiz only ate what the legendary chef Lald was making. The mention of Lald caused a stir. King Valen had promised that the legendary chef would make some sushi, a dish that would satisfy his hunger. He offered the opportunity to taste Lald's dish. The thought of the chef cooking some god's cuisine was intriguing. The promise that he would surely make delicious sushi was enticing. Elsewhere, someone exclaimed, "Genie," and asked if they could. Another person questioned why and what they were going to do. A cheerful voice encouraged everyone to eat some delicious sushi. A figure stood before an altar, chanting, "God Juiz, God Juiz." Another figure declared that they respected the god more than anyone else. A plea was made for everyone to heed their blessing, as God Juiz would. The hope was expressed that God Juiz would be satisfied with the dish, as this year, Lald and the legendary chef, with hands clasped in prayer, was warned that royal chefs should become more careful. Of course, it was just like the food that she enjoyed last time, made with care and only containing S-grade or higher ingredients. They said they prepared an epic-grade braised ribs. This was the first time they've cooked an epic dish, and perhaps this would help them boost their kingdom even more. The chefs presented their dishes. The crowd watched with bated breath. A hand reached out. The deity was revealed. The deity stood before the offerings. The deity gazed down at the food. It was said that this dish was the best they had, and it seemed to be true. They must have struggled to get the ingredients. The deity sampled the dish. The deity sampled the food, a thin blade scraping against the edge of the bowl. Immediately, the deity recoiled, dropping to their knees in shock. The deity realized the food tasted foul, and they were being poisoned. Enraged, the deity demanded to know if this was how they repaid their blessings. One of the chefs refused to believe it, exclaiming that the royal palace chefs would never do such a thing. The deity's fury intensified, and they wondered if someone had purposely made God Juiz furious. The deity unleashed their power. The force of the deity's power sent the chef flying. The chef crashed into another person. Both of them fell to the ground, and the chef realized the playwright was a bandit. The chef who had been poisoned cried out to their god, insisting that they would never do such a thing. The deity reassured their child, confirming that they knew that. The man seemed unable to believe what was happening, insisting that they wouldn't do such a thing. But a voice declared that he was going to pay the price. The weeping of the stirred monsters would never cease, and the ground would split. Then, those screams and suffering would devour the land. A figure kneeled, a voice commanding them to repent for today's sin. Nearby, a man wondered what was going on, questioning if this was also part of the ritual. Another man exclaimed that there must be something wrong. A message appeared, declaring it to be God Juiz's wrath, stating that all monsters were stirred and their stats increased by 20% as the first catastrophe of God Juiz. The message continued, noting that the sun blazed hot, tiring all living things. Someone wondered if they had done something wrong in the ritual. The mysterious girl from before ordered someone to search for what was going on right now. A nearby player read a message stating that monster abilities had been increased by 20%, making things scary. He thought other players were also in the same situation. The player continued reading the messages, which mentioned that this was extracted from Athene and questioned why the North was involved. Another message speculated that this was because of the Legend Guild and wondered if they had done something wrong. The messages concluded that this was planned by Athene, but aside from that, there was someone exclaimed in disbelief that they were being blamed for it. News of the curse spread quickly, reaching even those on the front lines. A soldier showed the announcement to his companion, relaying that Korea's top guild, Iris, claimed they would break the curse. Elsewhere, the announcement was met with skepticism. Someone questioned what was happening again. Meanwhile, a knight stood beneath banners bearing a royal crest. He believed that Iris was capable of capturing the cursed god. The announcement continued, stating that the event would be broadcast live. The story is to be continued. Roald lay in bed, recovering from a recent incident. Someone questioned what had happened to him. The king explained that someone had poisoned the food, and the goddess Judith had become enraged. The man in the vest insisted that everything was fine, despite the circumstances. Someone asked what was going on. Another person asked what was the matter. The information panel described an empire quest to dedicate a legendary dish to the goddess Zeus. The reward would be sushi with ingredients higher than S rank and Baird's glass cup. The Valkyrie Empire and the whole northern continent were in a state of chaos, and to sate her hunger, Zeus needed a legendary class dish to restore world order. Someone wondered about the dish. A figure affirmed what they had said before. The king explained that someone had poisoned the goddess Zeus, and in return, she put a curse on them. To soothe her anger, she needed to eat a dish of legendary class or higher. The man in the vest pondered this information. He considered the king's request, thinking that they would provide the ingredients. He wondered if he could eat all the failed attempts. He then thought that if Roald woke up, he could make some sushi. He decided to tell the royal knights to get the ingredients for the sushi right away. He declared that he would do it, though he was still unsure if he could. He wondered if he could meet the goddess, thinking that he possibly could if he asked. He realized that he could only cook well if he met the person eating his dishes. He then instructed someone to make the necessary preparations. He confirmed that he understood. The doors creaked open as he announced his arrival to see the goddess Zeus. The doors opened, revealing the goddess. The goddess declared that he must be the new chef who would cook for her. The goddess acknowledged that his raid had failed, but she found his courage admirable. Suddenly, she was startled by something. She wondered what that was as she noticed a pig. She questioned why it was there. The goddess of Athens had restricted her. The goddess was taken aback and startled. The protagonist couldn't believe it and told Kong to get inside. She wondered if it was that guy. The protagonist asked if she would please grant him the honor of gazing upon the radiant beauty. She thought it was that guy again. The goddess noted that he had a very peculiar ability. The protagonist stated that he could only cook after seeing and asked what her profession was, to which he declared that he was a chef of the gods. Having declared himself a chef of the gods, the goddess responded, stating that he was courageous indeed. She then told him to raise his head, approving of his actions. The recipe for stir-fried chicken for Zeus was then displayed, a rare legendary dish requiring dawn chicken, red pepper paste with sun, and sweet potato from Snow Mountain. The expected effects included a substantial increase in the power of blessings and an increase in sacred power, usability, and lethality. The server declared that the stir-fried chicken was delicious, already imagining it being cooked over the fire. He thought that somehow it tasted even better when a server prepared it for him, though he knew he should stay quiet. The server told him to eat up. The goddess warned that she was hard to please. The server was then told to go tell Valen. The goddess's words echoed in the air. She sat upon her throne, a figure of divine grace, as she recalled. I've only tasted a legend dash. Minyuk remembered the goddess's words, thinking to himself that he had only tasted a dairy-class dish once in his life. The goddess considered the task at hand. She remembered the chef of the gods and the incarnation of gluttony. Someone asked if the goddess had said that, and another confirmed it. Ares commanded them to gather the knights and collect the ingredients, and one of the knights responded affirmatively. Minyuk asked them to hold on while he wrote the ingredients down, requesting that they tell him what they were. He realized that some of the ingredients were missing. Minyuk wondered what would happen if he replaced the missing ingredients with higher quality ones. He considered that he might be able to improve his cooking. The thought occurred to him that he might even gain the ability to reach a legendary class. Meanwhile, a discussion unfolded regarding the goddess's displeasure. Some speculated that the Empire was launching an investigation, while others claimed the Iris Guild was attempting a quest. However, one voice insisted that the Legend Guild was the one cooking for Zeus. Twilight Cook, Black, mused over the idea of a nameless novice preparing a dish to satisfy a god. He knew he must try several times to be successful. He thought that even if the Legend Guild was successful once, they would ultimately fail. Black considered that he had recruited a chef of such caliber. Ares stated that, As expected, they were the first and only ones to satisfy the goddess Suez. He added that they needed to prepare to target more dungeons and cook, wondering when the quest would begin, and that they would proceed when the second disaster came. Black stated that, in any case, they had already secured their victory. He thought that it wouldn't hurt to increase their fame through rumors, especially regarding if Legend Guild would be first. Others had heard that the Iris Guild was gathering high rankers to get rid of the Legend Guild. The discussion continued, with some wondering if the Iris Guild will be the first to deal with the Suez disaster. Meanwhile, Minhyuk was hard at work in the kitchen, stirring ingredients in a pan. Elsewhere, a man marveled at the food being presented to him, as another woman looked on. Back in the kitchen, Minhyuk beamed as he carried a plate of food, someone off-panel exclaiming in disbelief that he had already made an epic rank dish. The ingredients he had been given were all S rank, and they were definitely different, someone observed. Minhyuk realized that his skills and dexterity seemed to have been affected as well. Minhyuk confirmed that he would do his best for the Valkyrie Empire, even if it was difficult. He affirmed that he would, of course, do his best. High above, the sun shone brightly, a rainbow arcing across the sky. Deep within Zueza's dungeon, a surge of power emanated. It was said that the Iris Guild had currently invested all their power into raiding this dungeon for days. Within a group chat, Genie noted that the Iris Guild's dungeon raid seemed harder than initially anticipated. Crow confirmed this observation. Roke pointed out the expensive potions they were consuming, and Khan remarked on how time-consuming the raid appeared to be. The Iris Guild had already begun their raid. Meanwhile, Minhyuk reflected that 3 days had passed. He continued to cook, sweat beading on his brow as he worked over a steaming pan. Elsewhere, Ares watched Minhyuk's progress, wondering if he could complete the dish. Minhyuk's expression was strained as he focused intently. Elsewhere, Kohei pushed forward, thinking that it was just a little bit more. Minhyuk steeled himself, thinking that he needed to put in just a little bit more. He stirred the ingredients in the pan with renewed determination. The battle raged on, and the commentators were in awe, noting that the viewer ratings had exceeded 38%. As the commentators observed, the opponents within the God's Dungeon were proving to be exceptionally strong. The live chat buzzed with excitement and speculation, with many expressing their support for Iris. Watching the broadcast, one man admitted that he couldn't even compare himself to the rankers, especially Iris, who was known as South Korea's strongest. Meanwhile, 2 other men realized that the group had entered the boss room, and one of them expressed his concern. Nearby, a woman wondered if they were going to succeed, while the man beside her suggested that they should devise another plan. Another woman declared that they should put their trust in Minhyuk. Suddenly, something fell. Having finally reached the boss's room, the armored warrior lets out a sigh of relief. Elsewhere, a man observes the situation, noting that only 4 fighters remain in front of the boss room. He wonders if their efforts to keep Chef Black safe have been worth it, questioning what the chef can even do. The man continues to watch the battle from afar. Back in the boss room, the armored warrior nods, accepting that they will be sacrifices for the win. Nearby, 2 other warriors nod in agreement, preparing for the fight ahead. Suddenly, one of the warriors launches an attack, shouting the name of the Iris Guild. The attack lands with a resounding crash. The 2 warriors are sent flying backwards from the force of the impact. The source of the attack is revealed to be a large, monstrous creature. The warriors cry out as they are struck by the creature's attack. One of the warriors, Kallian, asks for backup for the players who are suffering. Another warrior, standing tall, pleads for peace to be brought to the northern continent. Kohei prepared to strike. He believed this attack would be enough to end the battle. The blade descended. The monster declared that he would defeat this catastrophe. The monster struck. The blow landed, a critical hit. The monster's face contorted in rage. He prepared one more attack. The monster lunged forward. The attack vanished. Kohei looked on in shock. The chat exploded with excitement, many believing Iris had landed a hit. The guild chat buzzed with speculation about the vanished attack. Some wondered if the enemy had somehow avoided the blow, while others lamented the missed opportunity. Amidst the chatter, an announcement declared that Jui's wrath had been withdrawn, signifying the end of the catastrophes and a blessing upon the northern continent. The sound of a ting echoed as the announcement was made. Elsewhere, a figure declared that the curse had been lifted, praising someone named Kallian Nim as the best. Meanwhile, in the guild chat, Rebo congratulated the guild master, noting that the ratings had exceeded 40%. The announcement left Kohei shocked. Kohei cursed under his breath. The scene shifted to a distant view of a grand, white cathedral. The cathedral's architecture was intricate, with detailed carvings and towering spires. Inside the cathedral, a figure sat upon a throne. A man held up a dish, declaring that it would also withdraw anger. The figure on the throne responded with disbelief. The man on the throne thought about how much they wanted to eat the kalbi, noting that it was still steaming hot and looked like it had cheese. The presentation of the kalbi was so impressive that it was compared to Moses splitting the Red Sea, and it was declared a legendary grade dish. The woman on the throne commanded that the dish be brought to her. Hands reached out to present the kalbi. The kalbi was presented with a flourish. The man who prepared the dish explained that he only cooks for other people. He continued, stating that he possessed the ability to share food and eat together with others. He asked if she would mind having a meal with him. She thanked him, agreeing to his request, acknowledging that he had worked hard. The man, holding the decalbi, apologized and asked if she would mind if he summoned his pet. He explained that his pet had been requesting to be summoned ever since the decalbi was completed, as it also wanted to eat. The woman on the throne mused that the pet was the incarnation of greediness. She declared that she would allow it, inviting the pet to come out and eat together. The man who cooked the decalbi knelt, presenting the dish. First, he suggested that they try the meat, which had been soaking in the seasoning. He took a bite, his pet piglet looking on with anticipation. The woman on the throne followed suit, bringing the food to her lips with chopsticks. The taste was spicy and energizing, and the meat was so soft that it felt chewy inside. The man exclaimed that this was the first time he had such a delicious decalbi. He then suggested that the decalbi was best enjoyed when eaten in a specific way. After stretching the cheese, he prepared another bite. He instructed her to roll it up. Then, he told her to eat it in one bite. She responded, asking if he knew that eating seasoned food was sweet. The woman on the throne takes a bite of the decalbi, but doesn't seem too impressed. She then comments on how great it is to be with someone who knows how to eat these kinds of foods, adding that she's jealous that his pet resembles him. The man is taken aback, wondering if she knows him in real life, even though he looks slim now. He then nervously states that they look alike. He then makes a pig-like noise. The pig, seemingly offended, tells him to stop denying it. The woman tells him not to look at her with that kind of expression, adding that having a meal once a year is so delicious. The man, kneeling, explains that he doesn't eat foods except when it's time for the ancestral ritual. He thinks to himself that he would also be mad if that were the case. The woman states that she will tell King Valen to prepare harder in the future, as the man expresses his appreciation. She then asks if he would like to have some fried rice, since he's only having a meal once a year, so he wouldn't refuse, right? He agrees, and she thinks to herself that he really eats well. The pan held the remnants of a previous meal, a mix of meat and seasonings. It was time to add rice. Next came chopped sesame leaves, lettuce, and kimchi, all to be sautéed together. Finally, a drizzle of sesame oil completed the fried rice. The man poured the sesame oil into the pan. He then offered to scrape off the scorched rice. The offer sounded good. The meal was so satisfying that protagonist_male_1 could only sigh in contentment. Juice declared that she would give him a gift in return. The system notified him that the kingdom quest had been completed and the catastrophe that had been given to the northern continent was lifted. The item drop rate and experience gain were increased by 25% for the next month, and he acquired Ballad's Cup. Protagonist_male_1 was thanked by Juice, who was very happy with the offering, but she waved it off, saying it was not that much. He wondered what the gift was, as Juice stated that it was only for him. The system notified him that he had acquired Pandora's Helm. Pandora's Helm, a legendary item, reduced all skill cooldown and MP consumption by 20% when using skills. Juice rejoiced. It was a valuable item that he had never given to anyone. Many players tried everything to get it, and he was grateful that protagonist_male_1 would use it well. With a whoosh, the helm landed. The scene shifted to a view of the kingdom, with a question hanging in the air. Did they want another catastrophe? Leveling up. The word hugs appeared, followed by Minhyuk's name. Kuan embraced his majesty, thanking him for his hard work. Thanks to him, Lald's curse had instantly disappeared. Kuan was relieved and thanked him very much. Laldman was all right now, or so it seemed. Someone commented that he had made a legendary dish and calmed the wrath of God Juice. They had heard it from his majesty, and it was amazing. He chuckled, saying he just did his part. If his majesty had talked to him, then there was one more thing. The older man placed a hand on protagonist_male_1's shoulder, a gesture of reassurance. But Sung had just gotten up. He insisted that he was fine, really fine. Even though he was so hungry right now, Sung told himself it was fine. There was no problem with it, he thought, deciding he could do it right now. Then, he told the other man to follow him. They approached a building with a sign. Inside was a sushi bar. Sung asked if this was all right. Sung thought to himself that his majesty liked sushi too, and he wished he had such space like this in his house. He would start here. The chef asked Sung to wait a minute, requesting a favor before he started. The chef whispered to Sung, but it is unclear what he said. The chef asked if Sung would want to do something like that, thinking it would make them taste better. He was greeted with a warm welcome upon entering the sushi restaurant. The restaurant's atmosphere was calm, and protagonist_male_1 noted that there was a store like this one. The chef chuckled, explaining that he paid attention to the smallest details of the restaurant's furniture arrangement. The chef recommended today's special course, the legendary sushi set meal. Protagonist_male_1 agreed to have that. The chef confirmed the order, thinking that this customer and owner roleplay was fun. The chef thought that protagonist_male_1 was weird. The chef presented the sushi that protagonist_male_1 had ordered, who thought the colors were glorious. The chef confirmed that all of the ingredients were SS grade and that protagonist_male_1 could now dig in, who thought it looked fresh. Protagonist_male_1 decided that his first piece would be the flounder and thanked the chef for the food. The narration explained that the chewy and savory taste would come first, and then the spicy wasabi would bring out its flavors. After that, the narration explained that protagonist_male_1 would taste the rice. He was about to enjoy the sushi when the chef presented the next piece, announcing that it was the oily and tasty salmon. To enhance the flavor, the chef added onions and capers to the salmon sushi. The chef assured him that with the addition of wasabi, he wouldn't get bored eating it. He then mentioned that the next one was tuna, noting its very soft and appetizing texture. Next up was eel, combining soft fish meat. The chef added that the sweet sauce was the best, and the last one would be the egg sushi. The chef thought that it looked simple, but it was said that the taste of the egg would determine the level of the chef. He wondered where the other one went. The texture of the egg sushi was very soft and appetizing. The sweet and chewy texture made him feel like he was eating a dessert. He thought that the MSG made it like a single dish. He thought that it was so good. The chef was glad he liked it, and he thought that the chef was truly a legendary chef. He asked the chef if he knew about the ganching elixir. Having learned that individuals from the northern continent might possess knowledge of the ganching, protagonist_male_1 continued his inquiries. He then questioned if it was the ganching elixir. Meanwhile, elsewhere it was revealed that a request had come from someone named Bordeaux, and that the ganching elixir could be found deep underground or in the sea. The elixir was said to be in a place difficult for people to enter, a mysterious water that falls little by little, but it was unclear how to obtain it. But if it was the Dragon King, he might know about it. Protagonist_male_1 wondered who that could be. The Dragon King. The Dragon King. It was thought that he must be the one. The King of the Sea of Valkyrie Kingdom. To do this, protagonist_male_1 realized he needed to get to a sea. However, it was said to be very difficult to meet the Dragon King. He must be the one. And if one ever met the 3 children of the Dragon King, they must treat them with respect. Each one of them has tremendous skills, so one must make sure not to argue with them. Having enjoyed the sushi, protagonist_male_1 was asked if he was going to the sea now. He confirmed that he was. The chef responded that he needed to prepare a lot of things. The chef presented a small, rectangular package. It was explained that the item would allow him to breathe underwater, but only for an hour. Protagonist_male_1 was excited to learn that he could buy a lot of them at the shop, since a person who gives food is a good person. The chef chuckled, saying that he should be the one thanking protagonist_male_1. The chef expressed his gratitude again for breaking the curse. The scene shifted to an exterior view of a town with stone buildings and a large tower. Protagonist_male_1 noted that he had bought a fishing rod and baits, as well as a lot of underwater items, and wondered what was left to get. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared, each indicating a Beanie request a summoning. Protagonist_male_1 was confused. Beanie, a small pink pig, floated in the air, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, protagonist_male_1 noticed Beanie floating away and called out, wondering where the pig was going. Beanie, panting, exclaimed that he was on his way. Moments later, Beanie arrived at a red mailbox, bumping into it. Beanie realized that he had also leveled up quite a bit and was old enough to wear artifacts. Protagonist_male_1 approached the mailbox, stating that he had specifically ordered something for Beanie. The mailbox indicated that items sent by mail had been received. With a flourish, Hepa's pot armor was revealed. Beanie was now equipped with a pot for armor, a shield, and a spatula blade. Protagonist_male_1 seemed to be holding back laughter. Protagonist_male_1 wondered aloud if the equipment had to look cute on Beanie as well. Beanie oinked in response, as the equipment appearance was hidden. Beanie stated that he looked ready and was ready to start heading to the sea. The Dragon King Sea was once a place of wonder. It had been a peaceful and alluring underwater place, however. Now, something was clearly amiss. The Dragon King coughed, his condition worsening. He wondered why it had become like this. The Dragon King realized it was definitely from that time, when the Archmadraffield was rumored to be dead. He became the Emperor of the Dead, known as Lich. Ever since that happened, he attacked the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King had been defeated after a fierce battle, suffering critical injuries and growing weaker each day. The situation had grown dire. The door to his chamber opened. The Dragon King that the rabbit knew didn't even have a child, but he was a warm person who took care of her and her sister. A thought occurred. Could pain turn someone's personality around? The rabbit realized that she had finally found a way to heal the Dragon King. One of the Dragon King's servants asked if the rabbit was certain. The servant affirmed that it was the right thing to do to cure the Dragon King. A rabbit's liver was needed. The rabbit gasped. The Dragon King looked on, his expression unreadable. The rabbit declared that she would give her life to the Dragon King, even if it was the only way for him to regain his health, promising to give him anything. Unfortunately, it could not be Carrie's liver. They needed another rabbit, her sister. They needed Jebbet's flesh. The Dragon King mused that it was a shame. Elsewhere, the rabbit was told that they were no longer needed in order to leave. The turtle closed the door behind the rabbit, noting that they had arrived just in time. Raffle confirmed. Archmage Raphael Nim was present. It was revealed that the liver of a rabbit named Jebbet was the rogue's treasure, a treasure that amplified divine power. With that alone, one could become even stronger. Raffle was asked about Jebbet's location. Raffle explained that she was getting medicines to heal the Dragon King's body and that it seemed like she had gone to the preceptors. The Dragon King stated that they didn't have much time. It was explained that the effect of a soul exchange was that the body would soon become useless, so they needed to hurry up and bring Jebbet's liver. The sound of seagulls filled the air as Blaine called out to Old Man Van, asking if he was going to the sea that day. Van declared that there were fish he needed to catch. Blaine called out to Van, excusing himself. Blaine, munching on corn, asked if Van was going to the sea to get some fish. Blaine then asked if it would be okay for him to join Van. Van confirmed that it was okay, but questioned if Blaine wasn't a player already in this town. Van then stated that his job was as a chef. Blaine raised his fist in excitement, saying that he would make delicious dishes with the things Van would catch. Van, now underwater, explained that he knew how many things there were in this sea, including faded flounders and diamond sori, and that he would catch them all to show Blaine. Blaine expressed that he was looking forward to it, stating that he fished for a living. Van laughed heartily. Van continued to chuckle to himself. Van had caught another fish. He called out, excited by his success. The older man congratulated him, though he seemed less enthusiastic. Blaine noted that Van had said it was his first time fishing, to which Van replied that he had high dexterity, which must apply to fishing as well. Blaine realized that Van could only catch 5 fish a day for years. Blaine wondered if Van was experiencing motion sickness. He thought that Van didn't seem to be in a good mood, so he would make him some food that he wanted to eat the most, activating his recipe creation skill. Now that they were here, Blaine suggested that they make some crab ramen. The recipe for Van's blue crab ramen appeared, listing the materials required: terrific blue crab, green onions from barade, bean sprouts, chongyang pepper, and shin ramen. The benefits included significantly increased fishing success rate and Van's ghost spear skill level +1. Van agreed that seafood ramen in the sea sounded good, adding that he wasn't saying this because he was tired of eating sashimi every day. Blaine told him to wait a second. Making ramen was so easy. First, the crab was boiled with some water, and after that, its meat was sprinkled into the soup. The trimmed blue crab was delicious in the soup. When the shell appeared reddish, the noodles, bean sprouts, and chongyang pepper were added. It was sprinkled with some green onion for completion. All done. Time to eat. Van savored the first spoonful of the crab ramen, his expression thoughtful. Another slurp followed as he continued to enjoy the meal. The broth was a spicy yet calm blend, the blue crab, chongyang pepper, and bean sprouts complementing each other perfectly. He found that it tasted even more refreshing. Taking a bite of the blue crab, a feast of savory, chewy meat melted in his mouth. Sung, who was also enjoying the ramen, thought it was incredibly yummy and that the ramen must be eaten with some kimchi. Van admitted he didn't understand what Sung was saying. Van continued to slurp the ramen, clearly impressed. Sung exclaimed that the last bite with the kimchi was godlike. Van thanked him for making him a delicious meal. Van was surprised to learn that he had eaten a dish with a recipe made just for him, and that for 10 days, his fishing success rate would increase by 10%, and his ghost spear skills level had risen by 1. He realized that the meal had given him a buff. Not only were his fishing skills improved, but also his cooking skills were extraordinary. With that instant ramen, he believed he would get the special fish that he hadn't caught for years. However, Van wondered if he could actually catch it. Van asks if Sung can lend him an ear, explaining that he wasn't originally a fisherman. Van continues, stating he was a wanderer who traveled the world freely and also had a son. He explains that, as a bad father, he only met his son once a year, but his son was a good kid who also made him meals. Van explains that his son went to this sea to prepare ingredients for his dish, but he was eaten by a predator that eats everything in this ocean. Sung learns that the predator eats not just fish and trash, but also people, just like Van's son. Van laments what a beast it is. Van reveals that he came to this sea to avenge his son, gripping his hands tightly. Van states that there's one problem. He can't seem to catch any fish that can lure it. Sung learns that the predator lives in a cave deep in the sea, where only players can enter. That's why Van has to lure it out with his favorite food, but he hasn't caught it for years. Van hopes that Sung can help him, showing him a quest to catch the golden salmon. Sung imagines the golden brown flesh of the golden salmon, noting that it's also for real golden. Sung wonders how special it could be, drooling at the thought. Sung learns that the predator is a seashell golem with all the seashells of the world attached to it. Sung realizes that the seashell golem has a hard shell and strong destructive power. Sung continued to list the types of shellfish he would need to eat. Suddenly, Van shouted for Sung. The thought of eating assorted seashells made Sung's eyes sparkle with excitement. Then, Van inquired if there was anything special about the golden salmon. The protagonist, Sung, wondered what Van meant by special. Van clarified that he was referring to the salmon's traits, not its taste. As far as Van knew, the person who consumed the golden salmon could enhance their desired skill. Sung wondered if Van was talking about something like a divine power, realizing that the golden salmon could be the material he needed. Sung thought that his tracking skill might recognize the salmon, as it had been a long time since he last used the skill. He then activated the material tracking skill, setting the content of the material he wanted to track, hoping it would grant him the skill he desired. Sung wondered how delicious the golden salmon would be if he got to eat it. Van was trying so hard for someone he had just met for the first time, and it was a teary moment. Sung clenched his fist, hoping he could somehow. The route navigation skill completed, setting the destination. Sung hoped the salmon was nearby. Sung was shocked to discover that the salmon wasn't just nearby, but right below them. With the golden salmon located directly beneath them, the younger man exclaimed to Van that it was right below them. Van explained that the golden salmon wasn't an easy fish to find, adding that he knew about it because he had seen it before. Suddenly, the salmon leaped from the water, but Van lamented that it sadly got away. Van's eyes narrowed. A splash echoed as Sung wondered what it was, and Van responded with a hum. Sung suggested that Van use the spears to hit it, but Van countered that it would be better to hunt with spears rather than a rod. Van explained that the seashell golems were like alive creatures, so they must be caught with a rod. Van realized that he had to throw in a nice bait to be able to catch them. He decided to catch it and make a recipe, declaring it was time for recipe creation, and then listed the required materials for a crustacean bait recipe: amazing blue crab, transparent shrimp, and huge crayfish. Sung agreed to do it, admitting he was worried that it wouldn't apply to non-NPC creatures, and added that it was one of the things that he caught earlier. He affirmed that he would change the rod so that he could put the bait on it. Sung thought to himself that now he could eat some salmon and seashells. Silence hung in the air as Sung waited patiently, his fishing rod still and steady. Then wondered why the bait wasn't being taken, questioning if it had left. He quickly dismissed the thought, figuring it was just a smart fish with a large appetite that would surely return. The bobber suddenly twitched, dipping slightly below the surface. Suddenly, Sung exclaimed that he had it, but then cried out in surprise as the fishing rod bent sharply. The boat rocked violently as something large pulled on the line. Van urged Sung to catch it, grabbing onto the fishing rod with him. Sung reassured Van not to worry, even if he wasn't good at fishing, as his strength would be enough. The line snapped, and the golden salmon flew out of the water. A notification appeared, indicating that Sung had caught the legendary fish, the golden salmon, and acquired the title Fishing King of Fishermen's. Van cheered, congratulating Sung and calling him amazing. Sung stated that they should tie the golden salmon with a magical rope and go down to the sea. He then told Van to take something before they dove in. Van thanked Sung, who then ate the torpedo stop, which would allow him to breathe underwater for 1 hour. Van was surprised that Sung ate all of it at once. With a splash, Sung dove into the water. Together, Sung and Van descended, the golden salmon held between them. They continued their descent, deeper into the ocean's depths. The pair approached a large rock formation covered in seaweed. The cave of the seashell golem was just ahead. Van instructed Sung to stay near the salmon and wait for the golem to emerge. Sung confirmed that he understood. The golden salmon struggled against its restraints. Sung noted that something fell off and wondered if the seashell golem was stronger than they anticipated. Van mused that the golem was about as strong as a skillful knight of the Empire, and he thought that this should be worth the effort. Sung declared that he would go in and lure the golem out himself, stating that he couldn't just use the golden salmon as bait. Van was touched by Sung's willingness to go so far for him, but asked if they really had to wait this long. He then instructed Sung to tie a rope around his body in case he got lost, explaining that Sung should pull it 3 times if he needed to be pulled back. He declared that he would get going, while Van asked him to please be careful. Sung considered that he was told he could just lure the golem in. He wondered if he should wear an invisibility cloak and go. With a click, Sung continued deeper into the cave, dragging the salmon behind him. He realized that he was now inside the cave. Sung knew that the seashell golem might be huge because it was very spacious, besides being brighter than he thought. He wondered where the thing living in this cave was. Suddenly, Sung discovered the legendary monster, the furious seashell golem, for the first time. The golem creaked as Sung wondered if it was the seashell golem. He thought it looked smaller and weaker than he had imagined. The salmon was cut in half as Sung thought it should be an easy thing to catch. Sung was shocked. The golem exclaimed over the loss of its salmon as it attacked Sung. The golem made a noise as it continued its assault, causing Sung to wonder what was happening. The hunter was shocked that his sword didn't even leave a scratch on the seashell golem. He decided to use the skill he had acquired last time. The skill, Untouchable Sword, collided with the golem. Even attacking with a skill that pierces through the defense, it didn't do a thing. The golem lashed out. Sung realized that the golem could now see him. The seashell golem attacked. The hunter used frying pan expand to block the attack. Even when he blocked it with a frying pan, Sung wondered what kind of damage that was. The golem continued its assault. The attack connected. Sung realized his HP had dropped below 30%, and he couldn't die like this. Immortal Armor's effect activated, restoring his health as the untouchable sword skill landed a critical hit. With his Immortal Armor activated, Sung remembered his original goal. He had to eat those grilled seashells. He wondered if he had messed up. Suddenly, the seashell golem grabbed him. The seashell golem roared. The roar of the seashell golem temporarily increased the seashell golem's stats by 30%. The golem's attack sent Sung flying. The force of the blow was immense. The impact of the attack caused a cloud of dust and debris to erupt around Sung. The seashell golem stepped forward, thinking to himself that this was the first time he had encountered a strong enemy. He lamented that he couldn't do anything. Sung wondered if this was how he would fail his quest. Suddenly, something began shining. Sung looked on in shock. The seashell golem continued to step forward. As the light began to shine, a pig squealed loudly. It seemed to be asking what Beanie was trying to do. The story is to be continued. Deep beneath the surface, an echoing oink reverberates through the water. The source of the sound is revealed to be a small, pink pig. Below, Sung stares up in disbelief. The stone golem, momentarily stunned, wonders how Sung blocked its attack. The pig floats above, seemingly causing the golem to become scared. The golem wonders why it is so afraid of the pig. The pig continues to oink as it floats between Sung and the golem. Suddenly, Sung yells out the pig's name and dashes forward. With a yell, Sung slashes at the golem. The blade cuts through the water, heading straight for the golem. Sung declares that it is all right as he prepares to strike. Sung activates his intangible sword. With the raging sword skill activated, the blade shimmered with an ethereal energy, ready to strike. The intangible sword sliced through the stone golem's arm, leaving a visible gash in its rocky exterior. The golem staggered back, a crack forming across its face as the attack took its toll. The sudden shift in the golem's demeanor caused the protagonist _male_1 to quiver in surprise. Bean, the pig, oinked as the protagonist _male_1 called out to him, asking if he was okay. Clutching Bean tightly, the protagonist _male_1 looked around, concern etched on his face. He wondered what was wrong, before realizing that he had stumbled upon a pile of roasted clams. The protagonist _male_1 realized that he had acquired ingredients. He turned his head, wondering what was going on. He noticed an oyster, but wondered why this one shell was so white, and realized he had acquired the oyster purification. The protagonist _male_1 thought that the clams must taste extra delicious, and that he couldn't wait to eat them, deciding to store them in his inventory to keep them cold. He examined the items scattered around him, noting a glimmering object among the shells. It appeared to be a pocket watch, but he quickly dismissed it, deciding it didn't look edible. He then spotted a pocket watch and paused, considering it. He recalled the instructions to bring everything back for inspection, regardless of whether it seemed edible or not. Deciding to err on the side of caution, he resolved to keep the watch for now. Suddenly, a small, pink creature shot past him. He called out to it, asking where it was going. He watched as the creature zipped away. Confused, Sung wondered what was happening as the pink creature scurried away. A voice echoed, asking if he was looking for ingredients. The pink creature called out, beckoning him to come over. Sung, still puzzled, responded with a simple huh as he noticed the creature. His attention was then drawn to a glowing object nearby, a rabbit liver, described as being similar to Sunday, but even better. He mused over the description, wondering if the liver could be used as an ingredient. He decided to analyze the ingredient, hoping to uncover its unique properties. He seemed surprised by his discovery. The item was described as God-given, a treasure of the robe's sea, and a unique medicine. He wondered if the item's rating had always been there, or if it was added during a recent update. He questioned why it was a rabbit liver, especially since they were under the sea. The pig creature wondered what good it was finding things for him anyway. He wondered if it was the liver of the rabbit from that one folktale. Sung dismissed the importance of the Sunday comparison in the item's description, deciding to keep it for now. Since the view was nice, he suggested they eat there. The pig creature agreed. The system beeped. Sung noted that the clams were cooking quite well. He decided to start with an oyster. Oysters were described as delicious when cooked into Korean oyster pancakes or added to rice soup. They could also be mixed in with kimchi, but eating them raw was the best. He admired the oyster's plump, white flesh. Sung declared that raw oysters absolutely must be eaten with a little garlic and chojang. Nevertheless, he would respect the pig's preferences. Sung decided to try it out. He was surprised. The fresh ocean scent gently spread over him, and the moisture felt like it could slide down his throat with no resistance. It had a fresh, sweet taste reminiscent of milk. Not to mention the pleasant aftertaste from the garlic and chojang garnish. It was so delicious. He had consumed the oyster of purification, a medicinal dish that drastically increased divine power and magic defense. Sung thought it was good, but it was a shame there was only one. Sung stated that he would open the clams for the pig. The clams certainly cooked well. First, the soup and the oyster in one bite. He found the oyster to be chock full of gravy, soft, creamy, and very yummy. And nobody could turn down scallops grilled with cheese. It was impossible. The sweet and sour flavor of the next dish was the best. The abalone was so chewy, and the clam soup made with the smaller clams was especially refreshing. Not to mention how it gets sweeter the more you chew. Next up are the shrimp. He thought he'd be happy eating seafood here forever. And last but not least, he would end it off with the rabbit liver, thinking that an item that already started off with a high rank got even tastier, and he couldn't wait. He prepared to eat. It was refreshing and not unpleasantly bitter, delicious. He acquired additional skills, gaining divine power plus 434 and wisdom plus 121. He gained a passive bonus when battling an undead monster, plus 20% damage, plus 50% defense. Defense applied identically to attack stats. The pig-like creature took credit for something, oinking loudly as protagonist_male_1 smiled. He then thanked the creature, suggesting they finish eating and leave the cave soon. He then realized something about the cave. The protagonist wondered if the entrance always had that much rubble. He considered getting rid of it. He then thought that Ben might be a bit startled. The rain continued to fall. Van, struggling against the current, couldn't believe what was happening. He thought to himself that it was because of him that the young chef was in this situation. The memory of losing his son resurfaced. He recalled the young man resembling his son. Van sniffled, remembering that he had told the young chef to be careful and to not think about fighting. He wondered what the young chef was so certain of. Van, overcome with emotion, thought the young chef was being sloppy. He forced himself to get out of the water. Meanwhile, Sung Danwoo announced his return. It was truly a relief for Van, who asked if Danwoo had defeated the clam golem. Danwoo confirmed that it was hard work, but he got a lot of rewards. Van then asked if by any chance there was a pocket watch of any kind in there. Van gazed at the pocket watch in his hand, a wave of emotion washing over him. He gasped, the sight of the watch triggering a memory. The hands of the watch were broken, frozen in time. Van realized it was the very watch he had gifted to his son. Danwoo's eyes widened, a look of shock and understanding crossing his face. Danwoo asked if Van would allow him to keep the watch, and Van agreed. Danwoo took the watch, expressing his gratitude. Van reflected on his son, realizing that the most important thing wasn't power. Danwoo thought to himself that it meant nothing now that he was gone, and that he had nothing left. Danwoo resolved to do something for Van, as a notification appeared indicating he had completed the Link quest. He swore to Athena from that moment on. Van, formerly known as Ghost Lancer Ben, a member of the Strongest Eight, stood firm. Van declared that he would forever follow Danwoo and only him. Danwoo was taken aback by this declaration, realizing that Van would be another mouth to feed. Van insisted that Danwoo didn't have to do anything for him. That it was time for Danwoo to find his own happiness. Danwoo, however, proclaimed that he would live for Van forever. He declared that doing anything for Van was his happiness. It then occurred to Danwoo that Gina had said something about proposing dependency to user Minyuk. The scene shifted to Minyuk, who was asked if he wanted a peerage. He was informed that a peerage allowed him to have a vassal in the guild and that he could entrust vassals with land management. It was pointed out that a vassal meant another mouth to feed. Minyuk was told that there were a lot of good sides to having a vassal and that he should give it a thought. Minyuk stated that he would let them know when he wanted one, as things had gone roughly like that. Minyuk considered appointing Van as a vassal, thinking he could just make him do farm work. He recalled Van's earlier statement that he would do anything. Van affirmed that he would even hunt monsters, then asked if Minyuk wanted coffee. Minyuk wondered how he could order an old man to do such things, but then thought he could have Van make him some coffee when they returned to the land. Minyuk asked if Van didn't want to, but Van quickly denied it. Minyuk, smiling, offered Van something. A message appeared, stating that Ben vowed eternal loyalty to Minyuk. Ben looked on with a nervous expression, saying he was sure. Another message appeared, stating that Ben had acquired the Minyuk sunflower skill. Ben thought to himself that he was Ghost Lancer Ben. Ben continued to think to himself that Carrie was starting to get suspicious. The Jabbit swam through the water. The Jabbit was startled by something. The Jabbit wondered if it had been caught by a predator. Deep beneath the waves, the Jabbit considered the implications of the stranger's words. The Jabbit mused that it was quite generous for a stranger to go to such lengths for him. The Jabbit decided that if that was what the stranger wanted, so be it. The stranger mentioned knowing about a rabbit's liver, and the Jabbit wondered if he knew about his. The stranger admitted he wasn't sure about rabbit's liver, but that he had discovered it inside that cave, and it was tasty. The Jabbit was shocked. The Jabbit exclaimed that the stranger had really eaten that, and asked if he had found it by coincidence. The Jabbit cursed under his breath. The Jabbit realized he no longer needed a Jabbit, and decided to take that stranger to the Dragon Palace. The Jabbit resolved to take the liver out with Raffield's black magic. Nearby, Zara greeted the land people. Zara was identified as the second child of the Dragon King. Zara introduced himself as Roppel, the second child of the former Dragon King. The Jabbit greeted them, stating that it was a pleasure to have land people come over to the Undersea. Zara considered the implications of being the Dragon King's child. Meanwhile, the Jabbit thought that Rald had told him that Zara was dangerous, but he was being polite. Zara asked if the Jabbit knew anything about Gonshinshyoju, which was described as a super rare potion that either granted a long life without disease or made one stronger when fighting. The Jabbit recalled that they said the Dragon King would know something about it, so that was what Zara was looking for. The Jabbit thought that even though he was lying, he would take Zara to the Dragon Palace. The Jabbit explained that if Zara went to the Dragon Palace, it would be full of sea delicacies only available there, and Zara excitedly agreed to go. With a determined expression, Zara prepared to depart. The young man looked up, surprised. Ahead, the Dragon Palace diner came into view. He was told that he would be taken to where the sacred medicine was after his meal. The turtle-like creature thought to himself how exciting it was to be eating food from the Dragon Palace. He was informed that the food would be there momentarily, so he should have some tea in the meantime. The young man watched as the turtle-like creature poured tea. He wondered if the creature would get mad if he asked for some of its scales. The turtle-like creature smirked, thinking how gullible this person was. Unbeknownst to the young man, the turtle-like creature had slipped the deadliest of all poisons into that tea, Vita's poison, and yet he was happily drinking it away. As he drank the tea, he realized his body wouldn't move. He realized that his body would instantly be paralyzed after drinking it. The turtle-like creature thought that he would have him in front of Raffield with ease. The turtle-like creature stood over the paralyzed young man. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the Dragon Palace diner. With a sudden burst of action, the turtle-like creature declared it was time. Elsewhere in the diner, Kohei stood ready, his sword drawn, while Van watched with a stern expression. Meanwhile, the protagonist, now realizing the gravity of his situation, questioned how anyone could play with food like this. He then realized that his body was impervious to all poisons and resisted all harmful effects. Van, looking distraught, worried that their vassal could have been hurt. The turtle-like creature responded, asking if the delicacies and sacred medicine were all lies, then shrugged it off, asking what if it was. The creature declared that the protagonist was going to lose anyway, and that he would present him to the Dragon King. The turtle-like creature commanded that they rip out the rabbit's liver from his stomach. Van questioned if they were now trying to take the food Minyuk already ate. Van declared that he could not forgive this. Kohei initiated the dance of the ghost. A dark, spectral figure emerged. Van looks on in disbelief as Kohei unleashes a new ability. Blaine, too, is shocked by the revelation that Kohei is an undead. The protagonist stands ready, his swords glinting in the light. Additional abilities are now being applied when battling an undead monster. The turtle-like undead monster is revealed to be wearing an eye patch and wielding cross swords. He thinks to himself that he is not wearing a Zara. An unexpected job quest appears, Dragon Palace in danger. The quest is rank SS and restricted to the food god. The failure penalty is a loss of 30 to all stats. The reward for the quest is Dragon King's Snow Crab. The description states that the Dragon Palace, saved by the former food god, is in danger again. If the Dragon Palace is saved, the Dragon King will present the snow crab he prepared for the former food god to the descendant. The protagonist realizes he has to save the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King's snow crab is shown. The protagonist thinks that snow crabs are very expensive and that his dad loves them. The turtle-like undead monster yells at the protagonist for daring to look the other way in front of him. The protagonist thinks he doesn't know why the monster is doing this, but there's a quick way to deal with him if he's an undead. Blaine is surrounded by a golden aura and exclaims, "Praise to God!" Pandora's helmet is being activated, and the helmet wearer's divine powers are now being shared. With Pandora's helmet activated, Ben is informed that because their opponents are undead, attacks will be more powerful if they have a high divinity level. The battle rages on, with multiple combatants engaged in the underwater fray. One of the combatants is shocked that his subordinates were defeated with a single move. Another figure is sent flying through the water. The narrator reflects on the power of the old man who followed the stranger. The protagonist, Ben, continues to fight. The battle intensifies as Ben and his companion fight against their foes. The sounds of battle echo through the water. Ben stands his ground, ready to face whatever comes next. Someone observes that Kirk appears to be sleeping, despite the ongoing battle. It's noted that Kirk's injuries have completely disappeared as he sleeps soundly. Minyuk explains that the combatants are under a soul exchange spell. They could control another being's physical body when using their skills, but when they were attacked, the vitality of the soul inside that body took the damage. It was the only one to use. Such dangerous black magic would be the great magician Raffield of the strongest 8. They had to hurry to the Dragon King. The rabbit hurried down the steps. A jabbit was going into a cave of predators by itself. The rabbit thought this could be dangerous. The rabbit looked worried. Another rabbit asked if he went into the predator's cave by himself, expressing how worried they were. The The rabbit apologized to Yuni. He just wanted the Dragon King to recover and go back to what he used to be like. But it just so happened the predators were in a state of rage. The other rabbit expressed relief that he came back safely, but the first rabbit said he lost something precious. One of the rabbits admitted that he was actually able to freely walk around without a liver. He explained that he didn't want the predators to steal it, so just in case, he hid it near the secret entrance. When he went back to look for it, someone had taken it. The rabbit revealed that the liver was requested by the god Robes to save it for when they come. It was said that the descendants of the one who saved the dragon's palace when it was in danger later disappeared. A voice declared that the seafood was incredibly tasty and thanked them for the service, promising to pay a visit sometime. The rabbit explained that he was keeping it safe for when he would come back, and he felt bad because that couldn't happen now. Another rabbit reassured him, saying that it was okay. He warned that if word got out that Jabbit didn't have her liver, the greedy Dragon King might try to look for an alternative, suggesting that maybe it was better this way. The rabbit suggested that they tell the Dragon King about this first. The two rabbits walked together. They spoke of the Dragon King. Kiari and Jabbit announced their arrival. Below, someone had been waiting. The Dragon King's power manifested as sharp, crystalline spears. Kiari questioned the Dragon King's actions, insisting that Jabbit did not have her liver. The Dragon King demanded that they not lie to him and hand it over, stating that was the only way. Kiari reassured Jabbit that she was okay, thinking that only then would she be able to return to her own self. Jabbit thought that it was the least she could do. Jabbit told Kiari that she was okay with it if it meant she could be of help to the Dragon King. Jabbit had fought outraged predators and lost her liver, all for the Dragon King. Kiari questioned how the Dragon King could do this, using Jabbit. The Dragon King warned them not to lay a hand on her. The Dragon King declared that if they were a hindrance, then they could die too. The Dragon King's power surged around them. The Dragon King's power crackles around him, a visible manifestation of his fury. The energy intensifies, focusing into a dark orb. The orb pulses with raw power. The Dragon King scoffs, unimpressed. He thinks to himself that this is all the Dragon King's daughter amounts to. The Dragon King's expression is one of disdain. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts. The Dragon King is caught off guard, reacting with surprise. He narrows his eyes, now wary. A voice echoes, demanding to know who he is and calling him a bastard. Sung Danwoo stands ready, his expression determined. Suddenly, a voice commanded to collect. The figure holding the sword seemed surprised by something. The voice noted a powerful, divine energy. The energy exploded outward. A rabbit-like creature looked on with wide, fearful eyes. The rabbit-like creature recognized the great magician Raphael. It was said that the great magician Raphael of the strongest 8 had appeared, and that a user who hunted the strongest 8 could get a reward. The creature wondered what about the Dragon King. The rabbit-like creature wondered how this could be happening. The day Raphael barged into the Dragon Palace. Their Dragon King used his full force to defeat him, but since then, the Dragon King became cruel and merciless. The voice always thought something was off, but they couldn't believe that bastard took over the Dragon King's body. Raphael appeared, shrouded in darkness. The man in the white-collared shirt was taken aback by the recent turn of events, especially the mention of his snow crab. He excused himself, visibly trembling. Elsewhere, a desperate plea was made. They would do anything at all, if only their request was granted. The plea was for their Dragon King, and they begged for him to be saved. The man's expression shifted, a look of concern now etched on his face. He turned, his expression one of shock and urgency. Meanwhile, the mysterious hooded figure spoke, their voice laced with a sinister undertone. They asked if someone was going to come for them, then ominously stated then. The words curse of the 7 deadly sins of Raphael appeared, along with the word sloth. Kerr cried out, stating that he couldn't see. The hooded figure declared that he wouldn't be able to defeat their curse, now that the stranger's liver was theirs. The hooded figure smirked, finding the situation simple. Suddenly, the man in the white-collared shirt appeared, poised to strike. The man in the white-collared shirt's body is impervious to all poisons and resists all harmful effects. Kirk hears the sound of clanging as the man in the white-collared shirt is being attacked. The mysterious hooded figure is enraged, swearing at him. Zap sounds fill the air as the mysterious hooded figure's shield is being attacked. He curses, realizing his shield is failing. Then, the man in the white-collared shirt commands the dark energy to take the mysterious hooded figure. The rabbits cry out, begging the man in the white-collared shirt to stop. The blessings of the chosen child increase all stats by 30% and magic defense by 50% for the next 10 minutes. The man in the white-collared shirt is shocked by the rabbit's pleas. The man in the white-collared shirt continues his attack, feeling the burn in his hand. The mysterious hooded figure is surprised that the man in the white-collared shirt is able to attack him. The man in the white-collared shirt continues his attack. The man in the white-collared shirt is determined to continue his attack, despite the rabbit's pleas. The man in the white-collared shirt feels the burn in his hand, but he is determined to continue his attack. The man in the white-collared shirt unleashes a powerful attack. The The man in the white collared shirt is suspended in the air, restrained by an unseen force. His body is surrounded by a dark, swirling energy. Above, a message declares that he defeated Raphael of the strongest 8 and will receive a reward. Below, the rabbit creatures look on. The mysterious hooded figure's legs wobble as he struggles to maintain his balance. He collapses to the ground as the rabbit creatures cry out in distress, wondering if he is truly gone. Nearby, Blaine asks if Radin is okay, wondering what is happening. One of the rabbit creatures says that they will explain later, but first, they need to tend to the Dragon King. The Dragon King lies prone, seemingly unconscious. The rabbit creatures urge the Dragon King to wake up, but the man in the white-collared shirt observes that he has no energy. It is revealed that Raphael took over the Dragon King's body before he had a chance to recover. The Dragon King, now in a smaller form, says that he is okay and thanks the stranger for saving the children, noting that he doesn't have any strength. The man in the white-collared shirt notices something and wonders about his snow crab. A message declares that they are now entering the legendary chocolate paradise, suggesting that it may help. Having acquired the legendary white chocolate, ingredient rank, sacred medicine, protagonist_male_1 thought he might be able to save the Dragon King. He approached the Dragon King with the chocolate in hand. Jabbit watched as protagonist_male_1 placed the chocolate near the Dragon King's mouth, wondering what he was doing. The legendary white chocolate unleashed its power as protagonist_male_1 looked on. The effects of the sacred medicine began to heal the Dragon King, and he felt an unbelievable power from the chocolate. Protagonist_male_1 smiled, stating that he was giving it especially for the Dragon King. Jabbit and Kiari looked on with concern. The Dragon King was healed, and the rabbits embraced him. Jabbit cried tears of joy. Protagonist_male_1 realized that it wasn't the right time to ask for a snow crab, as he had just completed the quest Dragon Palace in Danger and acquired Raphael's staff. Jabbit offered the Dragon King some tea. Kiari was thanked by the Dragon King. Kiari received a small box from an attendant, confirming that he was worthy of their gratitude. Kiari looked surprised. The Dragon King wondered if it was okay to give such a thing to a stranger. Jabbit was curious. The attendant smiled, carrying the box. The box was presented. The Dragon King told him to open it. The box was his reward for saving the Dragon Palace. Kiari wondered if there was snow crab inside and what he should cook first once he got the snow crab. There was indeed a snow crab, and anything sounded good to eat. Kiari opened the box with a smile. Kiari, visibly excited, peers into the box. He seems surprised by what he sees. The contents of the box prompt him to wonder what it is. The system notified Minyuk that he had obtained the ancient water dragon Valaka's longsword. Suddenly, the sword appeared in Minhyuk's hands, radiating a soft glow. Below, Minhyuk's expression was unreadable. The shopkeeper wondered if the sword wasn't to Minhyuk's liking. The system prompted Minyuk to check out the sword's options. The item description detailed that the ancient water dragon Valaka's longsword was a legendary weapon, restricted to Minyuk. It granted a 10% increase in strength and agility, a 15% chance of inflicting breathing restrictions on opponents, and a 50% decrease in failure probability during attacks. The sword's artifact skill was dimensional space, and it was described as being made from the bones of the ancient water dragon Valaka and the godly mineral adamantium. Minyuk thought that the optional features were fine. Valaka's longsword had been equipped with L's kitchen knife. Minyuk realized that the sword still wasn't edible and that it wasn't a snow crab. The shopkeeper questioned if it was a snow crab. Minyuk recalled that he was told he could obtain snow crabs during the quest. The man in the vest looked surprised by the question, wondering what line of work he was being asked about. Meanwhile, a voice declared that it was the god of food. The declaration caused a stir, as the fish-like deity and the rabbits around him reacted with surprise. Elsewhere, one of the rabbits noted that his descendant had finally arrived, and that Jabbit had. The other rabbits stated that it meant they had completed their mission. A voice expressed relief, stating, "Thank goodness." Back with the man in the vest, a voice declared that they had been waiting for him for a long time, referring to him as food. The fish deity explained that these children were sent by the god Lobeth to help him keep the Dragon Palace. One of the rabbits added that Jabbit was the only one who could communicate with Lobeth. It was revealed that, in accordance with Lobeth's command, they were waiting for the return of the god of food, who once saved this Dragon Palace a long time ago. The Dragon Palace had prepared a feast of fish and shellfish. Sung Danwoo was taken aback by the offering. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The fish deity explained that they had stored away a treasure, waiting for news of the god of food's descendant, who had finally arrived. The deity announced that he would now present the treasure. One of the rabbit's servants rejoiced, exclaiming that he knew it had to be snow crabs, repeating a saying that the honest shall inherit the snow crabs. The rabbit's servant presented a snow crab to Sung, who looked happy. The fish deity instructed Kiari to escort the god of food to that place. Sung Danwoo, holding the snow crab, looked confused. They descended into a dark, cavernous passage. Kiari led the way through the cavern, announcing that they had arrived. Danwoo looked at the rabbit, questioning what he had just been given. The rabbit explained that they called it miracle mineral water. It was said that one would become more powerful if they drank it, and that it was another gift for him. The rabbit watched as Danwoo used a ladle to scoop up the liquid. Danwoo wondered if it was soda. After drinking it, Danwoo realized it was cola. He gained plus 25 strength and plus 30 agility, and it was more refreshing than regular cola. It was also as cold as if it had just come out of the fridge. Danwoo thought it was so tasty that he should bring back a lot. He took another sip. The rabbit looked pleased. Danwoo asked what he should bring back a lot for. The rabbit responded that they were headed to the Eiffelipse Empire. A voice echoed, reminding them to take care on their journey back, and assuring them that the Dragon Palace would never forget them. The lush greenery blurred as they traveled. In the distance, a grand palace came into view. Meanwhile, Minhyuk announced his return to his sister. His sister exclaimed that it had been so long since she had seen him. She asked where he had gone this time, and Minhyuk replied that he had gone to the sea. She wondered if he had obtained the sea then, and he confirmed that he had. Minhyuk declared that he was going to make spicy seafood stew for her. The scene shifted to a kitchen. Someone began chopping vegetables. His sister admitted that she had imagined he would obtain it so quickly. Minhyuk responded that he had tried his best for her sake, and asked if she was okay with noodles. She noted that he looked like he had been through a lot, and thanked him. Minhyuk then stated that while the stew was boiling away, Minhyuk's sister watched him intently. Before them sat a dish arranged to resemble a phoenix. His sister exclaimed that it looked like a phoenix, thinking to herself how skilled her little brother was. She patted Minhyuk on the head, chuckling. Minhyuk urged her to try some, explaining that he caught the fish in the Dragon King's sea. She thanked Minhyuk, telling him that he should have some as well. The pair ate together, and Minhyuk thought to himself that a meal is always best when eaten together. The protagonist wondered if that was so, as his sister thanked him for the grub, teasing that he really loved to eat, didn't he? The sister marveled at the brilliant fish. It was noted that the Korean rockfish has a flesh that's chewy and flavorful. The narrator explained that the wuriak, also known as black rockfish or northern black sea perch, is slightly fatty, yet the clean taste is quite impressive when it comes to white fish. One might recall the fluke with its excellent savory flesh. The fragrant and sharp flavors of the dish came together perfectly, and Minhyuk realized it was done. He offered some to his sister. The sister thought it looked delicious. Then, she took a spoonful. She prepared to taste the stew. With her hands clasped, she anticipated the flavor. The warmth from the stew spread through her body, contrasting with the coldness of the raw fish slices, lingering in her mouth. Boiling the fish bones had added to the savoriness of the soup. The soup was full of aroma from the vegetables, and the spiciness served to stimulate the appetite. The warmth from the stew spread into her body, especially when eaten together with steaming white rice. Minhyuk asked how it was. He wanted to know if she liked it. Minhyuk's sister takes a bite of the fish stew, using a spoon to taste the broth. Reed swayed gently in the water. Aaliyah accused her father of saying something else entirely. The pair sat on a small wooden dock, fishing rods in hand. Aaliyah wondered why he had brought her to this fishing ground. Suddenly, a fish leaped from the water, hooked on the line. Her father announced that he had caught one, and suggested they eat it raw as a spicy fish. Aaliyah reminded him that he was just telling her that they would cook the fish. Her father thought to himself that he might not be the most skilled, but he would be able to fill their stomachs. Aaliyah exclaimed that he did such a good job. She then stated that she was not hungry at all, and there was no need to eat. Her father pointed out that her words and actions were different. To become strong, it was important to eat nutrients at the right time, Aaliyah thought. It was also something that wanted her to grow up healthy and happy. That was the real secret to becoming strong. The meal was prepared with care. It really was good. It even brought back some old memories. He offered his thanks for the meal. It was a meal to be savored. A linked quest was complete, and rewards were available. The rewards included ancient cooking ingredients and Aaliyah's sword fighting skill book. He was going to check what was in the ancient cooking ingredients box first. The chest was locked. The protagonist wondered where the key could be. Aaliyah knew that he would go for the food first, instead of the sword fighting skill book. She told him that she would hand over the keys after he checked the skill book. He sighed, admitting that she knew him too well. The skill Blooming Sword and Splitting Sword was added to his sword fighting repertoire. The Blooming Sword skill allowed a sword to rise from the ground within 8 meters, attacking the enemy and dealing 70% extra damage with an explosion. The Splitting Sword skill temporarily increased attack power and blasted a powerful red sword at the enemy, increasing attack rate by 110%. He realized that the skills this time were all wide domain skills, meaning he was no longer limited to fighting in close combat. He thanked Aaliyah, who then offered him the keys. He had acquired ancient yogurt. Aaliyah recalled that a long time ago, there was a yogurt master in their nation. The master wondered who else would be able to make this delicious yogurt after they died, hoping to leave it for future generations to taste. She told him to take the keys, explaining that in his final days, the yogurt master made yogurt that wouldn't go bad, even after a long time, and that the yogurt in front of him was that yogurt, encouraging him to have a taste. He was amazed by the charm in the fermented yogurt. He tasted the yogurt, expecting a bitter flavor. To his surprise, it was sweet. He had assumed that because it had been aged for so long, it would have a bitter taste. He wondered how it could be so sweet, noting that he didn't taste any bitterness. It wasn't too sweet, and it was tasty. It was suggested that eating it with toppings like fruits or snacks would make it even better. He thanked Elle for the yogurt. He declared that he would eat it well. Elle replied that she was glad he liked it and told him to go back home safely. The scene shifted to a view of the sky. The kingdom granted Min Hyuk the title of a viscount for solving a crisis. They also granted Min Hyuk of the Legend Guild the title of a viscount. It was wished that his path have only blessings. He was the first user to be granted a peerage on the northern continent, registering Bahala as a base for the Legend Guild. Min Hyuk savored the last bit of yogurt, scraping the container clean. He thought to himself that yogurt always tastes best when licked straight from the lid. Meanwhile, Sir Ben watched Min Hyuk with a smile, commenting on how blessed he felt to see him enjoying the yogurt so much. He then asked if Min Hyuk had bought it himself. Min Hyuk confirmed that he had, adding that even older people could easily learn from the barista book. He then picked up a book titled, Me, the Second Steve Chabs, a Barista After Retirement, and thought that with it, he would be able to make even better coffee. The protagonist was pleased, guessing that the coffee wouldn't taste so flat anymore. Sir Ben suggested that they test it out right away, and Min Hyuk agreed that it sounded good. Soon after, a large pot of water was brought to a boil. Min Hyuk, with a determined look, began to prepare the coffee. He carefully measured and ground the beans. Finally, Min Hyuk presented a cup of coffee, stating that he had finally made it with the ratio Min Hyuk liked, and urged Sir Ben to try it. He wondered if one cup would be enough. The older gentleman declared that one could only truly enjoy their mornings after the age of 50. Another voice agreed, stating that they would bring more. The group then mentioned Genie. Someone considered that since Min Hyuk might not know the person very well, they would try to tell him. The woman with dark hair prepared to tell Min Hyuk. It was decided that they needed a strong man who could protect their land as a feudatory. One voice chimed in, saying they had even saved him. Someone asked if he would do a good job, while another declared that they had worked hard to raise the likability and urged them to hurry and talk it out nicely. A man asked the dark-haired woman how she knew this person. She responded by asking if he meant Sir Ben. She explained that Ben used to be a fisherman out at sea, but now he was with her because he said he wanted to be with her forever. The man seemed to understand, realizing that Min Hyuk had just adopted him. The dark-haired woman stated that they weren't thoughtful enough, and another voice suggested that they just accept him as their feudatory. Someone asked what had happened and what about their hard work. A hand appeared, and a voice said, "Excuse me." Jank declared his intention to become a feudatory for the place. Ah, Sir Jank. He was directed to follow this way, prompting him to wonder. Meanwhile, someone exclaimed over the sight of this man, noting that a well-fed Min Hyuk was the best Min Hyuk. The man was greeted as the spearman of 1,000 men, Jank, and as the legend of the land, Ghostland Sir Ben. It was him. It was said that he had become the spearman of 1,000 men. Ben had grown. Oh, Sir Ben. Someone wondered if it was really Ben. Someone asked Crow if he knew him, while another wondered if he didn't know Ghostland Sir Ben. It was said that he was the legendary spearman who could easily beat Eurobros. It was surprising enough that a legend he had only heard of stood in front of him, but offering to be a feudatory was unbelievable. Someone thought it was rude to act like this in front of other people. She stated that a lot of interesting things happen around Min Hyuk, and that she couldn't believe a weak elderly man was such a strong presence. Now that the feudatory had been chosen, the group discussed the strategy for the time attack dungeon. One of the members suggested that Can and another member, who had the highest attack rates, should stay together with Rock, the healer, as a team. Meanwhile, the team only had 3 chances left to defeat the undead monsters with high defenses, and they still hadn't found a way to do it. One of the members wondered if other guild members could join. Someone wondered if they should go like Ace or Crow this time. Another member stated that they had acquired a lot of divine power this time, so they thought they could be some help capturing the undead monsters. That same member also had a favor they wanted to ask. Someone responded, saying that they were welcome to join if they had a lot of divine power, and asked what they wanted to do. Someone was gathering the highest-ranking cooking ingredients. Someone expressed their desire to eat with their father for the first time in a while, because it was his birthday soon. The meal was shared. At the entrance to the time attack dungeon, one of the party members stated that he would be waiting outside. He added that the level of the dungeon wasn't that high, and their guild's record was quite good. One of the other members agreed, but wondered why Ginny wasn't coming with them. He was told it was a 3-person dungeon, and she was a sub-dealer. One of the party members simply replied that he understood. Another member hoped they would be all right, trusting that their holy powers would be helpful. The guild's record was displayed, showing that Team Black Swan was ranked first with a time of 43 minutes and 38 seconds, while Team Legend was ranked second with a time of 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 21 seconds. It was stated that this was their limit. Another member hoped they would be okay. Inside the dungeon, a monster was struck down. One of the dungeon explorers, standing over a pile of defeated monsters, declared that he was pretty strong. The other member simply stated that he saw. The party was instructed to drink the antidote, and one member commented that it was not very tasty. One of the party members noted that neither Rock nor he had any AoE skills, so this would be tough. Another member stated that he had an AoE skill and asked if he should give it a shot. After hearing the hooded figure's suggestion, the protagonist agreed to draw the enemies closer. The summoned water dragons began to surround him. The system announced that he had summoned the ancient water dragon, Valaka's longsword. The protagonist summoned the blossoming sword. The sword materialized in his hands. The sword glowed with power. He held the weapon aloft. One of his companions was astonished by his sudden strength. The protagonist mused that he had simply eaten well and trained every day. One of his companions noted that they were able to get past that quickly thanks to Manhwa, but they were running out of time. The protagonist's expression changed as he prepared to strike. Below, a river of lava flowed. The heat rose in visible waves. The older hunter observed the lava river. He knew they would need to find a way across. The hooded figure offered a solution, handing over a freezing potion. He explained that pouring it into the lava would freeze parts of the river. The older hunter questioned the logic, asking why they would need to freeze the river. He leaned in closer, seeking clarification. The hooded figure explained that they lacked freezing magic. As he spoke, the protagonist was eating a castella. The older hunter questioned if that was the most efficient way to proceed. The hooded figure paused, considering the hunter's words. The protagonist suggested enlarging a frying pan. The frying pan grew to an enormous size, dwarfing the figures standing near the lava river. The protagonist proposed tossing the freezing potions into the pan. The freezing potions were tossed into the pan, and the contents began to freeze. He rallied the group, urging them to keep up the momentum. The encouragement seemed to echo in the air, a silent promise of progress. Elsewhere, a grand structure stood, its entrance framed by towering pillars. Inside, a woman expressed her concern, remembering that they had sent Manhwa. Time ticked away, the clock showing 30 minutes and 58 seconds. But she worried about the difference in his level. She hoped he was doing all right. Below, a figure stood in a dimly lit corridor, the light casting long shadows. A formidable foe appeared, the Dullahan King. Back with the group, one of the members reminded the others to remember the plan. They affirmed their goal, to get to him as quickly as possible. One of the figures lunged forward, weapon raised. Another followed, leaping into the fray. Van unleashed a burst of energy. Hearing this, Kohei realized that the Dullahan King's weakness was in its defenses, not its attacks. The system informed him that Splitting Sword would momentarily increase attack power and blast the enemy with a red sword, increasing attack power by 110%. If so, this skill might work. Kohei prepared to strike. The attack looked incredibly powerful. Ares urged him not to lose focus. Kohei considered the timing. He prepared to strike right now. Kohei moved forward. Elsewhere, a woman takes a drink, seemingly unfazed by the events unfolding. Meanwhile, the chat window was going wild, the woman noticed. The chat was filled with excited comments. One user noted that just changing one legend member did the trick, while another thought that it was unbalanced. Others debated the merits of creative versus combat classes. In another location, two individuals were in discussion, while a woman looked out over a city. A notification appeared, clear complete. The screen displayed the rankings. Korea/Team Legend was ranked first with a time of 37 minutes and 24 seconds, followed by USA/Team Black Swan. The citizens of Korea celebrated their country's victory. It was more important for Koreans that their country was winning, not their own guild. They were the first ever to set a time of 30-some minutes. Min Hyok was told that he contributed the most to this achievement. Someone suggested that he should take the reward. He was asked to go everywhere with them, but he questioned if he was a baby. He was told that he should take the reward, as the others already got theirs. He agreed and thanked them. They were the first ever to set a time of 30-some minutes. He obtained a dungeon attack reward casket, containing an artifact suitable for his job. Min Hyok wondered if he had received something suitable for his skills. Suddenly, a notification appeared, announcing that he had obtained the aging jar of joys and sorrows. The notification described it as an aging jar, explaining that aging refers to maturing, ripening, or fermenting a food product or ingredient to develop a fuller taste. Min Hyok's eyes widened. He quickly checked the item's details. The item description stated that the aging jar of joys and sorrows was of an unknown level and had infinite durability. Its special power was to immediately mature food to its perfection when placed inside. Minyuk was asked if he had found anything good. Someone wondered aloud if Minyuk had found weapons, armor, or even a rare accessory. Someone questioned what it was. Minyuk stuttered, realizing what he was seeing. Suddenly, a notification appeared, stating that Minyuk had left the party, prompting confusion. Someone exclaimed that Minyuk should have at least told them he was leaving. They added that there were two ways to drive a person mad, one of which was by not finishing a sentence. It was explained that once the crab, soy sauce, and other ingredients were put into the pot, the special ability of the aging jar of joys and sorrows had been activated, which would soak the soy sauce marinated crab to perfection. Minyuk was amazed. The marinated crab looked incredibly appetizing, its color a testament to how thoroughly it had been soaked. Minhyuk couldn't resist the urge to taste it immediately. Rice, he thought, would be the perfect accompaniment. He decided to add some salmon to the meal as well, presenting the ingredients with a flourish. Soy sauce and fresh golden salmon completed the dish, and Minhyuk beamed with anticipation. He declared the meal a feast. With a precise movement, he reached for the crab. Minhyuk marveled at the plump flesh of the crab. He expressed his gratitude for the meal before taking a bite. The taste of the soft flesh spread through his mouth, and he could feel the smell of the ocean. The flavors were softly melting in his mouth, and Minhyuk thought it was so good. Next, he prepared to add the crushed dry. He added the crushed dry and ate it after mixing. He knew the secret was in the rice. It kept the sauce from becoming too salty, leaving a light and savory taste. The slippery texture on top made it perfect. Minhyuk thought to himself that this was just what one would call a rice thief. He was so happy. But it wasn't over yet. There was still the salmon, this glowing scarlet. Even the gloss was perfect. He would eat it with thinly sliced onions and horseradish sauce on top of that. The sweet, greasy taste of the salmon, the fresh onions, and the sauce blended together so well. How could anyone hate something that tasted so delicious? He could eat it topped with rice and wasabi too. The salmon was really well-rounded. Minhyuk thought he would have it with vinegar and red chili paste. Someone was so sorry. The armored man lamented his decision to go live. Meanwhile, Jua deeply regretted her actions. The focus shifted to Jua, the journalist. The armored man retorted that she should be apologizing to the frying pan killer, not him, and questioned if she knew how much trouble she had caused. He added that she couldn't do such things, even if she was a fan. Jua responded that she would make it up to him the best she could. Jua wondered how much he would want, having heard that the frying pan killer was born with a golden spoon, and even though he was a close associate, he looked like he had a high level. A voice then asked if anyone happened to have any information on good food. The scene shifted to a lush, green landscape. Someone remarked that they were so full, adding that it really made it worth looking for ingredients in the sea, and that it was really, really good. The individual planned to go ocean farming tomorrow, too, when they received a whisper request from the general, prompting them to wonder what it was. Someone else wondered what Hyung was doing awake at this hour. Min Hyuk called out to Hyung, eager to share some information he thought the other man would appreciate. Hyung responded with a simple, questioning "oh," as Min Hyuk explained that he had information that Hyung might like, but Hyung stated he wasn't interested in gear. Min Hyuk acknowledged that he knew that, and then reminded Hyung about the user who posted the video of him and Robin without permission. He believed their name was Jua. Min Hyuk confirmed that he had obtained information from Jua, and in return, he told her they would reconsider the charge. Hyung then asked what Min Hyuk had found out. Min Hyuk excitedly told him about the millstone. He explained that it was a mysterious artifact, and if you put ingredients in it and grind them, you can get more. Hyung seemed impressed by this. Min Hyuk continued, adding that apparently, anything it grinds ends up tasting way better, which shocked Hyung. Min Hyuk asked if that wasn't better than winning the lottery, prompting Hyung to wonder where one could get that millstone. Min Hyuk revealed that it was in Rukido's tomb, a dungeon no one has ever succeeded in clearing, and to clear it, you must go through Rukido's trial. He added that it was so hard that everyone has given up and has just started farming near the entrance of the tomb, which made Hyung wonder how hard it could be. Min Hyuk cleared his throat, stating that the information was indeed useful, while elsewhere, someone wondered if he was happy. The man on the call, smiling broadly, asked if he should drop the charges. Min Hyuk agreed, but told him to keep it a secret from her. The man on the other end wondered if that was necessary. Elsewhere, someone mused that she was a journalist and therefore knew a lot of information, deciding that they should use her for a long, long time, calling him the devil. Someone wondered if he was saying he was going to use her forever. Back on the call, the man looked concerned. Meanwhile, Hyung considered that he hadn't been very good with his hands lately, wondering if he should try archery. He wondered if it would help. He considered that archery did help with dexterity better than production, recommending it. Hyung agreed that maybe he should give it a shot, thanking him. The man on the other end of the call said he would let him know if anything happened. Hyung decided he should first take a look around to see if there was any good food near Rukido's tomb. Moon considers the quests available in the vicinity of Rukido's tomb, noting the wheat drop quest and other collection quests. He muses on the idea of wheat being used to make noodles, speculating that wheat grown in the sun might be different. The thought of noodles fills Moon with anticipation. He imagines a steaming bowl of banquet noodles, the kind that are best enjoyed hot. The image of sweet and spicy noodles, perfect for a savory meal, lingers in his mind. Anything sounds good to Moon, who thinks he could kill two birds with one stone if he can get his hands on wheat still at the millstone. He decides he should go to Rukido's tomb tomorrow. Elsewhere, Jabin takes a step. Jabin examines a ring, thinking it's not bad considering she got it from an amateur. She decides she should leave this place after robbing a few more. Jabin thinks it's all the same since they just came to farm, wondering if there are any more pushovers. With no one else around, the woman seemed confused. Meanwhile, Sung was gathering wheat when he noticed someone watching him. With a practiced hand, the wheat is carefully picked. With the harvest complete, protagonist underscore male underscore one wiped his brow, relieved to have gathered all the wheat. He admired the 5 kilograms of Moon's wheat, already planning to make banquet noodles and spicy noodles. He was ready to begin. Using his ingredient preparation skill, protagonist underscore male underscore one intended to grind the wheat in a flour and then knead it. He began to knead the dough. Next, he would make the noodles thin with a noodle maker, a task that would be tough, considering he was making 5 kilograms. An extra-large noodle maker was available for purchase at Balkari Kingdom. Anchovies, radishes, and other ingredients were added to the broth, along with a variety of garnish. The banquet noodles were finally ready. Protagonist underscore male underscore one thought that meals that make you hot are the tastiest, as he thanked everyone for the meal. He slurped down the noodles. The fresh, thick anchovy broth, combined with the taste of the wheat in the chewy noodles, was truly authentic. With spicy seasoned red pepper sauce and ripe kimchi, one also got a spicy taste, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The sounds of slurping and rustling leaves filled the air as someone moved through the forest. Suddenly, a massive owlbear appeared, letting out a deafening crow. The owlbear's cry echoed through the forest as it crashed through the trees. Someone sighed, the sound barely audible over the chaos. With a swift motion, an arrow was pulled back, ready to be released. The archer declared that he did not like distractions while he was eating. A notification appeared. Dexterity had increased. A woman watched from behind the bushes, her eyes wide with shock. She realized that he had just killed an owlbear with basic attacks and no skills. She also noted that a bow with such high attack damage didn't exist before the update. She thought that it must be a brand new, epic weapon with a powerful buff. With a weapon like that, she reasoned, no wonder he could eat out in the open. The bow shimmered with an ethereal light, its presence demanding attention. Whoever possessed it would wield immense power, and it was clear that it must be acquired at any cost. Meanwhile, protagonist underscore male underscore one enjoyed a quiet meal, savoring the taste of his noodles. He paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He was shocked to discover that his bowl was completely empty. Every last noodle had vanished. Looking into the empty bowl, protagonist underscore male underscore one lamented that he had only collected 5 kilograms of Moon's wheat because of the quest. He couldn't believe he hadn't left any leftovers for his spicy noodles. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierced the air. Someone was in trouble, pleading for help. A woman, seemingly cornered by monsters, promised everything she had to anyone who could save her. Protagonist underscore male underscore one's eyes widened, an idea forming in his mind. He realized that the woman was carrying Moon's wheat. Protagonist underscore male underscore one surmised that she must be the one who had gotten the gathering quest. He thought that he would be able to have all the spicy noodles he wanted if she gave him her Moon's wheat. With newfound determination, protagonist underscore male underscore one prepared to intervene. The owlbear, enraged, continued its assault. He had saved her in a single shot. The woman thanked protagonist underscore male underscore one for his help. In return, she offered him all the items dropped by the owlbear. He readily agreed. The woman was surprised by his quick acceptance. As they gathered the Moon's wheat, she thought to herself that people would normally share. She considered that, out of courtesy, since she had found it first, she was going to act friendly, and then she realized she couldn't even attempt a PK this way, and thought to herself that she should make him drop his guard by staying by his side. She excused herself, addressing him as Mr. Archer. He turned to face her. She told him that she was heading towards Rikito's tomb and asked if he would come with her, adding that she had to meet her party members there. She thought it would be hard for her to make it there, since she was a tanker. He offered that if she came with him, he would give her all of the monster drops that they got along the way. He thought it was weird that she was being so giving, but it didn't matter. He confirmed that he was on his way to the tomb, too. The protagonist, Sung, confirmed that he would be hunting monsters on the way to level up, asking if that was all right with the woman. She responded that he could hunt as much as he wanted, and that she would try her best to stay out of his way while he did so. With a smile, the woman waved in agreement. She looked forward to it. Meanwhile, Jabin was busy hunting. The mysterious girl wondered if he was crazy. She questioned who would hunt so many monsters just to level up. She then wondered why Sung was eating. Sung stated that the spicy noodles were delicious, and now that he was finished eating, he asked if they should head to the tomb. Jabin, meanwhile, wanted to attack right now, but knew he should be careful, remembering that there was a millstone in Rikito's tomb. He thought that even though he may be a tanker, Sung was capable of clearing dozens of monsters. He then saw a message from Buckle asking where he was and why he wasn't coming to the tomb, to which Jabin replied that he was sorry. He considered asking for help. Jabin then received a message from another user, stating that they found a user that has a bow that they wanted to steal, but they couldn't do it alone, asking if Jabin could help them when they were in the tomb, and that they would be there soon. The man mused that it was no wonder she was taking so long, as she had found someone she wanted to play or kill. Then, they would have to show their teeth. Buckle apologized for being late. He was welcomed by Jabin, who thanked him for helping their guild member, archer. Buckle said it was no problem, and that he got some good stuff out of it too. Jabin expressed his relief, then asked how Buckle would like things to proceed. A message appeared, asking if they wanted to join the party. Jabin mentioned that Buckle also needed a strategy to clear the tomb. Someone said that if that was the case, they should add him in. A notification appeared, indicating that they had joined the party. Someone stated that it was all right, and that they should go. Footsteps echoed as the group moved forward. Considering he was only around level 300, and yet hunting in a field for people over level 370, the chocolate tasted sweet. His gear must be extremely good, and it's got to be worth a lot. Meanwhile, the other man smirked, thinking that he was making him look forward to the PK. The leader told them to follow his lead, warning that the two outer paths were a bit rough. The man with the smirk simply said, "Okay." It was explained that when passing through, all of their gear comes off by force, and all of the ones that didn't know and brought their strongest gear were easily taken care of. The group of people who were easily taken care of were shown. Suddenly, the man eating chocolate received a notification that they were going down the path of control. The notification explained that any gear they were currently wearing was forcefully removed and could not be worn again for 1 hour. The man eating chocolate was surprised. The sound of gear being removed was heard. The leader apologized, explaining that he forgot to mention that to get through this path, they must have backup weapons. The leader offered to give the man eating chocolate his weapon, saying that this happens every once in a while, so he always brings extra weapons. A hand grips a sword tightly, ready to strike. With a determined look, the attacker declares that it's the perfect time to eliminate his target, unleashing a secret spray. The attacker slashes at protagonist_1, who is standing behind supporting _male_1. The attacker is shocked that protagonist_1 dodged the secret spray. The attacker falls to the ground. Supporting _male_1 is suspicious of protagonist_1. Supporting _male_1 demands to know what protagonist_1 thinks he is doing. Elsewhere, the group confronted the protagonist. They demanded to know what he thought he was doing. One of the men expressed his outrage, while the protagonist explained that it was no wonder they were acting so strangely, given that he hadn't shared a single item with them. Meanwhile, the mysterious girl stated that she just happened to be on her way to Rukido's tomb, and asked if someone would accompany her. The protagonist continued, noting that they hadn't complained even once. He added that he had tried to trust them despite how suspicious it all was. The man with the sword asked if this was a game to the protagonist. The protagonist's question was met with a laugh, as the man wondered what was going on and what the sword was. Another man grinned, thinking that the protagonist had a lot of artifacts to drop for them. Then, Jabin told someone to just charge him, stating that he would play along with their little game, as he activated his stealth skill. The protagonist wondered how Jabin had so many good items. The woman hoped that he would drop that sword too, stating that she was looking forward to this. She watched as the words "Silver Golem's Blessing" appeared, along with the notification that her defense had doubled. The woman realized that this level of defense would be difficult for most rankers to overcome. Meanwhile, one of the men watching thought he heard someone laughing. The woman swung her sword. The sword came crashing down. The ground shook from the impact. One of the men watching was shocked, realizing that Kirk was gone. The woman wondered when he had disappeared. The man who had been watching activated his blooming sword skill. Multiple blades shot out. The woman yelled out Kirk's name in shock. She was furious, realizing that Kirk, a lower-level player, had somehow managed to escape. Another man watching realized that it was unexpectedly an area of effect skill, but the hooded figure watched as Kirk's attacks were slow due to the length and weight of his sword, and he had to use both hands. So, it should be simple enough to attack him while his guard is down. Kirk's opponent lunged forward. He moved to strike. Kirk prepared to defend himself. Suddenly, a bright light flashed. The light momentarily blinded everyone, disrupting the fight. Kirk paused, confused, as a small, pink pig appeared, warning him that it was dangerous. The pig oinked, looking up at Kirk. Kirk's opponent yelled at the pig to move, calling it crazy. The pig squealed as it was caught in the middle of the fight, and Kirk's opponent wondered what even was this pig. Kirk's opponent was stunned by the pig's sudden appearance. Kirk lay unconscious on the ground, a pig standing over him. According to the game interface, he was in a state of unconsciousness due to a strong shock. Nearby, one of the men who had been fighting Kirk expressed his outrage. He couldn't believe the audacity of the situation. The other man, wielding a glowing sword, remarked that the first had been saying, "How dare," for a while now. He continued, stating that they were merely robbers who stole from law-abiding users of the game. He paused, wondering what was happening. The man with the sword declared that the other man didn't know his place. He noticed the frying pan and realized that it was an artifact. The man who had been knocked out by the pig began to stir, regaining consciousness. Another man, running away, shouted that he didn't want to die, but he would at least get a beating before he left. The man with the sword found the situation boring. He noticed the pig and realized that the other person must be. The woman who had been with Kirk begged for forgiveness, saying she didn't mean to. The man with the sword stated that if he got logged out again, his account would be suspended. The swordsman, eyes wide with anger, declared that if he didn't feel like forgiving someone, he wouldn't. His opponent, on the ground, stammered that he had tried to kill Sung multiple times. The air crackled with tension. Elsewhere, the demon observer stretched, remarking that he was hungry again. He wondered if there was anyone around with more of Moon's wheat. Back with Sung, he seemed to have heard something. He wondered what the reward selection parchment was. The scene shifted to the Bakran Guild. Inside, a guild member wondered why Buckle had suddenly logged out. The Bakran Guild leader, Clone, decided to investigate, thinking to himself that it happened in the middle of a battle. He had heard that they tried to fight the frying pan killer. Clone read a message from Jabin, who said that they tried to rob him, but he turned out to be the frying pan killer. Jabin reported that they lost the parchment, and everyone probably got suspended because they were force logged out, and he was sorry. Ares considered the implications. If the frying pan killer was attempting to clear Rukido's trial, it meant that the situation was more complex than initially thought. He knew that all the guild members combined couldn't clear it, making it impossible for the frying pan killer to clear it alone. Meanwhile, Sung stood before a door, a half-eaten hot dog in his hand. A prompt appeared before him, asking if he would like to start his trial by opening the door. Sung figured that if that was the case, then there shouldn't be a problem. Elsewhere, a knight confidently stated that the boss from the trial would definitely be. Sung noticed that it was the item he had just picked up. The reward selection parchment listed the options: gold, artifact, cooking ingredient, and EXP. Sung wondered if this meant he could choose his dungeon clearing reward. He decided that he would go in after he finished his food, of course choosing cooking ingredients. The hot dog fell to the ground. Sung's eyes widened. A mysterious figure appeared, remarking, well. The figure thought that Sung looked delicious. The sausage bread lay discarded on the ground. He couldn't believe it had fallen. Enraged, protagonist _male_1 declared the act unforgivable. A new directive appeared: defeat the vampire and acquire the blood of a noble vampire. Sung realized that he needed the blood of a noble vampire. It dawned on Sung that the reward he chose from the parchment was cooking ingredients. The vampire recoiled slightly. Sung realized this meant he could eat ox blood hangover soup with the blood of a vampire. His heart began to race. The vampire warned him not to look at him with such a watering mouth. The vampire was surrounded by bats. The vampire prepared to attack, eager to spill the blood of a noble vampire. The vampire grinned, confident that the blood he was about to acquire would be extremely fresh. With a flap of his wings, he mused that the hangover soup he would make would be delicious. Suddenly, the vampire was struck by an unexpected blow. Despite the attack, the vampire grinned, realizing that he had an ability that allowed him to copy his skill from the stranger whose blood he drank. The vampire, momentarily stunned, declared that victory was his. Kurt fell to the ground. After drinking Sung's blood, the vampire felt his throat burning as if he had swallowed the sun. The vampire screamed, wondering what was happening to him. The vampire realized that the holy power from just eating Sung was poisonous to an undead vampire. Then that meant Sung declared that the vampire would be super weak if he drank a lot of his blood. The vampire trembled. With a cry of vengeance for his sausage bread, Sung Danwoo unleashed a blooming sword. The attack landed with a resounding clang. The vampire recoiled, the force of the blow evident. A notification appeared, declaring that Sung had cleared the 6th trial of Rikido's tomb and acquired a new record reward. Sung looked around, surprised by the sudden announcement. He realized the millstone was hidden behind a secret wall. Holding the millstone, Sung grinned, promising to treat someone real special. He had acquired the blood of a noble vampire and the millstone of abundance. The demon statue rustled, reacting to Sung's acquisition. It seemed to be communicating with someone. The demon declared that Sung had defeated Rune and now possessed his jar. The demon continued, noting that Sung even had the millstone he made. The demon, Gorak, acknowledged Sung as a human. It was revealed that Sung had encountered one of the 7 myths, Demon Gorak. Sung's eyes widened as he considered the implications of the millstone. The one who created both the jar and the millstone must be someone of considerable power. The sound of something heavy landing nearby drew his attention. Gorak mused that Sung was also an outstanding gourmand, just like him. Elsewhere, the demon observer remarked that Sung was no different than their master. Gorak expressed his gratitude that Sung had made such amazing artifacts, and that he was using the jar to the fullest, even aging soybean paste in it. Gorak wondered if Sung only used his jar for cooking. He noted that Sung got rid of Rune in no time without even using the hidden abilities of the jar, and that this human was getting more interesting by the minute. Gorak declared that he would give Sung a gift. With a flourish, Sung acquired Gorak's book, which would allow him to transfer to other jobs. A notification appeared, stating that his current Fu God occupation was a god class that could not be given up. It also advised that the book was extremely valuable and should be held onto with care. Sung thanked Gorak for the gift. Gorak began to speak. Gorak paused, a question forming in his mind. Sung complimented Gorak, noting that his horns carried such grace, and that he was tall and nice, adding that he probably knew quite a bit about good ingredients. The demon grinned, amused that a human would attempt to flatter him in order to gain something. He considered it a rare occurrence. The demon knew of the special ingredients in the underworld. It just so happened that there was an ingredient at a certain temple. The protagonist nodded, eager to hear more. Jin Woo confirmed his interest, and the demon agreed to give him the map to the temple. The demon urged Jin Woo to think carefully before he went. Elsewhere, someone cursed, realizing that the sixth trial had been cleared. The speaker recalled that they had gathered the guild members to get revenge on him. They never expected that the frying pan killer would clear up to the sixth trial. The man decided that collecting the requested artifacts came before the stolen items. Blackstone, Rack, didn't think they looked like they knew much about Rikido's tomb. The artifact was from the sixth trial, and the millstone belonged to the mischievous demon, Gorak. It was only effective after repeating a certain action multiple times. It was noted that he had stopped at the sixth trial for hours on end. Without a doubt, after acquiring the parchment, he must have learned how to obtain Gorak's artifact before coming here. Kystra was addressed by name as they continued to move forward. Kystra's companion believed that the frying pan killer was aware that the millstone had recently been reclassified as an artifact. He added that if things continued this way, their plans to trade the millstone for a legendary artifact would be ruined. A closer look revealed Kystra and Penris. Kystra questioned if it was even possible, considering that even the legendary investigator, Lark, needed 5 months to prepare. Penris simply agreed. It was said that when the Bakran Guild, the same guild that had requested a strategy for the tomb, reported a problem, he hadn't expected it to be this. The man sighed, thinking they would have handled it themselves if they weren't so busy. Since they had to deliver the artifact to them as planned, he thought they would have to join forces with the Bakran Guild and steal it with a PK. Since they couldn't let the Bakran Guild ruin it by themselves again, Kystra's companion sniffed the air. The sign read that the sixth trial had been cleared. Someone acknowledged this and prepared for the frying pan killer to emerge. The Blackstones had to prioritize collecting the artifacts first. It was the objective, but he couldn't bring himself to think about the promise he made with Rish. Kystra was the person who came. When they were ill and starving, Rish remembered Kystra's kindness. Rish recalled that Kystra was the reason they were even there today, and how could he forget? He even gave them an antenna connection cable, so they could enjoy their free time. And the chicken soup they had that day. It was warm and soft. Even though their living conditions were much better thanks to Kystra, Rish still couldn't forget that soup. That soup. Rish wondered if he could taste that one more time. He pleaded for it, wishing he would never complain again. Meanwhile, there was a rumor that the frying pan killer was in that tomb, and that his cooking skills were superior to the Twilight chef, Blackstone. In an attempt to get his help, Rish knew that if he didn't join the PK and allow him to run away, he would be turning against the leader who requested the artifacts, Kelahel. Rish knew he would be branded as a traitor, but if it's for Rish. Rish's determination hardened as he realized he absolutely needed the frying pan killer. The sound of grinding filled the air as he began to prepare something. With a sigh, the man wipes his brow, ready to move on to the next step. He considers the amount of tofu he has prepared, deciding it should be sufficient for his dish. He twirls his chopsticks, declaring that while tofu is delicious on its own, he has other plans for it. He thinks to himself that he needs to cook the tofu. The sound of sizzling fills the air as he cracks an egg into the pot, adding a dash of red pepper flakes. The egg cracks as it hits the hot surface. The pot is now filled with tofu, clams, eggs, and other ingredients, simmering in a rich broth. He admires the smooth tofu, ready to finally eat. The hot soup, with tofu as soft as steamed eggs, is ready. He takes a spoonful of the dish, savoring the moment. The chewy clams complete the dish. The dish was full of vegetables, soup, and half-boiled eggs. He thought it was perfect. He knew that one couldn't leave this out of tofu dish. Tofu kimchi. The sweet and spicy flavor of the fried kimchi went so well with the savory tofu. Its crunchy and soft textures a perfect match. A stack of bowls sat nearby. He thought to himself how healthy and delicious tofu was, deciding it certainly deserved to be called beef. It was so tasty. He realized he had eaten all the tofu he made. He thought that was too bad, since the seonji was still being prepared, so he would just make some more tofu. He began to prepare more tofu. He paused, noticing something happening with the millstone. The millstone began to grind. Suddenly, the millstone in the crock began to glow, and Sung fell back in surprise. Even the crock was glowing, much to Sung's surprise. The millstone of abundance had unleashed its seal and transformed into Gorak's lightning millstone. The two artifacts floated in the air. Gorak's lightning millstone and Gorak's ripening crock were activating their set effect, evolving the artifact's ranks to disaster rank. Sung learned a new skill. The new skill was lightning, an artifact skill. If he had Gorak's lightning millstone, there was a 5% chance during attacks that lightning would strike and cause as much damage as the original attack. He also gained Lightning Hell, another artifact skill with a 480-hour cooldown. Sung realized that was one hell of an effect, and he certainly didn't see himself dying anywhere with these. The trial was complete due to the artifact's seal releasing, and Rukido's tomb attack was complete. The Bakran Guild was caught off guard. Blackstone wondered why the person he was tracking hadn't emerged, despite clearing the area. He considered the possibility of another exit, questioning if clearing the area would open it. He called out to Keist, hoping for a response. The only sound was the echo of Keist's running paws as he searched, barking out his frustration at the person he was tracking. The urgency was clear on Keist's face as he continued his pursuit. Meanwhile, Blackstone was deep in thought, wondering what he could offer the frying pan killer to gain his cooperation. He considered money or artifacts, questioning if either would truly sway him. Elsewhere, the protagonist_male_1, was spotted. He heard someone pleading for just one more chance. The protagonist realized that Blackstone had a return scroll and couldn't afford to lose him. Back with Blackstone, he noticed a hungry child. Blackstone thought to himself that the child was African, like him, and lamented that the child couldn't forget the one dish he had. Blackstone cursed under his breath, realizing that what he was saying was nonsense, and that this was a one-time chance. Blackstone stood silently, holding a piece of paper. The man wondered what dish was being prepared. The other man asked if he wanted him to cook it, and he responded by asking if he could ask that of him. He thought to himself that he wanted no one to be hungry in this world. The man was surprised. Elsewhere, children laughed as they played. It was said that he generously supported not just their village. It was also said that he supported ages in nursing homes in foreign countries. Someone wondered why he did such things. The man was told that he wouldn't get anything from it anyway. He was asked about getting anything back. He thought to himself that the only thing he wanted for no one to be hungry in this world. The man smiled. The young man with dark brown hair looks startled, questioning who is present with him. Meanwhile, another young man smiles confidently, seemingly unaware of the danger. Elsewhere, a voice booms with rage, demanding to know where someone is. Muttering to himself, the young man with dark brown hair wonders if the other is with Buckle and Jabin. A disembodied voice commands someone to move with them. The young man with dark brown hair is urged to get on the large white wolf. The young man with dark brown hair is told to get on quickly, as they need to leave. The other young man looks on in shock as the first climbs onto the wolf. With a shout, the wolf leaps into action, carrying both young men. The wolf races through the forest, carrying the two young men to safety. The other young man reflects on his desire for no one to be hungry in the world. Blaine considered the words he had just heard to be a great saying. Meanwhile, some listened intently. The forest canopy stretched above them. Blaine then asked if Sung understood.